Makati Productions present a collection of original Star Wars stories. Legends are for the brave. Written by Conquistador 36. A collection of short stories from the far corners of the Star Wars Legends universe. Ranging from lighthearted to serious, and sometimes both, these tales fill the gaps between iconic moments and untold adventures. With dates provided, but not always in order, each story celebrates the timeless perfection of Han and Leia and Luke and Mara. Bite-sized adventures, heartfelt moments, and shameless, but tasteful, fan service await. With friends like these, in which Han tries to take Luke out for drinks and assuage his romantic difficulties, fails hilariously, and ends up having an extremely candid conversation. Circa 14 Abbey, Coruscant. Lando. The comm crackled a moment before Lando's voice answered. "Yes, Han?" he asked, already seeming stiff and defensive. "Will you stop crying? I haven't even asked you yet," Han complained. "He'll be ready in a few hours. Do you have anyone?" Lando sighed. "You do know dealing in human flesh is illegal," he said, his voice flat. "Oh, shut up. Do you have anyone? Somebody cute, but not too flashy. He likes conversation." "Yeah, I can make a few calls," Lando grudgingly admitted. "But I can't hang around all night. I have somewhere to be." "No problem," Han assured him. "Get him ready, and meet us at the Twin Suns. I'll get him there." He shut off the comm, truncating any more of Lando's whinging objections. There was nothing left to do but try something different, and it might just work. Restless, Han wandered down into the outer courtyard to watch the ships come in. It wasn't too busy for once, and he was just in time to see the ground crew waving an X-wing into his designated place. As the vintage starfighter set down and shut down, Luke Skywalker dispassionately disentangled himself from the harness and swung out of the cockpit. He began shedding his flight suit as R2-D2 finished securing the ship, confirming his itinerary with the ground crew as he stripped down to his rumpled black street clothes. He was still the same old Luke, although the mental burdens he carried were a bit more obvious than usual. "Hey," Han greeted him, approaching with open arms. Luke nodded, clearly aware of him for some time, but too dispirited to attempt more enthusiasm than a faded smile. R2 was set down on the dirt beside him, and they moved to head inside. "It's been a while, kid. How's it going?" Luke made a noncommittal noise as they walked. "It could be better," he admitted. "Sorry to hear that," Han said, his theatrical cheer beginning to falter. Perking him up might be harder than he thought. "You free this evening?" Luke turned a sidelong look at him, his eyebrows betraying his suspicion. Han had learned long ago that his emotions and disposition were transparent before his wife and her brother. Privacy was not a luxury their family often enjoyed. He would have to compensate with performative sincerity. "I just want to take you out for a drink or two," he promised. "I know things have been rough since Nam Corius, and we never seem to see you unless we're having a crisis. Let's go forget it all for a while." He saw the conflict on Luke's face. He clearly wasn't in the mood to socialize, and he was keenly suspicious, but his obliging nature made it almost impossible to refuse. Just a bit more pressure would push him into it. "Come on," Han said with his signature lopsided grin. "I want to talk to you without being shot at. Surely even Jedi Masters get a night off now and then." Luke heaved a defeated sigh as the doors hissed open and allowed them inside. "Can I get a shower and a change of clothes first?" he asked with a sour look. "No problem," Han agreed, clapping him fondly on the shoulder. "I'll come get you at 1800. A hot shower washed away the musty funk of space travel and made him more comfortable, but it did very little to improve his mood. Luke availed himself of the small wardrobe Leia always kept available for him: black pants, black shirt, black belt, and a semi-formal black robe over it all. It was a severe look, he knew, but it fit his mood. The protective black glove on his artificial hand just completed the ensemble. Synthskin was a headache to repair once it was damaged, and he had little enough time to spare as it was. R2 warbled at him from the power station, sounding concerned. Luke ran his hand over the smooth metal dome to reassure him. "It's all right," he said. "I think I know what he's up to. He means well, but I don't know." Luke was grateful for his friends and what family he had left, certainly. At the moment, however, he was still coming to terms with the prospect of being well and truly alone in all other aspects of his life, maybe for the rest of his life. The sting of recent events had not entirely faded, and although he had finally accepted Callista's decision to leave him, the ache remained. It was a cruel irony, he reflected, that someone who craved companionship as much as he did would find himself on such a lonely pinnacle. The violence of interminable galactic war had taken almost everything from him, and at the same time thrust him into a position of unimagined power and responsibility. He had been bonded to Han and Leia through trial and trauma long before they had discovered the truth of the shattered Skywalker lineage. Ever since the malice of Palpatine's empire had serendipitously thrust them together and almost simultaneously murdered both their adopted families. For that reason alone, he had agreed to go with Han that evening, despite being fairly certain he was walking into a benevolent ambush. He could hardly mope around his room lamenting his solitude while at the same time refusing an invitation from one of his best friends. Han was very punctual, sounding the door chime a few minutes early. Luke keyed the release at a distance and let him in. Han was slouched against the doorframe in rakish fashion, ready for a boys' night out, but his smile quickly faded into a soft scowl, looking Luke up and down. "Somebody die?" he asked. "Shut up," Luke replied in the same tone, moving to join him. His lightsaber flew off the table and landed in his hand on his way out. "Where are we going?" "New place on the trendy strip, called the Twin Suns," Han explained in the corridor as Luke keyed the lock code on the door. "They make sure to always keep that stuff you like in stock, even named the damn drink after you. It's nice, you'll like it." "So you're saying I'm going to be a human novelty?" Luke asked with a touch of petulance and no humor to be a celebrity all evening. "I thought you wanted to go somewhere quiet and talk." "Don't let it go to your head, big guy," Han retorted with mock offense as they walked. "We all have our own cocktails down there. I say we order one of each and live a little, unless there's some stuffy Jedi injunction against it." "There probably is," Luke admitted, "but I won't look it up right now." Traffic was heavy in that quarter of the city, choked with official business and tourism alike. The Twin Suns turned out to be a respectable establishment, new enough that it had not yet begun to show the wear success could have on a place like that. There was a queue gathered outside, but a sly word from Han gained them immediate entry. Luke was conflicted about jumping the line, but management all but dragged them inside, thrilled to have two of their unofficial mascots in-house. They were shown to a very nice table, which Luke cynically imagined would probably be recommended at a higher price to the other patrons for at least the remainder of the week. Han left him to speak to the bartender, and Luke gathered by his indications on the menu and sweeping gestures that he had quite an evening in mind. Obviously, getting sloppy drunk in a public place was not something he intended to do whatever the provocation, but he would at least condescend to taste them all. Han finally returned with 2 glass mugs brimming with hot chocolate and topped with creamy foam clouds. "Behold," he said with farcical enthusiasm, "the Skywalker." It was silly perhaps, but not in poor taste and, Luke had to admit, not altogether unamusing. It tasted amazing, although he quickly discovered it to be generously spiked with alcohol. Still, he'd probably finish that one. "So," he said, trying to be heard over the noise without being indiscreet, "what did you want to talk about?" "Everything." Han shrugged. "Nothing. Just talk. You look lonely as hell, Luke. I'm here, so just talk." His gruff delivery did nothing to detract from his sincerity, and it did strike Luke in a deep place which needed the attention. Maybe it would be worth his while to honestly try to stop wallowing in his own self-pity and enjoy the outing for what it was, a bit of innocent fun. They talked about everything and nothing for a long while. The tribulations and aspirations of the Jedi Academy, the humorous exploits of the Solo children, the myriad frustrations of galactic government. All the while the parade of intrigue and drinks continued. The princess was sweet and smooth with warm spices that reminded one of home and baked goods, but it was garnished with the hot pepper that imparted quite an afterburn. The smuggler was dark and heavy with Corellian whiskey, mysteriously suspended into 3 distinct layers and paired with a shot of sparkling red liquor, dubbed the Kessel Run. The Calrissian was very blue and once again topped with foamy clouds. The Kashayid cooler was green and fruity with strong herbal overtones. The protocol was a flowery white wine with flecks of gold suspended throughout, and the dauntless Estramach was nothing but a straight shot of clear alcohol with a layer of blue liqueur on top, garnished with the red fruit on a stick. Luke allowed himself to be prevailed upon, and they toasted R2 in absentia. He was distractedly twirling the garnished stick in his fingers and feeling the buzz when he noticed Han looking intently over his shoulder toward the door. "Hey," Han called with a wide grin, significantly more inebriated than Luke was, hauling himself to his feet and indicating their table. "Look who's here." Luke did not look, but now that he was paying attention he could recognize Lando's presence in the crowd. Here it comes, he thought, the sympathetic interference he had been dreading. While Han was distracted, he caught the eye of the bartender and indicated the obscene collection of half-consumed drinks on their table. The bartender in turn indicated with many exaggerated gestures, including a thumbs up and a huge smile, that everything was on the house. Just as well, the tab was probably ridiculous. Luke swiped his ID through the table's payport and keyed in a generous tip all the same, then pounded the rest of his chocolate. He intended to make a hasty retreat if necessary. "Leia," he called silently, as adamantly as was within his power. "Leia, call your husband home. Now." "Hey, Luke," Han was saying as Lando and his 2 feminine companions approached the table. Luke stood out of courtesy, but with no intention of sitting down again. "These are friends of Lando's, my Annie and Azelis. Ladies, this is my wife's brother, Luke Skywalker." Luke looked them over. They were each attractive enough, one with long bluish-black hair, and the other with an exotic purple tinge on her skin, but both were dressed to impress in all the wrong ways, leaving very little to the imagination except what their faces might look like without all the artificial augmentation. He could not detect much depth to their personalities, which may have been harsh at first blush, but he felt he could trust his instincts on that point. All cosmetics and no substance. They were willing enough to take a fly at him, but neither was a serious candidate for a long-term relationship. He shot a narrow glance at Han. Lando, for his part, looked awkward and apologetic. "Pleased to meet you," Luke addressed them, knowing it would cost nothing to be polite, and trusting in Leia's timely assistance. "Oh, usual, I'm sure, Master Skywalker," the purple one said, seizing his hand in both of her own to the consternation of her companion, batting her long black lashes. "I've never seen a Jedi in the flesh before. The holos don't do you justice." "Hey," Han began again, clearing his throat, I was thinking, since we're all here, Lando and the ladies might join us, make a whole night of it." "No, I'm afraid I can't stay," Luke said with his best casual smile, extracting his hand from the woman's grasp. "And you can't either. We have to get back." "What?" Han frowned. "Why?" Right on cue, his comlink buzzed on his hip. Han glared daggers at Luke, but he answered it. "Yeah, you do. Well, that's very convenient." He scowled again, but Luke innocently averted his eyes. "No, not for me, for certain other parties. No, I am not drunk." "All right, fine. We'll be home in a bit." Luke nodded pleasantly at the women, both of whom looked thoroughly piqued. "Some other time, I hope," he said, then turned away toward the door without further argument. He overheard a terse exchange behind him as he left, the lady seething at the rebuff. "That does it," Lando groused. "I don't have time for this. That's the last time I dig up a date for him, and from now on you can do your dirty work yourself." Han excused himself and followed Luke outside. "Impeccable timing, that," he groused, an obvious accusation in his tone. "Yes, it was," Luke agreed sharply. They returned home in prickly silence. Luke had every intention of slipping back into his suite and forgetting the whole ludicrous incident. But as he kept open his door, his larger brother-in-law pushed his way inside. "Listen, buddy," Han growled, slurring his words a bit, but managing to keep his feet. "I think it's time you and I had a little chat." "Yeah, I think that's a good idea," Luke countered, rounding on him more aggressively than he would have had he been completely sober. "And if you don't mind, I'll lead off. The last 3 times I've been here, you've clumsily tried to entangle me with some female." "I'm just trying to. Short ones, tall ones, thin ones, green ones, doesn't make any difference, just so long as they're dressed up, painted like an inner-city transport and still breathing." You ran him at me. R2 burbled and spat his agreement, for what it was worth. "Well, it's for your own good," Han insisted. "Let's face it, you're a lonely, miserable man." Luke scoffed in disgust, resentful of the intrusion. "And you're unhappy, too," Han added, oblivious to the redundancy in his current state. "And when you're unhappy, I'm unhappy, so I'm trying to do something about it. I guess I shouldn't expect any gratitude." "Well, you're going to get it," Luke spat irritably, right in the strange turn of the conversation. "You went to a lot of trouble on my account, and I appreciate it. So thank you." "Thank you, Han Solo," he said with a melodramatic bow, "from the bottom of my heart. Now kindly leave the remains of my love life alone." "No, I won't," Han insisted, bumping into a decorative vase and just managing to catch it in time. "Why not?" "Because you're a miserable, lonely, unhappy man." The violence of Luke's annoyance was dampened by Han's drunken earnestness. "You're crazy," he grumbled. "I'm a very happy man." "Then you're happy for the wrong reasons," Han maintained, advancing several paces to jab him in the chest. "And that's the same as being lonely, and miserable except it's worse." "Oh, stop it," Luke complained, cuffing his hand away. "I've come to terms with my life, and I have everything I want." "Yeah, maybe," Han allowed with a sour frown, "except the most important thing." "What's that?" "A girl." The bald-faced truth of it robbed Luke of any rebuttal and silenced him for a moment, though his face was frozen in an impotent glare. He finally turned in defeat and began pulling off his boots. "Maybe I'll get around to that one of these days," he said, the flat despair in his voice indicating exactly the opposite. "Kid," Han persisted, following him with all the anxious solicitude of a mother clobbered. "When what's left of you gets around to getting what's left to be gotten, what's left to be gotten won't be worth getting for whatever it you've got left." Luke almost smiled. "When I figure out what that means, I'll come up with the crushing reply," he promised. "What's got you so stirred up about it anyway?" "Me?" Han demanded. "You really want to know?" "Yeah, I really want to know," Luke replied, matching his confrontational tone. "All right, then I'll tell ya." Han leveled a severe finger at him. "Ever since you became a Jedi, you were a changed man. You've gone absolutely berserk with work, and the strange thing is you seem to like it. Since then you've hardly had a single minute you could call your own. It's not healthy, and you're headed for a burnout. You don't expect me to get serious with the kind of characters you and Lando have been throwing at me, do you?" Luke pleaded incredulously, unplugging R2 from the wall. "There have been some nice girls, too," Han protested. "Yeah, like those gravitational refraction specialists we just met at the bar," Luke sneered. "All right, so they weren't the intellectual type," Han admitted, "but you have been known to look for girls in some really weird places." "I wasn't looking for them at the time, thank you very much," Luke corrected him sharply, not appreciating the inference. He sighed. "Maybe I'm finally starting to understand the Jedi inclination to celibacy." "Maybe you should I be looking," Han continued. "A good wife won't necessarily just fall into your lap, you know. And the Jedi can take their vaping celibacy and shove it where the suns don't shine. This galaxy is bleak enough without having to face it alone." "Well, what do you expect me to do about it?" Luke demanded. "What do I expect?" Han threw his arms up in mute exasperation. "I want you to act like a human being," he shouted, "not some spiritual freak without wants, needs, or feelings. I want you to get married and have a bunch of kids instead of poking around every stinking shabbat hole and backwater chasing crazy mystic phenomena. Leia and I are worried about you." He finally paused for breath, steadying himself against a chair. "Come on, you're a nice guy," he observed, "and I guess you aren't hard to look at." "What's the problem?" "The problem?" Luke repeated with a vicious glare, his own personal grievances bubbling to the surface, inflamed by drink. "The problem is that I'm overworked, I'm overcommitted, and I'm Luke fucking Skywalker." A tremor of pent-up frustration escaped him and rattled the room, yet another failure of emotional control he was obliged to regret. A long time ago I used to know what that meant. A long time ago it didn't mean anything. Now I'm a steaming package of dysfunction no woman in her right mind wants any part of. Han was unexpectedly enraged by the comment, emboldened to radical honesty, and he staggered forward with fire in his eyes. "Stop it," he insisted in his drunken drawl, stabbing his finger at him again. "Stop it. You are the most functional member of this whole farked up family, so I don't want to hear it. You're the one who saved your sister before you even knew who she was because you were willing to take on the entire crew of an apocalyptic space station with nothing but a bare-ass prayer. You're the one who served yourself up like red meat to Palpatine just to dare your maniac father to remember that he used to be a good person, even though the last time you saw him, he beat you to a pulp and lopped off your hand, and you didn't owe him a damn thing. Who was going to tell Leia anything about her real family if you hadn't pried it out of Kenobi? Do you think she would have ever given two crips about her father if you hadn't insisted on it? Is there even a chance in hell your nephew would be named Anakin without your influence? You're the only reason the Skywalkers even have a family anymore." His vehemence took Luke by surprise, and he was genuinely lost for words. Han slowly backed off, his initial fury spent, but then he seemed to find either a second wind or the reckless courage to speak his mind, and he turned back again. "You're the reason I'm not still under in the armpit of the galaxy," he growled. "You're the reason I have a life worth the time spent living it. You dragged me along every step of the way. You hammered, drove, pushed, shoved, and when that wasn't enough, you'd look at me with those big cow eyes of yours, and I'd melt and go along." Han drew himself up to his full height and loomed over him in a way that would have seemed distinctly threatening in any other circumstance. Being Luke fucking Skywalker means being the best damn friend anyone could hope for, and any woman who can't appreciate that isn't worth another minute of your time. Beneath the uncomfortably raw sentiment, Luke could sense an unresolved resentment Han was finally venting toward Callista and the way he had perceived that whole incident. Strangely enough, it didn't offend him. He groped for some adequate reply, unsure how to acknowledge such an uninhibited profession of masculine affection, knowing Han would probably prefer to forget it once he sobered up. Whatever he expected, the angry scowl on his friend's face did not prepare him to be abruptly smothered by a sloppy and unstable hug. "We love you, kid," Han said thickly, finally drawing back and shaking him gently by the shoulders, "and we want you to be happy. Don't you dare forget it." Luke smiled gently. "I won't," he said. "I promise." "Well, yeah, let's just sit you down." He directed Han toward the sofa as the other swayed dangerously on his feet. "Come on, there you go." He went to grab a glass of water, recognizing that the evening was officially over. Han had already collapsed onto his back when Luke returned, his arms shielding his eyes from the light. "Here, drink this or you'll regret it." Han groaned irritably. "You're as bad as my wife," he complained. "Should I tell her you'll be sleeping here?" "Don't be stupid," he drawled. "I'll be up in a minute." Luke smiled down at him and shook his head, recognizing the moment Han's mind abruptly transitioned into sleep. "Sure you will." He sensed Leia at the door, so he keyed it open and dimmed the lights before she had to ring. She took in the scene with a befuddled expression. "What have you guys been up to?" she asked, accepting her brother's embrace and observing her husband unconscious on the furniture. "The last I heard he was going to meet you at the landing pad." "Oh, he did that," Luke assured her. "He wanted to go out and talk for a bit." "Talk about what?" "Things," Luke answered vaguely. Nothing important. Leia's skeptical expression implied she knew or guessed more than he would say, but she let it be. I hope I didn't call too late. No, your timing was perfect, Luke assured her. How are the kids? They're fine, she answered automatically, then looked critically across the room. Wondering where their father is. I'll look after him, Luke promised. See you in the morning. Of course. She reached up to kiss him on the cheek. Good night, and welcome back. Good night, he said, holding the door for her. In the sudden dim quiet, undisturbed but for the low hum of the appliances, Luke suddenly wanted nothing more than to go to bed himself. The hibernation trances which got him through long flights always left him groggy and disoriented, but it was nothing some natural sleep couldn't fix. He left the water on the table and tossed a decorative throw blanket over Han as he slept. Despite Han's original intentions for their outing, it had indeed proven very therapeutic. Whatever happened, he must never forget how much he still had to be thankful for. The future was always in motion, worthy of neither excessive hope nor despair. The only thing they could change for the better was today, and today, all things considered, life didn't seem so bad after all. The new order of things. Reflections on the new prudential allowance for Jedi marriages, as well as the unintended and sometimes amusing consequences. 19 Abbey, Coruscant. Well, that was eventful. Leia could not miss the withering sarcasm in Han's voice as they finally retired to their quarters about an hour after local midnight. Yes, it was, she agreed in much the same tone, but nothing could dampen her deep sense of happiness and satisfaction, not even the innumerable misfortunes, frustrations, and violent attacks they had been obliged to contend with just to accomplish the ceremony. Seemingly against all odds, Luke was married, and to a woman who had every promise of being exactly what he needed in his life. She better be good to him, Han grumbled, shedding his formal attire. The kid's been through hell, and it's about time he had someone to look after him. Leia smiled as her husband vented his aggressive paternal instincts, his candor no doubt encouraged by a state of mild intoxication. Luke was 38 years old, a Jedi Master, and decorated war veteran, but in Han's deepest affections he would always be that naive kid from Tatooine whose raw idealism and reckless compassion would eventually get him killed. I was starting to worry he would give up and bury himself in the old Jedi ways, she confessed. The solitude would not have suited him. Luke thrived on camaraderie, and an intimate companion would do him good. Fortunately, Mara was game enough to keep up with him, as much his equal as any wife possibly could be. Han bristled again, imagining the possibility. He's the best thing that's happened to the whole fucking Jedi Order in a long while, he said. It's about time they were allowed to live normal lives and care about things. Those damn rules would have had him end up like so many of the other ones, a bitter old recluse on some forsaken island somewhere, poring over moldy old texts while life passed him by. Leia laughed ruefully. In their defense, she said, Yoda and Obi-Wan had been forced into hiding, but I take your point. When they finally collapsed into bed, Han fell asleep within moments. He had been feeling rather amorous earlier in honor of the occasion, but age and indulgence had proven an unconquerable combination yet again. No matter, Leia was sure he would make it up to her later. She was nearly exhausted herself. An uninterrupted night's sleep and a duty-free day in the morning were welcome prospects after the ludicrous chaos of the past week. She drifted a while in her own thoughts, considering again the fascinating implications of the reforms her brother was imposing upon the new Jedi Order. Luke had explained his reasons to her in detail. A frustrated yearning for love and family had driven their father into his mad slavery to Emperor Palpatine, and it was for love of that family alone that he had renounced him. In the harsh light of past events, it seemed prudent to allow the Jedi to be more compassionate, leaving aside the image of the cold and dispassionate warriors without parents, without spouses, without children, without attachments of any kind. Perhaps she could not speak for every sentient species in the galaxy, but humans abhorred that kind of artificial independence. In a family already as broken as theirs, whatever shreds of it remained were extremely precious, and it would have grieved her deeply to see Luke cut himself off even further in search of some abstract enlightenment. Considering that Mara had suffered very similar treatment, taken from her parents as a child so young that she could not remember their names, pressed into Palpatine's service without any consideration of her own will or desires, it was little wonder that both she and Luke had agreed to renounce many of the old ways. It seemed the Jedi had been little better than the Sith in some respects. Jedi marriages were necessarily still a novelty. Leia smiled to herself, recalling without envy Luke's impassioned description of the incredible connection which had already been forged between himself and Mara, so that their minds and spirits already functioned as one, wedded in practice even if not in legal fact until that day. It was a more intimate connection than she and Han would ever know, but she was sincerely happy for them. Force sensitives had no doubt been contracting marriages like normal people for eons, but two fully fledged Jedi bonded in love could prove a formidable force for good. She was abruptly shocked awake by a tremor in the Force so deep that she braced herself, almost imagining that she was being pushed out of bed. She recognized its source at once. "Han!" she barked, shaking him awake. "Han, it's Luke." "What?" Han demanded, hauling himself upright but not yet completely awake. "What is it now?" "It's Luke," Leia repeated, surging out of bed and grabbing for her robe. "I think he might be in danger again." She considered the feeling for a moment as she threw on the lights, reaching out to feel the presence behind it. He and Mara both. "Somebody trying something stupid again," Han growled, shielding his eyes in the sudden glare. Then he paused. "Wait," he said in a more considered tone. "Is this a Force thing?" "Yes," Leia answered impatiently, reaching for the comm to mobilize security. "It's roiling all over the place." "No, wait." Han lunged across the bed before she could sound the alarm. "You're sure they're in danger?" Leia hesitated before answering, realizing even as he said it that she was not as sure as she thought she had been. It was certainly a powerful disturbance, strong enough to wake her and set every Jedi instinct she possessed on edge, but she had to admit it was strangely peaceful, like the potent rumble of thunder in a distant storm. Han read her face and gave her a significant look. "Cut him some slack, sweetheart," he said. "They did just get married today." "Oh." Leia considered the nature of the tremor again as it continued to shake the equilibrium of the Force all around them, tried to touch her brother's mind to be certain he was all right. "Oh." Her eyes widened with the sudden realization of what she was feeling, and she tried to stifle a smile with her hand. Luke was in no danger whatsoever, and indeed was far more agreeably engaged. "Han, this is not funny," she insisted as her husband began laughing heartily at her obvious embarrassment. "Every Jedi on Coruscant must be awake by now." Han continued laughing despite her rebuke, as thoroughly chuffed as she was mortified. He couldn't feel it, but clearly the thought of the entire city invisibly convulsed by waves of marital passion amused him immensely. "Making up for lost time, are they?" he observed. "Good for them. Not a bad idea at that." He reached for her hand with that smoldering look she knew so well. "Since they're keeping you up anyway, kill those damn lights and come here, princess." Jedi Farm Boy. Luke treats his new wife to a brief glimpse into the daily routines of moisture farmers and helps her make better breakfast choices. A brief domestic interlude between two people who haven't had a lot of time to be domesticated. Extra points if you can spot the classic comedy skit, which inspired this one. Circa 19 Abbey, Coruscant. Mara woke in the gray half-light. She had been reaching for Luke, but even as she did, she knew he was gone. The light from the kitchen was piercing the darkness of the bedroom around the edge of the door. She had meant to fix that, but it had never seemed urgent enough to merit her time. If she had signed for one of the better apartments, she would have electric doors on tracks, but the extra expense had seemed frivolous. They could have stayed in his quarters at the Jedi Temple, or even in the state-sponsored suite in the Imperial Palace, but her old hole in the wall seemed more private somehow. Clearly she had not anticipated ever sharing the place with an incorrigible early riser. She sat up, disentangling herself from the bedding and thrusting her hair out of her face, mildly annoyed that he had left her behind, but also admitting that she had no desire to be up and about as early as he often was. Most of the work in her previous lives had been of a more nocturnal nature, and sleep was a luxury. Mara realized he was being preternaturally quiet now that she was aware of him calmly puttering around the kitchen, so she could not blame him for waking her. Left to her own devices, she would have stayed in bed for at least another few hours, but now, thanks to life's unexpected contrivances, she found loneliness more intolerable than sleep deprivation. She staggered out of bed, half-heartedly pulled on her robe, and went to join her husband. Luke glanced over his shoulder as she entered, mildly surprised but pleased to see her. "Good morning, beautiful," he said with that irritatingly gorgeous smile, busily laying out the components for what looked like a respectable breakfast. He was already showered and dressed and entirely too perky for the time. "Morning," she replied, unable to dredge up more enthusiasm. She supposed it was something all newly married couples must endure, trying to force their disparate habits into some kind of peaceable cohabitation. "You do know it's still dark outside." Luke didn't dignify her comment with a reply, though she felt a bloom of amusement. "You hungry?" he asked instead. "Not really," Mara lied, not wanting to interrupt his routine or put him to any extra trouble. R2-D2 was plugged into the power socket, burbling contentedly to himself, looking for all the world like another member of the family. He turned his photoreceptor toward her and whistled his own cheery salutation, which she interpreted as high praise from the jealous little droid. Luke's affectionate relationship with the vintage astromech had first struck her as ridiculous sentimentality, but now she found it endearing. She was convinced Luke would befriend a potted plant if he could. Mara retrieved a ration bar from her stash in the cupboard and sat down at the small kitchen table, but before she could tear the wrapper it jumped out of her hand and landed in Luke's palm. "Don't eat more of those things than you have to," he said with a frown, tossing it onto the countertop. "Here, let me make you something decent." "Ooh, look who's so fancy," Mara complained dryly. She wasn't exactly insecure about her lack of domestic skills, but Luke certainly hadn't married her for her cooking. "You aren't going to serve it with weird green milk, are you?" His withering glare would have been more effective if he hadn't been smiling. "If you want green milk, love, I'll find you some green milk. For all other occasions, we have this." He reached into the cooler, produced a can of fruit nectar spiked with a mild stimulant, and tossed it at her. "You look like you need it." Mara caught it gratefully, though her brow furrowed as she wondered why she hardly recognized her own kitchen anymore. "Where did all this come from?" she asked. "You had nothing, so I took the liberty of ordering some groceries last night," Luke explained, dredging generous slices of bread and some mysterious creamy mixture. Mara hid her indignant sniff beneath the sound of her opening the can. "You certainly have been productive," she murmured. "Why are you always up at the drunk crack of dawn, anyway? We don't have anywhere to be today." "Old habits, I guess," Luke answered, transferring the bread to a sizzling hot pan, apparently not offended in the least. "There was always a lot of work to do in the mornings growing up, and now it's hard to shake the instinct." "Someday you'll have to tell me about it," Mara said, idly sipping her drink. It wasn't bad, as vehicles for stimulants went, though perhaps a bit too sweet. The finer details of moisture farming weren't part of my practical education. Luke turned, bemused, spatula in hand. "You really want to know?" he asked. Not really, Mara thought, but she supposed there was no harm in humoring him. He was making her breakfast, after all. "Sure," she said. "Fire away." Luke shrugged and turned back to the stove. "Okay," he said. Wake-up call was always at 0300. You'd switch on the power, activate the EG6S, and then make sure all 30 or 40 vaporators were still running. Then you'd flush all the reservoirs that were filled during the night. Then, before it got hot, you had to climb onto the roof and look around to see if any banthas had been by in the night, take the speeder and shovel whatever organic goodness they may have left behind, because that stuff was priceless. Get it all bagged up, bring it back. Then you'd have to clear all the ventilation shafts, and be sure nothing tried to nest there. Scrape the bugs out of 10 or 20 air filters, grab some fruit from the hydroponic garden, and just like that, he said with a flourish, you'd be ready for breakfast. Sounds like a full morning, Mara agreed. She wondered whether he was being completely serious or exaggerating for comedic effect. His sidelong grin could be interpreted either way. Is there more? Oh, sure, Luke said, flipping the bread in the pan. It already smelled wonderful, like warm cream and spices. After breakfast, it was pretty straightforward. Usually you go out and fix the treadwell. Takes 3 or 4 hours to fix the treadwell. Then you hop in the speeder, check 50 or 60 kilometers of fencing, and test 70 or 80 motion detectors. Then you have to do preventative maintenance on the filtration systems and scrape the mushrooms off the vaporators. Then you come back and pitch 4 or 5 tons of dried bantha dung into the processor. Then you check on 15 or 20 droids, fix whatever is wrong with the speeder, clear the sand out of all the generator casings, charge the EG6S while the sun is up, and then, he said, evasing both slices of bread from the pan and depositing them on a plate, you're ready for lunch. You had time for lunch? Mara asked, incredulous. He sounded perfectly serious, but the smug pleasure radiating off him still made her suspect some embellishment. She had no grounds on which to call him out, and he knew it. Better just grab a bite out of the cooler and get back out there. After lunch is when you really have fun, Luke continued, clearly enjoying the momentum. He grabbed a ripe fruit and a paring knife, knocking the drawer closed with his hip. You spread the processed fertilizer into 40 or 50 garden boxes. You harvest 20 or 30 crates of vegetables. Then you inspect about 10 kilometers of piping and flush the fresher tank. Then you prep the oil bath and lube all the droids, hook them back into their charging stations, catch the daily broadcast from Anchorhead for any urgent news alerts, check all the weather monitors, and finally, he spread the fruit slices on the plate, squeezed some red syrup on the toast in the shape of a smiley face, and proudly set it in front of her. Dot, you're ready for supper. Mara scoffed playfully. You lazy slob, she said. Sounds like all you did was eat. Luke laughed and handed her a knife and fork. You asked, he insisted. He sat down opposite her, the little table barely big enough for both of them. He didn't move to get anything for himself, and instead just sat there, gazing at her with a look of serene contentment. You're really just going to sit there and watch me eat? Mara asked around a mouthful. I could watch you do anything, Luke insisted, a gleam of undisguised adoration in his clear blue eyes. Mara frowned at him in mock disapproval. Don't be stupid, she muttered, cutting another piece. This is really good, by the way. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, clearly not one bit discouraged by her feeble rebuke. The droid is my witness. I didn't come out here to steal your breakfast. You didn't steal anything. I offered. Luke was quiet for a while, his thoughts drawn elsewhere. I should take you out there sometime, show you the ropes, he said, not without a hint of dry humor. We could spend a few stress-free weeks doing manual labor in the desert. Sounds amazing, Mara replied in the same tone, tearing into her fruit and toast. Must be an untapped fortune to be made in moisture farming vacation packages. Luke laughed again, but then he sobered unexpectedly. You know, sometimes I actually miss it, he said. I think I can understand why Uncle Owen was so desperate to keep me there. It must have given him ulcers to imagine me swanning into the Imperial Academy with a name like Skywalker. He managed to keep a lid on our family's brand of crazy for 19 years, which is better than anyone else has ever done. R2 moaned mournfully from the power station, apparently reminded of the cause of the Lars' sudden demise. Luke glanced at him with the same full-hearted compassion he would have afforded any living person. Not your fault, R2, he assured him. No hard feelings. They sound like remarkable people, Mara said, dropping her defensive sarcasm. I'm glad they were able to give you a childhood, at least. I'm sorry you didn't have one. Mara sighed and shrugged. That sad ship had sailed long ago. I'll just have to try reclaiming my innocence later in life, she said. I'm already halfway there if you keep serving me breakfast in my pajamas with smiley faces on top. The observation made him smile again, as she had hoped it would. Then she shifted uncomfortably. Seriously now, it's weird sitting here watching you watch me eat alone. Here. She cut a piece and thrust the fork at him. Luke did not seem inclined to argue. If you insist. He accepted the bite, though his mouth lingered on the fork a sultry moment longer than she had expected. Damn, that is good, he admitted in the next, congratulating himself. Mara allowed him another bite so as not to seem selfish, and also because she was intrigued by the turn their exchange was taking, but she was unashamedly determined to keep the rest for herself. Do you really have to leave tomorrow? Luke finally asked, a desolate note in his voice, elbows on the table, chin in hand. Yeah, she admitted, feeling genuinely apologetic about it. Care needs me until we get a few things squared away. And you have to get back to Yavin. She tousled his hair with rough affection, and then thrust his chin up. Come on, you're Luke Skywalker, Jedi phenom, and benevolent force of chaos. You don't need anybody. He tried to smile, but it came off flat. That's not who I want to be, he insisted. It never has been. Mara felt keenly for him, one of many spectrums of suppressed human emotion he had awakened in her, and she took his hand with all the unaffected sincerity she could muster. Well, now you don't have to be, she promised. Not alone anyway. Despite any and all friends and colleagues encountered along the way, they had both led remarkably lonely lives, and now that they had found one another, it was difficult to endure being separated again. It was no wonder that Luke had no desire to go on living as some formidable monolith. Beneath the weight of the fame, prestige, infamy, and legend which had encrusted his reputation over the years, he was still a gentle soul with simple needs and wants, all of which had been unexpectedly satisfied in their marriage. She couldn't blame him for not wanting radical independence after experiencing the alternative. She didn't want it either. He smelled like fresh soap and cinnamon, his long-suffering heart unabashedly open to her, his mind and thoughts completely unguarded. It was an intoxicating kind of intimacy, especially as she knew the deepest recesses of her inmost self lay equally bare before him. She had never belonged to anyone that way before, not even to Palpatine. Mara did not often like to sully their relationship with thoughts of her manipulative former master, but she did find some satisfaction in the consternation her union with his nemesis would have caused, especially considering that Luke had pried Vader away from him in much the same way. Luke Skywalker did not condescend to kill the most formidable enemies the Emperor sent against him. He won them through sheer force of his own goodness and generosity. Wherever Palpatine's twisted spirit had fled, she hoped he could see them now. She reached up to gently stroke Luke's face, traced the line of his jaw, then hooked her finger beneath his collar and pulled open the first stay in the front of his shirt. The hot flare of desire was unmistakable, and he easily closed the distance between them to claim her lips in a kiss, breakfast long forgotten. She might succeed in dragging him back to bed yet. Love, she had discovered, was a very good thing, especially considering all one gained by having it on one side. With any luck, neither of them would ever have to be deprived of it again. The next morning they lay in bed as long as they could. Mara knew they had both been awake for at least an hour, but neither of them dared break the silence, maintaining the futile pretense of sleep while dreading the inevitable alarm. Luke had sidled up close behind, put his arm around her and gathered her against his chest. Mara was content for a long time to simply lie there, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing against her back, comforted in surprisingly profound ways simply by his touch, still not certain exactly how they had ended up together, but very grateful they had. The faceplate on his cybernetic wrist had been cold against her skin, but was soon warmed by the contact. There was probably a metaphor there somewhere. She was still fascinated by the different sensation of his two hands. One was warm, expressive, human, while the other was distinctly cooler, harder, stronger, but not so foreign that she couldn't read the very human intention behind it. It was a daily reminder of the broken road which had made Luke Skywalker who he was. Mara had many grim stories of her own, but she did not envy him that one. She would rather have no memory of her parents than contend with a father who would leave a trophy as grisly as that. And yet Luke still loved him, she marveled. The stranger who had brutalized him loved him enough to risk his own life to redeem him. Many would have called such filial loyalty severely misplaced, herself among them, but the insane gambit had worked. Luke had won his father back. It was not a story he often shared in mixed company, but privately she knew it was among his proudest achievements. Perhaps that was what he remembered when he pulled on his glove every morning. As time wore on, she felt a cold knot of anxiety growing in her gut, and she knew she wasn't the only one. Luke quietly tightened his grip on her as the minutes slipped away like sand in the wind. In the months since the wedding, they had grown closer than they had ever imagined possible, learned to rely on one another completely. In a kinder world, they would be planning their life together, choosing a home and fussing over the color of their appliances. Instead, they would be entire star systems apart by evening. They had said their requisite goodbyes to the extended family last night at dinner. Han and Leia had insisted on having them over for at least a few hours before they parted ways, and Mara honestly didn't begrudge them the time. It was a new experience, having a real family. The Solo kids would be old enough to attend their uncle's Jedi Academy in a few years, and it would be good to get to know them better. Jaina in particular seemed drawn to her in that household otherwise dominated by men. The girl had immediately attached herself to her new aunt like a polyp, making indefatigable small talk about the virtues of the various propulsion systems employed in the current line of Republic starfighters. Talking to children was another skill Mara had developed on the fly, and not only because her interaction with them seemed to please her husband very much. Rather than go straight home, Luke had taken her for a walk along the high streets of the Imperial Quarter afterward. Life never stopped on Coruscant, but it did slow down from time to time, and it was not particularly crowded at that hour of the night. They treated themselves to pastries and shared them on a bench in an open-air topiary park beneath the stars. At least, she assumed the stars had been there somewhere, obscured by the many lanes of sky traffic. All too soon, R2-D2 powered up in the dark, the whirring of his servomotors unusually loud in the stillness. He beeped at them quietly, activating his softest light. Luke sighed. "Thanks, R2, he said, though he seemed disinclined to get up. He shifted his body against hers, savoring the last moment. "I suppose we should get going," he said. "Yeah," she agreed in the same flat tone, squeezing his hand and reading the slowly churning maelstrom of emotion he left unspoken. "I suppose we should." There was not much conversation as they prepared themselves, showered, dressed, and assembled their meager luggage. It was that strange and tense quiet that always seemed to attend an early departure, especially when it presaged a difficult separation. There was no time for another decent breakfast, so it was leftover fruit and ration bars for the both of them. Luke spared her the niggling details, putting out the garbage for the maintenance droids, and leaving a note and gratuity on the table for whatever member of household Leia would send to clear out the uneaten food and lock the door. It may be a while before they would come back to that place. The three of them caught a public transport back to the enormous landing pad attached to the Imperial Palace. The wild card was waiting for her there, as was Luke's X-Wing. They didn't say much during the trip, but Luke was reluctant to let go of her, either holding her hand or putting his arm around her waist. He knew she was still uncomfortable with demonstrative affection in front of her professional colleagues, and he would respect her boundaries when the time came. Until then, she didn't mind the attention, and even allowed herself to lean into it. They drew a few stares from strangers who probably recognized them, but that didn't bother her anymore. The transport finally slowed to a stop, and the doors hissed open to let them off. Luke pulled her close and kissed her once, knowing it was probably for the last time. "Come on," he said, handing over her pack. He probably would have carried it for her if she hadn't refused the help on every occasion he had offered it. "Get yourself settled, and I'll meet you before you fly." Mara strove to tamp down her roiling emotions as she strode purposefully toward the familiar freighter at the far end of the strip, the whine of warming thrusters filling the air. They would see each other again soon enough, she told herself, maybe even sooner than she thought. There was no reason to get all choked up about it. There was certainly no sense in showing weakness to her peers. She was a grown woman who had faced death and ruin and many other things more abhorrent than this temporary inconvenience. It was all true, but that didn't seem to make any difference. Damn, love hurt. Talon Caird was standing at the foot of the ramp to meet her, along with many other familiar faces. "Welcome, Mara," he said with a smile. "We've been rather short-handed without you these past months. It's good to have you back for a while." "Thanks," she replied. Maybe it was a bit curt, but she was attempting to be pleasant. "I'll try to make myself useful again, but don't get used to it." Caird smiled again, seeming to understand her mood. "Of course not," he assured her. "We can't keep you from your husband forever. He'd probably come after us before too long, and he draws far too much attention to himself." The comment wrung a twisted smile out of her. "You're probably right," she agreed. "We'll be off as soon as you're ready," Caird said, stepping out of the way and waving her inside. "No doubt you two will want to have a few moments before we go. Follow Shada and stow your things. Unless, of course, you'll let her stow them for you." "No thanks," Mara insisted flatly, shifting her pack on her shoulder and starting up the ramp. She heard Caird chuckle to himself behind her. "It's good to see some things haven't changed," he said. Mara accompanied Shada inside the wild Caird, where her prospective replacement showed her to the available berths. She really didn't need the help, but she was preoccupied by that last comment, unsure how to take it. The crew were all familiar with Mara Jade the smuggler, Mara Jade the former Imperial agent, Mara Jade the budding Jedi. Mara Jade the devoted wife was a strange novelty. She had expected it to be an awkward transition, and she could feel a difference in the way they all regarded her. It only made her more self-conscious. They had all been at the wedding, but now they had to actually work together again. Recognizing Luke's presence outside, she came back out to meet him. He had seen R2 loaded and put on all his necessary gear. The tensions of the moment was becoming terribly real. "You all set?" he asked, radiating an affectionate concern which did not quite match his nonchalant tone. "Yeah," Mara assured him. She awkwardly tucked some stray hair behind her ear, trying to act normal, but not entirely sure what that meant anymore. "I guess I'll see you later." Luke's brow furrowed for a moment, sorry to leave on such a stiff goodbye, but he accepted the limitations of the situation. "I guess you will," he agreed. "Tell Talon the whole crew will be welcome anytime he wants to swing by Yavin." Mara smiled. "Sure thing," she promised. The ensuing silence was awkward, especially with all eyes on them. She knew Luke didn't care, but he had no desire to embarrass her. He finally sighed. "Okay. Be safe. Call me when you can." "I will." Mara turned to walk away, resolved to get it over with before she thought about it too much. "I love you," Luke offered tentatively as she went. "Love you, too." Blast it. Why was it so hard? She strode up the ramp again, ignoring the others as she passed them, increasingly desperate to make it inside before her composure cracked. But she couldn't help stopping to glance back. Luke was still standing there, as iconic as an Alliance recruitment poster in his orange flight suit, his helmet tucked under his arm, a look of desolate resignation on his face as he watched her go. Somehow he was all at once the great Jedi Master, veteran war hero, Titan of the Galactic Republic, and an abandoned pup in desperate need of a hug. Then she didn't care anymore. She didn't care who saw. She didn't care who knew. She didn't care what they thought. She didn't care what they said. She came back down with new purpose, pulled him into her arms and kissed him, long and hard, as though it were the last time. She didn't want to let him go, lingering in his embrace longer than was probably polite or proper in a public place, but no one was heartless enough to complain. She didn't even care that he was crushing her against his life support unit. She consciously committed the feeling to memory, the steady strength of his arms, the beat of his heart, his hands on her back, hoping it would see her through the lonely nights to come. Her stubborn pride could take the hit, The warm glow of happiness and gratification burning through his melancholy made it all worth it. Mara finally pulled herself away, though she gave him a severe look and shook him firmly by the shoulders. "You stay alive, okay?" she said, masking the tremor in her voice with a rough edge. Luke likewise disguised his emotion beneath an unsteady smile. "All right," he conceded, "because you asked." He bent down to retrieve his discarded helmet. "Take care of yourself, Mara." Then he lowered his voice to a whisper barely to be heard above the mechanical noise. "I'll miss you." Oh, cripes, she was going to lose it if he went on like that. "Shut up," she complained, punching him in the shoulder as tears welled in her eyes. She took his face in her hands and kissed him once more for good measure, then turned and marched back up the ramp and into the ship. The rest of the crew took the hint and went about their business completing the pre-flight checks. Those of them who had no immediate duty strapped themselves in. From her seat in the back of the cockpit, Mara could just see Luke out of the corner of the forward viewport, a distant figure of orange and white and black striding down the taxiway toward his X-wing. She could still feel him consciously touching her mind, holding their connection as long as possible. She wondered how long past takeoff it could last, before the vast distances of space pulled them apart. "Mara," Caird asked gently, appearing at her shoulder, "are you all right?" "I'm fine," she insisted, punctuating the statement with an ugly sniffle. "And the next one who asks is going to need his jaw wired shut. Let's go." Surprise. Talon Card has the temerity to throw a surprise birthday party for Mara, complete with dessert, decorations, silly songs, and a stupid hat. Will it all be a waste of time, or will she appreciate her gift more than the celebration? 20 Abbey, over Mon Calamari. Mara leaned back in her seat in the cockpit of the wild card, watching Jade work. After 8 months of relentless practical experience, she was gratified to see that her replacement was becoming quite a competent first mate. Business was good for their smuggling-turned-shipping organization, in addition to their information peddling between the various political factions of the galaxy, and their schedule had been thick with obligations. There was a time not so long ago when being Talon Card's first mate had been her dream job. It had been difficult to imagine anything that could have made her leave it. How things had changed. There were 2 significant pieces of metal on her person which continually reminded her of the other life that claimed her now, the lightsaber on her belt and the wedding ring on the chain around her neck. She was fidgeting with her ring now as she watched Jade negotiate their orbit with ground control on Mon Calamari, the gleaming blue planet beneath them. They were there to pick up a prearranged shipment of food products the next day, but why Card had decided to maintain orbit rather than put down on the planet was a mystery to her. She was actually mildly annoyed by his inexplicable decision. They had been aboard the ship almost the entirety of the past 8 months, and the scenery was becoming monotonous. Personally, she would have preferred to spend at least one day dabbling her feet in the sea rather than looking down at it from a musty cockpit full of recycled air. Better than that, she would appreciate a reprieve from the whole endless voyage. Once upon a time, she had thrived on wanderlust, but now she was missing significant people in her life, one very significant person in particular, but he was busy as well, and far away. She continued to fidget with her ring, slipping it briefly onto her finger as he had a year ago. It had been a whole year already, and they had not seen one another for 8 months. She pulled it off again and tucked it with its chain beneath her tunic, forcing her mind to focus on the task at hand. There was no help for it. They all had their obligations. Jade concluded her negotiations with the planet below and terminated comms. "We are scheduled to put down tomorrow at 0900, she reported to Mara. "The loading dock will be ready for us." "Good," Mara said, choosing not to voice her own disappointment. Another rapid turnaround with no opportunity for a change of scenery. Set and lock course. All the crew present turned suddenly as Caird himself appeared among them. "Did I hear that we are successfully approved for orbit and scheduled to receive our cargo?" he asked. "Affirmative," Jade replied. "Good." Caird seemed strangely chuffed by the routine arrangements. "Then we can begin the festivities." "Festivities?" Mara frowned at him. What the frack do you have to celebrate, Caird? Not just me, Talon assured her with a broad smile. We will all be honored to join you, Mara, in celebrating your birthday. Everyone in the cockpit cheered and applauded with ludicrous enthusiasm. Denkin entered with great flourish carrying a solitary cinnamon roll on a plate, followed by a sissy playing a child's tune on a cheap kazoo. The blazes you will, Mara protested. You don't know my birthday. Hell, even I don't know my birthday. On official records, her birthday was recorded as the first day of the standard year, which usually meant an individual's true birthday was unknown. As it happened, her husband shared the same difficulty. Then who's to say today isn't the day? Caird reasoned, his cheer undampened. Clearly he had expected exactly this reaction from her and was prepared. Denkin took great pleasure in setting the pastry down in front of her, and Mara saw that it had been decorated with jaunty little flimsy flags made of toothpicks and repurposed loading permits. She rolled her eyes and frowned at Caird as the entire crew sang the obnoxious birthday ditty accompanied by a sissy's kazoo. They cheered again, and Talon produced the worst monstrosity yet, a conical hat with shredded flimsy ribbons protruding from the top. No, Mara said, drawing a firm line. I'll eat the cake, but I'm not wearing that. Are you sure? Caird asked playfully. It's such a work of art. Mara glared at it, and the silly thing crushed itself into a ball in his hands. Now it's garbage, she countered. Caird shrugged, apparently amused by the whole episode. Suit yourself, he said. It's your party. If it were really my party, we'd be sitting on a beach somewhere, Mara said, picking the flags off the cinnamon roll. That aroma reminded her of someone. Why are we all huddled in this criffing ship instead of enjoying an evening in atmosphere? Because you can see the sunset so much better from orbit, Caird explained. Mara scoffed. I can assure you, a sunset over the ocean looks fabulous, she countered. Certainly, he agreed, but this particular sunset will give way to Dax's comet, which is particularly spectacular this year. It only appears once a century. I am fairly certain it will be a sight you won't want to miss. Mara rolled her eyes again, whacking off a piece of pastry with her fork. A comet was just a comet, a bit of wandering ice making a big messy show. Caird did sometimes fall prey to strangely romantic notions. Exactly as Caird suggested, they watched the sunset while the crew devoured the remaining cinnamon rolls and broke into the liquor reserves. He had set some of his favorite highbrow music playing, which did lend a certain gravitas to the celestial spectacle. Even so, Mara had seen sunsets from space before, and it was hardly worth the trouble. The comet, however, was actually quite impressive, its tail long and bright in the growing darkness, a dramatic brushstroke against a canvas of shimmering stars. Still, it wasn't so impressive that it merited the rapt attention of the entire crew. Mara frowned at them, all of them staring into space with eager anticipation. Caird, what are we really doing? She asked, certain now that they all knew something she didn't. To be perfectly honest, he said, we're waiting for your birthday gift. Any moment now. Gifts too. Would there be no end to the charade? What are you talking about? Caird simply shushed her, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Mara scanned the emptiness of space, wondering with some trepidation what they had planned. She had always hated surprises, especially ones she had no way of anticipating. She briefly considered putting her new proficiency with the Force to work sussing out their thoughts. Then the field of stars directly ahead seemed to shudder, a telltale sign that alerted all her instincts in a fraction of a second. Incoming ship! She shouted without thinking, leaping to her feet so quickly that her discarded plate fell and bounced off the deck. A lone X-wing screamed out of hyperspace and rolled in celebratory maneuvers past the port bow, a blessedly familiar wave of warm affection flooding her mind. The crew of the Wild Caird whooped and applauded like schoolboys, but Mara suddenly didn't begrudge them their triumph. She hardly dared to believe it, her heart pounding against her ribs in the sudden rush of adrenaline. She watched the fighters progress on their scopes as it came around for another pass. Go on, First Mate Skywalker, Caird reminded her, Hail our guest. It would be rude to keep him waiting. Recovering from the initial shock, and internally commanding her hands to stop shaking, Mara sat down again and opened the hailing frequency with an irrepressible smile. Unknown craft? Identify yourself, she demanded puckishly. Wild card, this is New Republic X-Wing AC-4-1036, Luke's voice replied with equal swagger, turning about in a lazy arc to face them, firing his thrusters to slow his progress. And I believe you're carrying something of mine. Come and take it. Then, big guy, Mara blustered. The X-Wing flashed its running light saucily, inspiring a chorus of catcalls behind her. All right, take it to the hangar bay, Red 5. She shut off the comm, signaled the alert to the bay below, and jumped up to go meet him. Just so you know, she said in parting, waving her finger at her unruly colleagues, I hate all of you. Love you, too, Jade. Denkin bellowed over the raucous noise as the lift door closed behind her. Mara burst into the hangar bay just as Luke vaulted out of the cockpit without waiting for the ladder. You might have told me you were coming, she protested, seething with a strange cocktail of joyous resentment. How did Card rope you into this? Wait, was this stupid party all your idea? She intended to slap him, but Luke easily caught her wrist, twisted it behind her back, and bent her into a kiss. It was a rare display of masculine dominance, and she found it unexpectedly seductive. In all fairness, she had just challenged him a moment ago. Her crewmates lustily pounded their approval on the transparent steel viewports. Luke stood her up again and wrapped her in a less theatrical hug. I've missed you, he said. It was incredibly good to be with him again, especially so unexpectedly, and Mara let the hug linger. I've missed you, too, she said with the sincerity he deserved. She planted a consolation kiss on his lips before she pulled away. But you still haven't answered me, she insisted, digging her fist into his shoulder. Was this your idea? No, this was all Card, Luke said, disavowing all responsibility. Our regular supply lines to Yavin broke down last month, and Coruscant offered him the temporary contract. He called me and said you'd seen down lately, and since Mon Calamari is more or less in the neighborhood, galactically speaking, he thought it would perk you up if I met the ship here and rode back with you. So, this shipment is for you? Mara asked, assembling all the pieces in her mind. Yeah. Luke turned to casually levitate R2-D2 out of his socket, without the help of the loading winches. The students will be subjected to a distinctly maritime diet until we can make other arrangements. Mara shook her head and rolled her eyes. Karshur has been playing a lot of things close to the vest just to pull off his precious surprise party, she complained. Luke laughed, though he made a feeble attempt to smother it for her sake. Yeah, he told me what he had planned, he said, retrieving his pack out of the X-Wing's small hold. I warned him that it sounded like he'd enjoy it more than you would, but he was undeterred. I still don't see why we couldn't have spent the evening on planet, Mara continued, allowing Luke to hold her hand as they walked toward the lift together, R2 close behind. That's the downside to being a Jedi phenom, as I believe you described it, he explained. Caird knew you'd know the minute I arrived in system, and he didn't want to sacrifice the element of surprise. Mara hissed. The fracker. You owe me an oceanside vacation. Then, hotshot. Hey, Luke smiled, waving her into the lift ahead of him. Don't threaten me with a good time. When the lift door closed behind them, Mara keyed their desired destination, but then she immediately engaged the emergency stop, taking advantage of that brief moment of privacy to body her husband against the wall and demonstrate just how pleased she was to see him. She felt his violent pulse of surprise, but he couldn't object so long as she was kissing him, and that line of attack proved to be very persuasive. On the contrary, Master Skywalker, she breathed, savoring the sensation of his coiled muscles against her own, I am always ready to threaten you with a good time. Truth will out. Flashback to Endor after the destruction of the second Death Star. Luke and Leia have some awkward things to explain to Han. Luke is more beat up than he thinks he is, and anesthesia can make people say the darndest things. For Abby, Endor. The celebration among the trees of the Ewok village continued long into the night, long after the last fireworks had been launched and the last veteran hero had limped into the firelight. No one was quite ready to give up the wild euphoria of triumph, partly because when that faded they would have to consider their own injuries and losses, the staggering cost of their victory. That time would come soon enough despite their efforts to resist it, because even heroes did not have unlimited stamina, and their exhilaration would eventually give way to exhaustion. The crowds of revelers were beginning to thin in the dark hours before dawn as they realized that. As the noise faded into the nocturnal nattering of the native forest fauna, Han realized it may finally be possible to actually have a real conversation. Luke had arrived late to the party, but considering the circumstances, Han and Leia were grateful he had arrived at all. There had not been an opportunity for more than warm greetings and congratulations, and they had watched the fireworks together, arm in arm beneath the stars. Words had seemed inadequate and unnecessary then, but now in the afterglow Han remembered several questions burning on his mind. He turned and saw Luke and Leia holding one another in a raw and heartfelt embrace, clearly working through a long moment of their own. Yesterday, he would have felt a flash of jealousy, but everything was different now. Han could only imagine the mental trauma of suddenly discovering that you were a separated twin, let alone that your long-lost sibling was someone you already knew and loved. It must be uncanny and wonderful all at once. He was happy for them, that they had recovered something of the shattered family they had been denied, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel a sympathetic pang for Luke. It was obviously the best possible outcome, all other things considered, but Han knew he would not be happy at this juncture to find out that he was Leia's brother. It was strange to think of Leia as a Skywalker, but then he didn't really know what being a Skywalker meant. Clearly it meant something significant, bearing in mind the trouble to which everyone had gone to scrub out their legacy. Maybe now that the Emperor was dead, the Alliance would have better access to the Imperial archives and other useful resources. They did kind of look like twins now that Han thought about it, both on the shorter side of average. It was still a bizarre thought, and no doubt it would take all of them a while to come to terms with it. Luke looked up and caught his eye over Leia's shoulder. He smiled, and Han interpreted that as a sign he would no longer be interrupting. "Hey," he said with a broad smile of his own, coming to join them. "Kind of wild to think you two are siblings. How the frack did you find that out?" Han wasn't sure what he expected, but it certainly wasn't the reaction he got. Both their faces immediately fell. Leia disentangled herself from her brother, and they shared a significant and uncomfortable look. Han's buoyant mood began to sink as well. They seemed to be communicating without talking, which Han had always heard was a weird twin thing, but adding something like the Force into the mix must have only amplified it. "Okay," Luke finally said, detaching further from Leia and seeming to come to some conclusion, though he was avoiding eye contact. "Han, we need to talk." He glanced around, apparently taking stock of who still remained in the vicinity. "Come on, let's find someplace quiet." He led them along the arboreal walkways, ever deeper into the shadows, far out of earshot of anyone else present. It was not an encouraging sign. Luke finally stopped on an unoccupied platform, lit only by starlight, visibly gathering his thoughts and screwing up his courage. Leia wrapped herself quietly around Han's arm again. She would not answer his questioning looks, but merely nodded at Luke, her lovely mouth set in a grim line. "Okay, Luke began, pacing back and forth nervously. "I realize a lot has happened in the past year, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it." Okay. Frack, I don't know where to start." "Spit it out, kid," Han said, an uncomfortable anxiety growing in his gut. "Don't leave me hanging here. Leia already told me about what happened on Bespin." They were all feeling the strain of the past days, Luke possibly more than either of them. He shot a pained look at Leia, but she twitched her head sharply, punting it back to him. "Okay," he began again. "Obi-Wan told me about Leia." "Kenobi?" Han asked incredulously. "He's dead?" "His spirit has been coming back to talk to me over the past few years," Luke explained, everything tumbling out at once now. You've been talking to Ghost. It's not like that, Luke insisted indignantly. Okay, maybe it is, he amended, but that's not the point. He and Yoda. You know about Yoda. They told me about Leia because one of us would have to deal with Darth Vader. That's why I left to face him, not only to protect the mission, but because we had a lot of issues to confront. Why? Han demanded, incredulous, not following at all. Just let him and the Emperor burn. You could have been killed, Luke, and for what? To prove something. Why was it so important? Luke's wheels were spinning. Leia was actively looking away now. Listen, Vader dropped a bomb after he stomped me on Bespin, and I was only recently able to ask Yoda and Ben about it. As it turns out, a long time ago, Darth Vader's right name was Anakin Skywalker. The horror slowly dawned. What? Han asked, very deliberately, although it was a meaningless question meant only to fill the empty air. You mean, are you telling me that he was your... Luke looked sick. This is what I couldn't tell you yesterday, Leia said miserably, still staring into the emptiness. He was our father. That certainly was a bomb. Han felt sick himself just trying to process the information in light of all their past dealings with Vader. For a single drawn moment, he imagined he saw a chilling amount of Vader and Luke, standing there in all black, with his lightsaber and cybernetic hand. He broke a cold sweat, reminded uncomfortably of torture and carbon freeze, but then he could have kicked himself. These were two of his best friends, and they hadn't changed in the last 10 minutes. Whatever cocktail of horror and disgust he felt must be orders of magnitude worse for them. He sighed heavily and simply gathered Leia against him, choosing not to venture any further comment. There was nothing he could say that would make anything better, and he wasn't trying to make it worse. Leia had also been tortured by Vader, had been held in his loathsome grip as Alderaan disintegrated. Vader had slaughtered Kenobi in front of Luke, had almost shot him out of his X-Wing at the Battle of Yavin, as Alliance intelligence had later been able to surmise, had certainly shot down his friends, then lured him to Cloud City, and maimed him with every intention of delivering him frozen to the Emperor. Han had never encountered a more inhuman monster, and yet apparently even Vader had been human enough to father children who must now bear the burden of his infamy. Did he know? Han asked quietly, almost dreading the answer. I don't think he did, Luke said, his voice distant, at least not until after Yavin. We were hidden from him at birth. He didn't know about Leia until today. And now he's dead. It was hard to be sure of anything anymore. Yes, Luke said heavily, weighed down by grief and exhaustion. Yes, he's dead. Han sighed with some measure of relief and continued to hold Leia close. Then he abruptly remembered where Luke had been all day, that he had escaped the Death Star while both the Emperor and Darth Vader were dead. What had happened up there? You didn't have to kill him, did you? Could the whole situation get any more twisted? No, Luke assured him. I was meant to. Both Obi-Wan and Yoda insisted that I had to. But I couldn't. Not like that. Not without trying to reach him first. In the end, he and the Emperor killed each other. He swayed where he stood, catching himself on the crude rail. Let's talk about all that some other time, he said. I can't right now. It's been a very long day. Yeah, no kidding, Han agreed, his throat dry. Don't tell anyone yet. Han exhaled sharply. No worries, kid. This is your secret to drop. He tried to imagine how either of them would break the news to the Alliance, that two of the most iconic heroes of the rebellion were the blood heirs of Darth Vader. It would be radioactive, particularly now that Luke had matured into a formidable Jedi. Of the three of them, he had changed the most dramatically over the past 4 years. If even Han has seen the resemblance, however briefly, others certainly would. Maybe he should stop wearing black. But that, like so many other things, was a problem for another day. Dawn had just begun to color the sky above, and they had to recover from the last battle before they contemplated tackling any new ones. Hey, Luke, Han said, as gently as he could, why don't you catch the next shuttle up to the fleet? We'll be fine here, but it looks like you might need some proper attention from someone more competent than a field medic. Luke waved it off. I'm just tired, he insisted. But I think I'll go anyway. No doubt the Admiral wants to debrief me. Han frowned. What are you going to tell him? He asked. I'm not sure yet, Luke admitted, looking like someone 2 steps ahead of a burnout. Only what he needs to know, I guess. It's going to be awkward for a minute until we decide how we're going to handle this. Well, good luck, Han said. Just remember, if anything goes sideways, I'm always ready to step up for you. Leia tightened her grip on him, and he could read the gratitude in Luke's eyes, red though they were. Thanks, Han. Just having someone to share their secret with seemed to have done them good. He could tell there was more, but he would wait until Luke was ready to spill it. Knowing him, it wouldn't take long. As it turned out, there wasn't much rest to be had before the next crisis found them the same day. One antique distress beacon later, they were scheduled to leave with a strike force to relieve a planet called Bacura currently under alien invasion. Han and Leia returned to the fleet to attend the next Council of War in person. Of more immediate concern to the two of them was the news that this council would be held in sick bay because Commander Skywalker was confined to bed rest. They arrived late, just as Luke was explaining to the assembly that Obi-Wan Kenobi had visited him in the night and insisted that he personally go to Bacura against all sound medical advice. After their conversation the previous night, Han was not broadsided by the claim. Admiral Akbar, Mon Mothma, and General Madine seemed ill at ease with the whole situation, but Luke and Kenobi had enough strength of reputation between them to have their way. They even gave the kid command of the whole strike force. When the council dispersed, Han and Leia stayed. Luke, what happened? Leia asked, her brow furrowed, coming closer to take his hand. You're in pain. I can feel it. Yeah, you didn't look this rough yesterday, Han added. In the clean white light of the medical suite, Luke did look more worn than the starlight had admitted, with small irritated lesions that looked suspiciously like burns showing above his high black collar. Apparently, it was a longer and harder day than I thought, Luke said with a coy smile. Leia wasn't having it. 2 on a B, she held the medical droid. What is his diagnosis? Commander Skywalker has suffered sudden and massive calcification of his skeletal structure, the droid replied primly, of the rare type brought on by severely conductive exposure to electrical and other energy fields. Treatment has been completed, but the condition will become chronic unless he rests. He has been warned. The droid turned to look at Luke with what could almost be impatience, an extreme sentiment for his kind. Many times. Han could not stifle a laugh. 2 on a B is done with your nonsense, he said. Yeah, so am I, Leia agreed, turning on her brother with a stern glare. You stay in bed, and don't try any more heroics, she insisted. You've done enough already, and we need you on your feet again, recovered, as soon as possible. Luke turned a plaintive look at her. Could I get a shower first? He asked as pitifully as possible. It's been days. Yeah, Han observed, and you smell burnt. Luke's brows fell peevishly. Thanks. Then he looked past him. How about it, 2 on a B? The droid hesitated. I am too occupied to assist you in navigating the shower facility, he offered as an excuse. I'll help him, Han offered. It was the least he could do. Leia glared at him, clearly siding with the droid. 2 on a B considered it. 10 minutes, he decided, and only if you agree to be sedated afterward, sir. Oh, he really is done with you, Han smiled again. Sounds like the cost of doing business at this point. It's not like the strike force can leave without you now, Commander. Luke sighed. I guess you're right. Okay, 2 on a B, it's a deal. You can knock me out when I'm done. The droid swiveled away to attend his other patients, and probably to prepare a syringe. Come on, Han said, putting Luke's arm around his shoulders and helping lift him off the bed. He really did seem to be in more pain than he had the previous day. Let's make the most of those 10 minutes. Luke winced and groaned, but he was able to walk on his own. Han continued to steady him out of an abundance of caution. They made it to the showers, and Han sat Luke down on a seat in the anteroom. "What did you do to yourself, kid?" Han wondered aloud as he turned to draw the privacy curtain. "Some kind of massive electrical exposure. They didn't try torturing you, did they? Was it something to do with the blast or, son of a jumpin', Luke?" Luke had discarded his glove and begun gingerly pulling off his shirt. Angry electrical burns branched in crazy patterns all over his body, seeming to emanate aggressively from a central blast point on his chest. And it wasn't just one blast either, but several layered one upon another. Han helped him out of the second sleeve, seeing how much the strain cost him. "It's pretty bad, isn't it?" Luke admitted, as if he were only just coming to terms with it himself. "Han, what is it?" Leia asked. She wrenched the curtain aside and gasped violently. "Leia," Luke complained. Tuana became, as well, drawn by the commotion. Han may have imagined it, but it seemed his photoreceptors brightened for a moment. "A salve will be prepared, sir," he said simply, and then trundled off to see to it. Han was speechless, really appreciating for the first time what life had done to that impulsive farm kid he had picked up not so very long ago. Luke was a wreck. It wasn't just the massive burns, but also the obvious seam above his wrist where his own flesh ended and the prosthesis began, the charred blaster burn in the back of that hand revealing the robotic elements inside. Luke seemed to read his thoughts, though whether it was the Force or simply keen powers of observation he couldn't say. "This is what we get for being heroes," he said with a grimace, pain coloring his voice. "What happened?" Han demanded, finding his voice. "I told the Emperor to pound sand, and he decided he had no use for me," Luke explained. "Apparently it's possible to project a lightning storm from your fingertips with enough practice. Would have been nice to know about that beforehand. And you're still alive because..." Luke looked up with a thin smile, not without a distinct edge of smug satisfaction despite his injuries. He glanced at Leia. "Because our father threw him into an open reactor shaft." It was very strange to imagine Darth Vader having paternal instincts, especially strong enough to toss the Emperor out like a sack of garbage. Still, there was definitely something about Luke that made people want to defend him, as Han could personally attest. "You've got one hell of a pair on you to go marching up to Palps with nothing but Darth Vader's better nature to rely on," he said at last. "What was your plan? Did you think you would just flash those baby blues and convince him to give it all up?" "Yeah, I kinda did," Luke admitted, seeming to recognize how farcical it sounded in hindsight. "And it almost didn't work." Then he smiled again. "Almost. He came with me in the end. I'd do it again." Leia frowned and came closer to inspect the damage. "You're insane," she hissed, glaring daggers at him, though Han could see she was reluctantly impressed. "That's what I said 4 years ago, sweetheart," Han reminded her gently, "right before he convinced me to go marching into the detention cells to rescue you." He found himself grappling with conflicted emotions he had not expected, wondering if he would have it within himself to go back for a corrupted father he had never known. It was one of the most selfless things he had ever heard of. Luke leaves no man behind, and I wouldn't be trying to change that. Luke glanced up at him, clearly appreciating the sentiment, but dead tired and unable to drag up a suitable reply. None was necessary. 5 minutes have elapsed, sir, Tuana reminded him in passing. "Oh, Shavit." Han leapt back into action. "Leia, give the man some privacy. I don't care if he is your brother. Come on, before that droid drags you out of here himself." A plastic garment bag flew off the wall and landed in Luke's hand. "Here, help me tape this on," he said, tucking his damaged prosthesis inside and wrapping the loose end around his wrist. "I really need to get this thing fixed." Exactly 5 minutes later, by Tuana B's count, they managed to have Luke showered and dressed in the drab but clean medical tunic shared by all the other patients. Leia bagged his clothes with a promise to have them washed, and they helped him back into bed. "Now, you stay," she insisted. If you cripple yourself, I'll never forgive you. Luke didn't bother with the smart answer, just smiled and reached up to slide his good hand over the smooth contour of her face. Wannabe approached right on schedule and shot him in the neck with the sedative. It was only a few seconds before his eyes rolled back. Leia caught his hand as it fell limp, and Luke Skywalker was finally dead to the world. Leia cradled his hand against her neck for a moment longer, her brow furrowed with unresolved emotion, so much so that Han was afraid she might cry. They were all still adjusting to their new reality. He stepped closer and put his arm around her, and she leaned gratefully into him. The medical droid returned with the tube of burn salve. "If you will excuse me," he said, "I will continue treatment." "I'll do it," Leia said firmly, stepping back into her royal persona and accepting the tube from him. "Thank you, Tuanabe." The droid hesitated, but then seemed indifferent. "Very well, ma'am." Leia carefully opened Luke's tunic again and exposed the burns. The worst ones had begun to blister, a tale of torment written in an ugly supernova of red flesh. She did shed a tear, while she pretended she hadn't, and Han didn't mention it. "I hope Tuombi has more of this stuff," she said instead, squirting a generous glob of cream onto her hand and gently rubbing it into Luke's chest. She turned to Han with a pained expression. "They're still so warm." "Damn," Han agreed, feeling it for himself. Palps was taking no prisoners. I guess he found out even Vader had his limits. He might have intervened sooner, Leia quipped angrily, squeezing another large dollop onto her fingers and smoothing it over the raised welts, the lacy paths of many individual bolts clearly distinguishable, layered upon one another. "Look at this. How long did he watch?" Han didn't try to answer. Somehow, he felt it wasn't his place. Leia continued to work in stony silence, her ministrations clearly a labor of love despite the fact that her lips moved angrily now and then, a vicious tirade brewing in her mind for those who no longer lived to hear it. "I can't lose him now, Han," she said at last, her voice steady but heavy with emotion. "It's like finding someone you never knew was missing, but when he told me, I realized I'd known he'd been missing all along. It was an empty place I'd always had but never understood. And now he's back. He fits that place no one else does, and I feel whole now." She lingered on that thought for a moment, gazing down at Luke's sleeping form. Her eyes welled with tears again, but then her brows fell into a scowl. "Maybe he thinks it was worth it," she hissed under her breath, lest anyone overhear, "but I wouldn't have done it. I can't feel anything for Darth Vader. He made his own choices, choices we're still suffering from. He wasn't a father, he was a menace. What about our mother? Why did we have to be hidden from the Emperor? Why did we have to be separated? Vader didn't deserve any of the consideration Luke gave him, and even then he almost let him die." She swore angrily, squeezing the last of the salve from the tube. "He didn't deserve Luke. He didn't deserve us." Han just sighed. As someone who had never known a father, he could sympathize with Luke's position more than he had expected to. "Boys love their dads, sweetheart," he said simply, "sometimes even those who don't deserve it. Luke's happy with the way it turned out, and I say he's earned the right. Don't try to take that from him. Just be happy with him." Leia didn't exactly seem convinced, but she did seem thoughtful. She turned her scowl on him, but it was a soft scowl of defeat. "I'll try," she promised, "since you put it that way." There was no need to say anything else. Han helped her wrangle Luke out of his sleeves and back in again, until she was finally satisfied that there was nothing more they could do. He tossed the empty tubes into the garbage, then came back to the bedside. He ran his hand along Leia's back as she stood there, gazing blankly at her long-suffering twin. "Come on," he said quietly, trying not to disturb the whole sick bay. "Let's go. He needs to sleep." Leia wasn't ignoring him. She turned slightly in his direction, but still seemed reluctant to leave, no doubt wading through 1,000 different feelings at once. Finally, she leaned over and kissed her brother on the forehead. It must have been a powerful gesture between them, because Han thought he saw the corner of Luke's mouth turn upward in the ghost of a smile, even through his drug-induced stupor. Leia straightened and reached up to her shoulder to catch Han's hand. "I've really missed him," she said thickly, as raw an admission as she'd made yet, fighting back tears. "I just can't believe he's back." Han pulled her close against his chest and gave her a moment to compose herself. Luke wasn't the only one of them who needed sleep. Hopefully a few hours of decent shut-eye would be enough to put all of them on steadier footing to face whatever the galaxy had to throw at them next. There really seemed to be no end of it. Still, whenever they had successfully navigated the chaos of the Skywalker family reunion, Han was confident they would be more durable together than ever before. Epilogue. Leia was adamant that she'd be there when Luke's sedative was reversed, and she ascertained the exact time from Tuanabi. Han didn't see any reason to fight her on that point, so they were both in the sickbay again several hours later when the medical droid reluctantly administered the reversal agent. Luke was far from earning a clean bill of health, but the strike force would be assembling soon, and Commander Skywalker had places to be. Tuonebi had warned them as a matter of course that the patient would not be completely coherent for some time after he regained consciousness. Therefore, it came as no surprise when the first thing Luke did when he opened his eyes and recognized Leia leaning over him was grin like an idiot. "I knew you'd come back for me," he said in a strange, stilted voice, slurring every other word. "Leia wouldn't leave me here with these droids who just keep stabbing me with needles. They won't let me leave, and they never feed me, and I'm so hungry. Can you help me sneak past them?" It made Leia smile, a real one that reached her eyes, and Han was glad to see it. "No, I can't do that," she assured him, trying not to laugh. "I don't even think you're clear to walk yet." Luke just grinned again, apparently not registering a word she said. "You're so beautiful," he said instead, continuing his random stream of consciousness, "and I was crazy in love with you ever since Artu showed me the message you left for Ben, and then we found you, and it was so random. But you were even more beautiful in real life, and then I almost drowned in the garbage." Leia was shaking with quiet peals of laughter now, though she was trying not to make a scene and disturb the other patients. "Luke, hush," she managed to say in a strangled whisper. "You're not the only one here." "Don't shush me," Luke protested, trying and failing to push himself upright. "I'm trying to talk to you. I was always trying to talk to you, because I loved you so much, and Han was being stupid, and I couldn't stand it because he never treated you with the respect you deserved." "I'm right here, kid," Han warned him, wondering what sort of radically honest statement would come out of his mouth next. "Oh, yeah, you are," Luke observed, turning on him with an exaggerated look of brotherly jealousy. "Hey, ya ain't going to be good to her and marry her now, right? Because you know I'm obligated to hunt you down and hurt you otherwise. Jedi or not, I will tear you up." It was objectively hilarious to watch Luke try to threaten him while flat on his back and sounding drunk as an air shrimp. "That's big talk for you, Junior," Han said around an infectious smile. "You in what army?" Luke cocked an eyebrow at him with a look that was surprisingly ominous. "Jewish try me, flyboy," he said, lifting two fingers to point first at his own eyes, and then at Han, and Han was admittedly surprised by the thump of unseen energy that struck him in the chest. "I'm watching you. Please encourage Commander Skywalker to continue to rest," Tuanabi said, coming up behind them on his rounds. The sedative should clear his system within the hour, but he must not strain himself. "Listen to the droid," Han insisted, not sure what else he could do to comply. They could put Luke in restraints, he supposed, but he wondered if an adult Jedi might make more mess trying to escape than otherwise. Apparently he need not have worried. Leia had seated herself on the bed beside him, and Luke seemed perfectly content to just hold her hand, looking up at her with a kind of stupid adoration. "I knew we belonged together somehow," he said. Leia smiled at him in return, looking more radiantly happy than she had for a very long time. "I did too," she assured him. "Now just rest. In a few hours you need to be fit to fly." I could fly anywhere right now. With or without the cruiser. Yes, however long the haul ahead of them, they were definitely better together. At one time, Han had imagined they would all drift apart when they had exhausted their roles in the Rebel Alliance, if they even survived. But now the war was won, and despite it all, there really seemed no reason or opportunity to leave. There would always be some new crisis to face, some disaster to manage, some challenge to meet, and he had begun to think that chasing a life of perpetual galactic conflict with Darth Vader's crazy kids sounded preferable to the hardscrabble life of a smuggler on the rim. Besides, Chewie had grown really attached to them. Maybe he should marry Leia. The suggestion wasn't as outrageous as Luke's silly talk had made it sound. He hadn't thought of himself as the marrying kind, but then again he had never seen himself as a general either. More than that, he wasn't convinced Luke would retract his ultimatum when he sobered up, and Han didn't fancy running from him for the rest of his life. If Luke had proven anything about himself in the last 4 years, it was that he could be incredibly persistent when he wanted something. Han moved closer to put his hand on Leia's shoulder, his thoughts drifting through the strange and intriguing possibilities of marriage, children, family, home, and a legitimate career, the things normal people aspire to. Luke's thoughts, however, seemed to be drifting in an entirely different direction. He was considering his damaged cybernetic with a severe scowl, turning it back and forth in the light. "Hey," he demanded, "why is there HHOL in my hand?" Critter. Luke volunteers under some duress to pet sit and encounters complications he had not imagined, while at the same time trying to manage a semi-official Jedi assembly on one hand and date night with his wife on the other. A thought experiment run amok. 21 Abbey, Coruscant. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was a very large work in progress. The extreme age of the place, coupled with the abuse and neglect it had endured during Palpatine's reign, meant it was in need of serious structural restoration. The process had begun, but progress was slow, often stalled between the faction that wanted to complete the project in a manner worthy of the building's venerable purpose and antiquity, and the other faction that could not stomach the expense. Certain rooms had received more attention than others, notably the extensive archives, the new council chamber, a few common areas, and the Grandmaster's suite. The Grandmaster's suite was austere, but still more palatial than any other place Luke Skywalker had been accustomed to live. There was still some trepidation in the thought that he was effectively presuming to fill the position once occupied by the likes of Yoda and the other Grand Masters of the Order, but since there was literally no one else to do the job, he would continue to perform as best he could. Luke had been considering re-establishing an official Jedi Council and trying to restore the normative structure of the old Jedi Order in the new. Naming the council would necessitate naming a Master of the Order, perhaps even the reclamation of the title Grand Master. The thought that such exalted titles would perhaps inevitably fall upon him still made him slightly uncomfortable. It all seemed so far beyond his own wants or his estimation of his own abilities. Perhaps he was simply destined to sit at the head of the new Jedi Order, an act of cosmic reparation for the atrocities committed by his father. He was certainly better prepared for it now than he had been 17 years ago when he had declared himself a Jedi in the heat of the Battle of Endor, and then had almost immediately been killed by Emperor Palpatine. Today, after years of intensive research and personal growth, he suspected that battle might proceed very differently. But those were all considerations and worries for another day. At the moment, Luke was simply stepping across the threshold into the Grandmaster's suite, entitled to it in his capacity as presiding master of the assembly. The cold marble floors and severe empty walls had been softened by the addition of some cushioned furniture, but it still felt very stiff and formal. Luke slung his pack onto the couch as R2-D2 followed him inside, and then secured the door behind them. He always felt underdressed when he arrived, but that could be easily remedied. He often wondered what his aunt and uncle would say if they could see him now. It had been 20 years since he had scarfed his last breakfast under Aunt Beru's nose and kissed her goodbye, but it seemed like 3 lifetimes. Like a coiled spring, his career had launched with a vengeance and hadn't slowed yet. All he had wanted was to go to the academy and be a pilot, not an apocalyptic war hero and the presumptive master of the entire Jedi Order. Uncle Owen would be disappointed, but primarily for Luke's own sake. Owen Lars had tried very hard to provide a quiet, safe, and stable life for him despite all the forces conspiring against it. Aunt Beru, in hindsight, had seemed to realize he was destined for other things. She would probably just smile and shake her head, then remind him to be sure he had enough sleep and clean laundry. Luke opened the cooler before he did anything else, and was satisfied to see that the temple attendants had stocked it reasonably well for his arrival. Being the master did come with some benefits. He helped himself to a handful of fruit, then retrieved his pack and headed for the bedroom. There had been nothing but a glorified cot and a dresser in there the first time he had taken up residence, a combination of the ascetic lifestyle expected of Jedi Masters and a simple consequence of having no budget left for luxuries after the flooring had been installed. It had been perfectly adequate for him at the time, but things were different now, and it would have been no place to bring a wife. Rather than wait for new expenses to be approved, Luke had ordered furniture of his own choosing, trusting the temple attendants to install it in his absence. He was not disappointed. R2 offered a long whistle of appreciation from behind him. "Yeah, they did a good job, didn't they?" Luke agreed. Light was spilling in from the large bay window, a pleasant contrast to the dark and heavy bed and dresser set he had chosen. It had a distinctly masculine air, but not without room for some feminine embellishment. The bedding and upholstery were all various shades of starship gray, but he had not skimped on the quality. A few judiciously placed plants brought some life into the scene, and a full-wall mirror made the room look twice as big. The overall effect was very elegant. He never actually lived there for any length of time, so it still didn't feel like home, but Luke had high hopes that this particular stay might be more domestic. Mara was due to arrive soon on business of her own, independent of their semi-official Jedi assembly, though she had promised to attend the more important conferences, and he was looking forward to spending a few weeks with her. Their meetings had been few and far between in the first years of their marriage, though both of them were keen to change that soon. What was the good of being two halves of a perfect team if you were never within 10 light years of each other? Luke shed his gray coveralls, freshened up, and changed into a casual black Jedi tunic, making some effort to look the part. "Come on, R2, he said, returning to the main living area. "Tell me what's been happening while we've been gone." R2 obligingly plugged himself into the computer terminal in the wall and began scanning through all the news alerts of the past several months, synthesizing them into a list of bullet points and sending it to the portable monitor. Luke rummaged in the cooler for a snack, then sat himself on the couch and began scrolling through the list. It wasn't anything planet-shattering, at least not to him. There were several headlines about Leia resuming the office of Chief of State, a few cheap scandals, something about the crime rates and the air quality. Weather had been bad lately. There was nothing he had to remember for more than 5 minutes. Luke was ready to toss the monitor aside when a soft alert sounded on the apartment's interior system. Someone was calling. He tapped the prompt on the screen to patch it through, noting that it originated in the Imperial Palace. The face that appeared still managed to surprise him. "Hi, Han," he said. "You need something?" "Hey, Luke," Han Solo replied, seeming a bit hairy. "Listen, I hate to bother you. I know you just got in, and you have your own things going on, but I wonder if we could ask a favor." "You can always ask," Luke said with a smile, "but I can't make any promises until you do. Right? Anyway, we suddenly have a custody problem over here. The kids are going away to some galactic history immersion camp with their schoolmates for a week, and Leia wanted me to go with her on whatever diplomatic joyride she has scheduled. Winter is coming by to feed Jason's lizards and fish and smaller furries, but apparently he just got one that needs more personal attention. He sprung this on us just this morning. We can't leave it here alone, and we can't find anybody who doesn't claim to be allergic." Pet sitting, huh? Luke turned the idea over in his mind. He wasn't opposed to the idea, and he couldn't think of any way it would interfere with his plans. Mara wouldn't like it, but maybe if it was cute enough he could bring her around. "What sort of pet are we talking about?" "Well, he's..." Han turned away, exasperated. "Jason. Go grab Critter and show him to your uncle. There was a pause, during which Han glanced back at him with a sour face, and then Jacen appeared holding a smallish furry animal no larger than a lap pet. It had enormously round furry ears, deep black eyes, and an expression of mute innocence. "Aw," Luke said with an uncontrollable smile. "He is cute. Mara isn't wild about animals in the house, but I think we could make an exception this time." Han seemed visibly relieved. "Thanks, Uncle Luke." Jacen chimed in, disappearing from the screen with the creature. "I'll get him packed up." "Thanks, Luke," Han said, reaching for the comm switch. "I'll bring him by in a minute." "Sure thing." The call screen collapsed into a smaller icon, and Luke dismissed it from the screen with the flick of a finger. It could be fun, he mused, to borrow the animal for a week. R2 was the closest thing he had ever had to a pet, probably the only thing properly equipped to keep up with him and his erratic lifestyle. Something warm and fuzzy might be a pleasant change, not that he would ever admit such a thing to the droid. True to his word, Han arrived less than half an hour later. The security feed alerted Luke with a ping when his brother-in-law was admitted into the temple below, and it was only a minute more before he approached the door. Luke keyed it open and was there to greet him before he had to knock. Han huffed wearily, handing over a wire kennel with the creature inside. "Here's Critter," he said. "And here," he said, sliding a large and heavy duffel off his shoulder, "is his bed, his toys, and his food. Jacen left you notes. He shouldn't be too much trouble so long as you let him sit with you and share whatever you're eating. He's spoiled rotten, but hasn't been too obnoxious. You're sure Mara won't mind?" "It's just for a week," Luke reasoned. "We've done stranger things for family." Han nodded. "Listen, thanks again. We were starting to worry that Leia and I would have to take him." Luke shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I think we might enjoy having him." He accepted the hand Han extended, and then found himself pulled into a gruff hug. "Good to see you, kid," Han said, clapping him on the back and then releasing him. "Sorry we can't stick around, but we have to meet the cruiser in an hour. Good luck." Luke returned the other's casual salute as Han turned back toward the lift. "You too." He kept the door closed again and turned to see Critter looking pitifully up at him through the bars of his kennel. "Okay, fella, let's get you out of there." Luke allowed him to first sniff his hand, the real one, and then opened the kennel gate. "Come on out." Luke left him to navigate his new surroundings at his own speed, turning instead to unpack his accessories. He stacked several cans of pet food on the kitchen counter, found Jacen's explanation of the creature's habits and preferences, set aside a bowl of fresh water, arranged the foam pet bed with the favorite blanket and the favorite toy as instructed. Apparently Critter was accustomed to eating twice a day, once in the morning and then in the evening. He was effectively housebroken, but required an escort outside at least once every 4 hours during the day. Funnily enough, Jacen hadn't included any information on what Critter actually was, or on what planet his kind originated. Luke consulted the ingredient list on the back of one of the food cans. Reconstituted animal proteins and roughage. Omnivorous. By now Critter had cautiously exited his kennel and was creeping across the floor with an adorable reach-hop gait. Experimentally, Luke plated some shaved sandwich meat from the cooler and sat down on the couch again, pretending to casually go about his business. Sure enough, exactly as Han had predicted, Critter soon overcame his reticence and reach-hopped his way toward the free meal like the scavenger he seemed to be, tentatively pawing up Luke's leg toward the smell, snuffling great breaths through his large black nose. "Hey, fella," Luke greeted him pleasantly. "You want up?" He patted the cushion beside him as an invitation. Critter immediately climbed up the face of the couch, his grasping feet clearly designed for an arboreal life. Rather than avail himself of the available cushion, he flopped contentedly across Luke's thigh and looked up with his shining black eyes, waiting to be fed. "Well, just make yourself at home," then Luke laughed. He offered some of the meat, and Critter accepted it daintily, although Luke thought he saw an impressive array of teeth inside his mouth. Curious, he turned the portable monitor to face the animal and prompted it to scan him. Then he typed in some search parameters and set the central computer system to scouring the vast database for any clue about the creature's origins. It might take some time. Critter seemed perfectly content to stay exactly where he was. Luke saw no reason not to humor him, so he busied himself scrolling through the database in frivolous pursuits of his own while the computer crunched on its search for the creature's species. When he had finished mooching, and the meat was gone, Critter laid down his large head to rest, a deep rumbling purr emanating from his throat as Luke idly kneaded the scruff of his neck. His grayish-brown coat was impossibly soft and dense, and Luke found that just running his fingers through it was surprisingly pleasurable. His whimsical ears were covered in white fur, standing up like two half-moons on either side of his head. Surely even Mara wouldn't be able to resist that face. He would find out soon enough. A twinge in the back of his mind suddenly bloomed into a full awareness of his wife's presence in the system, and he couldn't help smiling. He consciously reached for her, and she reached back, each drawing pleasantly on the emotional warmth of the other after being apart too long. The next hour and a half passed impossibly slowly, a true test of his cultivated patience as they descended through the atmosphere and joined the Coruscanti traffic pattern, navigated to their assigned landing point and secured the ship. Mara caught the first available transport to the Jedi Temple, and at long last the system pinged her arrival. Luke was obliged to lift Critter off his lap so he could stand. The furry beast seemed disappointed, but contented himself occupying the warm corner Luke had just vacated. Mara dropped her bags and fell into Luke's open arms the moment she entered the door. R2 whistled and rocked in binary greeting, happy to see their little family reunited. I've missed you, farm boy, she said, disengaging just enough to give him a firm kiss. Please tell me you have food. We have a few things, Luke assured her, picking up one of her bags as she grabbed the other, although I was thinking about ordering something better. Mara was prepared to venture her opinion of that plan when her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Luke, she said, her voice now flat, why is there an animal on your couch? First of all, Luke corrected her, there is an animal on our couch. Don't worry, he's on loan. The Solos are all out for the week, and they had nowhere else to put him. Come on, he's nice. You'll like him? She frowned and arched her brow. You know how I feel about animals in my space, she reminded him. It'll leave hair everywhere, pee on everything, and be annoying and underfoot all the time. Does it make noise? Nothing too loud yet, Luke answered honestly. His name is Critter, and I think you'll find he's reasonably well trained and has acceptably good manners. Mara frowned. Yeah, but we'll see about that, she said. This way to the bedroom? They went to put down her bags. Hey, this is an improvement, Mara said when she saw the new arrangement, and Luke knew she was well aware of his satisfaction with her reaction. She dropped her bag again, pulled the stay out of her braid, shook out her red gold hair, and flopped onto the bed with a huge sigh of relief. I am so tired of shipboard bunks, she confessed. Luke kicked off his boots and joined her. At least your ship has bunks, he said, thinking of his X-Wing cockpit. No one is forcing you to keep that antique, Mara reminded him. Feel free to upgrade any time. Luke playfully jabbed her in the hip with his fist. Not a chance, he insisted. Don't even say it. Mara jabbed him back with equal force, obliging him to retaliate until they were laughing and grappling like a couple of kids much younger than they were. Luke tried to roll on top of her, but she pushed him down and straddled him with that assertive attitude he had always admired. Of course, she admitted, Luke Skywalker wouldn't be the same without his X-Wing. She kissed him, slowly, deliberately, appreciating it after so many months apart. He wasn't sure how much longer he could endure their intermittent life together. A few weeks of bliss were just a cruel tease knowing there would be months of deprivation ahead. It would be unbelievably good to finally have her by his side every day, exactly where she belonged. Now that they knew how deeply they could be bonded in the Force, he never wanted to be without that bond again. Mara paused. Luke, she said, her voice low and beautiful. He opened his eyes. Yeah. I'm really hungry. He laughed, his amusement effectively cutting through his keen disappointment. He supposed the rest could wait until that evening. All right, he said, as she stepped off the bed and pulled him upright. Let's get you something. He rummaged through the cooler and set out an impromptu buffet on the countertop. Seems like we have a little bit of everything. Oh, hey. He pulled out a bottle of emerald wine he found in the back. Fancy. Mara tapped the countertop, insisting that he produce a glass immediately. He obliged and poured some for himself as well. Meanwhile, she had rolled a sloppy sandwich in a flatbread and sighed deeply, glad of the fresh sustenance. Luke smiled, imagining what she had been living on lately. Ship stores reduced to the prepackages. He asked. Those survival ration bars were always the last to go. She nodded, not bothering with words. The wine seemed to meet with her approval as well. Then she abruptly stopped and looked down at her ankle. Luke, she said, is touching me. Oh, yeah. Luke wasn't surprised to see Critter moving in on a new opportunity. He begs. Mara looked at him with consternation. Is he ever successful? Almost always. She rolled her lovely green eyes. Has nobody got any discipline around here? She complained. She threw a ransom of shaved cheese on the floor as a diversion. Go clean that up, whatever your name is. Critter obligingly shuffled off to do just that. Luke smiled at her, unfazed by her apparent hostility. He may grow on you, you know, he said. I did. Mara scoffed. He'll keep to himself if he knows what's good for him, she insisted. And you didn't try to steal my lunch the first time we met. The internal system began pinging with soft alerts as more people arrived downstairs. Luke glanced at the wall monitor and saw many familiar profiles begin flashing across the screen. Looks like our little assembly is coming together, he said. Corin Horn and his wife Merrick's had just arrived, which was no surprise, because he knew they had flown in with Mara. Cam Salazar had apparently returned from the errand Luke had sent him on in the Hapes consortium. Kyle Kadarn had snuck in while they were distracted, and Kite Dern was scheduled to arrive later that night. Luke opened his mouth to say something else, but he was interrupted by a ping of a different pitch. It was an internal call from elsewhere in the temple, something he couldn't in good conscience ignore in his position. He turned an apologetic sidelong glance at Mara, and keyed on the comm at a distance. Yes, he said. Master Skywalker, said one of the soft-spoken temple attendants. I apologize for importuning you so soon after your arrival, but Jedi Salazar requests your presence at your earliest convenience. That was interesting. Luke hadn't been expecting anything that couldn't wait until morning, but Hapes was an interesting place. No problem, he said. I'll meet him in the atrium. Very well. Thank you, Master. Luke turned back to his wife with a sigh. I guess I have to go. Sounds like it, Mara agreed around a mouthful of fruit. Go find out what nonsense the Happens are up to. I want to clean up and get more comfortable. Fair enough. Luke landed an affectionate peck on her cheek. Go settle in. I'll be back as soon as I can. As it turned out, the Happens were just doing as the Happens did, but that had proven thoroughly unsettling to Cam Salazar, who had not been adequately prepared. Luke heard his concerns and managed to calm his most urgent fears, though he confided to him that he thought his reaction to the machinations of the Happen court to be perfectly reasonable. Luke remembered the current Happen Queen Mother very well, formerly a Dathomiri witch who had at their first meeting cracked him on the head and claimed him for a slave and potential husband. Eventually, her marital ambitions turned instead toward the Happen Crown Prince, to everybody's satisfaction. To say she was the most reasonable person in the royal Happen court might illustrate the difficulty. The former Queen Mother had not left the scene, Happen through and through, a murderous master of intrigue who had already eliminated her elder son, a potential daughter-in-law, and many of her partners in crime. Nothing if not thorough, her roster of escaped victims included Leia and Luke himself. Now Cam fears she may be moving behind the scenes again. Her granddaughter, the current heir to the Happen crown, had inherited her mother's 4 sensitivities, and was a serious candidate for enrollment at the Jedi Praxeum. Happens were not traditionally friendly to the Jedi, and the current situation was not universally popular. The whispers of danger and ill content Cam had sensed may well be real, but no one was ever completely safe at the Happen court, and it was not the duty of the Jedi Order to impose the rule of law on that serpent's nest. Ultimately, Cam's primary mission, to consult with the reigning Queen Mother and Prince about their daughter's intention to attend the Praxeum, had concluded favorably. The princess was determined to go, and her parents were in agreement. Managing the court's reaction would be their own problem. It had been an hour when Luke returned to his quarters, thankful the crisis had proven to be nothing. Mara was sitting comfortably on the couch when he came back through the door, poring over a sea of text on the portable monitor, and Luke was genuinely surprised to see Critter snuggle comfortably in her lap. "I see someone has been making friends," he observed with a wry smile. "He's completely shameless," Mara agreed, "and surprisingly cuddly. He wouldn't be told, and now he won't leave. I'll admit, it isn't as annoying as I thought it would be." She looked up. "What did Cam want?" Luke shook his head. "It was nothing. He just got bad vibes from the Happens." Mara grunted. "Him and everyone else who's ever been there," she agreed. "Crazy pirate culture with delusions of grandeur. Look, your search came back." She turned the monitor to show him pictures of what were presumably wild critters in their natural habitat. "I can't pronounce their proper name, but colloquially they're known as Columbus, highly valued for their pelts, but not much else. For a while they were featured in the illegal pet trade." Luke rolled his eyes and sighed. "I think Jason has been rescuing things again," he said. "Can nothing be straightforward in this family? We agreed to do a simple favor for our nephew and wind up in possession of trafficked goods. Leia can't know they're illegal," he reasoned. "She'd never allow it in the house." "It's not that they're endangered," Mara clarified, "just that they're so very valuable." "Yeah, that doesn't make it any better." Luke rumbled under his breath. "Let's just forget that part for now," he said. "Next week it won't be our problem. What else do we know about them?" "They're omnivorous arboreal scavengers," Mara continued, "but I imagine you've surmised that already. Adolescents live in segregated troops until they form mated pairs. Competition is apparently fierce. Something about a chronically unbalanced ratio of males to females." Luke was only casually following the string of useless facts. He was moving to sit next to her when the tingle of premonition made time seem to slow, heightening his perception of every detail. He belatedly noticed Critter eyeing him with a distinctly less friendly aspect as he approached, and he was forced to violently reverse direction as the creature lunged at him with a hoarse roar, its jaw seeming to leap out of his mouth to reveal 4 rows of large serrated teeth. The bite failed to land, and the nightmarish retractable jaw snapped back into place, leaving them both rather shaken. "What the criffing hell?" Mara exclaimed, flattened against the couch in a futile effort to avoid the creature that was still growling ferociously in her lap, shoulders squared against Luke in unmistakably aggressive posture. The portable monitor had landed face down on the marble floor with the sickening slap of abused electronics. "What's got into him?" Luke demanded, making a conscious effort to slow his heart. "We were buddies this afternoon." A suspicion dawned on Mara's face, devolving into a horrified amusement. "Oh no," she said. "I think Little Bit is getting ideas above his station." Luke tried him again, on his guard this time, and his reception was the same. The little fracker was actually presuming to forbid him access to his own furniture. "I suspect he thinks he's formed a mated pair now." Luke blinked. The idea was ludicrous. "Excuse me," he insisted, "but you are already part of a mated pair. Tell him you're unavailable." Mara shrugged. "Yeah, I don't think he's listening." Critter had indeed resumed his former position in her lap, now watching Luke narrowly. Supper was an awkward affair. Mara stayed on the couch, and Luke tried to keep the peace by staying in the kitchen. He had to levitate her plate to her, his mood darkening by the hour. Critter stayed on her lap, alternating his time between whinging for treats and staring at Luke with an insufferable look of superiority on his smug little face. It was in Luke's nature to yield rather than escalate an unnecessary conflict, but the audacity of it rankled him. On some level, he was bothered by how much it bothered him. It was just a dumb animal, functioning according to some misaligned instinct, but how much of that animal's misbehavior was he prepared to tolerate in his own house? He heaved a deliberate sigh over his lonely plate, trying to put it out of mind and regain his inner equilibrium. The little imp would get his reality check soon enough. Unable to stomach the sight of Critter nuzzling Mara's neck with adorable little squeaks of joy, Luke left the room to change and get ready for bed. Despite the pervasive fatigue travel always inflicted on them, he was looking forward to what would be their first night together in far too long. Feeling the need for some additional inner quiet, he went to sit on the floor under the skylight for a while. The starlight was indistinguishable from the coruscanty traffic overhead, but the stone walls did an admirable job of filtering out the thruster noise. Finally satisfied with the peace he was able to find in meditation, Luke returned to the bedroom. Mara had preceded him into bed, but, as he was dismayed to see, so had Critter. "No," he said immediately, discovering his limit. "No." Mara looked at him with a sympathetic expression, but unfortunately her sympathy was directed at both of them, and for reasons that were in irreconcilable conflict. Critter was playing it up, whining and snuffling and burying his furry face in Mara's chest. "I think he's pining. Poor thing," she said. "Pining," Luke repeated incredulously. His inner peace had evaporated like mist in the morning. "Damn it, Mara, I've been pining. Get rid of him." Mara frowned, but clearly appreciated his position. She lifted Critter out of her lap and set him down on the floor. The animal immediately tried to climb back up. When she set him down again, a louder and more pathetic spate of whining filled the apartment, sounding for all the world like some inhuman infant. Mara looked at Luke, but he was unmoved. "Take him out," he said. "Close the door." She carried Critter out to the other room and set him in his bed, with his blanket and his toys, closing the bedroom door between them. The whining became bawling, and before long there was the harsh scratching of claws against metal. "Lock him up," Luke insisted. This was getting ridiculous. Mara went out again and shut the little troublemaker in his kennel. The bawling became screams, blood-curdling, hair-splitting screams that were completely unbearable. All right. Luke drew a few terse breaths, grasping the last thread of his patience. Defeat was a bitter pill to swallow. Put him back in the bed. Just to cap it all, the comm pinged on. "Master Skywalker, do you require assistance?" Disregard the noise, Luke shouted towards the voice. "We're handling it." "As you wish." "Thank you, Master." Getting into bed himself would be a challenge now. Critter didn't seem inclined to share, posturing again and rumbling in the back of his throat. He seemed to understand the power struggle at play. Luke tried the confident approach, but had to jump back as the jaw snapped out at him. "He really needs to stop that," he said, his heart racing again. There was something primal about animal attacks that he still wasn't used to. Luke tried sliding into bed slowly, but was chased out again. He tried sneaking in under cover of darkness, but was rebuffed. Mara tried holding the beast down as he approached, hoping their charge would exhaust his rage and accept the arrangement, to no avail. Critter was not having it, posturing and roaring, ready to defend what he considered his own. "I'm sorry, Luke," Mara said. "I think you make him nervous." "I make him nervous?" Luke protested. "I haven't shown him my teeth once." Just to add insult to injury, Critter returned to Mara and resumed his charm offensive, rumbling and cooing in a strange sing-song whine, reaching up to nuzzle her face. She looked helplessly at Luke. "What are we going to do?" Luke glowered and snatched his pillow. So much for their romantic evening. "I'm gonna sleep on the couch," he said. Mara woke in the early morning to the muffled sounds of Luke knocking around the kitchen, no doubt dragging up something for breakfast. She reached out to gently caress his mind, hoping to lighten his mood. He did reach back, not angry with her, but still keenly dissatisfied with the whole silly situation. "Is it still here?" Mara decided to play along. looking down at the slumbering animal nestled behind her knee and allowing Luke to see through her eyes. I had kind of hoped it would all turn out to be a bad dream. Mara sighed. Don't be bitter. I'm sure he's just missing Jason. I've never had an animal get so attached to me, she admitted. It's kind of touching. Luke couldn't disguise the small flash of sarcastic resentment, and she had no trouble imagining the look on his face. Yeah, that's the only thing touching you right now. It didn't last, and she felt him making the effort to tame his negative emotions. He opened the bedroom door a few minutes later, heading for the shower. He was already drenched with sweat, and Mara briefly wondered whether he had slept at all or spent the night working out his frustration in constructive ways. She was too slow. Critter growled and launched himself at Luke with a roar, fangs bared. Oh, for Criff's sake. Luke was quick enough to avoid having his ankle savaged, and Critter found himself swept into the air and suspended by an invisible force he didn't understand. He put up a good fight regardless, snarling and slobbering and squirming in an impotent rage. Luke slowly lowered him into Mara's arms, where he calmed enough to be manageable. I'll make myself scarce, Luke said flatly, disappearing into the refresher and closing the door. Mara glared down at the adorable ball of fur lying in her lap, paws in the air. Do you have to be so dramatic? She asked. An indignant sniff was her only answer. She turned him loose on the bed again, where he was perfectly content to amble around in the linens before plopping down with a self-righteous huff. She looked longingly after her husband, hearing the shower begin running. She had missed him, and yet she had hardly been allowed to touch him since she had arrived. She glanced sharply at her chaperone, dozing on the bed beside her. He was loyal to a fault, but perhaps not the brightest light. Maybe he wouldn't notice if she slipped away to join Luke in the shower. She stroked his soft ears, encouraging his mute animal mind into deeper and deeper rest. Then she made her getaway. They had to engage in a similar charade to get out the door. The first meeting of the Jedi Assembly was scheduled for that morning, and they were both supposed to be there. Fortunately, Critter did not seem discerning enough to object so long as Luke went first and Mara followed later. They practiced coming and going a few times just to be sure there wouldn't be any ruckus after they left. See you in a bit, Luke said, pulling on his robe over his tunic. Mara noticed that he was wearing his heavy flight boots, taking no chances after the incident that morning, the ones with the steel toes and reinforced shin guards. Save me a seat, she called after him, sitting with the tiny tyrant. She waited half an hour, fed him, took him to the courtyard to do his business, then left him in his favorite spot on the couch. She would have to come check on him in a few hours just to be sure he hadn't been on a rampage. She wondered briefly how all the dirty work had become her problem. Jason Solo would owe her for this one. When Mara arrived downstairs, the atrium was crowded with Jedi, some of them old friends, some of them only vaguely familiar. Attendance wasn't either mandatory or restricted, and any Jedi Knight in good standing was welcome. She would have had little trouble finding Luke in the midst of it even if she hadn't been aware of him at all times. His lingering preference for black beneath his Jedi robes made him easier to pick out of a colorful crowd. She sent him a subtle signal as she passed through, and he politely disengaged to follow her. She stopped just around the corner in an empty passage, and pulled him in after her when he caught up. Privacy was becoming a rare commodity. I feel like we're sneaking out to get away with something, Luke said with a wry grin when he had finally pried her lips off him. Well, you did say you wanted to reclaim those young and fun years I never had, Mara reminded him. Her brow furrowed. I'm sorry about all this. It's not your fault, Luke insisted. I'm the one who agreed to watch him. I don't know, I guess he never gave Han any trouble. Then he scowled. Is there something about me that gives the impression that small furry animals could take me in a fight? Mara laughed. You do seem impossibly innocent sometimes. Well, he concluded, either Leia wasn't his type, or I have to step up my game. I'll let you figure that one out, Mara said, tousling his hair. Come on, it's rude to be late to your own assembly. The actual meeting was an atrociously dull but necessary affair, another instance of the new generation of Jedi trying to map their way forward largely without the benefit of the elder one. It was a gargantuan task which had been dumped on Luke rather unceremoniously, and that after a laughably brief period of formal instruction, with no resources and no support. He had been fumbling his way through it ever since, learning many things the hard way for lack of any other recourse. If Luke had a glaring flaw, it was his crippling self-doubt and how long it took him to weigh good advice, both of which were understandable when one considered the weight of his responsibilities. Deep down, she suspected there still lurked a traumatized 19-year-old kid who was still wondering what the hell had happened to his life. Mara certainly didn't envy him his position, but she would gladly help him navigate it. Should they reestablish an official Jedi Council? Was it even possible or prudent? Where would it be based? Was centralized authority ultimately a help or a hindrance? Who would lead it? Should they restore the old titled positions? And should they be openly allied with the civil government on Coruscant? Much was discussed, almost nothing was decided, but everyone went away with a lot to think about. The assembly dispersed to socialize in their own ways for the remainder of the day. There were many other ways for Jedi to spend their time. Some preferred to visit the archives and study, others may wish to meditate together, but there were always those who before all else would choose to be sparring, mastering any number of new defenses and trying their strength against their peers. Luke's more intimate friends, in this instance, Corran Horn, Cam Salazar, and Kyle Katarn, typically fell into that last group, so Mara wasn't surprised in the least when they gravitated into one of the exercise rooms to banish the sedentary boredom with some good old-fashioned violence. "Hey, Luke," Kyle asked as they shed their outer robes, pointing out the other's boots. "Why the heavy weaponry?" Luke rolled his eyes, reminded of his domestic difficulties. "Purely a defensive measure, I promise," he said. "Turns out we have an ankle biter upstairs." "Something of the nephew's," Corran guessed. "Anything to do with that hideous noise last night?" Mara nodded dramatically. Luke tried to put him out of the bed, and it didn't end well. "We're still trying to figure out how to manage his unrealistic expectations. I think he'd be happy if Luke never showed his face upstairs again." "Oh boy," Kyle said. "Nip that in the bud, Luke. Defend your territory. It's the only thing they understand." Luke laughed, but it was hollow and humorless. "I am not about to get into a pissing contest with anyone who weighs less than 5 kilograms, he said. "He'll be evicted soon enough. Now," he said, drawing and igniting his lightsaber with practiced ease, "who's coming at me?" Mara enjoyed the display from the sidelines as her husband and colleagues clashed in the arena. She wasn't afraid of any of them, but after sparring mentally, and often physically with men most of her life, she didn't wade back into the fray for pleasure. As she grew older, she just found herself above it all, the testosterone-fueled posturing, the bluff, and bluster. She had nothing to prove to anyone. Besides, she liked to watch. Here Luke was in his element. A preternaturally quick study. Whatever he lacked in administrative instincts he made up for with his mastery of the gritty business end of a Jedi skill set. He had obsessively studied all 7 forms of traditional lightsaber combat, and he collected obscure martial arts the way others did hunting trophies. Had circumstances been different, Mara could easily imagine him being more naturally placed as a battlemaster instead of the de facto head of the entire order. As it was, Kyle, the reigning battlemaster at the Praxium, had his hands full matching him strike for strike. Luke wasn't the tallest or the heaviest among them, but he was surprisingly strong and sleek as a wildcat. In terms of raw force potential, he had them all outclassed, a bona fide freak in the Skywalker tradition. It was fortunate that he was so good-natured. If he had thrived on conflict, she wasn't sure how the galaxy would contain him. Mara could feel him holding back, sparing his sparring partners the full brunt of his abilities, relying primarily on his hard-won proficiency as a duelist. That was the point of the exercise anyway. Corran attacked him from the opposite side in an attempt to relieve Kyle, but Luke simply eliminated Kyle from the fight with a brutally well-placed boot to the chest. "I take winner," Mara shouted roguishly into the fray. That clearly piqued Luke's interest. He shifted his defense into a strong offense, pounding away at Corrin with devastating blows left, right, and center, single-handed, double-handed, knocking the other saber back and forth like a plaything, gouging ruts out of the walls and floor. There was no anger in it, only an indomitable confidence that Mara found very attractive. Cam jumped in just for the sport of it, and Luke humored him for a moment before dropping him with an elbow to the jaw. He spun to catch Corrin's attack on his blade, the rasping screech of stress sabers filling the air as they strained against each other. Then Luke shoved him back with a single-handed grip that was eerily reminiscent of his father's style. The fight continued where it had been interrupted, at least until Luke swept Corrin's feet out from under him and planted a foot on his chest. "I yield," Corrin said, stowing his saber and displaying his empty palms. "I'm not trying to steal your wife, Skywalker." "Good grief, Luke." He rubbed his chest. "I'm going to have tread marks for a week." Luke turned back to Mara. While all three men were picking themselves up from the floor, he beckoned to her with the come-hither look she had no desire to resist. She stepped forward and ignited the blue blade he had given her so many years before. Their duel was very different from the previous ones. It was more a dance than a battle, rapid strikes flawlessly timed, flowing around the room, a sultry give and take between spouses made only more provocative by the inclusion of deadly weapons. The angry grinding hum of the lightsabers was a harsh counterpoint to what was otherwise a stunning display of the precision accomplished by two minds functioning as one. The strength of their connection made it almost impossible for either of them to surprise the other, each perfectly anticipating the other, trading the lead role between them in seamless synchrony. It could have gone on indefinitely, but Luke finally steered her backwards and pinned her against a wall, his saber holding hers at bay with a crackling roar. "Yield," he demanded, standing close against her, his arm braced against the pitted stone beside her head. Mara hesitated a moment, deliberately prolonging the tension. She met his gaze with a serene smile which left no doubt that she appreciated the innuendo. Finally she obliged him, extinguishing her weapon. "Yes, master." That sparked the reaction she had intended, and she allowed him to kiss her right there where they stood. "Don't you guys have a room?" Corrin complained. Luke relaxed his battle posture with a frustrated sigh, shutting off his own saber. "We do," he said ruefully, "but it has a bit of a vermin problem right now. Critter has claimed exclusive rights to Mara, and is willing to defend her against all comers. Makes the living arrangements awkward. You and Merrick's don't want to borrow a pet for the rest of the week, do you?" Corrin scoffed. "With the sales pitch like that, you're going to have a hard time finding any takers." "You know he can't help but be painfully honest," Cam said. Kyle laughed. "Yeah, Luke, that sounds like a you problem. I'm telling you, you'd better dominate that little creep before he smothers you in your sleep." Luke made a face. "What kind of pets did you have growing up?" Luke had long been planning to treat his wife to a formal dinner at home that night. They had experienced the perils of going out, and often preferred a quiet evening in, but he was determined to dress it up as much as possible. After all, they were already occupying the newly refurbished Grand Master's quarters in the storied Jedi Temple, so they might as well try looking the part. All the pieces came together flawlessly. The food he had ordered did not disappoint, and the temple attendants served it with impeccable tact by the soft light of crystal lamps. They were both dressed in their formal Jedi robes, Luke's dark brown and black, Mara's the more traditional brown and tan bud with sparring accents in a lovely shade of aquamarine which perfectly complemented her eyes. She was even wearing the earrings he had bought for her. Despite it all, Luke could not muster up a smile. Critter sat in her lap, moaning and rumbling and slobbering, blithely devouring choice bits of the prime cut of meat Luke had practically disemboweled his monthly credit budget to buy. A true scavenger, the greedy beast expressed an impartial enthusiasm for everything on Mara's plate, and made himself insufferable until his demands were satisfied. If the experience of the past 2 days had accomplished anything, Luke mused darkly, it was to cement R2's superiority to all furry creatures firmly in his mind. "Did Cat Arn bring any news from Yavin?" Mara asked, trying valiantly to engage in normal conversation despite the squirming distraction in her lap. "How have the students been while you've been gone?" "Nothing noteworthy to report," Luke replied, wanting to be able to focus on her. "That's often the best news from Yavin, honestly." Mara smirked. "I can't believe it," she agreed, trying to drink her wine around Critter's grasping paws. "When are your eagerly anticipated legacy pupils supposed to arrive?" "Jason and Jaina won't be going for at least another year," Luke said vacantly, unable to stop watching as Critter sloppily masticated a mouthful of perfectly seasoned vegetables. "Leia wants to wrap up their education here first." Half the appeal of the occasion as he had imagined it was supposed to be gazing into her eyes across the table and anticipating where the evening might lead. He already knew exactly where it would lead. Mara and Critter would go to bed, and he would be left to pass the time alone. It was almost a waste of time at this point. He wasn't even hungry anymore. "So they'll be attending with the Happen Princess," Mara observed. "That should be interesting." "I hope not," Luke said, brutally honest. There had been entirely too many interesting eras in his life. A little boredom would do him good. Cam said, "She seems to obstinately identify with her Dathomiri heritage, so hopefully that will." He trailed off, feeling an almost physical pain as Critter continued to demolish Mara's main course. "Excuse me, but do you know what that cost?" he asked, finally compelled to say something. "Too much for us," Mara answered, clearly understanding his objection. "It's excellent." "Then why are you feeding it to that thing?" Mara scowled softly, her expression matching his annoyance. "I don't know, Luke," she said facetiously. "Maybe because I wanted to talk to you, and this is the only way we could get a moment's peace. I didn't ask for this. You're the one who brought him into the house, and I don't even blame you for it. It's our problem now, and we'll just have to make the best of it. I could try putting him down if you want." "Could you, please?" Luke asked. It was worth a shot. Mara set Critter back on the floor where he belonged, but her skeptical look was vindicated when he immediately began bawling to be picked up again. Luke briefly wondered if it would be a justifiable use of the Force to push him into a corner and clamp his jaws closed. Probably not. They tried to resume their conversation, but there was no ignoring his cacophony, ranging from pitiful to desperate to enraged. He pawed the side of the chair. He climbed up Mara's leg. He bleated and growled and cried and roared. When the pitch began ticking up a few octaves toward the screaming, Luke relented. Critter resumed his privileged place with satisfaction, but he seemed to understand who was responsible for the outrage. He fixed his beady eyes on Luke, who was already glaring at him, and began growling again. Luke threw down his napkin and stood. "I'll go get ready for bed," he said, "before I'm banned from my own room again." He felt Mara's sympathy directed towards him, but also a stern warning not to vent his resentment on her. He reached out to brush her shoulder as he passed, then had to lunge aside as her erstwhile protector made a snarling grab for his hand. "Knock it off." Luke snarled back, spinning to face him, the surge of adrenaline feeding a hot flash of anger. He did stop the little pest's mouth, smothering his growls at their source. "Luke," Mara reproved him sharply, her face grim. "It's not worth it. Walk away." She was right. He released his invisible hold on the animal and returned to himself. It was incredible how something apparently so inconsequential could get so far under his skin, but it certainly wasn't worth a lapse. "I'm sorry," he apologized, his voice flat. "Take him out and get him settled. I'll be around if you need me." The couch wasn't an uncomfortable place to sleep, but the indignity of being ousted from his marital bed gnawed at his mind and robbed Luke of a proper night's sleep. Despite Mara's favorite pet name for him, he had not grown up on the right kind of farm to know much about animal husbandry. He was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, respected and feared from one end of the galaxy to the other. He could heal himself of almost any injury, best any opponent who met him on equal footing, walk on lava, cause earthquakes, and snatch small spacecraft from the air, but somehow he could not win a battle of wills with an unruly house pet. It was a painfully immediate pinpoint of absurdity in his life. Maybe Kyle was right, but he wasn't sure how to effectively communicate with a being who bristled into an incoherent rage at the very sight of him. Confused or anxious animals he could manage, but this one already considered him a rival and was determined to fight. No simple distraction technique was going to work. Time continued to tick by agonizingly slowly, the glowing face of the Chronos staring at him dispassionately in the dark. He wasn't getting any rest, and there was no point in doing nothing. He sat up, pulled on his boots, and went in search of a productive diversion. The training rooms were deserted, although it would not have been odd to find it otherwise even at that hour. Luke decided not to turn on the lights, adding an additional level of difficulty to the exercise. He strode into the center of the room, dimly aware of all the inanimate objects around him. There were 3 training remotes against the far wall. He stood in the dark and the silence for a while, clearing his mind of everything but the present moment. Then he switched on all 3 remotes at a distance and ignited his lightsaber, turning the whole room green. Yellow bolts pinged off his blade like hailstones off a roof. He didn't bother trying to track all 3 remotes at once, just opened his mind and let the force work. It was a rush of sensation, awareness, a strange calm in the midst of chaos. He imagined it must be much like the empowered contentment R2 felt when he was plugged into a charge port or an efficient computer system, except that he was tapped into the vast living heart of the galaxy. Each time, the self-abandonment became easier. What had been such a struggle at first was now second nature, almost like turning on a switch, the habits and patterns of thought firmly established in his mind. The remote seemed to be moving very slowly, his heightened perception allowing him to move with unnatural speed to counter the attack. He allowed the physical exertion to be an outlet for his pent-up frustration, knew it would be the safest way to defuse it and avoid another outburst like the one he had succumbed to the previous evening. The Jedi principle of abandonment and detachment from emotions had at first stricken him as an impossible and not entirely desirable ideal. Perhaps it would be possible for some species, and perhaps even desirable when one considered only the furtherance of a Jedi's mission, but it was not conducive to a balanced life. He was human, and emotions were an inextricable part of that. He was not obliged to do violence to his nature by allowing his emotions to atrophy, but he was obliged to learn to manage them. There was a lot he wanted to vent before he went back upstairs. He needed it to be harder, to hurt more. He deliberately dialed down his intimate connection to the Force to see if he could still manage to stay ahead of the remotes, a good simulation for situations clouded by distress, distraction, or pain. The world sped up around him, and it was indeed harder to catch every bolt. He pushed through the fatigue he had begun to feel creeping in, maintaining his lead by the barest fraction of a second. Then a stray bolt or 2 began to slip through, the throbbing sting driving him to push himself harder. The wild survival instinct flooded in where before there had been peace and surrender. It was raw, primal, and so incredibly satisfying that he kept up the fight as long as he could. Another consequence of being human was that he didn't have unlimited stamina, especially while limiting his reliance on the Force, and finally the remotes began to gain the upper hand. He fought as hard as his spent body would allow, and he finally took a flying kick at one of them, sending it crashing into the wall. Hey, whoa. Another voice interrupted his focus, and the lights flared on. Easy, big guy, Corrin said, coming in to join him, also dressed in his night clothes. You've got him running scared. Now what's all this wanton destruction of temple property? Now that Corrin mentioned it, Luke noticed that the other 2 remotes had swooped away to cower in the corner, reduced to an imperative of self-preservation. He also noticed that he was short of breath, and his face was dripping with sweat, every muscle twitching in the sudden stillness. I guess I got a little carried away, he admitted, shutting down his lightsaber. Carried away, Corrin repeated incredulously. Luke, you've been banging around in here for over an hour. Merrick sent me in to check on you, and also to see if you could pack it up and let us get back to sleep. Oh, Luke said sheepishly, wiping his face on a towel. Sorry. Corrin leaned on the nearest piece of equipment, crossing his arms over his chest with a scowl. Is he still here? He asked. Luke returned the grim expression, though it was not directed at his friend. If he pulls those fangs at me one more time, I'm going to punt the little Shavit out the skylight. Oh, would Luke Skywalker really kick a puppy? Corran asked with a mischievous grin. I'm about this close, Luke confessed, glaring through the tiny space between his thumb and forefinger. Corran did smile, but he sobered very quickly. Mara's here, he said, and I know you haven't seen her for at least 6 months. You should be up there too, not down here beating yourself up for laughs. Luke rolled his eyes and nodded. I know. You don't have to be that guy that things just happen to, Corran continued. Think about who the frack you are. You literally have more power and more authority than any other Jedi alive, and it's okay to use it sometimes. That was easily said, but often more difficult in practice. There seems to be such a fine line between use and abuse, Luke observed. I guess I'm still trying to figure out exactly where it is. It's nowhere near here, Corran assured him, meaning his current situation. Come on, be the master Kenobi knew you could be. Then he lowered his voice, leveling his finger at him and turning as serious as an academy drill sergeant. I don't want to hear you down here again until that little punk upstairs knows his place. Get up there, Skywalker, and take your wife back. It made Luke smile, but it was a stirring speech despite its brevity. He looked Corran directly in the eye, knowing he was right. He nodded. All right, he said, tossing the sweaty towel into the bin. I will. Corran spread his arms wide. Now you're talking, he said with a grin, and he punched Luke in the arm as he passed. The apartment was still dark when Luke returned, and the chrono told him it was still an hour or two before dawn. He entered with new purpose, determined to put an end to this farce for both their sakes. He didn't have to put up with this nonsense. This was his house, Mara was his wife, and Critter enjoyed their hospitality at his pleasure, not the other way around. He set his resolve as he approached the bedroom door. He would not be angry, he would not be violent, but he would be firm, and he would quite possibly scare the vaping daylights out of the little upstart. He turned on a soft light, pulled off his boots, drew one last even breath, then keyed the door control. Mara stirred in her sleep, dragged back to consciousness by her awareness of Luke's return. He made no sound except for the opening and closing hiss of the front door, and she had not noticed him leave, but he felt different now. Harder, perhaps, if that made any sense. She didn't have time to wonder about it before the door slid open, and she saw him ominously silhouetted against the outside light. Critter saw him too, and he immediately began rumbling, gathering himself for a lunge. Mara tried to grab him, but he slipped away and leaped to meet the challenge. He didn't make it past the end of the bed. Luke raised a hand and Critter froze as though he had struck a wall. Luke, what? Just wait, love, he said, motioning dismissively with his other hand. Just wait. He advanced and grabbed Critter by the scruff, lifting him off the bed to look him in the eye. Critter snarled and roared, twisted and flailed, even brandished his fangs again, but Luke would not be moved. Mara felt him slowly tightening his grip, staring the creature down until the roar became a whine. Apparently satisfied with Critter's new submissive posture, Luke slowly set him down on the bed, but as he withdrew his hand, the animal began growling again. Luke rolled him onto his back and pinned him down, looming over him as he brought the entire weight of his formidable presence to bear. The air thickened, the light dimmed, and the ancient stones of the temple began to groan beneath the strain. Damn, Luke, I thought aggression was forbidden. He was unbothered, never breaking focus. I'm sure this qualifies as defense. The intensity continued to build until Mara had to equalize the pressure between her ears. Then it dissipated. Luke slowly lifted his hand again, gauging Critter's reaction. The little thing seemed chastened, was even trembling a bit after the overwhelming show of dominance. Experimentally, Luke came around and climbed slowly into the bed. A stubborn creature, Critter rolled and offered a tentative snarl. Luke stabbed him into the bed with 2 fingers, and the crushing pressure fell over the room again. Chips of stone flaked off the ceiling, and a slow tremor shivered the entire building. Mara had known in theory what Luke was capable of, had felt his cavernous capacity to channel the Force, but this was actually the most intimidating display she had seen yet. Most days she could forget that she was married to Darth Vader's son, but sometimes it was inescapable. Luke slid out of bed, picked Critter up, and deposited him in his pet bed on the floor. There was not a peep of challenge out of the beast. To cement his victory, Luke returned to Mara just to prove that he could, knelt over her on the bed and kissed her possessively, his eyes trained the whole time on his would-be rival. Critter watched it all with a desolately blank stare, apparently accepting his defeat. He finally curled up on his bed with a plaintive whine. Mara said, now he sagged. Luke scoffed. Well, maybe you prefer his company to mine. She smiled and kissed him properly. You know I don't. Then she pushed him off her. You're sweaty, she complained. Take your male pheromone war someplace else. He obliged her by disappearing into the shower. He was back before long, slipping into bed beside her in the dark, clean, and smelling exactly the way a man should. As a consequence of their long periods of separation, it was still a new experience 2 years later. She felt a deep and abiding satisfaction from him as he put his arm around her and pulled her close. I missed you, too, she said, answering his unspoken thoughts. He laughed softly. I have missed you, he said, but I was also thinking it's good to see these sheets were worth the price. Mara shifted onto her back to look at him. You seem to spend a lot on me, she observed playfully. Am I going to have to help you stick to a budget? On us, Luke corrected her, and I can manage my own money, thank you very much. I've been doing it for years. The place does look very nice, she said, forced to wedge her comments between kisses as he gradually became more aggressive. Clearly you have good taste. Thank you. I still think Yoda's spirit must be cringing to see what you've done to his room. Luke wasn't in the mood for conversation. Ask me how much I care about Yoda's opinion right now, he said, clearly thinking of other things. They were interrupted by scratching and snuffling on the side of the bed. Critter, apparently feeling rather down and out, was begging to come up with them. Luke sat up and gave him an imperious look. You want to go through all that again? He asked. Critter groaned and sank back to the floor. That's what I thought. Go to bed. Amazingly, Critter waddled back to his bed and flopped down with a huff. Mara gently jabbed her husband in the ribs. You're so mean, she teased. The little delinquent can't go around home wrecking, Luke complained, turning back to her. Maybe Jason can find him a lady friend of his own kind. Don't even say it, Mara insisted. Can you imagine minding a whole family of them? Yeah, maybe you're right, Luke agreed. Poor little guy. At least he was king for a day or two. Maybe he thought he was, Mara said, pulling him closer. She suddenly felt very earnest. He had no idea what an impressive pair of boots he was trying to fill. She felt more than saw him smile. Well, Luke said, gently stroking her face, considering the inducement, I can hardly blame him for trying. Out of the wreckage. Flashback to our hero's escape from Cloud City on Bespin, as Leia has to cope with love, loss, near catastrophe, and a strange new preternatural connection to someone. Afterward, we pause to consider what might have happened if Luke had taken Yoda's advice and stayed on Dagobah. Spoiler, it's not pretty. Leia stared into the billowing clouds as the Falcon climbed away from the landing pad, the last thudding laser blast on the hull still echoing in her mind. No one spoke as they left Cloud City behind them, that abyss of nightmares, that living hell, preparing their climb into orbit. Leia sat mute in the pilot's seat, mentally and physically exhausted. A well of stress and grief threatened to break through the impassive face she wore the minute she gave it conscious thought. Chewie was busy in the co-pilot seat, managing their escape as best he knew how. Lando sat behind them, a constant reminder that Han was gone, lost to the bounty hunters he had been running from for years, tossed away like a bone to the ravening beast Darth Vader considered beneath his concern. They had failed to save Han, they had probably failed to warn Luke away in time, and they had almost failed to make good their escape. Only Lando's apparent goodwill and help in that endeavor had induced them to tolerate his presence. When she was having a more generous moment, Leia supposed she would grant that Lando had also lost everything to Vader in the end. For now she didn't care. Everything was falling to pieces. The thought of Luke also frozen in a block of carbonite was too horrible to consider, but perhaps it was inevitable. What did Vader want with him? Was it revenge for the Death Star? Whatever his motivation, it apparently merited the laying of elaborate traps for a single rebel pilot, and it sickened her to think the scheme had worked. Luke was likely lost to them as well, drawn inexorably into the web by his fearless devotion to his friends, another tragic casualty of Vader's cruelty. It was a pain Leia couldn't process at that moment as she continued to stare vacantly at the passing clouds. It was too much. Her mind was numb. Then, as if a light had appeared in her mind's eye, she was suddenly and inexplicably aware of Luke, alive but hurt and desperately afraid, clinging with the last of his strength above a sheer drop. It was eerily vivid, and it immediately brought his name to her lips. "Luke," she whispered, perhaps to herself, perhaps to no one in particular. It was the first thing she had said since they had launched, and both Lando and Chewie looked up. "We have to go back," she said. "What?" Lando demanded, incredulous. "I know where Luke is," Leia insisted. She didn't expect them to understand. She didn't understand it herself, but there was no way she was going to ignore it and leave him to die in that place. "What about those fighters?" Lando asked, his voice tight with his own anxiety, reminding her that there were Imperial TIE fighters deployed against them. It was a reasonable objection, but Leia simply didn't care. "Chewie, just do it," she said, dismissing his soft-spoken concerns as well. "What about Vader?" Lando persisted, but Chewie rounded on him with a vicious roar, silencing him on that point. All right. Chewie brought the ship up and around in a beautiful arc, and they sped back toward the floating city, back toward all the dangers they had just escaped. It seemed like utter madness, but Leia knew it was the sanest thing they could do. Luke had come full throttle when he sensed they needed him, and she wasn't going to leave him. They had lost too much already. Chewie growled a soft question. "No, not to the landing pads," Leia clarified. "Fly under the city, under the substructure." They approached cautiously, nearing the unglamorous underbelly of the place. It was covered with a stubble of radio antennas and weather vanes and sensors of all kinds. "Look, someone's up there," Lando said, peering out the forward viewport. Leia followed his line of sight, and was horrified to see there was indeed someone dangling off one of those weather vanes above the emptiness of the planet's atmosphere. "It's Luke," she said, staring up at him. He looked half dead. "Chewie, slow down. Slow down, and we'll get under him. Lando, open the top hatch." Lando left the cockpit, and Chewie began the delicate maneuvers to position the Falcon directly beneath Luke. As they approached, Leia could see him awkwardly trying to reposition himself on the vane, making her heart leap into her throat each time. The spindly thing could snap at any moment, and he didn't seem to have the use of both his hands. "Okay, easy, Chewie," she said as they came as close as they dared, more for her own benefit than his. The Wookiee knew his business better than anyone. They held that position for what seemed an intolerably long time, though it was probably only a few minutes. The scopes indicated that the TIE fighters had discovered them idling there, and were closing in. Every passing second narrowed their odds of escape. "Lando," Leia called through the comlink, striving to keep her voice calm. "Okay, let's go," he replied, and Chewie immediately turned them about and blasted away, Imperial fighters in hot pursuit. Laser fire began to rock the ship again. Leia left the cockpit in Chewie's capable hands and rushed out to meet Luke as Lando dragged him in, wrapped in a blanket against the biting wind outside. He was half dead, drenched in cold sweat with a face full of bloody bruises and barely enough strength to stand, though he tried manfully to steady himself as Lando passed him into her arms. Leia wrapped him in a fierce hug, desperate to find the comfort she needed in comforting him. Luke clung to her as though his life still depended on it, trembling with pain, relief, and exhaustion. Leia. She gently turned him in the direction of the medical bay and the crew quarters, the whole ship rocking again in the turbulence of a laser barrage as Lando joined Chewie in the cockpit. "Come on," she said. "Let's get you patched up." Despite the danger, Leia found a strange calm as she took charge of Luke. She had felt maddeningly helpless ever since the evacuation, but here was something she could manage. She helped him to the bunk, and he collapsed into it with a ragged gasp. "Oh, Luke," she sighed, powering on the life support system and the vitals monitor. "What happened?" "Vader." It was enough. Luke didn't seem inclined to say more, his eyes screwed shut and his breathing thin. Leia was left to imagine what the confrontation must have been like, and even that was terrifying. He looked like he'd been chewed up and spat out again. She bit her lip, worried that he may be suffering from unseen internal injuries. She read the screen on the monitor intently despite the continuing blast turbulence. It was a relief to see there was nothing potentially fatal to report, just generalized inflammation, dehydration, severe bruising, dangerously high levels of cortisol and adrenaline, and the beginnings of cumulative stress damage to his heart. By some glitch, the system was unable to return any readings from his right hand besides a nasty cauterized burn on his wrist. Blinking away the fatigue, Leia finally realized what she was reading, and her whole body went cold. She pulled away the blanket, and there it was, the gruesome truncated forearm, burnt and abused flesh shrinking away from a charred stump of bone. The shock of it paralyzed her for a moment, sickened by the inescapable brutality of the wound, but then she stopped herself before she could say anything. Luke didn't need her performative astonishment right now. He needed her help. Pressing her lips together in a firm line, Leia rifled through the Falcon's medical supplies. Han had been nobody's fool, and he had stashed away almost every trauma dressing known to the galaxy. Sure enough, covered with dust, but new and in its original packaging, she found a self-contained life support cuff intended for missing limbs. As a mercy, she also found a ready injector of nerve-deadening serum, and applied it to what remained of his arm. There was not much time, but she waited a drawn moment for the serum to take effect before she cleaned and disinfected the wound as best she could. Then she attached the cuff, thankful not only that it would preserve the flesh until they could reach competent medical care, but because it would hide the worst of it from view. It was difficult to look at. She had just begun to clean the raw wounds on his face when the Falcon lurched again. The fighters must be very close. Now that Luke was stable, Leia felt compelled to see what was going on. She kissed him gently on impulse. "I'll be back," she assured him, and then turned her steps back toward the cockpit. The air was tense in there. Leia looked up and saw silhouetted against the stars what the TIE fighters were herding them towards. "Star Destroyer," she said, pointing out the enormous vessel ahead of them. It was an Executor-class Star Dreadnought, probably the Executor itself, Darth Vader's personal flagship. They weren't clear yet. Lando altered their course dramatically to avoid the massive obstacle, but of course the TIEs followed. "All right, Chewie," he said, ready for lightspeed. "If your people fix the hyperdrive," Leia quipped, "all the coordinates are set. It's now or never. Punch it." Chewie flipped the switch, and they all heard, once again, the sickening sound of the motivator winding up, and immediately back down again. Both Leia and Chewie turned as one to look at Lando. He had no answers. Chewie devolved into a Wookiee panic attack, howling and rocking and throwing his arms around. Leia sank into a chair and covered her face with her hand, tired of the relentless chase, tired of that unreliable ship, and tired of their own rotten luck. Lando was shouting that he had trusted his people to fix it, and that it wasn't his fault, but Chewie finally pushed him out of the way and rushed into the back, determined to work the problem. It was probably repair or die now. No one wanted to imagine what Vader would do to them if they were captured outright. Lando finally recovered himself and got to work managing the readouts in the cockpit as Chewie effected repairs in the back. Sparks were intermittently flying out of the control boards, which seemed concerning. Leia took up the steering from the co-pilot seat. "Chewie," Lando hollered, increasingly desperate. The Wookiee's distant roar was not encouraging. The Star Destroyer was practically on top of them now. Luke appeared among them looking like a ghost of his former self, his eyes fixed on the gargantuan Imperial ship outside. "It's Vader," he said, his voice hauntingly flat, still hugging his cuffed wrist close against his body. He sank into the chair behind Leia, his face lined with pain and despair. The executor continued to chase them, and they were not able to gain enough distance to be out of range of its tractor beams. They had to be preparing one now, Leia thought. It wasn't like them to leave a prize hanging, especially when it was crippled. Would they be separated when they were captured? Leia was well aware of her status as one of the Empire's most wanted fugitives, a distinction Luke had also earned for himself. Lando was a dead man walking. Chewie would likely be killed or returned to slavery. The droids would be confiscated, mined for intelligence, and then destroyed. Was this how it ended? Suddenly the whole ship bucked, throwing them back into their seats as the stars seemed to stretch, flooding their eyes with gloriously familiar bent light. They were away, by some miracle, blasting toward the Haven rendezvous point at light speed. No one dared to breathe for a long moment. Then Leia heard all the breath come out of Luke in a single drawn sigh. Lando slowly picked himself up off the floor, looking as if he would also appreciate a dramatic pause after such a razor-thin escape. Leia was prepared to actually kiss Chewie, but she overheard both the Wookiee and 3PO fussing over R2 in the back, and she assumed the little astromech had proven his worth yet again. At this rate, she would have to recommend a special military commendation for droids. Luke finally stood and drifted out of the cockpit, aimless and still unsteady on his feet, apparently unaware of any of them. Leia had seen psychological trauma before. She hoped he was on his way back to the bunk. When Chewie returned to his seat and Lando volunteered as pilot, Leia went to find him. After all, she had promised that she would come back to him. She found him sitting in the common area beside the Dedrick table, practically catatonic. Leia retrieved the first aid kit and quietly sat down beside him, determined to finish dressing the deep abrasions on his face. She knew the process must be painful, but Luke didn't react at all. Neither of them spoke. Luke was not in any shape to explain anything, and Leia would never consider peppering him with questions at a time like that. She just tried to be present for him despite her own griefs. Why had she kissed him? So many things had changed since they had flown their separate ways 6 months ago. In retrospect, it was a bad habit she had admittedly allowed to get out of hand, especially now that she and Han had come to an ill-timed understanding. She was using Luke badly if she encouraged him with little passing affections like that, especially if she couldn't reciprocate the devoted love he had obviously carried for her ever since the day they'd first met. She had even been petty enough to use him once to inspire a peak of jealousy in Han, something she did regret. She was supposed to be better than that. Luke was better than that. Even as she thought about it, dabbing astringent on a bloody cut above his lip, Leia realized that she did love him. It wasn't the passionate, erotic love she had developed for Han, but it was something even more natural than that, something calm and constant in the background of her life, something she would not choose to be without again. There was an undeniable feeling of belonging there that she did not entirely understand. It felt like, well, like family. None of them had any family left, so maybe they were subconsciously adopting one another. That reminded her of the strangely specific intuition which had led her back to him, the only reason he was sitting there alive. What had that been? Leia's mind was teeming with questions, but she could keep them to herself for a while yet. How had Luke known exactly where to find them? Had Darth Vader purposefully leaked their location in furtherance of his trap? He had seemed supremely confident that the pointless pain and distress he inflicted on them would bring Luke running. Was Vader preying upon the fledgling Jedi instincts Luke had been trying to develop over the last 3 years? Would he really have walked into an obvious trap for them? Maybe he would. Leia had frantically warned him when their paths had crossed, and yet Luke hadn't turned back. It was the same reckless courage that had brought them together on the Death Star in the first place. Stooping in to challenge Vader directly was a terrifying prospect, and yet he had done it, apparently without question, for them. It was rare to find more than one friend like that in a lifetime. Luke had made it through alive, but barely. Now he was maimed for life. Leia glanced down at the life support cuff clamped to his arm and felt a sympathetic pang of nausea and regret. The medical corps at the rendezvous would in all likelihood be able to provide him with a decent cybernetic, but it would never be the same. Nothing would ever be the same. She didn't ask how it had happened, but she knew what lightsabers were capable of, and she noticed that Luke's own was conspicuously missing. It had been his most prized possession, especially considering that he had almost no possessions to speak of, the one relic he had of the father he had never known, callously taken from him along with his dominant hand. His eyes were deadened and distant, and Leia graciously ignored the tracks on his face left by fresh tears. Finally, she gently wiped them up without a word, and that seemed to bring him back to the present. Luke turned to look at her, his eyes a bit clearer despite the dark bruises forming around them. "Thank you," he said, weak but very sincere. "Thank you for hearing me." So, it had not been her own intuition that had led her back to the city. He had actively called her. What was she supposed to make of that? She had nothing to say, no words that made any sense. The strain of the last 6 months was finally coming due. Leia simply lay her head on his shoulder, hoping it wouldn't hurt him and he wouldn't mind. Rather than pull away, Luke leaned into her as well, reaching to grasp her hand with the only one he had left, his quiet shuddering breaths the only indication that his emotional dam had burst. In a moment she, too, was silently sobbing into him, undone by the stress and tragedy of it all, and the unspeakable relief of their escape. Tomorrow they would have to face the consequences of everything that had just happened. Today they had nothing left, nothing but each other. Legends never die. Han Solo shifted his old bones in his enormous recliner, considering his next move on the oversized Dedrick table Jaina had ordered built specially for him. There were certainly some perks which came from having one's daughter raised to the dubious dignity of Empress Consort of the new empire. He had never been entirely comfortable with the arrangement, but Luke had actively encouraged it, and Leia had approved, so he had chalked up his reservations to old prejudices and a distaste for change. Jaina certainly seemed happy, and that was most important. He had certainly never imagined himself living in a stark imperial palace on Bastion, but life was funny that way. He had cluttered up the place with odds and ends of old memorabilia, trying to soften the imperial grandeur. That had never been his style, although it seemed it had been Luke's guilty pleasure. The Jedi Grand Master had been all too eager to embrace the sharply contrasting colors and high-collared flair of the kinder, gentler Fel Empire when he visited. He wasn't dressed like that now, though, just wearing his simple Jedi robes like the rest of them. The talking heads on the hollow neck continued droning on in the background, but nobody was really listening. They were too focused on the game. Han adjusted his figures on the board and sat back in the chair. "Your move, kid," he prompted his opponent. "I know. Give me a minute," Luke protested, scrutinizing the board. "Don't let him rush you," Leia insisted, shooting a narrow glance at Han. "He's trying to distract you so he can surprise you with an end run. Like he did you last round," Luke observed pointedly. "I know what I'm doing. I've been playing for years." Han enjoyed spending the evenings this way, a pleasant distraction from the monotony of his daily life. Jaina's family brightened the otherwise empty years, but children could be exhausting, and she tried to give him enough time alone to cope with them. Some stiff but friendly competition with some of his favorite people was a perfect counterpoint to the youthful energy of the next generation. "Ha," Luke said, sending an unexpected figure forward in an admirably strategic move to throttle Han's player. "Gotcha." Han frowned, replaying the move in his mind and trying to find some fault with it. "I know you have to be cheating," he grumbled. "It was a fair move, Dad," Anakin observed with a cheeky grin. Complaining about it won't help you. Ganging up on me again, huh? Han demanded, pretending to be offended. Kinda like the way you guys always come in uniform. Couldn't you all dress like normal people for a change? Makes me feel like the odd man out. Spare us the melodrama, Solo, Mara quipped amiably. You've always been the odd man out. Don't be mean, Luke protested. That's why we love him. A healthy infusion of sturdy common sense scoundrel in the family. Something about that last turn in the conversation made Han feel strangely wistful all of a sudden, and a few bittersweet fragments of memory crossed his mind. Something about Jedi robes. He turned back to Luke. Jaina still has your robes, you know, he said. Folded up in a fancy box in her room. Ben let her have them. That didn't quite make sense, he thought, but he wasn't sure why just then. It made Luke smile anyway, a sort of a sad, proud smile. Why doesn't Chewie ever come with you? Han asked. Chewie wanted to come, but we couldn't quite make it happen, Leia explained. He's waiting for you, Your move, Luke reminded him. Jaina deliberately quieted her footsteps as she approached her father's quarters. He had always been fiercely independent, even now that he really couldn't afford to be, and he didn't like her checking on him so often. She preferred not to leave him out of her sight for more than an hour, so she did her best to satisfy her overprotective instincts surreptitiously. His door was open, and she saw him again as she often did in the evenings lately, playing Dedrick with himself and talking to no one in particular. She tried to smile, though it manifested as a frown. That was the reason she had installed the table for him, to keep him occupied, but it was still a very lonely scene. There wasn't much left for him in life anymore, and it seemed as though he was just waiting to die, reliving their glory days and his fading memories. No one had expected him to live this long, least of all himself. Jaina appreciated each day they had together, but she knew it couldn't last. She left him to enjoy his game in peace, but was resolved to return before long and see that he made it to bed all right. Luke took no prisoners and won the game handily in the end. Han shut down the table in disgust. I know you're playing some angle, Mr. Grandmaster, he grumped. I'll catch you at it one of these days. Luke just laughed. I doubt it, he said, but okay. Leia leaned in closer to him, and he drew simple comfort from her presence there. He wanted to touch her, but never really could. Jaina will be back soon, she reminded them all. It's just about time for bed. Seems like all I do is sleep anymore, Han complained. And when I'm not asleep, I'm just listening to those nuts blathering on for no reason. He switched off the hollow net from the remote controls Jaina had built into the arm of his chair. No interest in current affairs, Mara ribbed him. I never was political. Han turned to Luke, recognizing without being told that he was in control of these gatherings. Do you really have to go? Luke nodded solemnly, though it seemed something subtle changed in those deep and profoundly kind eyes he remembered so well. Why don't you come with us this time? He asked. Han balked. He had never really considered the possibility, and it was presented so casually. What about Jaina? Jaina will be fine, Dad, Anakin said. She has Jag and the kids. She just wants you to be happy. Luke stood and held out his hand with a soft smile. Come on, he said, more firmly now. It's time. Han was confused by the request. How? He asked. Luke shrugged as if the answer should have been obvious. Just get up and go, he said. We'll take you. What do you think we're here for? Han looked at the four of them and suddenly realized how spectral they all seemed. He tentatively took Luke's hand and found it surprisingly solid. Luke tightened his grip, and they all smiled broadly as he hauled him to his feet. Han's knees didn't protest this time, and his back didn't smart. He suddenly felt very light and free, as though he had been living in a slowly shrinking cell for decades and had finally broken out. Come on, Luke said again, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness of space as Han felt Leia put her arms around him, and the room faded into blinding white light. Everyone else is waiting. Jaina felt the shudder as the force was brilliantly rent for a moment, and yet another familiar presence slipped away. She reversed course immediately, rushing back to her father's room although she knew he was already gone. She found him in his chair, exactly as she had left him. At least he seemed to have finished his game. The inevitable sorrow immediately welled in her throat, the regret that she wasn't present for his final moments, but she could not help but smile through her tears as she saw the incredibly happy expression on his face. "Go on, Dad," she said, wiping her eyes, determined to share his happiness despite her grief. "I knew they wouldn't leave you here alone forever." Jade Saber. Mara Jade sacrificed her most prized possession, her personal ship, during their mission on Neron. Luke Skywalker wasn't able to spare her the loss, but you can bet your sweet skippers he's going to make it up to her in the most outrageously meaningful way possible. Written to explore in blinding detail what must be one of the most understated Luke flexes in all of Legends, casually dropped by R.A. Salvatore on the first page of Vector Prime. 20 Abby, Coruscant. Jaina Solo and her brothers eagerly shut down their datapads when their tutor declared the lessons complete for the day. The frown on his face implied that he did not approve of their rush to escape his enclave of wisdom and knowledge, but what they did on their off time was not his concern. "Come on." Jaina beckoned as they went to find the official transport that stood waiting for them. As the children of the New Republic's chief of state, they were not free to go anywhere without an official escort. "Let's go to the hangar." "Not again," Jason groaned. He had never been very mechanically minded. "It's so boring in there." "You mean it's amazing?" Jaina corrected him. "Suit yourself," Jason shrugged. "I'll ride with you, but I'm going back home. I need to finish this assignment and do some meditating." Jaina scoffed. "You still don't know how to meditate properly. All the more reason to practice. You just want to see your pets." "I'll go with you," Anakin said from behind her. That was no surprise. Anakin was a fair mechanic, but he would take advantage of any excuse to spend time with their Uncle Luke. As they boarded their private speeder, Jaina reflected that Uncle Luke's marriage already seemed to have taken 10 years off him. He was full of energy and enthusiasm again, and always ready with a smile. It was obvious, now that they had admitted it to themselves and to everyone else, that he and Mara Jade were madly in love and would do anything for one another, which was probably why Luke had freely tackled such a daunting project. Mara had sacrificed her personal ship, the Jade's Fire, during their last mission together, a sacrifice so meaningful to her that it had sufficed to complete her transformation into a full Jedi Knight. Luke respected and admired that sacrifice so much that he was not only determined to provide her with a new ship, but to build it himself from the ground up. He had begun drawing up the plans even before the wedding, and now worked at a feverish pace in between obligatory visits back to Yavin 4 and the Jedi Academy while his wife was away on unfinished business of her own. The proprietor of the hangar was allowing him the use of the space in return for some favor the Jedi had done for him in the past. Some of the more specialized components were being provided by other influential friends and acquaintances he had acquired during the 20 years of his remarkable career. The galaxy could be a very rough place, but it seemed one hardly had to do more than turn over the nearest rock to find someone who owed some debt of gratitude to Luke Skywalker. Jaina and Anakin piled out of the speeder as soon as it paused to offload them, and their armed escort ushered them inside the enormous hangar. Jaina saw immediately that the chassis of the shuttle had been fitted to its landing struts, and that the internal infrastructure was partially installed. It seemed an injustice to call the craft a shuttle. Jaina had seen Luke's ultimate vision in the detailed technical plans, revealing hidden talents of his she had never appreciated. The Jade Saber, as Luke intended to call it, would be fast enough to outrun even the Millennium Falcon, and superior thrusters would make it almost as maneuverable as a starfighter. Its shield generators and hyperdrive motivators would be nothing less than military grade, while a tractor beam projector and retractable quad laser cannons would give it formidable defensive capabilities. It would require only a single pilot, but could carry 15 passengers in a pinch. At 50 meters long, it would boast a cargo capacity of 100 metric tons, 6 months' worth of consumables, and a rear hold large enough to accommodate an X-wing. It was, she realized, a shuttle designed by a fighter pilot, and it would be a thing of beauty. Admittedly envious, Jaina had checked the estimated market value of such a ship and found it to be well over 1.5 million credits. Master Skywalker, their escort called, presenting a datapad. I am releasing Jaina and Anakin Solo into your custody. Luke set aside the manual he had been reading and descended from the enormous shipping crate he had been sitting on. There were several of them strewn about the hangar. Thank you, officer, he said, signing for them. I'll see them home again. Thank you, sir. Hey, guys, Luke greeted them when the officer had turned away, pulling them both into a hug. Where's Jason? He'd rather do his homework, Jaina said sourly. Luke shrugged. His coveralls were respectably worn and stained by weeks of work. No accounting for taste, I suppose. We have the propulsion system and engines to install today, so I hope you came prepared. Always, Jaina assured him, fairly bursting with excitement, and Anakin seconded the sentiment. Luke returned to the discarded manual and finished reading it, his bright eyes darting intently across the last page. Jaina had realized some time ago that Uncle Luke was capable of absorbing an astounding volume of information in a single read. He would have to be. There was no other way he could possibly split his obligations among the Jedi Academy, the New Republic's concerns, and his own continuing journey of advancement as a Jedi Master, while still managing to perform with the competence equal to any professional astromechanic in the industry. No one had that much time. The twin-ion drive engines had been unpacked and sat ready, gleaming fresh from the factory under the harsh lights. The crates, Jaina assumed, held the components of the rest of the system. Here, Luke said, handing Jaina the manual after one last glance at the diagram. Look it over before we start. No sense in making thoughtless mistakes with something that's expensive. How expensive? Anakin asked with some trepidation. No idea, Luke replied with a grin. Talon Care just impressed upon me how many favors it was worth. Jaina looked over the specs with Anakin while Luke muscled open the other crates. This looked state-of-the-art, she marveled, appreciating the small improvements that had been made since she had last seen a propulsion system of the same type. Of course it is, Luke confirmed, rummaging through the packing fluff and coming up with several lengths of piping. It's for Mara, after all. Looks really complicated, Anakin added, his confidence seeming to pale in the face of the details. Just do whatever Jaina tells you, Luke said. Come help me unpack. By the time Jaina had browsed through the relevant sections of the manual, they had laid out all the pieces, gathered the crates against the far wall, and swept up the stray fluff. Okay, she said, ready. Great. Fuel cells are over there, Luke said, indicating the place on the open framework, and handing her the datapad with the schematics. Tools over there. Start at the beginning, and I'll meet you on the other end. He frowned. Also, go put something on. Your mother will flay us both if you ruin your school clothes. Dressed in her own set of coveralls which she had simply begun leaving there, with her hair tied back and a toolbox in hand, Jaina felt ready for anything. Luke switched on his music in the background, while she and Anakin lay back on rollers and scooted beneath the body of the ship with the tray of tools and parts. The two of them worked together to assemble the fuel lines to the engines. It was simple enough once you knew where to put them. Luke busied himself mounting the engines themselves, casually lifting the enormous things and holding them in place with the force while he bolted them into their housings. Jaina and Anakin spared a few curious glances from their own work, admiring their uncle's easy command of his own abilities, able to split his concentration between the two tasks with little obvious effort. It was a level of skill they all aspired to, and they were counting down the days until they would be allowed to leave their lives on Coruscant and begin their formal training at the Jedi Academy. They had been at it for a few hours when the sounds of new voices sounded in the hangar, all of them comfortably familiar. Hey, Luke, Han Solo called, interrupting their own conversation. I'm told you're exploiting my kids for free labor again. Guilty as charged, Luke replied easily, tightening a last bolt before he could confidently leave the engine unsupported. He turned with a mischievous smile. "You been picking up strays?" "Yeah, I just found him wandering the streets," Han said with a laugh, referring to his companions, General Wedge Antilles and Colonel Tycho Selchu, both recently retired, formerly Luke's fellow rogues. "They claim to know you." "Hi, Dad!" Jaina and Anakin rolled out from under the body of the ship and went to greet him. "Does Mom need us back?" "Only if you want to eat tonight," their father said. "Your uncle may live off ration bars like a barbarian while his wife is gone, but that doesn't mean you have to. Crawl out of those coveralls, both of you." "Looking nice, Luke," Tycho said, admiring the work in progress. "Someday you really will bite off more than you can chew, but I have to say I'm impressed. Something to consider if this whole Jedi thing is a washout and you need a change of career," Wedge added. "Yeah, thanks," Luke said, accepting their ribbon for what it was. "I'll be just a minute. I have to check their work." He lay down on one of their abandoned rollers and disappeared beneath the substructure. "He won't find anything," Jaina assured the gathered veterans. "It's all perfect." They seemed to appreciate her confidence. "It's going to be a slick ride for a Tatooine farm boy," Tycho observed impishly. Mara Jade's favorite pet name for her new husband cut an amusingly stark contrast across the numinous prestige which had attached itself to Luke Skywalker over the years. Not that he had ever deliberately distanced himself from his origins. Moreover, Tycho was right. Pirate princes would envy the Jade Saber when it was finished. "Yeah," Wedge smiled, elbowing Han in the ribs. "Because flying through hyperspace ain't like dusting crops," Han finished wearily. "Yeah, I know. Show Luke a barrier, and he'll show you the way over it. It's almost a compulsion, I think. Of course, now that he's scored a flashy wife, she needs a flashy ship, so he's stuck with it." He shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't they say farm kids are always supposed to return to their roots? You know, digging in the dirt, playing with animals, things like that. You don't expect them to shoot off and become hotshot squadron commanders or Jedi royalty overnight." It was a moisture farm. Luke protested from under the chassis, his tone implying he had already made that correction several hundred times. "Vaporators, plumbing, security fencing, and droids. I know nothing about livestock. I never dusted crops, and most of the gardens were hydroponic." Jaina and Anakin stifled their laughter out of respect for the elder generation, but it was always a pleasure to see the enduring friendships of bygone days still alive and well. It was like touching a piece of history from the height of the rebellion, the first days of Rogue Squadron, a time of tragedy, nobility, and high adventure. It thrilled them both, young as they were. It was their legacy. Luke finally reversed out from under the ship, stood and left the roller behind. "She's right," he had to admit as he came to join them. "It's perfect." His expression was caught somewhere between a Jedi Master's admonition against her boastfulness and an uncle's admiration for a job well done. "Hey, Jaina, there's something on your face." "Really?" She thought she'd been careful this time. "Where?" "Yeah, here and here," Luke said, playfully smearing oil across her cheek and forehead. All right, Han said, stepping in. "It's not her fault she's brilliant." "Thanks for all your help, kids," Luke said, wiping his hands on a towel as Jaina and Anakin turned to follow their father. It looked like Wedge and Tycho would stay a while. "Give your mother a hug from me. I'll still be here tomorrow if you get bored." "Count on it," Jaina assured him with a broad smile. "Bye, Uncle Luke." Jaina wore her oil smears all the way home like a badge of honor. Her mother wouldn't be amused, maybe wouldn't understand, but being counted worthy to be included in the rogue's antics was one of the greatest compliments she could imagine. She was only 11, but adolescence and adulthood were looming. She could feel the expectations, and considering the remarkable members of her family, there was a lot to live up to. Having some indication that she was on the right track was encouraging. Watching the Jade Saber come together so well was also encouraging. It was like a symbol of the welcome turn for the better all their lives had taken. There was finally peace with the remnant of the Empire. Her mother was once again chief of state, and the Republic seemed to be on a relatively even keel. She had gained an aunt by marriage and may have cousins. She and her brothers would soon leave childhood behind and begin integrating themselves into the extraordinary society of rogues and heroes into which they had been born. It was all so exciting, Jaina wasn't sure how she was going to sleep that night, much less sit through their tutor's lessons in the morning. R.I.P. Jade Saber. Remember that awesome ship Luke designed and built from scratch for Mara? 25 Abbey, hyperspace en route to Coruscant. When the last rush of refugees had been secured aboard the Bothan cruiser Ralroost, it led the convoy in jumping to hyperspace, racing away from what was left after the Battle of Dantooine, back toward Coruscant with more bad news for the Senate. When the all-clear was given to move about the vessel, Mara gathered herself with an effort and headed for the medical bay. It seemed the shoe was on the other foot now. Luke had visited her bedside at the refugee camp before the battle after doing what he did best, charging in like a lightning bolt from across the galaxy to rescue her and Anakin from US and Vong assassins. She had been exhausted by her illness and several days of desperate foot pursuit through the wilderness, and had been able to do little more than sleep before the battle. Now it was Luke who was wiped out, prostrated by titanic feats of force mastery she had never seen or even imagined before. He had single-handedly crippled the enemy war effort in his field of battle, but it had left him dangerously sapped. Hopefully it wasn't anything a routine healing trance couldn't set right. That thought evaporated in a flash of consternation as she recognized his comatose form on one of the many medical beds, strapped into an oxygen mask and attached by wires to a suite of monitors. Leia stood beside him wearing a grim expression, marking his bedside amid the confusion like an indicator flag on a war map. Her features softened as she saw Mara approaching, despite the fact that all the monitors showed Luke's vital signs in the red. Leia waved off her obvious concerns. "He's just in a trance," she explained. "I tried to explain to the medics that none of this was necessary, but you know Bothans. They won't be told. I guess none of them wants the liability in the event that Master Skywalker takes a turn for the worse." "Not likely, is it?" Mara asked, getting a handle on her own heart rate. The princess shook her head dismissively. "He just needs his rest. You should have seen their faces when the readings came back." She indicated the monitors, all of which were reporting vital signs worse than those of a coma patient, little respiration, and a barely discernible heartbeat. He still managed to be fully oxygenated, which Mara was sure he could have handled without the mask, though she did feel a twinge of sympathy for the ruffled Bothan medics. Leia patted her arm. "I'll leave him to you, then," she said with a weary smile. "I could use a nap myself." Chairs were in short supply while the cruiser was stuffed with refugees, so Mara sat on the edge of the bed beside Luke and gathered his limp hand in hers. Despite being the cybernetic, it was no less his hand than the living one, subsumed by now into the burning force of his presence almost as though he had been born with it. She stole a few moments just to look at him while he was unconscious, marveling that this man, despite not being naturally blessed with heroic stature, with his boyish features and ready smile, his soft voice and that slight outstep, was in fact a transcendent being capable of pushing small black holes into enemy armies. There had been no ignoring him on the battlefield, despite the distance between them. Luke had suddenly shone brighter in the Force than anyone else she had ever known, pulling a prodigious wave of raw power into a blinding focal point, then projecting it out again to work his will. It had been incredible to witness, and was actually an elegant summary of who he was, immolating himself on the front line for the benefit of everyone behind him. The soft beeping of the instrumentation began to intensify as his heartbeat picked up, and Mara could feel him coming around in response to her presence. She hadn't intended to wake him, but Luke was a big boy and could make his own decisions. His eyes fluttered open and he smiled at her. Then he frowned at the oxygen mask on his face and fumbled it off. He seemed slightly confused by the rest of their surroundings as well. His memories were probably muddled, as sometimes happened when one rushed out of a healing trance prematurely. "This isn't the Aber," he said, stating the obvious. "Where are we?" "On the Ralroost," beating a hasty retreat to Coruscant. You remember the battle? Luke nodded, apparently putting the pieces together. His energy still ran at a very low ebb, though his condition was slowly improving. Then his eyes narrowed. Wait, he said. Then where is the saber? Don't tell me we've left it. His color drained when she didn't answer. Mara. She really didn't want to tell him, but the change in expression on his face told her he had already guessed the worst. We stowed it in the forest when we arrived, Mara said. By the time we knew the Yuuz and Vong were there, they had already found it. You know how they feel about machines. Luke's gaze distanced as he no doubt imagined the scene in all its savage ruin, and she felt a wave of physical nausea roll through him. He sighed heavily, and his eyes fell closed as he was momentarily sapped of all his strength again. Then he set his mouth in a firm line, looked up at her and clasped her hand. I'd rather have you than 100 brand new, state-of-the-art, custom-built, a stupid expensive, completely perfect, ships. Mara offered him a sad smile, recognizing his keen regret even as he tried to renounce it. But it does make me want to cry a little bit, Luke admitted, the pain in his eyes belying his smile. What will you do? Mara asked, almost afraid of the answer. Build another one. He went completely limp. I don't know, Mara. Just the thought of all that work makes me want to lie down and die right now. And who knows if we'd be able to scrape together all the parts again. Then he stopped short and looked her dead in the eye. Do you want me to? Mara shook her head, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that she had only to do the opposite to make him eat his words and start work immediately. It was sobering to have that kind of influence over a life partner, with such powerfully pure intentions. I'd never ask you to do that. The saber was one of a kind, and it was paradise while it lasted. She knew he could feel her regret and remorse just as she felt his exasperation and despair, both of them aflame with sympathy for the other, until they were dragging themselves into a firestorm of pathetic misery. Mara felt a single tear escape in spite of her determination to prevent it, and Luke's eyes began to well in response as he reached up to wipe the trail away. Stop it, Mara said, straightening where she sat and clearing her throat. There are too many people dead for us to be crying over a ship. She could see that Luke agreed, but it was still a blow. It wasn't exactly a death he had to grieve, but he had invested a significant part of himself in the building of that ship, and they would miss it. It wasn't exactly brand new, Mara observed under her breath. It was only 4 years old. And it was more than a little shameless. She dared to grin a bit, realizing they sounded like guests at a wake, reminiscing about the deceased. You didn't just go the extra kilometer designing her. You went an extra 15 parsecs just to prove you could. And the way you could slip your X-wing straight into the rear hold made the whole thing a giant flying innuendo. You think I didn't know that? Luke asked with a sly smile. It was glorious. With an effort, he swallowed all his swirling negativity, as any good Jedi should. Just chalk it up to the Skywalker curse, I guess, he said, indulging one last flare of resentment before he allowed that to drain away as well. Apparently it's the reason I can't have nice things. So long as we can keep it from taking you, nothing else really matters. That is by no means a sure thing, Mara reminded him, thinking of her wasting illness. Well, we haven't finished fighting yet, Luke insisted, not by a long shot. A disgusted look flashed across his face. His forbearance worn thin, he ripped the useless sensor wires off his chest, sending the monitors flatlining in a panic. Mara was unexpectedly jolted by the image. It could just as easily be him, she knew. He had already cheated death more often than any mortal had any right to, and whatever his other powers, Luke Skywalker's heart was flesh and blood like everybody else's. She briefly contemplated living without him, then pushed the thought away. She never wanted to hear that flatline tone so near him again. Reading her distress, Luke reached behind the bed and yanked the power cable out of the socket, silencing the alarm. Mara felt tears threatening again, the cumulative effect of stress, fatigue, loss, and generalized anxiety. Scoot over, she demanded, lying down beside her husband on the narrow medical bed, slipping beneath his arm to rest her head on his shoulder. It seemed they were still obliged to fight tooth and nail just to snatch a few moments apiece together, and she had thought pinning him down long enough to marry him had been the hard part. She felt him smile, silently agreeing with her assessment of their situation, running his hand gently along her back. "I miss our stateroom," she whimpered. There had been memories made in the Jade Saber stateroom. "Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it?" Luke heaved another great sigh. Each time, his regret was blunted a bit more. "You know, Jaina once said she saw the saber as a metaphor for the family, that it was indicative of the better times we were supposed to be living now. I suppose it's only fitting that they smashed it up, too." "Don't get all mystical on me." Mara idly slipped her hand into his open tunic, running her fingers over the raised welt the sensor's adhesive had left on his chest. They still had each other, a single point of ecstasy amid the storm, even if the caprice of the universe took everything else. She didn't know how much longer they could get away with it, but she was determined to make every day count. Paternal instincts. Chewie's death on Cernpedal hit Han hard, and circumstances unfortunately dragged the whole Solo family, particularly young Anakin, through a messy grieving process in addition to the first major battles of the U.S. Invong War. 6 months in, Luke feels compelled to say something, but his direct approach may prove more explosive than effective, especially when he is barely holding it together himself. 25 Abbey, Coruscant, immediately following the Battle of Aether. They had left the cataclysmic destruction of Aether behind them, ruin and grief and acrimony clinging to them like the putrid stench of decay that contaminated the planet. Now that they had returned to Coruscant, it was their express intention to disappear into their own quarters for a few days, banishing the larger reality within their fragile bubble of peace and serenity for as long as they possibly could. They both knew that would probably be fewer than 48 standard hours. As the lift started up, Mara swayed on her feet and braced herself against the wall. Already determined that he would accept no objection, Luke pulled his wife to his side to steady her the rest of the way. Normally she would have fought him, insisting upon bearing her own burdens, stubbornly independent despite all challenges, but some challenges were more persistent than others. Her mysterious illness had returned with a vengeance, sapping her vitality with astonishing speed. There, in the privacy of their own home, Mara uncharacteristically allowed herself to admit her weakness and leaned into his strength. It was always there for her when she asked for it. When the lift stopped and the doors opened, Luke picked her up and carried her the rest of the way, floating their bags along behind them. They didn't even bother to turn on the lights, preferring the natural light and shadow filtering in through the windows. It seemed impious to disrupt the heavy quiet that lay over the place, arriving like ghosts in their own suite. Maybe no one would notice them. Maybe they could forget everything for a while. It would be a pleasant fantasy while it lasted. After helping Mara navigate a shower and dragging up clean clothes for both of them, Luke lay her in bed and collapsed beside her. They might have talked, but really the silence was preferable. They didn't need to discuss the battle. They had lived it. They didn't need to lament the bitter anti-Jedi rhetoric pouring out of the media in the wake of Ethor's destruction. They had heard it. They didn't need to assure themselves yet again that Luke had been obliged to distance the Jedi Order, albeit with extreme reluctance, from Corran Horn in a sacrificial political compromise. He already knew it. They didn't need to remind themselves that Chewbacca's memorial service on Kashyyyk was scheduled within the month. They had planned for it. More than anything, they didn't need to dwell on her illness and what a confounding mystery it was. They just wanted to forget it all, just for a moment, but some things ran too deep to be overlooked. Without a word, Mara moved his hand to rest with hers over the place where they had expected to have nurtured at least a few children by that point. Real concern had not set in until after 3 years. Now it had been 6, and they were both, as near as they could tell, pushing 45. Her sickness was complicating the situation. Hope burned decidedly low despite the pretty lies they told one another. Feeling the blunt ache of Mara's regret, Luke glanced up to see a tear disappear into her hair. He slid closer around her, wishing he could give her the happiness they both craved. It was certainly not for lack of trying. They were blissfully content together, but otherwise their lives were just a few catastrophes short of disaster. War, death, and destruction clung to them like ugly on a runap, and now, although he did not often allow himself to acknowledge it, Luke realized he might be watching Mara slowly die before his eyes. Neither of them liked to dwell on that, and they tried to take each day in stride, but the downward trajectory was becoming difficult to ignore. The last thing she needed to be worried about was conceiving a child. "I'll never love you any less," he assured her. His voice sounded grimmer than he would have liked, accurately reflecting his mood. "But you'll be so disappointed," Mara protested, briefly allowing herself to grieve the possibility. "I'll be disappointed." "It isn't over until it's over," Luke reminded her. "Let's not burn ourselves out grieving tragedies that haven't happened yet. Today has enough to cry about as it is." She swatted him playfully through her tears. "I'll cry when I want to," she insisted. Rather than fight her, Luke turned her head and kissed her, enfolding her in a warm glow of unconditional love and acceptance. They fell asleep that way, despite it being just after local noon, both of them desperately tired after everything that had happened. Luke woke several hours later as evening was creeping on, not because he was suitably rested but because he was ravenous. Mara was still deeply asleep, so he crept out of bed and closed the door behind him, replacing his lightsaber on his belt. At that stage of life, and especially with the U.S. Henvong running around, he really did feel naked without it. The contents of the cooler were a disappointment. There had been no time to restock it before they had arrived, and it was difficult to plan more than 12 hours into the future anymore. They would probably splurge and order something in that evening. For the moment, he had to content himself with one of the few yogurt cups that weren't outdated, and then, just because he could, he broke into the secret chocolate stash in the back of the freezer. If they didn't deserve it after either, he didn't know what it was there for. It was practically medicinal at that point. He set 2 bars on the countertop to soften up. In the stillness, Luke was abruptly aware of a bright and familiar presence ascending in the lift. It seemed a bit more subdued than he would have liked it to be, but the last 6 months had been rough on all of them. Luke opened the door and was waiting, with a soft smile, when the lift arrived in the corridor and released its passenger. "Come in, Anakin." Young Anakin Solo returned the smile, though Luke was all too aware of the quiet pain his nephew carried, festering beneath the surface. Unfortunately, that was something only he and his father could resolve. "Sorry to bother you, Uncle Luke," he said, coming inside but keeping his voice low as a courtesy. "I know Aunt Mara isn't well, and we all just got back, but I was wondering if I could stay and talk to you for a while. It's always so calm up here, and I feel like I need some solitude without actually being alone, if you know what I mean." "Of course," Luke said, pleased that Anakin would come to him. He tossed him the extra chocolate bar. The kid looked like he needed it. Anakin caught it gratefully, though he didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Luke would never admit it in so many words, but Anakin was indeed his favorite nephew. Jacen was becoming aloof and cryptic, but Luke and Anakin had always enjoyed a very open and uncomplicated relationship. In the quiet half-light of the kitchen, he saw his own blue eyes staring back at him. Mara was always commenting on the resemblance. The Skywalker genes were apparently strong with him. Anakin glanced at the bedroom door. "Aunt Mara's sleeping." Luke nodded. "I hope she isn't doing too badly." "She's been better," Luke admitted after a moment. He didn't want to burden Anakin with his own worries, but he could tell none of it was really a secret anymore. "Uncle Luke," Anakin began again, suddenly very earnest, "you've seen people die, people you couldn't save. You've had to leave them behind. Do you ever forget?" The question struck Luke like a knife to the heart, though his pain was entirely for Anakin's sake. He already knew what had brought it on. Anakin, misinterpreting his reaction, recoiled internally and turned away. "I'm sorry." The circumstances of Chewie's death had fallen on their whole family like a funeral pall, and it was beginning to smother them. They had been over the grim scenario time and time again. They all agreed that no one was directly at fault. Not Lando for unwittingly sending them to the doomed planet, not Chewie himself for refusing to stop helping the fleeing refugees until several seconds too late, not Han for placing such a burden of responsibility on his youngest son, not Anakin for choosing to save the Falcon, and everyone on board rather than wait another moment beyond the point of no return. Even so, accusations had been made in the heat of the moment, and so long as the whole tragic drama was unresolved, the bitterness lingered. Luke could see it, the unmerited guilt eating the kid's guts out. Anakin was right to assume he knew exactly how it felt. Luke sighed, turned his nephew by the shoulder, and gathered him into his arms without a word, projecting as much warmth and empathy as he could spare, all formality between master and apprentice forgotten. Despite all his accomplishments, skills, and expectations, Anakin was still just 15. Manhood came all too soon for Solos and Skywalkers, and Luke could see he needed the opportunity to be a child again, even if just for a moment. There seemed to be precious little they could do about the larger war, but at least he could give him that. The poor boy clung to him there in the relative anonymity of their apartment, away from siblings, parents, and judgment, leaning heavily against his shoulder and trying not to cry. There was no need to speak, and Luke consciously radiated nothing but steady patience, compassion, and a kind of paternal affection he suspected had been in short supply at home. He felt a twinge of guilt toward both Han and Mara as he increasingly began to consider Anakin the son he would never have. Most of his life he had been a son without a father. Now, perversely, as the obvious if not titular head of the Jedi Order, he found himself in the role of a father without a son. It was a perpetual source of unbalance in his life that he would right if he could, without treading on anyone else's sentiments. Luke said nothing until he felt Anakin begin to pull away. "You never forget," he said gently, finally answering the question. "You just accept it. And that, like everything else, becomes a part of you. Has there been trouble at home?" "Oh." Anakin recovered himself with a few sniffles that went tactfully unacknowledged. "No more than usual. I just thought." He trailed off mid-sentence, apparently unwilling to articulate what was burning on his mind. He may not have said it, but he was thinking it so distinctly that Luke had already heard it. "You thought your dad would have been happier to see you?" he asked, and Anakin immediately looked down at his boots. "What happened?" "Nothing," Anakin answered, and it wasn't an evasion. "Nothing happened. I mean, we just survived another lost battle. You know, you were there. Any of us could have been killed, but Dad couldn't be bothered to meet us. It's like he doesn't really see us anymore." "Especially me?" He almost added the qualifier to that statement, but thought better of it at the last moment. Again, Luke heard it anyway. "I know Chewie was special," Anakin continued, finally unburdening himself, "but Dad's really gone to pieces, and he doesn't seem to want to come back. The rest of us can't do that. We all have to be out fighting the war, me, Jaina, and Jason, Mom, you, and even Aunt Mara, but Dad's been holed up in the back room getting so drunk that he doesn't even notice we're home." "Is that what happened today?" Luke asked, his tone becoming more severe. Anakin declined to answer, but he felt the truth of it. "If everyone who lost someone special quit fighting," Anakin said at last, "we could never win." Luke sighed again and turned to pour himself a glass of cold water, hoping to dampen his rising temper. He poured one for Anakin as well. "He just needs time," he said, although he was beginning to have his own doubts. "Grief is a process, and everyone processes a bit differently. But you're right," he acknowledged. "Whatever he's doing doesn't seem to be working. I don't want to lose all respect for Dad, but..." "No, don't do that," Luke agreed, handing him a glass. "You have to respect your father as your father, even if you can't condone anything else he does. Trust me, it's a problem I've wrestled with extensively." Anakin nodded with a cheerless smile. He understood as well as any of the younger generation possibly could. He bore the man's name, after all. "Anakin," Luke said, making a decision, "why don't you stay here for a few hours? Stay for supper if you like. I have something I need to do, and it would be a great comfort to me if I knew you were here with Mara while I was out. Oh, sure thing, Uncle Luke, Anakin agreed readily, mildly surprised by the change of subject. I mean, yes, Master. Luke turned a twisted smile at him. At ease, soldier, he said, only partially joking. Those kids really did grow up too fast. Go practice those meditation techniques I taught you, he suggested. They'll do you good. Feel free to use my space over there. I've already arranged it to be as conducive as possible. Anakin smiled, the first wholehearted smile Luke had seen on his face in months. Thanks, Master, he said. I'll do that. Luke landed an affectionate slap on the boy's shoulder in passing. He retrieved a black robe from the closet and pulled it on as he headed for the door. Anakin didn't have to know where he was going, and he appreciated that the boy trusted him enough not to ask. Luke suspected he would have much less peace of mind if he did know. The stalemate had festered long enough, and Luke felt an urgent need to have a word with Han about how his destructive grieving process was affecting his son. Jaina was taking a dramatic pause in her bedroom when she felt Uncle Luke's approach. She was surprised because his stated intention when last she saw him was to disappear with Mara and do essentially what she was trying to do herself, decompress and process the battle they had just endured together. He had clearly not been entirely successful, because, though certainly strong enough, his presence felt disorganized and stressed, veiled in a tangle of confused emotion. It seemed like an accurate description of the whole family lately. Good evening, Master Luke, 3PO was saying as he opened the door. I'm afraid Mistress Leia isn't here at the moment, but I could offer you some refreshment if you like. No thank you, 3PO. Where's Han? Oh no. Anakin must have unintentionally stirred something up. I'm afraid I'm not quite sure, sir. The droid had the benefit of not being readable through the Force, so Luke could not confidently accuse him of deliberately obscuring the truth. Jaina would have no such protection, particularly not from her uncle, and she wasn't surprised to hear a sharp rap on her door. She got up and opened it rather than shout permission to enter, granting the Jedi Master the deference he deserved. He was not angry, but he was certainly very grim. You're looking for Dad? She asked with some trepidation. Luke nodded. I know he's here, he clarified, meaning in the building. Where exactly can I find him? I really don't think he's in a good place to talk today, Jaina ventured, recognizing a volatile combination, her uncle's righteous indignation and her father's bilious rage coming together like chlorine and potassium. So, I've been told, Luke said calmly, though she could feel his patience was worn. He hasn't been in a good place for the past 6 months. Someone will have to start talking sooner or later. Where is he? Han was doing what he did best lately, and that was avoiding reality. The bottle was unfortunately empty now, so the peak couldn't last, but he embraced it while it lingered. He finally felt nothing but numb, almost ready to float away and leave all these miseries behind. He was afraid to confront the reality of Chewie's death, because he wondered if he would even recognize himself without him. Had some vital part of himself died too? His friends and family were insisting upon holding up that mirror, making him look and see what he had become, like a blast victim who had lost half his face. He didn't want to see it, didn't want to acknowledge it. The fact that he was doing a damn good job of destroying himself in an attempt to deny grief the satisfaction had not escaped him, but he didn't like to dwell on that either. When he was sober, he did worry about how he was going to climb out of this hole. He wanted to climb out himself, to redeem himself in the eyes of his very tolerant family members who were giving him the space to slowly combust while surely thinking a bit less of him every day. They would be ready in a heartbeat to pull him out the moment he asked, but he was still too proud to want that kind of help. Right now he was falling, slowly free-falling into that hole where there was no war, no pain, no grief, only emptiness. An insistent knock on his door interrupted his escape. Han, it's Luke. We need to talk. May I come in? Oh, here it came? He could hear it in his voice. Luke had decided enough was enough, the self-appointed arbiter of all that was right and just. Leia must be out, because she would have put him off somehow. If he didn't know how to face his own family, Han certainly wasn't in the mood for Luke's platitudes or spiritual opinions about the way he was supposed to act, think, and feel. But, hey, the numbness was gone, and in its place was left a sense of reckless invincibility, so bring it on. He had a few things to say himself. Yeah, come on. Luke let himself in, looking very dour in his black robes, and immediately wrinkled his nose looking around the sloppy room. He said nothing, but the judgment practically dripped off him. There was an immediate internal conflict as he seemed to debate the need for privacy against the possibility of being cut off from a supply of fresh air. In the end, he opted for brutal honesty over courtesy, and pumped the door back and forth to circulate the atmosphere. "Don't you get any ventilation down here?" he asked, abandoning whatever opening line he had rehearsed on the way down. Occasionally, Han drawled, already annoyed by his fastidious complaints. He knew the alcohol was thinking for him, knew he was feeling petty and vindictive and unreasonable, but his heart had constricted around his wounds and was more aware of them than anything else. Part of him craved the cheap victory of breaking down that pretentious Jedi calm and striking real feeling. "We even have running water. Almost civilized." Luke scowled at him. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Block me out like that." "I'm here because I'm worried about you." "Worried about me, are you?" Han spun the chair to face him. "Or are you just worried about your little apprentices?" Han enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing a jolt of chagrin pass Luke's face. Must have hit pretty close to the mark. Not bad for a normal guy. "Hey. Sorry," he amended with a sneer. "Am I supposed to call you master now, too?" Luke's planned remarks were in shambles. He was obviously offended by Han's tone, and Han had some inkling that he should have been flattered that Luke was making no effort to mask his emotions around him, but he really couldn't care less. "You act like I wanted this," Luke finally said, speaking purely from the gut, which was a conversation Han would much rather have. "We all have our duties, and I'm just trying to do mine. It'll be a relief to all of us when you finally remember yours. Always the martyr, aren't you? Always the first to stand up and be counted, ready to slit your own wrist for the greater good. Sorry to be such an embarrassment to your glorious cause, but we can't all be so perfectly detached." "Got him again." "Han," Luke began again. His tone changed. "I didn't come here for a fight. I came." "What?" "To save me. What is it with you and this compulsion to fix every problem in the universe? Sometimes people don't want to be saved, Luke, and sometimes there's really nothing you can do, no matter what freak powers you may be cursed with. Sometimes the people you love most just die in front of you, and there's nothing you can do. Then you'll know how the rest of us feel every day." Bullseye. That one landed much harder than he had expected. Oh, damn, he might be thinking about Mara. But, ever the glutton for punishment, Luke took it and kept coming. "We just want to help you," he insisted, finally sounding a bit hurt. "What are we supposed to do? Leave you to rot down here?" "You can't help me, kid. Is that because you can't be helped, or because you don't want the help?" "Stop it. I'm not one of your goggle-eyed students. You don't understand. Your relationship with Chewie." Luke was charging in now, finally ready to make his move despite the stiff resistance. "All right, maybe I don't. But I understand death, and I understand loss. By all means, do what you have to. Mourn, grieve, go drink for a week, but this." He indicated the mess all around them. "This is dysfunctional, and it's affecting your family, especially your kids. They're watching you, and they want their father back." Han rolled his eyes. "Those kids need me less every day," he said with a glower. "They have you and Leia, and all the other Jedi. Jaina has Colonel Dark Lighter and Rogue Squadron. Why would they need an old washed-up bum like me?" Luke scoffed. "Well, that's a very selfish point of view," he said. "Damn it, Han, you're their father. You can't just drop out of their lives like this." "Oh no." Han rose out of his chair, his voice becoming a snarl. He wasn't exactly steady on his feet, but he never broke eye contact. You and I famously lost the Cosmic Father lottery, so what makes us think we're any better? Oh, that was a good one. Maybe we're all just pathetic little people slogging along through this pointless life until we die. Will you shut up and listen? Luke shot back, squaring up and matching his tone. Not very Jedi Master-like. I don't believe that, and neither do you. Chewie would be disgusted right now. Don't bring him into this, Han warned, leveling a finger at Luke's nose. Why not? Luke cuffed his hand away, afraid of what he might say. Shut it, Luke. He say it's time to pull yourself together and face the criffing music. We gave you all the latitude we can afford, Han, but we have to draw the line when you start hurting your children. If I had children. Well, you don't, Han shouted, going for the jugular. And at this rate it doesn't look like you ever will, and you know it. Don't think I don't see you grooming Anakin to fill your bloody boots just as soon as the curse of the criffing Skywalker smudges you out. That's just destiny, right? It eats everything. Where does that leave people like me, Master Skywalker? Sitting on the sidelines watching my family burn. So don't come down here with your self-important criticisms of my parenting when you're waiting at the door to give my kids lightsabers and toss them into the meat grinder. He knew he should stop, but the pallor on Luke's face was too satisfying. You'd probably do the same to your own kids, wouldn't you? Hey, maybe that's why Mara hasn't bloomed. Even your all-powerful Force can't stomach another generation of Vader's whelps tearing the galaxy apart. The room snapped upside down, and Han belatedly realized the explosion of pain had been Luke's fist slamming into the hinge of his jaw. He was quite proud of the way he somehow managed to keep his feet, rebounding off a table, and he threw a messy roundhouse of his own. Luke blocked him and followed with 3 sharp punches to the stomach, chest, and cheekbone, bodying him to the floor in a heap. The violence of it surprised them both, but after only a few moments of breathy silence, Luke already seemed to regret it. He shot Han a narrow look, then dropped to his knee and offered his hand. Han, I'm sore. The solid crack of Han's fist against his own jaw stopped him mid-thought. Luke was not a large man, maybe 77 kilos soaking wet, but he absorbed the blow like a prize fighter, his stunned expression betraying only mild surprise and annoyance. Han punched him again, but his reaction was no more satisfying than before. Worse, Han had the distinct impression that Luke was deliberately allowing him to hit him as some kind of personal penance. They glared at each other for a long moment. You want to hit me again? Luke asked pointedly. Han curled his lip. Why? It's no good when you don't fight back. Come on then. Luke took his hand in a vice grip, hauled him to his feet and dropped him back into his chair. Drifting in a drunken haze of both physical and emotional pain, Han waited for the lecture to begin again. It didn't. Luke flexed his jaw a few times to be sure it still worked, started to sit on the side of the table but found it sticky, and abandoned the idea. Standing in the midst of the mess, he sighed. Jaina was right, he said, his voice flat. It isn't a good time for this. A good time for what? Luke ignored him. I'm not myself, and you're probably in no condition to remember anything I say anyway. Han grimaced and probed his developing bruises. The kid could be vicious when he'd a mind to be. He had already forgotten the finer details of the argument, but he was pretty sure he deserved it. Look, it's not that I don't appreciate what you're trying to do, Luke, he forced himself to say before he lost his train of thought. But stay out of it. I need to do this myself. Luke arched an eyebrow. Can you do it yourself? We're still figuring that out. The dubious expression on Luke's face didn't leave much to the imagination. Standing by and waiting for others to pull themselves out of a jam was not his strong suit. All right, he finally said. But if we can't help you, please find someone who can. We need you back. We all need you back. Han huffed painfully. I'll try. He saw that obnoxious Jedi maxim ready to come out of his mouth, but Luke bit his tongue and kept it to himself. I didn't hurt you, did I? He asked instead, looking him over with a critical eye. Anything broken? I'm not that old yet, Han growled. You aren't that young either, Luke countered under his breath. What about the sand dragon? Anakin asked. Mara shook her head, leaning over to peer at the menu displayed on the datapad. Nah. Too spicy. I'm not in the mood to be assaulted by my food today. How do you feel about pyros? Anakin snorted. Comfort food. I did think you were the type. Comfort food is exactly what we need on days like these, Mara insisted. You think I'm going to sit here crunching on a salad after all we've been through? They both looked up, sensing Luke's return before the door opened. When he did appear, it didn't look as though anything was out of the ordinary, but Mara was nonetheless aware of something unpleasant churning far below the surface, so far in fact that it seemed he had intentionally pushed it there. She would have to ask about that later. We were about to order without you, she said as he swept off his outer robe and stowed it in the closet, but you're just in time to have a vote. What do you want to eat? Surprise me, Luke insisted. He sounded disinterested, distracted. Mara frowned at Anakin, but he just shrugged. Where did you go? She asked, making an attempt to sound equally disinterested. Apparently nowhere, Luke said, though he quickly smothered the brief flare of frustration. He came in to join them. What are we ordering? Criffing hell, Skywalker. The fresh bruises on his left jawline caught her by surprise, to say the least. Did you fall into traffic on your way to nowhere? Luke gruffly cleared his throat. Training accident. The ludicrously transparent excuse was clearly meant to squelch the conversation immediately. Mara considered pressing the issue, but the hostile pulse that came off her husband gave her pause. It was not often that she had to pick her battles with him, but she had learned to recognize those rare occasions when he was not willing to entertain debate. Finally, the subject definitively closed. Luke reset his internal equilibrium with a deliberate breath. Now, he said, picking up where they had left off, tell me what you two want to eat. Humility. After fleeing from Coruscant and into hiding with Luke, almost succumbing to her disease, and dramatically giving birth to their son, Mara finally has a moment to collect her thoughts. They say pain is a great teacher, and that seeing is believing, and both of those things have brought her to some stark conclusions. 26 Abbey, and hiding aboard the errant venture. Mara woke in the darkness after what seemed like an impossibly long time, which just after giving birth meant a few uninterrupted hours. She glanced around sharply, immediately wondering where Ben had gone. He was there, with his father. Luke was standing in the starlight streaming into their stateroom aboard the errant venture, holding tiny Ben close against his chest. He had found his center again after the emotional chaos of the birth, and now he stood in a soothing aura of profound calm and contentment pleasantly colored by his wonder and joy as he cradled their newborn son in his arms. Mara's thoughts were still confused and disorganized, though less frantic than they had been earlier. For a moment she envied her husband's steadiness as she drifted in a slow maelstrom of half-formed emotions, impressions, and conclusions. Then she rejected such a petty sentiment. It was negativity she didn't need, and it was ultimately unnecessary. She gently reached for Luke in the Force, touched that cultivated calm, and he immediately extended it to her without thought or question. More than that, she felt an additional bloom of happiness that she had asked. It was still difficult for her to lean on someone else after surviving so long on hard-bitten self-reliance. It still felt like weakness, capitulation. People were fallible and often unreliable, likely to disappoint you at the worst conceivable times. But she knew Luke would never betray her, would never intentionally disappoint her. She had known that even before they had officially vowed as much to one another. Why was it still so hard for her to trust him in practice? His benign touch allowed her to think more clearly, casting her scattered thoughts in a new light, his light. It was her own pride that was limiting her, Mara realized, preventing her from completely embracing their extraordinary partnership. She had just admitted as much to them both during the last throes of their battle against her disease. Her self-reliance was supposed to have been a defense against the limitations imposed upon her by the shortcomings of other people, but it had become a real liability when it prevented her from accepting assistance from one of the most powerful, most capable, and most devoted beings in the galaxy. It was an attitude that had endangered their son, and had almost been the death of her. It was not a comfortable conclusion, but one she felt she was obligated to learn from. In the inevitable comparison, Mara realized the same vice had been bludgeoned out of Luke some time ago. By his own admission, he had started his journey with a respectable streak of it, but the trials and obstacles he had overcome had forced him to root out his own pride bit by bit. It had not been an easy process, and it was something for which he explicitly prepared his students. Some listened more attentively than others, and Mara herself had never liked that particular lesson because it made her uncomfortable. It was a lesson she realized Luke had been forced to practice quite often in the recent past. As he had categorized it, pride was ultimately a manifestation of fear. For the Jedi there is no fear, the recitation began. No fear of being humiliated. Trying to plot the forward course for the new Jedi with almost no assistance would have been a tall order for anyone. Of course, Luke had made mistakes over the years, some of them incidents, and some of them people, all of which had very publicly bitten him in the ass and invited extensive public comment. Even now, his vague intention to reestablish a firm hierarchy within the Jedi Order was the subject of strenuous debate among people who had no business having an opinion. Every move he made was closely watched, every decision criticized, every misstep remembered. Mara had been standing with him in that harsh glare for 7 years, and it chafed. No fear of suffering rebukes. Mara had not been the only one who had been very free with the armchair criticism of Luke's past shortcomings, justified or not, and his ability to bite his tongue and accept unsolicited criticism was itself a hard-won skill, one she had not yet cared to master. She should probably make a greater effort, for solidarity's sake. Criticism was coming hard and fast from many quarters recently. No fear of being despised. Anti-Jedi screeds had become fashionable amid the hysteria which accompanied the U.S. Hong invasion, spewing from every HoloNet channel available, and Luke was among those few who were conspicuous enough to be personally denounced. Skywalker and his Jedi weren't doing enough, or they were meddling and should stand down, or perhaps they should be rounded up and fed to the insatiable invaders as the enemy War Master had demanded. Every lost battle and ruined world brought a new onslaught of hostility. They tried not to watch it, not to hear it, but there was always someone who felt the need to remind them of it, usually some idiot bureaucrat sitting on the Senate Advisory Council. Considering Luke's record of service to the Rebel Alliance and the New Republic, the snide comments from official quarters were a slap in the face, but he held his course regardless. No fear of being calumniated. Absurd accusations were aired almost daily, but the ravings of the representative from Obroa Sky had been one of the most explicit, indicative of many others. I hold Luke Skywalker, and the Jedi responsible for the death of Senator Akla, he had fumed, and all that has befallen us. The political powers were keen to pin Luke personally for Corran Horn's disgrace, for the unsanctioned aggressions of Kype Durin and the rogue Jedi who were disinclined to take direction, for the disaster at Centerpoint Station involving his nephews, for the misinformation of their intelligence network, and for the disorganization of the whole Jedi Order, even as they discouraged his efforts to reestablish the Jedi Council. Luke Skywalker was the figurehead, the scapegoat always present on Coruscant to endure a new round of rhetorical abuse from frightened, small-minded people, culminating in this latest outrage, being driven from Coruscant under literal blaster fire by threat of civil arrest. That was how he currently found himself temporarily homeless aboard a garishly Red Star destroyer on the fringe of legality with his wife and child. No fear of being ridiculed. Those pompous senators knew no shame. It seems that you had an order of 20 vigilantes and 80 do-nothings, one has said. The comment had enraged Mara, but Luke had endured it in silence, and she had held her peace out of deference to him. Nothing he did seemed acceptable. Kype Durin, that delightful package of arrogance and deceit, had recently had the almighty gall to berate him in front of a large convocation of Jedi, all but accusing him of cowardice and incompetence. Luke maintained his unpopular position against naked aggression regardless, knowing it to be right. no fear of being wronged. Her conscience pricked her at that juncture, and Mara shifted in the bed. It was easy to dwell on the obvious ways other people had wounded Luke, and there were many she could name, but it was harder to look inward. In light of what had just happened between them and the quiet before the inevitable chaos began again, she felt overdue for some introspection. Mara could admit that she was not proud of the way she often spoke to Luke, especially while under stress, the way she often interpreted gestures of kindness as annoying or condescending. She knew he didn't mean it that way, but it was easy to put him off with a sharp word when she felt she needed the space. She should probably think of a nicer way of asking. She realized she had been guilty of overestimating her own abilities at Luke's expense, not that he would ever accuse her of it, and even if he did, he would forgive her in the next moment. "This is my child, too," he had ventured to say the day they had discovered her pregnancy. "Mara, you're going to have to make an allowance for that." She really hadn't? She had continued to dictate to him and essentially do exactly as she pleased. She had convinced herself that it was imperative that she maintain her independence even within their marriage, that somehow Luke couldn't love her in the same way if she lost her edge or relied on him too much. That was probably ridiculous. Luke would love her even if she sprouted a second head, and he would probably be thrilled if she allowed him to dote on her more often. She had been guilty of trying to mold him to her needs and wants without affording him the same consideration. Farther along the journey than she was, Luke had stepped back and allowed her to gradually mortify his protective instincts, his compulsive desire to reach for her at every other moment, enduring her rough comments and petty rebuffs until she had trained him so well it had nearly destroyed them. Mara had never allowed Luke into her illness, seeing it as an embarrassing weakness she had to conquer on her own or else sacrifice her self-respect. It hadn't been her self-respect at risk, she realized now. It had been her pride. She had fought it alone with all her strength and determination for years, forcing her husband, her most intimate companion, to watch her struggle from a distance. It had been an enormous trial for him to do nothing, but Luke had respected her boundaries until she had literally been at the threshold of death, and the frustrated helplessness she had imposed on him had nearly driven him mad. When she had finally seen the limits of her own strength, Mara had allowed him back into her weakness for the good of their unborn son, almost too late. She'd had nothing left. Luke had pulled himself together, stepped into her battle, and dominated it. She had perceived him as a sunrise, brilliant blue-white, and blindingly pure. There was strength enough for all of them as he enveloped his family within that tremendous well of power she had tried so hard to live without, and together they utterly defeated her wasting disease within an hour. Why had she resisted that? She trusted Luke, she loved him, and they had both seen into the depths of each other's souls long ago, so why was it still so hard to submit to him? It was her pride. It always came back to that. Looking at her husband in the starlight with their son, aware of the gently swirling kaleidoscope of emotion and affection that was the giddy zenith of Luke's own personal happiness, Mara was forced to confront the fact that her pride had come within a few heartbeats of depriving him of all he held most dear in life, and he had almost allowed it to happen for love of her. There was a stark lesson there. As it often did, Luke's very presence skewed the paradigm. She should probably start thinking of independence from him as weakness rather than strength. It would be a good step on that excruciating journey toward humility, and it would be her own fault if she neglected to learn anything and someday got herself killed playing the hero. Luke returned to her bedside, positively beaming. "Do you want him back?" he asked quietly. "I kind of do," Mara admitted. She should probably rest while she could, but maternal instinct was a force to be reckoned with. She was still coming to terms with the idea that she and Luke had produced a living, breathing child, and that he wouldn't vanish in the morning. It was absolutely not where she had seen the future of their relationship when she had held him at blaster point on Mirker, but he definitely had a way with people. Something about those big, innocent eyes. It was just a stray thought, but Mara hoped Ben would have his father's eyes. Luke passed the infant to her, careful not to wake him. Mara took a moment just to consider Ben's little face, putting his features together with the bright spot in the force she already knew so well. "He's perfect," she said. I think those are the hormones talking, Luke observed with a smile, stealthily climbing into bed beside her, even though I agree. He'll dry out in a few days and be twice as cute. She glared at him. You're lucky I love you, she said. He nodded, willfully oblivious to her threatening tone. I'll agree with that too. Mara sighed. There was no sense in putting off the inevitable, and apologies were more easily made without an infant squalling in the background. Listen, Luke, she began, her earnest tone immediately piquing his interest. I'm sorry I pushed you out the way I did, always trying to do things my own way. I never imagined we'd be able to beat that crippling disease so quickly together. Makes me feel silly for putting up with it for so long. I guess I need to remember that my way isn't always better than your way. Luke accepted her apology very generously, with no hint of I told you so. I think I'm going to let you off with time served on that count, he said. You're the one who was suffering. It's not about me suffering, Mara insisted. It's about me trusting you. I'm going to try to be better about that. Just be patient with me. He kissed her forehead, glowing with a warm appreciation of the sentiment. Always. Ben stirred in his sleep, opening his toothless mouth with a wet grunt, flexing his impossibly small fingers. Mara smiled and leaned on Luke's shoulder. Is he real? She asked. I'm afraid so, Luke said, radiant with joy despite his tone. Changes things, doesn't it? It changes everything. It was as though something in the universe had shifted. Life was now irrevocably different, and they were different. They had grown comfortable in the roles of husband and wife, but now they had to be parents. It was an entirely new era that required a new level of maturity. Mara felt like she had aged a decade in the last 12 hours, and not in a bad way. Then she heard a telltale bubbling sound that interrupted her reverie. Speaking of changing things, she said, I think he's made another masterpiece. Luke frowned. Again, he's very productive for someone who hasn't had a chance to eat much yet. Give him to me, I'll get it. Do you know how to change a diaper? Mara asked dubiously, passing him the baby. Maybe we should get Merrick's back in here. Luke shot her a narrow glance, accepting his son with a confidence she found mildly surprising. Maybe he'd had more experience with his sister's children than she thought. I built you a starship from scratch, he said. I think I can figure out a diaper. Trust, Mara reminded herself. She was supposed to trust him. Luke apparently heard her, though he turned away before his smile could betray him. There was no doubt enough crazy coming for the both of them in the near future, and she had to remember they were stronger together. Having a functional family was still new to her, but Mara didn't want to be the weak link in that chain. She owed it to Luke, and she owed it to Ben. She just had to get out of her own way. Perversely, it seemed like that was one of the hardest challenges for anyone to master. Eclipse. The war with the U.S. and Vaughn continues. Anakin Solo has been killed, Coruscant has fallen after a protracted battle, and baby Ben Skywalker was nearly kidnapped by a traitorous senator. Luke and Mara Skywalker are finally reunited with their infant son on the not-so-secret Eclipse station, and are forced to confront some problems unique to Jedi parents as they come to terms with recent events. 27 Abbey, Eclipse Station. The moment the Happen shuttle touched down in Eclipse Station's hangar bay, Mara was throwing off her crash harness. Luke didn't blame her, and he wasn't going to fight her to be first off the ship. They could see the welcome party that had gathered to greet them through the viewport: Lando Calrissian, his wife Tendra, 3PO, and one very special baby boy. Go on, he said with an irrepressible smile. I'll shut her down. Go get him. Mara didn't need to be told twice. She smashed a kiss on his forehead and limped out of the cockpit as quickly as her splinted ankle allowed while Luke began the shutdown sequence. It only took a minute, but when he stood he could see her already clutching their son to her chest as though she never intended to let him out of her sight again. Some had doubted a beast like Mara Jade had the internal capacity for motherhood, but Luke never had. He had to remember that no one else knew her quite as well as he did. The agonizing helplessness of plummeting through atmosphere, and burning X-wings while their son remained at the mercy of kidnappers in orbit was not an experience Luke ever wanted to repeat. As a bonded pair of Jedi Masters with enough combat skill between them for a small army, neither he nor Mara felt powerless very often, and just then it had mattered more than ever before. It had been all they could do to save themselves. The debacle only served to drive home the value of having dependable friends, especially while whole planets fell in ruin around them. "Come on, R2, he said, heading for the ramp. "I'm sure 3PO missed you, too." Luke did not allow himself to run, although he was no less desperate than his wife to hold little Ben again. That near brush with disaster had been terrifying. Mara gladly extended an arm to include him in the family embrace. Ben was still crying, but it had become a cry of protest rather than distress. "Sorry, buddy," Luke said, stroking his cheek and trying to impart some measure of the calm that was only just returning to him. "We'll try not to let that happen again." "Damn Criffin straight," Mara growled, though Luke could feel her flood of relief and happiness. Luke detached himself and turned to their friends with a smile. He took the hand Lando offered, but pulled him into a fierce hug instead. As a father, there were no words that could possibly express how grateful he was. "Lando," he said, finally releasing him, "if you ever need anything." "Hey, don't worry about it," Lando assured him with a bright smile of his own. "Like I said, nobody's counting favors anymore, and we couldn't let the Vaughn take little bit. I know you and Mara would do the same for us in a heartbeat. Hell, the way this war is going, you may have a chance someday." "Thank you both, all the same," Luke insisted. "It was our pleasure," Tendra said, "although he's been quite fussy without you two or the Solos to keep him happy. I think he knows something awful is happening, poor thing." "We'll have to help him forget," Luke agreed. "If you really want to thank the man of the hour," Lando continued, "you'll have to hug 3PO too. It might have all been over before I got there if not for his quick thinking." He slapped the nervous-looking droid on the back in gruff congratulation. R2 spat, incredulous. 3PO, Mara repeated. Luke's expression must have mirrored hers as the thought of how near run a chase it had really been threatened to turn his stomach all over again. "Really, Master Calrissian?" 3PO protested, waving his arms. "You do exaggerate." "Nonsense." Lando had assumed his best salesman voice, as though he were pitching the story to a HoloNet dramatist. "Don't let that bemused expression fool you. This fearless operative evaded the agents of Senator Shesh and ensured young Skywalker's escape from Coruscant by whisking him aboard an overcrowded transport. He then foiled the Vaughn boarding party by hiding in the escape pod bay, expertly administering a sedative to the frightened child, and safely securing him in a locker." At this point in the story, Luke felt Mara bristling, but he waved her down. He then baited the warriors and Senator Shesh herself into the escape pod with his excellent imitation of Ben's crying, locked them in when they shoved him out, and launched them all back down to Coruscant. A masterpiece of daring and subterfuge. The details did make him sick, but after hearing the whole story, Luke had to agree with Lando, and he threw his arms around 3PO as well. "Oh, Master Luke, this really isn't necessary." "It's all right, 3PO, Luke assured him, putting the flustered droid back at arm's length. "I just want you to know how much we appreciate everything you did. We'll never forget it." "You're very welcome, sir. It was my pleasure to be of service. I did the best I could, although it was unfortunate that Mistress Leia deleted my childcare programming some time ago." "Never mind," Mara insisted brusquely. "You did great, 3PO." "Well, that is high praise indeed from you, Mistress Mara." Luke turned back to Lando. "Has he been serviced since he's been here?" Lando threw up his hands. "I don't give the orders around here." "How does a full maintenance package sound, 3PO?" Luke asked. "That sounds heavenly, Master Luke. If I may say, it has been quite an uncomfortable few months, and routine maintenance has not been among the most urgent priorities. Report to the maintenance bay and tell them Master Skywalker wants you to have the best service available," Luke instructed him. "Sky's the limit. Whatever you want." Back in their old quarters, in that place that had once been almost as good as a home, Mara was painfully aware of the change that continued all around them. Eclipse Station would not survive for long. It had been as comfortable as they could expect a cave drilled into an asteroid to be, plagued with electrical failures and chronically unbalanced temperature control. But it had been their own little kingdom for a while, a strange oasis of safety, the secret Jedi base deep in the core that unfortunately was secret no longer. Between Kuiper and unwittingly trailing U.S. Hinvom fungal spores directly to the place on his X-Wing, and the captured Yemis calling in a suicide strike, the station was ultimately doomed. It continued to function for now, but they could not stay for long. She sat awake on the couch, nursing Ben to sleep in the dark. She had given him his supplemental feeding already, and was nursing him primarily for comfort. Their intermittent absences from each other were wreaking havoc with her milk supply, yet another grievance she could lay at the Vong's misshapen feet. She sighed deeply, letting her frustration dissipate before it could disturb the baby. Motherhood was hard enough to manage without being constantly interrupted by an outrageous war. No matter how thankful Mara was to have her son back in her arms, no matter how much she adored the scent of his fuzzy hair and the keen light in his little eyes, getting out of bed at all hours of the night was a trial. Ben had been exceptionally fussy while they had been apart, and now he seemed to be working through an understandable flare of separation anxiety. She and Luke both wanted to be present for him, but they were worn thin by the violence and stress of the past few weeks. They desperately needed to rest and regroup, but unfortunately babies were not interested in anyone's well-being but their own. Finally, Ben's little jaw stopped working and his mouth fell slack. Mara gently lifted him and deposited him in his sleep pod. She limped back to bed and had just slipped beneath the blanket beside Luke when a plaintive wail split the silence yet again. She felt Luke heave a sigh and knew he had also been unable to sleep. "Maybe we should just bring him into bed," Mara suggested. "No." Luke's voice was firm, although she could feel his sympathetic desire to do exactly that. "If we do, how will he manage the next time we're pulled away?" He sat up and gently pushed her down onto her pillow. "I'll get him this time." Mara heard the wailing in the next room quiet to a persistent whimper as the baby was lifted out of bed once more. Ben was glad of his father's steady presence, but refused to be completely comforted until she heard Luke singing to him, a slowly lilting lullaby without any hint of the pervasive melancholy they were all feeling. She had been surprised to discover how well Luke could carry a tune. He'd never make a career out of it, but Ben seemed to appreciate the sound of his voice, and Mara realized she did too. The gentle melody calmed her thoughts as well, and she could easily imagine him swaying from side to side as his presence silently flared into a warm glow of reassurance, peace, comfort, and boundless love. It pricked Mara's emotions only because she knew it was a peace Luke did not feel himself. He had forcibly subordinated the turmoil of his own grief to the needs of the moment, and holding it down to maintain the illusion for their son required more effort than many would guess. Ben was powerless to resist the soporific cocktail of song and pleasant emotion. Mara felt his little slumbering spirit drifting in dreamless sleep, tightly swaddled against the cold inflicted upon them by the overperforming cooling units. She also felt Luke lingering longer than he was obliged to, contemplating Ben's sleeping form even as she was, the shield over his true feelings growing thinner. He crept back into bed with hardly a sound, and it seemed they might now dare to hope for a few uninterrupted hours. Luke turned away from her and buried his face in his pillow, pulling his aura so closely around him that neither she nor Ben could feel him properly. It was very considerate of him, but how he expected to sleep and also maintain that level of control was beyond her. As tired as she was, Mara would not let him fall on his proverbial sword unnecessarily, not if she could help it. She knew he was suffering, knew he was holding on to grief he couldn't purge or even allow himself to feel properly for fear of affecting their son. They had all seen how experiencing Anakin's death had affected him in the moment. It had stopped Luke cold in the middle of his presentation to their war council, and the physical effects had been so vivid, his distant and dilated eyes, the ragged breathing, the uncontrollable shaking, that Mara was almost convinced she had actually seen someone reach into his chest and rip out his heart. She had begged him to get a hold of himself then, afraid of what such powerful emotions might do to Ben. Luke had done his best, pulling himself inward as though twisting a spiritual tourniquet, and had continued doing so ever since, through their war preparations, through the exhausting battle for Coruscant, through their escape, even through Anakin's unexpected funeral on Hapes. He was still holding it in, waiting for a better opportunity that may never come, and in the meantime the pain had festered into a nasty suppurating wound that desperately needed to be drained. Grief was a familiar road by now, but Luke had most often walked it alone. Mara had promised him he wouldn't have to be alone anymore. She was the one who had insisted that he deny himself and choke it down indefinitely, but she could help him bear it now. She sidled nearer, running her hand along his shoulder and across his chest. "Luke," she whispered. "Luke, share it with me. We'll make sure it doesn't touch Ben." His breathing deepened, and his hand closed around hers. He seemed reluctant, but he couldn't suppress it forever. Mara knew how he had felt about Anakin. She had been fond of him too. She tightened her grip, nestling her face against the back of his neck, drawing on the force to build a barrier around herself, and extending it to join Luke's wavering defenses. It was not unlike the X-Wing shield duos they often formed in battle, each reinforcing the other as almost a single entity. "Come on," she said, gentle but firm. "Just like when we fly. Let it out, and let me in." Luke seemed to understand. She felt his weary consent, felt his own shield flare up to meet hers with the old strength she remembered, and then all his internal checks and restraints relaxed. It was unquestionably a relief to finally let it go, but Mara's first unconscious impression was of falling on a grenade. Tears welled in her eyes as together they were drowned in the desolate void of Luke's grief, the flood of guilt, regret, and remorse that could not bring his nephew back no matter how intensely he felt it. The only memory she could see was a fire, two parallel memories that were dreadfully similar, two different funeral pyres he had been obliged to build and light himself, one consuming the remains of Anakin Skywalker and the other of Anakin Solo. She could see the blinding flames, could smell the smoke, could feel the terrible heat as a part of Luke burned with each one of them. Luke loved hard. She had always known that. What was remarkable to her was that he was still so willing to invest so deeply in people. His willingness to be vulnerable, his ability to endure the pain of loss, and not lose himself was no less impressive a feat than any of his more celebrated accomplishments. Mara was prepared to assure him that there was nothing he could have done, but she felt Luke tense, and she thought better of it. He knew it, and he didn't want to hear it. He had heard it too often already. Being powerless to prevent another's tragedy was a special kind of hell for Luke Skywalker, and his whole life had been a slow metamorphosis into one of the least helpless people alive, a living legend of a pilot and squadron commander, a consummate fighter in many disciplines, and a behemoth of a Jedi Master likely to hold pride of place in the histories for generations. Yet there were still tragedies he could not prevent, lives he could not save, even among those closest to him. There was that sharp bite of humility again. If it could still sink its teeth into Master Skywalker, none of the rest of them had a prayer. Acceptance would come in time. It always did. It might have been an hour, maybe two, when the initial onslaught began to fade. The darkness dissipated, and Luke seemed able to steady himself without resorting to the suffocating measures he had employed up to that point. He felt drained, but better. Mara stayed close, just breathing with him in the stillness, sharing their warmth against the frigid air on the other side of their thermal blanket. Doubtless the grief would surface again many times before they found their peace with it, but the worst seemed to have passed. The only sound was the distant drone of the enormous generators that kept the station running. Mara felt Luke filling his mind with it, recognizing the quiet moment for the rare luxury that it was. Quiet moments spent in a warm bed with one's spouse were even harder to come by. He pulled her arm closer around him, pressing her hand over his heart. Mara embraced the quiet as well, closing her eyes to everything that existed beyond their room. They drifted in the intimacy of their forced bond, emotionally exhausted but completely present to one another, each completely subsumed by the other, accompanied only by the sound of their synchronized heartbeats and the hum of the generators. A slight rustle from deeper in their suite instinctively piqued Mara's attention, echoing then with unwarranted gravity through Luke's mind as well. Their eyes flew open, and after 3 breathless seconds, Ben began to wail. Mara felt a habitual stab of frustration, but she was surprised that Luke did not. He was the first to brave the cold with enough hard-won perspective to appreciate that his son was alive, and well enough to demand their attention. Then she felt guilty, although she was sure that hadn't been his intent, as she followed him. Luke had gathered Ben out of his bed and cradled him against his chest when Mara joined him in the nursery. Ben had once again quieted to a disgruntled whimper that implied he needed something more than his father could provide. "Give him to me," she said gently. "He loves you, too, but that isn't what he wants right now." "I just don't have that magical feminine touch," Luke lamented, handing her the baby. "No magic in it," Mara insisted. "Just a simple matter of physiology. Still seems pretty magical to me." Mara returned to the couch, prepared to nurse Ben to sleep again. Rather than go back to bed, Luke sat beside her, still fascinated by the whole process. Usually jealous of her personal space, Mara was surprised that she didn't mind, even after Ben found his latch and Luke lay his head on her shoulder. He was right. Every day they were alive and healthy was a good day, no matter what else they had to contend with. She thought of Leia, mourning the loss of one son, clinging to the dim hope that the other still lived somewhere, estranged from her daughter. Faced with that alternative, Mara decided there was nowhere she would rather be than deep in the bowels of an overcooled asteroid, smothered by the favorite men in her life. It was just as well, because soon she realized that Luke was asleep. Mara was feeling generous enough to give him at least half an hour, but the nagging pain in her back told her she could only afford a few minutes. Taking his lead, she tried to appreciate those minutes before they were gone, cementing them in her memory. The war had a way of forcing them to confront their own mortality, making them painfully aware of how much they all had to lose. It still made her nauseous to think of how close they had come to losing Ben, how easily both of them could have been nothing but names on the growing roster of obliterated starfighter pilots. Her broken ankle and the burns on Luke's back were enough to remind her that only their raw strength in the Force had saved them from ending as flaming craters in Coruscant's substructure. Yet here they all were, reunited in the mundane tasks of routine childcare, almost able to believe they were a normal family. Mara hoped the illusion could last. She braved her back pain for a few extra minutes, knowing it wouldn't. Shelter. As the war continues to heat up, Masters Luke and Mara Skywalker are too important to the defenders to stand down, and must face the unenviable decision to send their infant son into hiding with the rest of the young Jedi. Saying goodbye is never fun or easy. 27 Abbey, Borlius. As Luke finished packing his bag for the day's activities, Mara entered their quarters. Ben was awake in her arms, grasping at her hair, pulling it into his mouth, but all of Mara's attention was on Luke. "I'm going to Coruscant with you." That stopped Luke cold. "What changed your mind?" Time. Time to calm down. Time to figure things out. Understanding that there's nobody more suited than you are to stopping the enemy that menaces Ben, and there's nobody better than me at watching your back. She shrugged, then looked down into the face of their son. Ultimately, it was figuring out that if I wait until Ben's enemies are right in front of me before I kill them, I've already failed him. New Jedi Order, Enemy Lines 1. Rebel Dream, by Aaron Alston. Luke strove to maintain an impassive expression as he did the packing. They had known this day was coming, but physically gathering all the baby's things and stuffing them into an oversized backpack really brought the situation home to a person. He had volunteered for the job, leaving Mara free to cuddle Ben and make the most of their last few minutes. She was holding herself together, but he could feel the struggle. She deliberately shielded Ben from her heavier emotions, and Luke did the same, not wanting to unsettle him. "Don't forget Raggedy," Mara reminded him, her voice flat. She pointed under the table while Ben squealed happily to himself. "He's over there." "Can't forget Raggedy," Luke agreed, fetching the favorite toy. Playthings appropriate for infants were in short supply on recaptured and re-outfitted military bases, but after a little research, Luke had successfully twisted and tied a washcloth into the shape of a small furry animal with oversized ears. Ben had been delighted, and now they didn't dare go anywhere without it. The silence was uncomfortably heavy, the way it always was when a separation was looming. Too often already Luke and Mara had been obliged to leave Ben in the care of others while they charged into battle, but this felt different. They weren't just leaving him behind, they were sending him away, maybe for the duration of the war. It was a miserable thought, but his safety was paramount. The obvious necessity did nothing to make the circumstances any less frustrating. Ben's birth had awakened a primal instinct in both of them, an intense desire for a comfortable home, a normal life, and the simple freedom to raise their child in peace. Cramming Ben's favorite swaddle into the pack, Luke privately wondered whether either of them would recognize normal if they saw it. The heavy hand of destiny had forced them into who they were, two of the most effective human weapons of their generation, and normal seemed forever beyond their reach. There was no use crying about it, but they might later anyway. Mara came to stand beside him as he secured the final straps on the pack. She leaned into him, an unsubtle demand for him to put his arm around her, which he did. Ben was amusing himself by bobbing his open mouth into her shoulder and observing the way it interrupted the sound of his voice. Luke pulled them closer, stabbed by a sudden profound appreciation for his family and the miracle of life. It was a shame they had so little time to enjoy it. "I don't think I can do it," Mara said, and Luke could feel how emotionally fragile she was. She didn't mean she had changed her mind, or that she would withdraw from their mission, but she honestly doubted whether she could bear to physically give Ben away. "I'll do it," Luke assured her. She so seldom allowed him to protect her from anything, but he was always willing. They both knew the time was coming. There were already voices gathering in the corridor. "Sometimes I wish we weren't so good at our jobs," Mara lamented, the misery in her voice veiled by a painfully thin attempt at humor. "But then, of course, life as we know it would be doomed." Luke joined her in a mirthless laugh. "Well, we can't have that," he agreed. Then he sighed and shouldered the pack. "Come on. I think everyone else is waiting." She wasn't happy about it, but she didn't protest. A crowd had indeed gathered outside. Wedge and Ela Antilles were there with their two daughters, Han and Leia with C-3PO, and Cam and Tion Salazar were just rounding the corner. "Well, kid, you guys ready?" Han asked. The Millennium Falcon was prepped to be the first official transport to Shelter, the newest and best hiding place they could find for young Jedi children and the families of senior Republic officers. Eclipse was compromised, and Boreas would soon be a major war zone again. "As we'll ever be," Luke answered, attempting to be pleasant, but also intentionally deflecting the conversation from Mara as though it were something hostile. She and Ben had withdrawn into a world of their own, shrinking close against Lucas if they could slow time by refusing to acknowledge it. She was giving him the impression of tempered glass nearing a shatter point, the torrent of her emotions breaking on him like floodwaters. Wedge was on his knees hugging both his daughters at once and explaining again why they had to go. Corin Horn's children would also be traveling with them. Jaina appeared unexpectedly from the other direction, apparently surprised by the commotion. "Don't worry, Master Skywalker," Cam said, giving them an appropriately sympathetic but also cautiously optimistic look. "We'll take good care of him." "We're sure you will," Luke answered for them both, offering a wan smile of his own. Cam and Tion had been minding the children at the Praxium for years, and probably had more parenting skill between them than most. Han turned to engage his bemused daughter in conversation. Wedge broke away from Syal and Miri and succinctly explained the situation. "Jaina, this is the first mission to take the Jedi students and some of the civilian children, such as mine, to the new safe zone. Han, I've got Neville and Corin running interference for you." Luke didn't try to follow the rest of it. Reluctantly, but with as much serene courage as she could muster, Mara gathered their son and laid him in his arms. It was a monumental act of love and trust that Luke could feel down to his core. He reached for her mind with his, meeting her with compassion and support. She leaned in to kiss Ben's perfect forehead, then simply turned and walked away with measured strides, disappearing into their quarters. "Come on, Junior Corellians," Han said, trying to stir up some enthusiasm. "Who wants a ride to the ISEEM Millennium Falcon?" He let one of the Antilles girls climb onto his back, and conscripted 3PO into doing the same for the other. "Come on, Goldenrod." After some rambling banter among himself, the aggrieved droid, the girls, and Jaina, they all started toward the hangar. Leia followed with Wedge and Ela, hammering out a few final details. Luke wasn't paying attention. He trailed with Cam and Tion, and had anyone asked, he would have had to admit that he had deliberately slowed his pace. Outwardly, he was still carrying a conversation with his colleagues, but inwardly he was counting each step, appreciating in a strange melancholy way the clammy drool stains soaking into the shoulder of his tunic. He knew this was the best thing for Ben in their reality of undesirable alternatives, that he would be as safe as shelter as anywhere until they had won the war, that there was no one Luke trusted more than Han and Leia, Tion and Cam. But a father's instinct wasn't rational, and it rebelled violently against sending his son, his one precious son, away with anyone. Luke had suppressed that instinct many times already, had insisted that Mara do the same, but it was flaring up with a vengeance now. It didn't matter. They had no choice. The Solacers noticed that his replies were becoming shorter and flatter, and they seemed to recognize that his mind was elsewhere. They stopped talking and left him to his thoughts. More steps passed, seconds ticking away, lost forever. Ben was burbling happily to himself, stuffing his tiny fist into his toothless mouth, blissfully unaware of the storm Luke was holding inside. He had no idea he was being sent away into the darkness of the maw, that his parents would soon be riding flaming meteors into the hellscape that was Vaughn-occupied Coruscant, that the whole galaxy was crumbling around them. Luke only hoped that Ben knew how fiercely he was loved, that his mother and father would never stop fighting for him so long as they drew breath. Then there were no more steps, and he was standing at the Falcon's entry ramp. Leia was waiting for them. It took all Luke's personal discipline to shield his emotions in the Force, but Leia's deeply sympathetic manner told him she could read the whole story on his face. As a mother, especially as a bereaved one, she understood exactly the agony they were facing. Her understanding somehow only made it worse. Despite everything that had happened in the intervening weeks, the Mirker mission was a recent memory, and the grief was still raw. Luke knew he wasn't personally responsible for the tragic cost of his success, knew that neither Han nor Leia blamed him for what had happened, but viscerally he felt he had no right to entrust them with the safety of his son after he had failed to protect either of theirs. They said nothing, but their eyes locked in a shared pang of empathetic regret, and their minds joined in the simultaneous expression of a single bleak sentiment. "I'm sorry." It nearly undid them both. Willfully numbing himself to the blow now that it had come, Luke briefly wrapped his free arm around his sister, then stepped back and handed her the baby. He slid the pack off his shoulder and left it at the foot of the ramp, then turned and retraced his steps without looking back. If he looked back, he would not be able to force his feet to continue in that direction. That corridor had never seemed so long. Buffeted among a motley collection of father figures in his early life, Luke was determined to do better, to be better, and a part of him was dying inside knowing the best thing he could possibly do for Ben at that moment was to walk away. Ben wouldn't understand, maybe not for years, and Luke could only trust that he would forgive them in time. Mara was waiting for him when he returned empty-handed to their quarters, and she flung herself into his chest, racked with silent sobs. Being Luke and Mara Skywalker wasn't always easy, but if they wanted a better life for their son, they would have to go out and make it happen themselves. As always, they would do what they must. No one said they had to like it. No secrets. Flashback to happier times. Luke and Mara have just escaped the planet Neron after discovering both the Hand of Thrawn and some very significant things about themselves. Now, on the way back to civilization, they finally have some time to consider the implications of their new relationship. 19 Abbey, en route to anywhere other than Neuron. It would only be a short hyperspace run to the nearest of Car's proper outposts, one with amenities that qualified as comfortable rather than simply adequate. While all Mara really wanted right now was a working shower facility, she knew she would appreciate a clean bed and decent food as well. There was nothing else to do but pass the time until then, about 14 hours. She might have spent it sleeping, but she was still wired after the stress of their escape and the insane emotional upheaval that had come along with it. Mara knew she should have been used to that kind of thing by now, but only a few hours ago she had resigned herself to her own death at least twice, and this time it had seemed especially tragic because of her sudden awareness of everything she had to lose. Whole worlds of new possibility had opened in her mind. Wants, needs, and desires she had never allowed herself to entertain or even acknowledge had suddenly bloomed into realities that were hers for the taking, if only she could stay alive. If only they both could stay alive. She glanced at Luke, sitting in the pilot seat she had seated to him. Ever the professional, even in his off time, he was studying the ship's manual, trying to understand it better despite the unlikelihood of ever flying another like it again. Mara briefly wondered how many schematics he had digested and stored in his brain over the years. Impossibly innocent and naive he may be, but stupid he was not. Her perception of him was changing dramatically, even by the moment, and she was still trying to wrap her head around it. The radical intimacy imposed by their unexpected and enduring union in the Force had changed everything. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say it had exposed everything their own reticence might have continued to deny. It was a strange inside-out feeling, bonded mentally but not yet physically, and it was still so new that just sitting in such close spiritual proximity made her extremities tingle. Thinking of him as a romantic partner was quite a leap, but she was getting there. That sudden blast of knowledge of one another would be something they would be picking through for years. They had been so busy staying alive that there had been little time to process any of it beyond their strongest feelings in the moment. Even those had been extremely revealing, and were the reason she found herself where she was, impossibly engaged to be married. It was surreal, and Mara resolved to give the whole thing some deep thought while she had the chance. She slipped a sidelong glance at her companion, her partner, her betrothed. Mara deliberately decided, though the word still struck her sideways and made her guts curl. He essentially hadn't changed, she reminded herself, but their circumstances were as different as night and day, and her perspective was shifting. Mara felt that shift threatening to become a freefall in the hormonal rush Luke's vehemence had provoked in her, and she wasn't sure she wanted to stop it. She had never fallen in love before, but apparently, that was what people called this ride. She couldn't think of him simply as Skywalker anymore, her distant though committed friend, frustratingly stubborn and idealistic colleague, sometime Jedi Master, and back pocket trump card in a tight spot. Now he was just Luke, stripped of all pretenses, an uncomplicated red-blooded man approaching middle age who could no longer contain the startling depth of affection he felt for her. It was a lot to take in all at once, only further complicated by the fact that she had already agreed to be his wife. It was a fluttering sensation that would have been sickening if it hadn't also been so exciting, the realization that she had already jumped and belatedly had to parse out exactly what that meant. Feeling her eyes on him, Luke glanced up and smiled at her, then returned to his reading. Despite their new awareness of one another, he was at least trying to leave her to her own thoughts. Just as well, because Mara intended to explore some sentiments she wasn't sure she wanted him listening in on just yet. She knew she hadn't always been the easiest friend to endure, often prickly and brutally honest in her criticisms, but once they had purged her initial compulsion to murder Luke, she had always been loyal, willing to brave danger and death beside him. Luke had seemed to appreciate that, which was why he had always made at least some effort to keep their friendship alive despite all the distractions which had tugged them apart. Beyond that, she had imagined him to be indifferent. Maybe he had too. Things were certainly different now. His friendship had at some point deepened into partiality, and then into a devotion that Mara supposed was love, a love he had been determined not to acknowledge. It was no wonder Luke had seemed so frustrated during their trek through the Neuron scrub, choking on his own desires as all the while she had swatted down his overwhelming instinct to protect her. Fortunately for him, the affectionate gestures that slipped past those defenses had begun working a change in her, particularly after he had been there to support her through the death of the Jade's fire. Despite all her protestations to the contrary, Mara had appreciated his quiet strength and his sympathy, so much so that she had begun to wonder what it might be like, if it would even be possible, to have that strength always near her. The internal tension had reached a fever pitch by the time the Force itself intervened, and as soon as she had given him the slightest encouragement, Luke had offered her the rest of his life without reservation. It would have been laughable if he hadn't been so deadly serious, and somehow, in all that emotional chaos, Mara had been certain that nothing could make her happier. Now they weren't dead, and there was no way to dam that flood again. Mara had to understand exactly how she felt about it, or else she'd never be able to justify the situation to anyone else. For his part, Luke was utterly unconflicted. Now that he had given himself permission to buck centuries of Jedi tradition, now that Mara had forbidden him to deny himself any longer out of some misplaced concern for her welfare, he had released his true feelings with wild abandon. She could still feel the relief that release had brought him. Years of stress and depression and anxiety evaporated. Having a clear conduit into his thoughts, into just how desperately he wanted her, was intoxicating. Many a frustrated man had lusted after Mara's body, and although Luke was clearly no exception, he wanted all of her. He had seen into the darkest and most broken corners of her soul, and he still wanted her, offering all of himself in turn. The way he looked at her now, Mara was convinced he'd probably still want her even if she lost an eye and both legs. More unsettling was the gradual realization of just how much she wanted him. Even when she had hated him, Mara had allowed that Luke wasn't hard to look at. She appraised him now at her leisure, curious to see what her newfound admiration would make of him. He wasn't what she would call drop-dead handsome, but rather refreshingly average, honest and genuine. Luke wasn't tall enough to be intimidating, nor bulky enough to be threatening, but instead came off as endearing. That had used to annoy her in those days when she had been struggling to keep her hate alive, when she would have preferred him to be a surly celebudant drunk on his own legend. They had both been younger then, a few years shy of 30. His features had seemed reluctant to leave boyhood behind, perfectly complementing his open and forthright personality, all built around a striking pair of blue eyes that could still catch her in an unguarded moment. 10 years on, Mara decided he had aged well. Luke was cannier, seasoned by experience, and those faint traces of worry and smile lines had been hard-earned. In the calm and the quiet of hyperspace, Mara found herself noticing and appreciating other details, notably the 2 parallel scars on his upper lip. He had told her about them a long time ago when she had asked in a moment of irreverent curiosity. The one recalled a wound from a wampa claw so gnarly even Bacta couldn't completely erase it, and the other was a bonus prize inflicted by Darth Vader the same day he took Luke's hand. No matter. In Mara's considered opinion, it was difficult for a man to be taken seriously in their violent galaxy without at least a few facial scars. Now that she was looking, Mara also had to admit, all her previous jibes aside, that the strenuous demands of a Jedi's lifestyle hadn't done him any disservice either, layering as much natural muscle on Luke's slender frame as possible. They had both discarded their filthy tunics for clean black undershirts from the ship's hold, and she found herself surreptitiously admiring the flawless profile of his chest, and the way his dense biceps filled out the short sleeves. No, she had no regrets. Quite apart from thinking him physically attractive, it was Luke's transparent goodness that impressed Mara most. It was so unlike anyone she had ever known in her previous life, bruised but undimmed by the passage of time. All the hardship and grievance in his life hadn't left him bitter and cynical, but instead had made him kind, patient, and deeply empathetic. Luke wasn't above the gritty realities of life, the body count on his battle record outweighing her own by millions, but even that had only made him sadder and wiser. Palpatine would have trained her to dismiss that as weakness, but the Emperor's first encounter with Luke Skywalker's compassion had destroyed his world. Mara wondered what Palpatine would think of this turn of events. The juxtaposition was so absurd that it made her want to burst out laughing, but she suppressed it into a snort. Luke straightened in his seat with a bemused look. "Something funny?" he asked. Mara waved it off. "Oh, nothing," she said, knowing he could find out if he wanted to, but was observing their impromptu rules of bonded Jedi etiquette. "Just a stray thought." As her passing amusement faded, Mara realized she was drawn to Luke precisely because he was the antithesis of everything Palpatine had represented. She hoped that by confronting him about the lingering consequences of his misadventure on Bespin, she could help Luke finally be free of that man's shadow, just as Luke had helped her purge his voice from her mind so many years ago. They would be free of him together, a thought that spread an irrepressible smile across her face. Luke seemed to find it contagious, though he didn't look up. "You're going to be obligated to buy me a drink if you keep staring like that," he said. "Excuse me," Mara scoffed, "but I've already promised you the whole farm, Skywalker. I don't have to buy you anything." He laughed silently, just giving her another chance to appreciate his smile. It came much more readily now than she had ever seen before. It was such a simple thing, seeing him happy, yet it was a poignant reminder of how little true happiness he'd had in life. Fortunately, they seemed well on their way to remedying that. His happiness fed her happiness, and vice versa in a glorious feedback loop. There was an unearned familiarity beneath all the thrilling novelty, a comfortable understanding Mara thought only came after living together in the same routine for years. It wasn't a habit yet, just an instinct, but a very strong one. Any lingering doubts she might have had about them belonging together were fading quickly. They fit together, hand in glove, unconquerable, uncontainable, unstoppable. The galaxy had better watch itself. Jedi romance was far more intense than she had imagined it would be. Maybe that was why it had been forbidden. Even falling pheromones had nothing on the Force when it chose to take a hand. If this metaphysical intimacy deepened any further, they would have no secrets left by the time they chose to consummate their union the way mere mortals did. She remembered the latent power in his touch, waiting just below the surface, the reeling vertigo of that first kiss in the icy water of the caverns when they had realized they would indeed survive to fight and love another day. "I have to say," Mara observed wryly, "if I had ever imagined us having a first kiss, that wasn't the setting I would have expected. But maybe I should have, knowing the nonsense we get up to." She had anticipated agreement or amusement from him, not an immediate and obvious ping of falsehood. Luke's face didn't change except for a slight twitch of his brow, but the new intensity of his gaze, seeming to bore completely through the datapad screen in his hand, told her he knew he was busted. Mara frowned. It seemed she had discovered a guilty secret after all. Luke's mental shields had shot up again by reflex. Mara knew she could see through them if she tried, but she resolved to make him confess on his own. "Skywalker," she demanded, her voice playfully icy, "have I been living a lie?" A ghost of a chagrined smile tugged at his mouth as he cautiously consulted his wrist chrono. "Only for the past 8 standard days," he finally admitted. "Explain," she demanded. "Or do I have to pick your brain myself?" "It was right after I'd put you in the healing trance," Luke relented, apparently not entirely sorry to get it off his chest. "I was still trying to make sense of how I felt about you. Child of Winds called you my beloved companion, and it stirred up a lot of unexpected things. You already know that. I was trying to convince myself that I didn't love you, couldn't love you, that my own feelings were a sacrifice I was willing to make for your safety and ultimate happiness. And then you missed me." Mara could see the memory clearly now that he was reliving it, and she had to admit that it stirred something in her too. Still, she reached over to smack him across the back of his head, not hard enough to hurt him, just enough to make her point. "Skywalker, that makes no sense." I know, he said, relaxing his snap defensive posture. "I don't know why I did it." He rolled his eyes at himself. "Belay that, I know exactly why I did it. You were so beautiful, and strong, and brave, and you trusted me. I just couldn't help myself. Besides, I also didn't know if I'd ever have another opportunity. Mara narrowed her eyes, though not with any hostile intent. She was still unpacking Luke's memories, observing the extremely familiar way he had chosen to lie beside her while helping her through the healing process, his arms stretched boldly across her chest to reach the wound on her shoulder. It made her wonder just how long this turn in their relationship had been a foregone conclusion. Thought you were getting away with something, did you? I didn't say I was proud of it. Mara huffed and sank back into her seat. She could maintain the pretense of being offended, but she could feel how the secret indulgence had relieved his aching loneliness, even if only for a moment with apparently no hope for a future. She was surprised to realize she didn't really blame him. Had their places been exchanged, she might have done the same. Well, she finally said, I forbid you to regret it, because I don't. Luke was visibly relieved, and he dared to look her in the eye again. I still feel like I should say, I'm sorry, he insisted. What did I just say? Mara growled, putting on her best don't try me face. Nobody's sorry. I love you, you love me. We've already committed to be married in a few weeks, and everybody's going to think we're crazy, but we don't care anymore. Right? Just take it and be happy. Oh, well, if you say so. Luke's gentle smile did not accurately reflect the burning ferocity of his expectation, and it was catching. Just being around him was having physical effects on Mara she had not anticipated. There went her shifting perspective, free-falling into full delirious obsession, transforming her endearingly average-looking friend into the most tantalizing specimen of man-flesh to ever wear a lightsaber. She knew Luke was too intractably honorable to make any serious advances before they made everything legal, but only the fact that she still desperately needed a shower stopped her from climbing into his lap then and there. His smile widened and the feelings intensified as he recognized her thought, and then he turned back to the ship's manual, content to ride that wave while it lasted. Mara rose and stood beside him anyhow, leaning over the back of the pilot's seat on the pretext of reading over his shoulder. How long have you secretly wanted to do that? She asked, her voice low and coy. The probing question caused another vulnerable ripple in her sense of him, but Luke genuinely searched his feelings for an honest answer. Probably for a very long time, he decided. That was personally very gratifying, but not an entirely one-sided sentiment. Trying to be equally honest with herself, Mara recalled that her first urgent instinct when she had sensed Luke's presence on world had been to bathe. She doubted she would have made the same effort for anyone from Carr's organization. If she was going to play that game, she couldn't begrudge him a stolen kiss. Mara hesitated on the cusp of indulging an old and deep-seated compulsion of her own. She plucked up all her resolve, and then sank her fingers into his thick, soft hair. A mute question pulsed off Luke, but then she felt him smile, recognizing the indulgent liberty for what it was, and he made no move to stop her. He even seemed to enjoy it. Child of Winds did seem to have a knack for saying provocative things, Mara agreed. He asked me a question on that last day that brought you immediately to mind, not gonna lie. Luke was intrigued. What did he ask you? Mara pursed her lips into a twisted smile. No secrets. He asked what it was I really wanted. An uninhibited wave of warmth, pleasure, and gratitude rose out of Luke that truly was endearing. For the first time in too long, he felt seen, appreciated, and loved in all the ways he needed most. They may not have sworn any vows yet, may not have submitted any official forms, may not have even been engaged for more than 24 hours, but Mara already knew that nothing short of death would ever drive them apart. True to his deepest character, she observed that Luke had successfully induced her to commit to a lifetime with him without taking advantage of her first. A blind leap of faith idealists like him were more capable of than most. That she had been willing to leap with him in the moment spoke well of their partnership. It was an auspicious beginning, and perhaps he was deliberately distancing us from the failed relationships of his past, of which there were surprisingly few considering his fame and availability. Marveling at her own growing desire and impatience, Mara felt they were already bonded by something more enduring than signatures on Coruscant's official records, whatever Luke may say. Once they had returned to civilization, and again had the benefit of oral hygiene, she might try convincing him of it. The way he was already melting as she simply massaged his scalp convinced her it wouldn't be a very strenuous debate. Ecstasy. Wedding plans are coming together on Coruscant. Certain concerned members of the new Jedi Order are worried that Master Skywalker hasn't yet considered the official implications of his unambiguous lifestyle choices, and Luke and Mara explore just how strong their new Force bond can be while presenting a respectable public front into the ceremony. Also Corran Horn as reluctant babysitter. 19 Abbey, Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Mara Jade walked with clipped strides through the corridors of the Jedi Temple, not even bothering to notice this time how dilapidated the tired old place was. Her critical eye wasn't easily distracted, but she had more important things on her mind this morning. She stopped and knocked very properly on the door of the Grand Master's quarters, even though she knew Luke had been well aware of her approach for several minutes. He had already wrapped himself around the deep places of her mind as though enfolding her in an invisible hug the moment she exited the lift. She heard the lock release, and the door slid aside to let her in, closing itself behind her. "Good morning," Luke called cheerily from the bedroom even as R2-D2 tweeted his own greeting. Mara was starting to realize just how intertwined those sounds were in her memory, his voice and the astromech's incessant commentary. The unintended consequence was that now she suddenly felt a certain way every time she overheard any R2 unit anywhere. The separate living quarters were a formality Luke had insisted upon ever since they had arrived on Coruscant and squarely in the public eye. Their impending wedding had taken on some political significance in the wake of the Pelian-Gavrisson peace accords, and though they both found that very tiresome, Luke was not about to undercut the ceremony by openly flouting the traditional rules of engagement. Those glorious 2 weeks at Care Station House after Neron didn't have to be public knowledge. He was sitting in the only chair in the place, pulling his boots on. Mara glanced around the apartment, her critical eye coming back online again. Sparse didn't begin to describe it. "I was going to ask why you haven't bothered to claim the title yet," she said, "but it seems the office of Grand Master doesn't come with as many perks as I thought." "It's perfectly adequate," Luke insisted primly, meaning the one chair, the one dresser, and the pathetic cot. Grand Masters didn't have wives to impress. And until a month ago, he added, standing and coming to lay a fond kiss on her brow, "nobody thought I would either." Pleased but not satisfied, Mara slid her hand behind his neck and pulled him into a deeper kiss, pressing herself against him and feeding that empty place in her heart where he belonged. She missed him terribly, despite seeing him every day. Luke didn't resist her at first, but after a full minute he pushed her away. "Get off me, woman," he insisted, trying to sound stern but betrayed by his own smile. "You had your little premature honeymoon, but now we have standards to maintain." Mara scoffed and turned to stalk out of the room in performative pique. "You're such an old fuddy-duddy," she quipped. "Just for another few months," Luke said under his breath, following her out. "Then I'll show you a thing or two." "Is that a promise?" She tossed her hair to give him an imperious look, then flashed a smile of her own as she felt the hot flare in his emotions. Luke frowned in formal Jedi Master disapproval. "You are cruel. Cry me a river, farm boy. Come on, we haven't got all day." It was unfortunately true. Those 1,000,001 better things that Mara had assumed Luke was neglecting in order to rush to her rescue were very real, and they had piled up in his absence. He had demanded his mornings with her, but the rest of his day was already double booked. They had a few hours at most. "Come on," he said, pulling her into one of the exercise rooms in the lower levels. "The resident younglings won't need the place until after their morning lessons. Nothing like a little sparring practice to get your blood going." Before breakfast, no less, Mara observed, a little less than enthusiastic. She knew she hadn't been practicing as much as she should have been, certainly not enough to honestly hold her own against a swordsman of Luke's caliber, and she couldn't stand it when he patronized her, however pure his intention. eager to give me a beating. No, he explained patiently, running his hand along her back, eager to bring you up to snuff. Shouldn't take too long. You already have more skill than you realize. In subterfuge? Yes, Mara clarified as he went to kick some stray balls aside, marksmanship, sabotage, and dancing. Luke shrugged. He started back toward her, came up on the toe of his boot, and turned a perfectly balanced pirouette as his saber exploded to life. Dancing and swordsmanship are kissing cousins, he said, assuming his ready stance. Okay, fine, Mara granted, matching his posture and igniting the heirloom blue blade he had given her, but none of us is going to start kissing our cousins. She paused, a horrible thought flashing through her mind. Oh, Criff, I hope not. Do you and Leia have any cousins? Luke started to answer, and then frowned. I honestly have no idea. Blood test. Then Mara decided, you and me, just as soon as we're done here. Clear your schedule. Yeah, no argument. Thrusting that little wrinkle out of mind, Mara returned to the moment. Luke relaxed and took a step back, waving her forward in an invitation to attack him. She felt their steady bond flare up again with new energy, and her thoughts fell into rhythm with his almost without conscious effort. She immediately understood his intent and leaped at him with all the flair she could muster. After a vigorous exchange of blows, Mara realized Luke was letting her lead, encouraging her to fall into her old dancer's patterns. He followed without much effort, so closely attuned were they in the Force. She could feel his excitement tingling in the air like a nascent lightning strike, turning her every thrust without breaking eye contact. Are we supposed to be inventing a whole new lightsaber form right here, right now? She asked, panting. Why not? Luke asked, casually catching her blade on his and leaning into a crackling trial of strength. I've done it before. Mara huffed and rolled her eyes, her arms trembling with the effort of holding him back. You are insufferable, Skywalker. She tapped into the Force for new strength as a last resort, throwing him off and twisting for a strike in his unguarded side. Luke, of course, wasn't going to be caught out so easily, but she felt a flare of intense pleasure from him in recognition of her effort. They kept at each other for a while, flying around the room locked in something which existed somewhere between ballroom dance and lightsaber combat, something wholly unique to them and likely never to be exactly replicated. Mara picked up the pace, drawing deeper on the wellspring of power at her disposal. Luke followed in perfect accord, their bond tried and strengthened to an astonishing intensity. It was almost as if they were inside one another, two halves of a single spirit. Then, like breaking the sound barrier in atmospheric flight, they seemed to crash through some unseen ceiling. Everything slowed, light dimmed, sound quieted. Time had no meaning. There was nothing in her perception but Luke, larger than life and nearer than her own heartbeat. The serene smile on his face and the light in his eyes suggested the experience was mutual, a shared ecstasy in the Force beyond the reach of most. In a wide world in which most men existed beneath Mara's contempt, only a handful merited her fear or grudging respect, and even fewer earned her genuine regard. This was completely new. Luke was someone she could acknowledge as an equal, someone she could admire, someone to whom she could wholly surrender herself without regret. The certainty that he already loved her more than his own life stole her breath away, and before much longer she expected she would be able to say the same. Mara would have kissed him had she not felt immovably transfixed, falling through a liminal space in which gravity did not exist. It would have been superfluous at that moment anyway. They already breathed as one, their deepest selves entwined indistinguishably as the entire universe revolved around them. She vacantly wondered whether other Jedi were capable of anything like this, or if it required someone with Luke's exceptional command of the Force to achieve it. If this was what life with him was going to be like, it was going to be one hell of a trip. She didn't know how long they stayed there, maybe a minute, maybe an hour, maybe a lifetime, living and existing entirely within one another, luminous beings suspended in their own reality. At this rate, their wedding was going to seem like a non-event by comparison. Jedi Corran Horn paced through the corridors of the temple, leading a rambunctious crowd of younglings toward the exercise rooms to burn off their morning fidgets. The looming Skywalker wedding had shaken the new Jedi Order to its core. Not that Luke's more lenient view towards marriage and family had been unknown before. Korra was himself married with children, but he was only just now recommitting himself to the Jedi after retiring from Rogue Squadron. More recently, only the previous year, Master Skywalker had approved the marriage of two of the most dedicated instructors at the Praxium, Cam and Tian Salazar. That had raised eyebrows at the time, but not on the same seismic scale achieved by the public announcement of his own engagement to one of his former students, the newly knighted Mara Jade. Corran's expression was twisted into a tolerant frown. Although he and their closer associates knew enough about Luke's nebulous relationship with Mara to be only mildly surprised that it had finally arrived at its logical conclusion, the general public knew little more than that she had once been an elite Imperial assassin tasked with Skywalker's destruction. The tabloids had whipped themselves into a frenzy, and the political administration had seized on the event as a symbolic union of Imperial and Republican forces despite the fact that Mara had renounced all Imperial ties years ago. Beneath all the furor ran an unsettled undercurrent of concern about the official position of the Jedi Order. It may have seemed obvious in the face of recent events, but Master Skywalker had yet to definitively clarify his position on the question of marriage for active knights. Only dedicated scholars and archivists were truly bothered by the disciplinary dissonance, but Corran's current companion was one of them. "Does it seem right, Jedi Horn?" Aero Dara asked, wringing his feathered hands and looking pensively into the distance as they walked. I have never seen them express any particular regard for one another before. Aero was a Calibop of limited Jedi ability, who specialized as an archivist in the temple, and he was therefore painfully aware of any development that deviated from the old traditions as they understood them. Nervous and even a bit flighty by nature, he was obsessed with details, continuity, and conformity, and this upheaval at the highest levels had almost pitched him into an existential crisis. His disposition combined with the yellow tint of his feathers had incited the boldest of the younglings into uncharitable comparisons to a certain protocol droid belonging to the famed Solo family, referring to him as 3PO when they thought the masters weren't listening. "I've seen it," Aero, Corran assured him, for whatever it was worth. "They may not have recognized it themselves at the time, but we've always known there was something between them." "That isn't very reassuring," the Calibop retorted. "I know Master Skywalker and Jedi Jade were friends in the past, but they seem to have grown apart. Now they come back from a perilous mission suddenly engaged to be married with no explanation." He ruffled his mane in a distinctly agitated manner, and the younglings behind them giggled. "It is a bold move, especially for the preeminent Jedi Master. I have not heard any indications that he intends to leave the Order. The precedent will be cemented forever." "Master Skywalker is not leaving the Order," Corran insisted, his patience thinning rapidly. "Calm down. I'm sure he's given the question a lot of thought, and he'll explain himself soon enough. There's a lot about the old ways that could stand some reformation, you know. Things may be changing for the better. I'm just not certain they're suited for each other," Aero continued fretting, undeterred by Corran's admonition, especially considering Mara Jade's checkered past. "A smuggler assassin." He rippled his mane again in revulsion. "It is my worry that if some indiscretion occurred on Neron, Master Skywalker may feel himself constrained to do the honorable thing, and it will be the discipline of the Order that suffers for it." Corran made a sour face. "Mara Jade is not going to let anyone drag her to the magistrate for honor's sake," he insisted. "No, whatever happened on Neron was the free choice of both. We're probably just missing context. So shut your trap already and mind your own business, Aero." The other sniffed indignantly. "I hope you are right, Jedi Horn." Corran rolled his eyes, pushed open the training room doors, and stopped short. Luke and Mara were standing close against one another in the center of the room, her arm wrapped around his shoulder, his hand around the small of her back, live lightsabers held loosely at their sides, utterly lost in one another's eyes. They were oblivious to the newcomers, to the noise of the younglings clamoring through the corridor, and to the fact that every item of equipment not bolted to the floor was drifting around them in slow orbit. They were twin suns in their own solar system of athletic debris. Corrin closed his mouth and elbowed Arrow in the ribs. "Still think they aren't suited?" he asked sharply. The younglings crowded in around them, filling the room with yelps and coos of wonder. The older but less mature among them sniggered. Corrin cuffed a particularly insolent boy upside the head. "When you find a girlfriend, you'll understand," he promised. The noise of young voices eventually dragged the two besotted Jedi back onto the plane of existence they shared with other people. Everything suspended in the air immediately dropped, and the children screamed. Luke, surprised, threw out his hands and managed to catch the majority of the items only a few centimeters from the floor. "What's going on?" he demanded of Corrin, letting it all settle softly. "That was entirely you two," Corrin protested. "We just got here." "Really?" It took Luke a moment to consider the implications. Then he and Mara shared a wry look. "Interesting." "I'm filling in today," Corrin said, explaining his position as a substitute, instructor, and childminder. "We need the room, so unless you're volunteering to teach." "We'll leave you to it," Mara assured him, her voice dry. "I'd like to," Luke said for himself, "but I have at least 20 places to be right now." He glanced at his chrono, and Corrin saw a vulgar word flit across his face, left unspoken in mixed company. "We have 30 seconds to make our meeting with Leia. Kids, listen to Jedi Corrin. He has lots of wholesome practical experience he can share with you." "Yes, Master Skywalker," they all droned together, clearly well disciplined by their previous instructor. Then the whole crowd of them devolved into giggling chaos. "Let's float the room again." "Perfect. One thing I'm completely unqualified for," Corrin groused. "You'll do great," Luke assured him, rushing past toward the door with Mara in tow. "Sorry." No, it's fine," Corrin murmured to himself, the intended recipient sprinting hand in hand down the corridor with the buoyant exuberance of people half their age. The shouting and shrieking of tiny voices echoing from every surface in the room made him pine for the tinnitus-inducing whine of his starfighter's engines and thrusters. Balls and discs and weights were already bobbling through the air in haphazard patterns. "Hey, Arrow, how are you with the whole telekinesis skill set?" Things may indeed be changing for the better, and maybe the whole Jedi Order was overdue for a top-to-bottom rethink, but in the midst of all that, Corrin would be sure nobody saddled him with the duties of youngling master. Right or die. At the start of the U.S. Hinvone War, Luke Skywalker boldly becomes the first human to test mysterious alien technology, despite everyone else's hesitation. Though often overlooked, his actions quietly prove him to be the ultimate right or die, all-or-nothing hero. Luke's willingness to face unknown dangers is just another example of the hero we've always known him to be. 25 Abbey, Debrillion. Lando Calrissian hurried to meet the Jade Saber when it landed in what remained of his docking bay on Debrillion. The fierce battle with their mysterious new enemy had certainly left its mark in wanton damage to his facility, but it wasn't beyond functioning yet. The invading aliens were a confounding collection of unknown factors that made defense difficult, but Lando suspected they were close to a significant breakthrough. One of the enemy fighters had crash-landed in remarkably good condition, complete with the dead pilot in all her bizarre gear. He wanted Luke Skywalker to have a good look at it immediately. Luke and Mara had just been to Belkaden, a distant planet they believed was being remotely colonized by these aliens, and the more information they could share, the better. Luke and Mara were debarking from their ship, embracing their niece and nephew, Jaina and Jacen Solo. The younger brother Anakin was missing after the battle, but Lando overheard Luke assuring them that Anakin was still very much in one piece, and that their mother would find him soon enough. Han and Leia were gone in the Millennium Falcon looking for their lost son at that very moment, and Lando was quietly cheered to hear that Luke wasn't worried. They had enough grim news to process without losing any young Solos that day. "Good to see you both again," Lando said as he joined the party. It seemed like it was hit or miss there for a while. "You, too, Lando," Luke greeted him with a weary smile. I'm afraid we have a steep learning curve ahead of us. I think I have something that'll help with that, Lando said, his excitement stirred again. Come on, I need you to see it. Tell me what you make of it. Make of what? One of those blasted rock fighters crashed on our lawn, Lando explained. Completely intact, including the pilot. Luke's eyebrows crawled up his forehead. Dead. Pilot's dead, but the rest of it is another matter. She came with some interesting battle kit. Luke nodded curtly, then looked to his wife. You go, Mara said. I just want to sit down, and I'm sure the kids have lots of wartime exploits to tell me about. Mara was still Mara, Lando observed, even if she was terminally ill. Nobody liked to think about that, and she still seemed to have a lot of fight left, but the reality was always there, lurking just beneath her bluster. Luke knew it, though he tried not to look too concerned. It was a careful game of denial, ignoring it just enough to make life bearable. All right, Luke conceded. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. The kids took Mara in hand, and Lando turned to lead Luke in the other direction. I'd be lying to you if I told you we weren't surprised, he said as they walked. We found it on the outskirts of the city. The pilot was already dead, but we still found it with our sensors tuned to detect life forms. Luke turned a questioning glance up at him, struggling to keep pace without breaking into a jog. Only then did Lando realize how quickly he was walking, and he tried to slow down a bit. The ship, he explained, is a living organism, not a machine, and is beautiful to look at and in pragmatic design. Luke still looked skeptical, and Lando didn't blame him. He would have had the same reaction, but the facts were undeniable. He could see the wheels turning behind the Jedi's eyes, and he wondered briefly what Luke and Mara had seen on Belkaden. They would all have to compare notes very soon, preferably before the next major battle. As they rounded the next corner, a large transparent steel window gave them a view into the interior dock, which contained the alien fighter. Luke frowned at the large triangular chunk of marble coral, studded with projections that apparently functioned as gun turrets. That's a living organism, he asked. And as beautiful a starfighter design as my scientists have seen, Lando confirmed. Fast, can snap turn within a wing, and with more firepower than almost anything that size we can put up. Luke was quiet, his brain working again. There were implications here they still didn't understand, and the Jedi were chary about things that involved life, the Force, and questions of guilt and innocence. Lando had heard that Luke and the others were having a hard time drawing a bead on these aliens within the bounds of the Force, which was all the more reason to fast-track their research. The pilot wore a mask, Lando continued. No, more than that. It was a connection to her companion. Her companion. More that than a ship. A more appropriate word wasn't coming readily to mind. It was a completely new concept. The pilot was connected to her ship. It's like she was riding it more than flying it, like the sand people on Tatooine and their bantha mounts. Luke's lingering incredulity was obvious, and he turned it on Lando with a sharp look. Or maybe he just didn't appreciate the vaguely patronizing reference to his homeworld. We can't know for sure yet, Lando allowed. We're testing the thing, but no one's about to put that mask on yet. Luke scoffed. Sure I am, he said, staring at the strange starfighter with a grim fascination. He turned on his heel and started through the docking bay doors. Lando gaped, belated realizing exactly what Luke intended, and he ran after him. The team of cautious scientists parted in astonishment as the Jedi marched up to the alien craft without a qualm and began to climb toward the cockpit. Lando closed the distance and grabbed his arm. We don't know enough about it, he protested. Like this thing at the nose. He indicated a separate growth on the front of the craft. For the moment, Luke obliged him by dropping back to the floor and joining him at the forward end. It's alive, Lando said. Or at least it was, we think. Another narrow glance from Luke. All the mysteries seemed to be trying his patience. And is not part of the bigger ship, any more than the pilot was, Lando continued, careful not to touch it. You should see her, the pilot, I mean, full of muscles and full of tattoos, and with her face all scarred and her nose broken, probably a dozen times. Now there was a cold spark of recognition in Luke's eyes. "Have you seen the body Mara and I brought back?" he asked. "Not yet," Lando said. Then he realized the unspoken comparison. "Same thing." Luke nodded, and for a while he considered the dead nodule on the ship's hull. Then he nodded at Lando again, and turned right back to climbing up the side of the craft with his bare hands. "Hey, will you wait a minute?" But Luke was quick and already out of reach. It could be dangerous, contagious, with biological defenses we can't even guess yet. You might be allergic. Luke wasn't listening. He dropped into the snug cockpit with practiced ease, and had a critical look around. He plainly recognized the living mask and helmet Lando had described, reached for it with some hesitation, and then he slipped the membranous thing over his head. A ripple of disgust passed through the scientists, some of them watching closely for any adverse reactions. Lando sighed heavily, caught between exasperation and admiration. Luke's hard-charging disregard for his own safety was either unusually brave or insane. Then again, those traits in combination were usually what legendary war heroes were made of. After what seemed like a very long time, Luke slid off the hood and vaulted out of the cockpit. Lando shook his head. "You're crazy," he said, not bothering to varnish the truth. "We need 3PO, Luke said, taking no notice, looking back at the living coral ship with a softer expression than before. It was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't make out anything it was saying." "Whatever you say," Lando acquiesced, throwing up his hands. It certainly wasn't the strangest thing he had contemplated that day, and there may be stranger things yet. Luke monopolized 3PO the moment the Millennium Falcon returned to Debrillion. Time was short, and there was entirely too much to learn. Fortunately, the alien language employed by their enemies and the creatures they used was not far removed from an obscure dialect already in 3PO's databanks, and once Luke had convinced the flighty droid to let him put him into the alien cockpit and to wear the living hood, translation was unexpectedly straightforward. The captured fighter called itself a coral skipper, and it obligingly answered all 3PO's questions about its unique propulsion systems, its weapons, and its companion creature's ability to manipulate and focus gravitational fields for both offensive and defensive purposes. Like all domesticated beings, it also demanded to be fed. Clearly no one in the Preterite Vong, the invading vanguard, had thought to train the coral skippers in the art of wartime subterfuge, or else they had simply not accounted for the versatility of protocol droids. Luke had explained all this to Mara as soon as she had woken from her nap. She was still feeling weak, but she couldn't sleep now, not when Luke had insane notions gestating in the back of his mind. He was determined to get back to the Helska system, not just to investigate but to infiltrate beneath the icy surface of the Vong-infested planet. He had cooked up a strategy with Lando while she was sleeping, a daring plan that involved a nightmare-inducing ride in something called an ice spur which would shoot him like a human missile directly into the planet from orbit. Even if the scheme worked, he would then be one man alone among hordes of invaders. Mara shook her head at the flimsy-looking craft, claustrophobic in the extreme and needle-thin. "There are easier ways to kill yourself, Luke," she said. "It won't work." "Lando's used this technology before," he insisted. "Going into a planet full of enemies." Mara quipped back. She numbered the obvious drawbacks on her fingers. "You'll have no weapons, none from the ship, at least, no shields, other than the forward heat and impact protection, and not enough speed to outrun a headhunter, never mind one of those coral skippers." Luke was looking at her with a widening smile. She knew he was hearing her, but he was giving more attention to the heartwarming fact that she was spending her energy worrying about him despite still feeling sick. Mara sighed. She didn't know why she bothered pointing out the dangers. Luke was obviously aware of them, and had decided it was an acceptable margin of risk. Maybe she could make him see it in a different light. "I should be the one to take the ice spur in," she said. Luke's smile vanished in an instant. "No way." Mara glared at him. "If you suffer a relapse down there, you will jeopardize the whole mission," he insisted, wisely invoking their professional concerns rather than his obvious refusal to even consider sending his wife into that kind of danger alone in her compromised condition. "And if I have a relapse flying your carry ship?" Mara retorted. "You won't," Luke assured her, his confidence both complete and completely indefensible. He knew it, but there was no arguing with him when he was that deeply entrenched in an idea. He squeezed her shoulder and walked away toward the next phase of the plan. Mara watched him go for a few indulgently long moments. She could hardly fault Luke for continuing to be the man she had fallen in love with, but it was frustrating to feel so slow and weak while he kept pressing forward. Mara was beginning to worry that soon she might not be able to keep up with him anymore. She turned back to the thin little iceberg and heaved a helpless sigh. She supposed it would simply be her business to avoid having that relapse at all costs, if only she knew how to manage that. Then she turned to follow Luke. There was one last bit of experimental preparation to be done. Lando had prepared the room Luke had requested, and was waiting for them there. The room was otherwise empty except for a drum of water and a mechanic's trolley bearing what looked like 2 pieces of ejecta from a fish market. Mara turned up her nose at them and their strange smell, already dreading the ordeal for Luke's sake. "You're sure you want to do this?" she asked. "Good luck talking him out of it," Lando said with a sour face. "This guy doesn't understand what risk assessment means." "I know what it means," Luke insisted. "I just don't have time for it. Are we ready?" Somebody rapped for entry, and Mara and Lando both looked at Luke. He shrugged. "Let him in. He's probably already seen me in more compromising situations." Lando keyed open the door, and young Anakin Solo hurried inside. "I'm not too late, am I?" he asked, his eyes bright with anticipation. Just in time, Mara assured him in a thin imitation of enthusiasm, and their nephew came to stand with her. Luke considered the listless creatures on the trolley for a moment and poked at them with his artificial index finger. They flopped like beach jellies, still alive and alert. Luke began pulling off his boots and socks. Mara frowned, deeply uneasy about any experiment which involved her husband offering up his own body as the test subject. "You don't have to tackle every mystery yourself, you know," she said, already knowing it was a futile gesture. Luke glanced facetiously around the room. "I don't see a crowd of volunteers lining up to take my place," he observed. "Besides, this mission is my crazy idea, and I'll be relying on these things. I need to know that they work." He broke the tension with a smile. "And Yoda said a Jedi had to have the deepest commitment." "Yeah, he also called you reckless." Luke shrugged. 2 things can be true at once. He waved Anakin over to join him. "This, 3PO tells me, is an Ooglith cloaker," he explained, indicating the larger of the 2 blobs. "It bonds with your skin like a wetsuit, and apparently provides adequate protection against vacuum in addition to being a convincing disguise. This," he continued, meaning the star-shaped creature beside it, "is a nullith masker, and it can provide breathable oxygen-based atmosphere in any hostile environment." He smiled again. "Let's see if they're willing to cooperate." "Sure thing, Uncle Luke." Luke thumped him on the shoulder, dismissing him back to the sidelines. "Go on, make a space." Gingerly, he lifted the cloaker and set it on the ground. He considered it for a moment, then resolutely stripped off the rest of his clothes. Mara's dread was briefly cut by the observation that Luke certainly had nothing to be ashamed of, but he met her gaze with a narrow look. This endeavor was all business. He prodded the inert cloaker with his foot as 3PO had instructed. The creature responded to the stimulus by bonding to his feet and starting up his legs. "Luke," Mara protested. He gave no sign beyond the sudden furrows on his brow, but she could feel his pain through their bond. Her feet and calves were on fire with thousands of brutal pinpricks as the cloaker anchored itself with probing appendages. "Mara," Luke warned her, his voice perhaps a bit harder than he had intended. He wasn't going to tolerate any interruptions, whatever the discomfort. The exquisitely painful upward progress continued until the creature had obligingly engulfed him head to toe. Luke took a moment to catch his breath, and Mara didn't blame him. What's it feel like? Lando asked with bald curiosity. Like getting a full-body tattoo in 20 seconds, Mara snapped at him. Except that the needles stay in. Luke nodded with a grimace. They could still read his expressions tolerably well through the cloaker. That's exactly it, he agreed. He exhaled very deliberately, mastering his pain. Then he flexed his arms and shoulders, testing the grip of the living bodysuit. He frowned at his right hand. Not finding any pores in the synth-skin of his cybernetic, the cloaker seemed unsure how to bond to it, threatening to slough off. That could be a problem, he muttered to himself. He looked at Mara, and she knew he felt her anxiety. You don't have to go through all this with me, he said. You really don't need the stress. Why don't you dial it back until we're done here? She scoffed, determined not to be sidelined any more than she could help. His trials were her trials. I'd like to see you try to make me, she said. Should I? Luke asked ominously. Don't you dare. He seemed to accept her decision, though he wasn't happy about it. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. Next was the masker. Luke picked it up, angling the sinister sixth appendage toward his face. If that thing strangles you, what am I supposed to tell Leia? Lando asked. That Anakin inherits everything, Luke answered, obviously not taking the question seriously. Just calm down, everybody. Despite his apparent confidence, Luke hesitated several times, reluctant to do what he must, but he finally screwed up his courage and nodded at his audience. Bottoms up, he said, and thrust that appendage into his mouth. He lurched forward, struggling against the rebellion of his own reflexes. Mara, already feeling ill, doubled over and dry-heaved in sympathetic disgust as she felt it snaking down his trachea. Lando briefly turned away toward the wall. Now, that's too much, he grumbled. Steadying himself, Luke took a few experimental breaths through the masker which had sealed itself over his mouth and nose. Then he turned and plunged his head into the drum of water, testing the extent of the masker's abilities. He resurfaced after several minutes, apparently satisfied. He coaxed the creature off his face, making a sound like a retching reechoed as it withdrew its tendril from his windpipe. It works, he rasped. It's horrible, but it works. I'm so pleased, Mara said abrasively, still finding the whole exercise abhorrent. Have we had enough experimentation for one day, or do you have some other personal space that needs violating? Hey, don't forget that you were volunteering for this not 20 minutes ago. I take it back. How are you supposed to get that thing off? 3PO said you had to trigger it, somewhere. Here, Luke said, pressing his fingers at different points along the side of his nose. When he hit the right one, the creature began to peel itself back, withdrawing its tendrils from Luke's skin and leaving beaded droplets of blood along the entire length of his body. Mara hissed and tossed her husband a medical robe that would now be stained beyond all recovery. The cloaker pulled at his feet and detached itself, returning to its previous state as an inert lump of flesh on the floor. Congratulations, she said as she wiped his bloody face with a towel. Her withering tone did not convey the concern, empathy, and admiration she expressed mind to mind. Our deeply committed Jedi is going to need a shower. Yeah, Luke agreed with a grimace and maybe some antiseptic. Anakin's face was frozen in a mute expression of revulsion. And you're going to have to do all that again? He asked. Well, at least once, Luke reasoned. That is, unless you want to take my place. Nah, hard pass, Anakin assured him, shaking his head and staring into the distance. That's why they pay you the big credits, Master Skywalker. Luke was wryly amused. Do they? His smile was contagious, and Mara suspected their annual credit allowance from the New Republic wasn't as generous as Anakin supposed. Put in a good word with your mother, and see if she can't remind the administration how much your uncle is actually worth, she suggested. Imagine having to do that every time we fly, Luke said, staring at the living life support system and shaking his head. Then he became very serious and looked deeply into her eyes. Imagine an enemy who thinks nothing of doing that every time they fly. Mara met his gaze, understanding the implication. This war would be brutal and painful, perhaps more so than any they had fought before. Weakness, hesitation, frailty, and exhaustion would not be tolerated, and the only substitute for victory would be annihilation. It was a very bad time to be afflicted with a wasting illness. "I guess we'd better strap in for a wild ride," she said. An elegant weapon. A detailed consideration of the origins of Luke's green lightsaber is seen through Mara's eyes. Why does the preeminent Jedi Master carry such a simplistic weapon, and why is he so incorrigibly proud of it? 27 Abbey, Mon Calamari. After fleeing what could only be described as their victorious defeat at the Battle of Borlius, what remained of the Skywalker and Solo families were quite happy to arrive on Mon Calamari, the provisional capital of the New Republic. Coruscant seemed lost beyond hope or recall, captured by the enemy, and completely remade as U.S. Hunter, the U.S. Hinvong homeworld. Situated outside the invasion corridor, Mon Calamari was crowded with displaced people from less fortunate worlds, and the attempt to shoehorn an entire galactic government into the disruption had not helped matter. Living space was scarce and expensive, and Luke, Mara, Han, Leia, R2, and 3PO did not complain about squeezing into a single suite in the best hotel their combined prestige could leverage. If and when Jaina rejoined them, she would be landing on the couch. They had been firing on all cylinders for as long as they could remember, and they were all exhausted and short-tempered. They ate prepackaged rations on the fly, too ambivalent to track down anything better. The droids plugged themselves in for a charge, and the two couples disappeared into their respective bedrooms in search of showers and accommodation more comfortable than shipboard bunks and starfighter cockpits. Mara offered Luke the first round in the fresher, and he was too tired to argue. She had the impression that he wanted to talk to her, but when Mara finally emerged after her own shower, she saw he was already out cold. Luke had left the lamp on for her, and a datapad lingered beneath his fingers, but he hadn't been able to keep his eyes open. Mara smiled and carefully relieved him of the datapad. They weren't getting any younger, but that didn't stop them from trying, and frequently failing, to live up to the energetic reputations they had established 20 years ago. It was a timely reminder that the great Jedi Master was just as human as the rest of them. If everyone else could see him the way she did, just for a moment, they might have a bit more sympathy for Luke Skywalker the man, and all the nonsense he had to contend with. Luke Skywalker the rebel icon was too easy a target for casual potshots and public abuse. The harried Jedi, attentive husband, anxious father, and absolutely fried fighter pilot was exactly where he needed to be, deep in a tangle of clean bedding, and Mara was keen to join him. She slipped beneath the sheets and carefully reached across him to turn off the light. As she did so, Mara noted that Luke had deliberately cleared the bedside table to make ample space for his lightsaber. The weapon was a quiet but brutal contrast to the delicate glass vases and shimmer silk flowers it had displaced, ominous yet also familiar and comforting as it sat heavily on the meticulously clean furniture. That particular hilt was by now so iconic that it evoked at a glance the whole extraordinary legend that was Luke's life and career. It was surprisingly elementary in design, unadjustable, with a single focus in crystal and none of the advanced features devised by elder generations of Jedi, not exactly what one might expect such an accomplished master to carry. The untrained I wouldn't notice, but to those who knew the juxtaposition was obvious. His transparent pride in it was just another telling sign of his personal humility. Mara smiled to herself at the apparent contradiction and rephrased in her mind. Despite all his advancement, Master Skywalker had not grown so haughty that he could not still be proud of the first lightsaber he had ever built. It had always seemed to her to be a surprisingly accurate reflection of Luke himself, at least ever since she had been prone to daydreaming about such things. It was simple, straightforward, dependable, and damn near indestructible. She'd had the whole story out of him years ago, as they lay stargazing together in the mountains of Maycomb. Luke had been happy to tell her how he'd built it, but he'd recalled the particulars just as a matter of fact, without unnecessary embellishment. Like most of Luke's stories, the longer Mara thought about it, the more she was impressed by the implications. squirreled away in Ben Kenobi's old hermitage on the edge of the Dune Sea with nothing but his strum-edge and an incompletely bonded cybernetic hand, Luke had elected to grind forward rather than sulk. The old master had very thoughtfully left him a leather-bound compilation of invaluable Jedi instruction, including whole chapters detailing the ins and outs of lightsaber construction. It must have seemed like a daunting project for a first-year Padawan adrift in the war, but his heirloom saber was gone, and there was nothing else to be done. There were no specialty shops trading in lightsaber components on Tatooine, so Luke had rummaged and scavenged through the junk shops of Mos Eisley to find whatever he could use or adapt to his purposes. Power cells, circuits, switches, reflector cup, superconductor, the shell of the hilt itself, all of which had to be in halfway decent condition and compatible in a single design. It must have been an absurdly tedious process. No one could have a lightsaber without a focusing crystal. The classiest weapons used rare and expensive ones, sometimes several of them. Distant worlds and exotic minds had provided the old Jedi Order with exquisite jewels of all descriptions, some naturally attuned to the Force in their own right. Obviously nothing of the kind had been lying around in the sand for Luke to pick up, and he'd had nothing like the financial means required to buy something a gemsmith had prepared. Undeterred, Luke had opted for the only available possibility, growing his own synth crystal in the furnace Kenobi had fortunately had the prescience to provide. While more economical than sourcing a natural gem, the technique did require a certain level of skill to guide the crystal's formation, and there was always some danger of the finished product being compressed or unstable or otherwise unsuitable. That Luke had gotten it right the first time with no more than a book for guidance was actually quite impressive. The unintended irony he hadn't been entirely aware of at the time was that synth crystals were generally the preferred medium for Sith lightsabers, producing extremely strong blades that could occasionally overpower those made with natural crystals. Some said they were often unstable, but if Luke hadn't had a problem in 25 years, it probably wasn't worth worrying about. Synth crystals were inclined to be red, but their final color could be tweaked by someone who knew what he was doing. Luke hadn't known what to do about it, and the book, authored by disapproving Jedi, hadn't offered much description, but just the raw influence of his personality had been enough to make his crystal tint green instead. Then, of course, he'd had to learn to cut the silly thing. A rough focusing crystal was just a rock. That had entailed at least another week's delay to learn about facets and crystal density, to acquire the necessary tools, and then to do the actual cutting, very, very carefully. The whole process had been a prodigious act of self-discipline and patience, double and triple checking each step, stopping to learn whatever new skill might be required to see it done, refusing to be discouraged by each new unreasonable obstacle, finally standing outside and screwing up enough courage to press the activation switch. Try not, Yoda had drilled into his head. Do. And he did. Luke had smiled as he had described R2 having a good electronic laugh at his expense. All his anxieties notwithstanding, the blade had worked perfectly. It was ruthlessly adequate, the best he could possibly have managed at the time, but so solid and reliable that he had never felt the need to replace it. He could throw together a lightsaber in a few days now, and had explored many more complicated configurations. He had made dozens of them, keeping the skill set alive against emergencies, but he had never made one that he preferred to his first. Mara shook her head, absently wondering why she was getting all sentimental about lightsabers when she was supposed to be sleeping. Must be battle fatigue. She leaned farther to reach the lamp, but just as she switched it off, she was aware that Luke's eyes were open. "You stalking me again?" he mumbled into his pillow. There had been a time, a lifetime ago, when it had been dangerous to close his eyes in her presence. "You gonna do something about it?" she asked. He sighed and faded again. "No. Too tired. Don't kill me, please." Mara kissed him instead, and then settled into her own pillow. She deliberately blasted all extraneous thoughts from her mind, filling the void with only her present realities. Until morning there was no war, there were no Vong, there were no insufferable politicians conspiring against them. Nothing existed except the dark and the quiet, the muted surge of the sea, the tang of salt in the air, that wonderful bed, and Luke. She was just drifting off when she felt his hand close around hers. For a second, Mara was afraid Luke had decided he wasn't too tired after all. But he was, and he seemed satisfied with that. Even Jedi had to sleep eventually. One could only rely on borrowed strength from the Force for so long before it became unhealthy. For now, what strength he had left was joined with hers in an invisible embrace of mutual dependence and support, an isolated pinprick of existence in which everything was exactly as it should be, and that alone was more restful than anything else she could imagine. One night to forget everything, and then all the stress and grief and prickly diplomacy would greet them again in the morning, just as sure as that lightsaber was waiting on the bedside table. But it was all right, because they would wake up and face it together. Mara had often heard lightsabers described as particularly elegant weapons, but they were just an extension of the Jedi themselves. They had become elegant weapons in their own right, she thought, especially as they rediscovered and relearned old skills like full battle meld, and invented others to counter the unforeseen threats they now faced every day. It was a grim and strangely exciting time to be alive, as she dared to imagine the tide might finally begin to turn in their favor, as the new Jedi Order matured into a shrinking but battle-hardened force worthy of the name. Despite the danger, she wouldn't wish herself anywhere else, inextricably bound to the rather elegant weapon standing at the tip of that spear. They would fight their way to victory side by side, the new Jedi at their back. They would reclaim their son, and they would have peace again. If anyone could do it, the Skywalkers could. Perhaps it wasn't practically optimistic, but it was the dream that kept them sane. Cheating destiny. Just a quick character study of Uncle Owen, gruff, stubborn, but ultimately determined to raise his stepbrother's son as best he knew how. It's not easy sheltering a kid from his own history, from any mention of the Jedi or the Force, from the galactic government, and from that singularly persistent neighbor who keeps trying to lure the boy back into that bloody mess he'd been born into. It was a heroic effort, but obviously didn't end well. Also, Jabba the Hutt unwittingly plants the seeds of his own demise. 19 BBY, Tatooine. Owen Lars. This is General Obi-Wan Kenobi, a friend and associate of your stepbrother, Anakin Skywalker. I'm afraid something terrible has happened. Owen hadn't been completely ignorant of his stepbrother's wartime exploits with General Kenobi and the other Jedi, but hollow net searches cost both time and money, and the war was a long way from the daily grind of life on Tatooine. Only brief glimpses came through from the wider galaxy, and somehow, considering the violence of a Jedi's lifestyle and the angry melancholy that had clung to his stepbrother the one time they had met, Owen wasn't surprised to hear via direct message from General Kenobi that Anakin had come to a bad end. Maybe it was unfair to judge Anakin by that one meeting. It had been a bad time for all of them. He left a wife who has tragically just died giving birth to their son. I realize it must be a shock, and indeed very short notice, but I am compelled to ask if you can assume responsibility for the child. Anakin's mother, Shmi, had been Owen's stepmother for 5 years before her lost son returned. She had been a special source of happiness in their lives, especially to Owen's father, Klieg, knitting the household together with the long-suffering kindness and compassion she had cultivated during her years as a slave. Shmi had always promised that the Jedi would let Anakin return one day, that Owen would finally be able to know him, and that they would be great friends. She had often praised Anakin's selfless nature, his cheerful heart, his indomitable hope and determination to make the most of life. But the Jedi never did allow Anakin to visit. They never allowed him to send messages. Owen had watched Shmi carry the lonely hope for some kind of contact for years, prattling into a video diary for Anakin's eventual benefit, pouring all her energies into her new life with her new family, and trying not to feel abandoned. Owen's initial impression of the whole Jedi Order had necessarily been rather unfavorable. I must warn you, there are those who will be seeking the boy with hostile intent. He must remain hidden, especially from agents of the new Imperial government. We have no wish to endanger you or your wife, but it is a risk. Anakin Skywalker had not seemed cheerful or hopeful when he had finally found their moisture farm 3 years ago. Owen had thought him sad, surly, and resentful, but none of them had been at their best. Shmi had been kidnapped by Tusken raiders, and the rescue efforts had resulted in nothing but the deaths of several men in their community, a lot of collateral damage, and the loss of Klieg's leg. They had begun to despair when Anakin had suddenly appeared from Mos Espa and company with an exotically beautiful woman who introduced herself simply as Padme. Was she the mysterious wife who had died bearing their child? Anakin had gone out in a formidable mood, scouring the desert alone until he had apparently found his mother barely clinging to life in a Tusken camp. He had returned with her body, a palpable darkness around him. He and Padme had stayed long enough to see Shmi buried before the pressing concerns of the Jedi of Obi-Wan Kenobi, in fact, had called them away again. They had never returned. Klieg was dead now. He had never fully recovered his spark after losing both his wife and his leg. Owen maintained the farm now with Beru, his wife. It seemed the whole core was crumbling, the war was confused, and the Republic had officially spasmed into something calling itself the Galactic Empire. The Jedi were being massacred everywhere as enemies of the new regime, Anakin Skywalker, just one casualty among many. Out of all that ruin came this one precious life, an innocent child who knew nothing of the chaos he was meant to inherit. Shmi's grandson. Owen felt no particular obligation to Anakin, but Shmi would have taken the child in a heartbeat, and Owen thought he owed her that much. More than that, he felt he owed it to Beru. Owen had initially been reluctant to potentially bring any kind of danger or scrutiny onto his household, but one look at Beru's face had told him he really had no choice. Their marriage had been a childless one, and perhaps there were medical solutions available somewhere, but trained specialists and the money to pay for them were both in very short supply in their world. There was no way he could refuse her this perfect infant sent from the stars. Beru had immediately launched into a tizzy of preparation, clearing out the unused junk room for a nursery. She and her sister Dama had eagerly combed Anchorhead together while they waited for Kenobi's arrival, borrowing or buying whatever small luxuries a baby could expect in that desolate corner of inhabited space. His name is Luke Skywalker. He's a very special child with a powerful destiny, and he'll be a great Jedi someday. Not if I can help it, Owen had thought. He hadn't said anything in the moment, but he was rankled by the casual way the Jedi seemed to reserve the right to repossess the child at any time. If they were surrendering custody of Luke, they had no hope of getting him back, not while Owen had anything to say about it, not after what they had done to Anakin and Shmi. Kenobi finally arrived, riding a lumbering epi through the evening gloom. Beru rushed to meet him, but Owen held back, not eager to exchange pleasantries. The Jedi surrendered the child without a word, and left immediately. So much the better. Beru returned to his side as the suns cast them in fading orange light, a drowsy bundle in her arms, and a radiant smile on her face. She was plainly smitten already, and even Owen recognized an immediate surge of paternal feeling at the sight of the boy. It must be something about that innocent little face, so helpless, so trusting, so unfortunate already. You're safe with us, Luke, he thought, for as long as we can manage it. Raising the child had a way of changing the way one perceived the passage of time. Everything was more complicated, and the days often seemed to drag on forever. But at the same time, each day was so different, and Luke seemed to grow so quickly that the years slipped away like dust in the wind. Owen felt like he had barely processed each stage of childhood before Luke was on to the next. Now the boy was a precocious 4 years old, playing with his toys in the sand in the shade of a vaporator as Owen tried once again to coax the treadwell back to life. Owen, Beru called from inside the house. Owen? The perimeter alarm. Southwest straightaway. Southwest? That meant a clear line of sight from where they were now. Owen whipped up his macro binoculars and scanned the horizon. There was indeed something at their perimeter fence. It wasn't Tuskens or wandering banthas, but a lone figure hooded and cloaked against the elements, just standing there, watching. Beru, take Luke inside, Owen said. I'll take care of it. But I want to see too. Luke protested, scrabbling up out of the sand and shading his eyes with his little hands. Who is it? Nobody, Owen insisted. Tramps, scavengers. Beru. Come on, Luke, Beru said from the doorway. You can have some pallies while I cut them up. Luke drooped in disappointment, but seemed to accept the compromise. Okay. Pallies weren't just for special occasions, but they were a treat all the same. As soon as the rest of his family was safe behind closed doors, Owen fired up the land speeder and drove it out over the flats to meet their intrusive neighbor. He was not surprised to recognize Obi-Wan beneath that hood, weathered by the harsh climate, now known as Ben Kenobi, the crazy old hermit beyond the Dune Sea. Apparently, he had never left, had no intention of leaving, and still entertained designs on Anakin's son. Hello, Owen, he said from the wrong side of the fence. There was a battered swoop bike nestled beneath the nearest rocky crag in the distance. Kenobi, Owen replied in kind, climbing out of the speeder and coming to face him. What are you doing here? Just keeping a watchful eye on young Luke whenever I can spare it. Thank you, Owen said stiffly, but I'd rather you didn't skulk around here. We're trying not to draw unwanted attention, remember. Small danger of that at present, Kenobi assured him. I've been watching. In any case, I was hoping you might let me start spending time with the boy. It's high time he began his training. Owen was immediately indignant. He's 4. That's the Jedi way. It's best to give them some understanding of their talents while they're still young. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes. I don't want that life for him, Owen said, his voice flat. You may not have a choice, Ben persisted, his eyes glistening in the shadows of his hood. There was no threat in his voice, just brutal candor. I may not have a choice. Anakin was immensely powerful in the Force, more than any Jedi I have ever seen. I suspect Luke may be the same. Owen imagined Luke's bright eyes gone as dark and hollow as Anakin's had been the last time he had seen him, a miserable shell of himself, all that was left after the Jedi had remade him in their own image. It was a hideous thought. Didn't do him much good in the end, did it? He observed pointedly. He stepped forward as far as the fencing would allow. So long as that boy lives under my roof, I absolutely have a choice. The Jedi way ruined his father and got him killed. So if you think I'm ever going to let you anywhere near Luke, you've got another thing coming. Kenobi's expression would have turned stony if he hadn't seemed so disappointed. He clearly wanted to continue pleading his case, but seemed to recognize that it was hopeless. Have you told him about his father? He hasn't asked. Like I said, he's 4. He will ask. What are you going to say? Owen didn't have an answer for that yet, so he didn't offer one. He simply glared a final warning, then turned back to the land speeder. It's a long journey back across the dunes, Kenobi observed, almost plaintive. I don't suppose I could presume upon your hospitality before I go. His ploy was obvious, and Owen could not help but grudgingly admire his determination. But instead of inviting him back to the house, Owen retrieved his emergency water and ration packs from the speeder and thrust them through the fence into Kenobi's chest. I don't want him to see you, he explained, his tone subdued but almost poisonous. I don't want him to know you. Take yourself back to wherever you've decided to live and stay away from my family. With that he turned again, climbed into the speeder and wheeled it about, racing away and leaving the Jedi hermit in a cloud of dust. The conversation with Kenobi unsettled Owen for several days. He knew the Jedi meant well, but they were at cross purposes, and he didn't like the thought of him just waiting out there for an opportunity to snare Luke in his web of pain, violence, power, and destiny. It didn't help that Ben had been right. Luke did ask about his father over supper, almost as though he could feel the subject hanging in the air, and they had been caught without a prepared answer. As casually as possible, Owen admitted that his name had been Anakin Skywalker, and decided that he had been a navigator on a spice freighter. It was a common enough profession, illegal and undocumented, and far away from Tatooine. Later, returning from a routine inspection of the vaporators, Owen saw Luke sitting out by the family graves, tracing the names on the headstones with his finger. He couldn't read yet, though Beru had begun to teach him. The little cemetery contained Owen's grandparents, his father, Uncle Eldon, and Shmi Skywalker. That unsettled feeling flared up in him again as he was vividly reminded of Anakin kneeling on his mother's grave moments before he had left Tatooine forever. Luke was starting to resemble Anakin in many ways, with his sandy hair and blue eyes, but brighter, happier, kind, and affectionate. Maybe that was Anakin as Shmi had remembered him, the Anakin that might still have lived among his family had the Jedi not gotten their claws into him. Maybe he was getting paranoid, but with Kenobi skulking around, the fewer questions they had to answer the better. The past was dangerous. Owen removed the headstones the next evening after Luke had gone to bed. It didn't work. Despite not having an ounce of guile in him, Luke was a sharp kid, and he absorbed every stray nugget of information they let slip, even some they didn't. Days after Owen had removed the gravestones, Luke overheard Beru explaining to her sister Dama and her husband Sam that Owen had removed them in order to obscure Shmi's burial site. Luke, unobserved until then, innocently asked who Shmi was. Surprised, Beru admitted that Shmi was his grandmother before she could think better of it, negating the whole purpose of removing the stones in the first place. Beru confided to Owen later that Luke had asked if someone was watching him from a distance. She had dismissed it, but a chill ran up Owen's spine as he thought of Kenobi's lonely vigil in the desert, wondering if the intuition was somehow his contrivance, or instead a manifestation of Luke's latent powers beginning to bud. Other things began to happen as Luke got older. The boy knew things he had no business knowing, and when he put his mind to it he could be uncannily aware of the location of any object in the house. The most notorious example was the screwdriver incident. Beru had expressed some frustration as she searched high and low for her short-handled screwdriver. Owen, passing through the room, had watched Luke, just 6 years old, visibly withdraw onto another plane, and then declare that the screwdriver was under the couch. It had chilled him to the bone. "You may not have a choice," Kenobi had said. "You may not have a choice. You may not have a choice." Owen had exploded into a blind rage that was completely disproportionate to the situation. It had terrified Luke and rooted Beru where she stood. He had decreed a punishment and banished the boy to his room, still seething with anxious resentment after he had gone. "Owen," Beru had hissed, finally recovering herself. "You're going to RTOE traumatize him. If that's what it takes to keep him alive," Owen had quit back. But that was too uncomfortably honest. He had then tried his official rationalization on for size while Luke was sequestered. The only way he could have known is if he put it there. Beru had glowered at him, recognizing the baseless excuse for what it was. Not for the first or last time, Owen cursed the Jedi and whatever otherworldly power lurked in Luke's blood. He could feel it stalking them, the beast that Kenobi called destiny, but Owen didn't want to acknowledge it. To acknowledge it would be to feed it. Maybe they could starve it by ignoring it. The idea sounded imbecilically simple, but it was the only strategy he had left. Owen secured the front door as best he could, then turned back to the casual mess Jabba's goons had made of the kitchen. The whole household was shaken, and he tried to put on a stern face as he joined Luke and Beru in picking up enough for them to have supper. Fortunately, the stew had been locked in the pressure cooker, and none of the mercenaries had wanted to risk an embarrassing injury. Unfortunately, some degree of extortion was to be expected when the only law in the region was a Hutt crime boss and his empire of ruffians. This was a new law, though. The water tax Jabba, already skimmed off their profits, was burdensome enough without having to bear the expense of a protection scam. Something must have gone seriously, and hopefully temporarily, wrong in the Hutt's business ventures for him to be so cash hungry. Not wanting to risk their farm being accidentally incinerated, Owen had paid the ransom at Blaster Point, and the thugs had gone. Beru was on the verge of tears as she set the table. Besides being understandably upset by the invasion of their home, she knew Jabba had just wiped out all the profits they had expected from that season. They had been counting on that money to replace some of her gasping appliances, supplement Luke's education, maybe even install an additional vaporator or two. Now there would be nothing. They would be lucky to break even, and nobody wanted to face the prospect of debt. They sat down to a silent and sober meal. Owen grimly resolved to appreciate it, knowing it would probably be the last meat any of them saw for a while. Beru began to cry. Luke sat perfectly still, his face set in a scowl, simmering with aggressive frustration. That boy loved Beru, and he hated to see her suffer. Somebody should teach them a lesson, he fumed. I'll bet they'd think twice if they got a few blaster bolts in the face. Perhaps it was only natural, but Owen didn't like what he was hearing. It smacked of that hot-blooded Skywalker recklessness he had been trying to curb for so many years, and those 11-year-old hormones weren't helping matters. And what would stop Jabba from sending twice as many of them to burn us alive next time? He asked. Luke had no answer, but simply glowered over his plate. We just have to sit here and take it, then. I don't see that we have any choice, Owen said. Even the Darklighters aren't going to risk challenging Jabba outright. He's too well supplied, too well funded, too well equipped, and he'd blast you as soon as look at you. But don't worry too much, he concluded, digging into his stew and trying to tamp down the rampant anxiety in the room. A dead farm is no good to him. He won't drive us completely under. What's the good of not being a slave if they treat you like one? Luke demanded. Owen returned his dark look. It wasn't Luke's fault that they hadn't discussed the gritty details of his family background. After you've tried living as a slave, maybe you can tell me, he suggested. There's nothing we can do, so let's not dwell on it anymore. Well, somebody should do something, Luke insisted, too agitated to leave it alone. Who's gonna care about us if we don't? There's nobody to report anything to but other Hutts, and the hot end of a blaster is the only fracking thing they understand. Luke, Beru quipped, objecting to the vulgar language. Not in this house. That's enough, Owen agreed, uncomfortably reminded of that murderous look he had seen on Anakin's face. It was grotesque on someone so young. Drop it. Don't tell me you don't think everyone wouldn't be better off around here without him. Jabba has to come out sometime. All it'd take would be somebody with a good eye and enough firepower too. Luke, stop it. Owen roared, or you'll end up just like your father did. The outburst landed like a concussion grenade, silencing everyone. Luke's eyes nearly bugged out of his head, shocked that his uncle had broken the cardinal rule of the household. Owen regretted saying it, but somehow he felt it needed to be said. There was no taking it back now. All right, he said, breaking the awkward silence, his voice calm but brittle. When we're done here, I want you to bring in the droids so we can shut down for the night. Morning will come the same way it always does, and we'll still have our work to do, just like yesterday, tomorrow, and the day after that. We do what we can, we take care of each other, and we survive. Don't worry about the rest. Whatever else Kenobi might be, Owen thought, he was certainly very persistent. He had never again asked Owen directly for access to Luke, but somehow Old Ben always managed to be there when the boy and his friends ran into trouble. Kenobi had escorted Luke back home on several occasions in years past, and consequently the two were known to each other, at least on some superficial level. Owen supposed it was inevitable that they would meet eventually, but he didn't like the feeling that his control of his own household was slipping. Now here he was again. Luke was with him, alive but downcast, and plainly deprived of the method of transport he had left with. Luke, Owen began, his voice stern but flat. Is the Skyhopper a complete wreck? No, sir. I can't salvage it. Mechanical failure or pilot error? Pilot error. All right. Get inside. You're grounded. Yes, sir. He wasn't surprised. Ben and Owen stared at each other until Luke was well out of earshot. Owen could recognize that Kenobi had hardened toward him, and that too had probably been inevitable. There were a lot of hard people on Tatooine. It was simply the effect of the desperate and thankless existence the Jedi had chosen. Just a miracle you happened to be in the right place at the right time, Owen asked, incredulous. Kenobi offered a bitter smile. You might say that. Owen knew there was nothing miraculous about it. Kenobi had been haunting Luke for 15 years. waiting for his opportunity. I thought we talked about this. Would you prefer that he be dead? Kenobi asked, his eyebrows crawling up his creased forehead. Owen ignored the biting rhetorical question. What did you tell him? He demanded. They had been alone together for several hours, and Kenobi had tried to take advantage of such opportunities in the past. Ben frowned. Nothing, he said, although I could have told him everything. I'm still hoping to bring you around amicably. Luke must be free to choose his own path, and the sooner the better. No. Owen leveled a firm finger at the old Jedi, warding him away from his home like a bad omen. I appreciate what you've done for him, but I want you to stay away. Don't ever speak to him again. Kenobi was visibly exasperated. Luke is heir to an extraordinary destiny, Owen, he presumed to remind him. He has a place and a purpose in the fate of the broader galaxy, far beyond any of us. His place is right here, Owen retorted bitterly, bristling like an anuba, and his purpose is to stay alive long enough to enjoy whatever peace and happiness we can give him. He had expected a fight, or at least an argument. Instead, Kenobi seemed mildly surprised, and his eyes softened. You really love the boy, he said, as though it were a shock, like he's your own. The remark was kindly meant, but it angered Owen viscerally. He and Beru had raised that boy from a sprout, cared for him, nursed him, comforted him, schooled him, taught him everything he knew. After all that, did Ben expect he would be no more important than a piece of furniture, a bit of clutter they could rearrange out of their lives as though he had never been? It instantly confirmed every unflattering opinion he'd ever had of the Jedi and their inhuman indifference. He stepped forward again, forcing Kenobi to step back. He is my own. The suns would be rising soon. Owen stopped in the pre-dawn twilight, staring out over the empty flats. He was usually too busy charging around the farm to indulge in idle introspection, but there was a chill growing in his bones that had nothing to do with the cold desert morning. Luke wasn't settling into the routine on the farm the way they'd hoped he would. He'd been raised to it, lived by its daily rhythms, knew the place inside and out, but somehow he still didn't belong to it. There was a drive in him that was desperate to broaden his horizons, tackle greater challenges. Life on Tatooine was an enormous challenge by itself, but the monotony of it didn't suit him. He was a dreamer by nature, always restless, never content with the world he saw around him, drawn inexorably toward the war and chaos of the larger galaxy by a force beyond their control. Lately it seemed he spent more time with his dreams than with reality. Owen wondered if that was their fault. The silence and the secrecy that cloaked Luke's family history had not proven to be a harmless void, but rather fertile ground for his young imagination. Maybe they should have made up their own stories, told him something of what he'd always wanted to hear, stories about Anakin's reckless and ultimately unfulfilling life on that spice freighter, about how his father had always wanted to settle down on a farm of his own when he had saved enough to buy one, and had hoped his son would do the same. But maybe that would have also been a pointless exercise. There was no way to know now. In the absence of any facts, Luke had invented a myth of his own as vague as it was naive and aspirational. And all his dreams pointed toward the stars. Owen shivered in the dark. The time was coming when decisions would have to be made. He could either allow Luke to pursue those dreams, or he could crush every last one of them. Neither prospect was very appealing. Speeder's ready, Luke said, bounding up the stairs and lingering at Owen's elbow. He held one of Beru's breakfast tarts between his teeth for a moment while he pulled on his insulated cloak against the cold. Where did you want to start today? Head east along the South Range, Owen suggested. I think we might be having some trouble with those units in the southeast corner. All right, I'll bring the toolkit and see if there's anything I can do with them. Take the blaster rifle and keep your comlink on. Sure. He was a good kid, Owen reflected. Luke might fuss and moan a bit, but in the end he did his work and didn't make trouble. The problem with kids was that eventually they grew up and wanted lives of their own. Luke was already 18, a grown man by Tatooine standards. Words could not express how much Owen wished he could be content where they were, maybe find a wife as he had, start a family, know the satisfaction that came of building and maintaining a homestead with his own hands. But that seemed unlikely. That seemed very unlikely. Owen turned back down the stairs and into the house. He was going to need one of those tarts before he faced the day. Beru was puttering around the kitchen, tidying up the first mess and preparing to make a second. The whole place smelled like baked fruit. "You seem unusually grim this morning," she said, no doubt trying to perk him up. "I'm just worried about Luke," Owen confessed, helping himself to one of the tarts. "Same as always." Beru smiled in that tolerant way that made him want to believe that all would be well in the end. She had always seemed more at peace with the idea that they might have to let Luke go at some point. He was asking this morning about the possibility of applying to the Imperial Academy on Prefspelt IV, she said. Owen stared blankly at the far wall, envisioning what a disaster that would be. "Can't let that happen." "He's starting to lose his friends to the outside world, Owen," Beru observed. "He's not going to stop asking. I'll put him off as long as I can. Maybe the idea will lose its charm eventually. And maybe there'll be rain in the spring," Beru countered pointedly. "I'm not trying to ruin his life," Beru, Owen growled. "I'm worried about him. After all these years of keeping him buried out here, you want me to let him walk wide-eyed into an Imperial military facility with a name like Skywalker? We might as well serve him up with garnish to the Emperor himself. That chill wasn't going away. We should have changed that boy's name the minute he got here." Beru wasn't convinced. "I'll say now what I said then. His name is the only thing he has of his parents. He's a Skywalker by blood, and if his mother called him Luke with her dying breath, I'm not about to change it." Owen scowled and took an aggressive bite. "All very romantic, I'm sure," he said, "but we're trying to be practical." Beru sighed and began washing vegetables. "Maybe Obi-Wan will be willing to help," she suggested. "He's always been interested in Luke's welfare." "That's a matter of opinion," Owen scoffed. "After telling Kenobi to pound sand for almost 2 decades, you want me to go ask for his help? Besides, Kenobi doesn't want Luke anywhere near an Imperial Academy. He wants to make him a Jedi. I'm not sure which is worse." Beru turned from the vegetables and pierced him with a look. "We may just have to explain things to him," she said, knowing what a concession that would be after suppressing the truth for so long. "We may need to sit down with Luke and Obi-Wan and sort out the whole story. If Luke is going to make any decision, I'd rather he make an informed one." Owen couldn't bring himself to agree, but he could grudgingly see her point. "Owen," she persisted, wanting to be certain he understood her, "we may not have a choice." "No choice." There it was again. "I always have a choice," he growled, stalking from the room. But even as he said it, he realized even he wasn't convinced of that anymore. The sand was hard and hot beneath their knees, and the suns beat down on them, but none of that was as uncomfortable as the barrels of the blasters that were occasionally thrust into their backs. Owen stared implacably ahead, Beru beside him, guarded by 3 Imperial stormtroopers while a whole squad of them ransacked the house. It was only by some miracle that Luke had disappeared from the property that morning and wasn't anywhere to be found. Owen wasn't going to worry about where he was so long as he stayed there. Those damn droids. He had thought they looked too new to have been long on Tatooine. These troops didn't even know about Luke. After all those years of trying to hide Luke from Imperial eyes, it was the damn droids that brought them there. The squad leader returned out of the house, and their guards prodded them to attention again. "Who else lives here?" he demanded in his dead, filtered voice. "Nobody," Owen insisted, but even his own ears weren't convinced. "Sir, there's a boy's bedroom, recently occupied." "What about your son?" the squad leader demanded. Beru stifled a sob, trembling and almost hysterical but managing to hold herself together. She tried to inch closer to Owen, but was roughly shoved for her trouble. "He's gone," Owen snarled, impotent defiance the only shred of pride he had left. "Does he have the droids?" "I don't know." That wasn't strictly untrue. "Where has he gone?" "Which spaceport?" Owen scoffed, the absurd question annoying him despite the grim hopelessness of the situation. He wouldn't know his way around a spaceport, he said. But at that moment, on which to hell he did. He was starting to believe Luke was on his own now, and he couldn't help feeling like he had failed him. Lord Vader, the squad leader said, apparently speaking into his helmet's comm unit. He had closed the circuit, but he was so near that Owen could hear his muffled voice. The Jaws sold a protocol droid and an astromech to these moisture farmers, but both droids are gone. A long pause. Owen and Owen Lars, sir. They say they don't know where the droids are, but it looks like a land speeder is missing from their garage. Owen eased closer to Beru, wishing he could take her hand. He was tempted to curse the Empire, the Jedi, the Force, the whole wretched galaxy, but he didn't want to die that way. Beru met his gaze, terrified but almost resigned. It was that beast they called destiny. They had tried to fight it, but they had lost. Your orders, sir, the squad leader was saying. Sir. Yes, sir. Understood. Ben on thought. Ben Kenobi, I hope you're still out there. He needs you now. Cloudburst. Days after the Battle of Yavin, Princess Leia finally has some time to actually talk to Luke Skywalker. Just two long-lost twins getting to know each other, although neither of them realizes it yet. Zero Abbey, Yavin 4. Rain was pouring out of the sky in torrents, and every passable road had become a river. That was just part of life in the jungle, but all organization for their impending evacuation had to be halted until the storm passed. It was wasted time they could not afford, but there was no reasoning with the elements. We'll continue moving the heavy equipment when the flooding subsides, General Dodonna was saying from the shelter of the ancient temple's hangar bay as they shook the beaded water off their coveralls. In the meantime, Your Highness, I suppose we might as well get some rest. It may be a while before we have another opportunity. I suppose we might as well, Princess Leia echoed, though she resented the delay. This was war, and time was blood, but she wouldn't accomplish anything by standing outside and shaking her fist at a thunderstorm. She paused to draw a conscious breath before her restless frustration could get the better of her. If she wanted to continue to be fit for service, she had to get her seething emotions under control. A lot had happened in the recent past, and there hadn't been time to process it properly. The knot of them dispersed, but before Leia could decide whether to eat or sleep, or maybe hide in a corner and cry, a stray and almost intrusive thought stopped her. Luke. Where was Luke? Somehow she knew he was nearby, and her eyes darted sharply around the interior of the hangar. She almost missed him. Luke had sequestered himself above it all on the ledge beneath one of the large fissures in the stonework that ventilated the enormous hangar. The openings were artifacts of the original temple construction and had been retrofitted with retractable security seals. They were open to the weather now, sheltered from the downpour by the overhanging rock, and were unparalleled places from which to watch the storm. Leia realized she didn't want to be alone. Her uninterrupted thoughts would only be dark and miserable. If she knew anything about war and soldiers, she knew Luke was probably wrestling with his own demons. The chaos they had just lived through had cemented their friendship despite knowing very little about one another. Maybe he didn't really want to be alone either. Luke didn't seem to notice her as she climbed up to join him. He was apparently mesmerized by the rain, still falling in such volume that it was like sitting behind a waterfall. Would you mind some company? Leia asked. He jumped as if she'd prodded him. No, he decided reflexively, and then seemed to remember his manners, and started to scrabble to his feet. Leia waved him down. I think we can dispense with the pleasantries for now, she said, her voice flat. There's not much behind the title anymore. She came to sit beside him, letting her feet dangle over the wall. Luke still seemed anxious around her, nervous and eager to please, and Leia was acutely conscious that she was the object of a refreshingly harmless schoolboy crush. She had certainly attracted less desirable men before. She was equally conscious that she no longer looked the part of the idealized princess, wearing the same nondescript coveralls that he was, but with all the cuffs rolled up in a vain attempt to match her size, her hair twisted into a utility bun. Still, the way he looked at her made it clear that Luke either didn't notice or care, and she found that pleasantly flattering. Leia couldn't deny that she was also strangely attracted to him, although that might just be her otherwise inexpressible gratitude that he had materialized out of nowhere and saved her life several times, saved the entire Yavin base, possibly saved the rebellion itself. She felt close to him already, as she might a lifelong friend, comfortable enough to innocently kiss him on multiple occasions. But who was he? Who was Luke Skywalker? "That's a lot of water," Leia said, just trying to make innocuous conversation. "I've never seen this much water in one place before," Luke said. His voice was strangely absent, tinged with the awe of one who might have been watching an asteroid disintegrate into 1,000 brilliant meteors. "And it's just falling from the sky like it's nothing. Nobody's trying to collect it, nobody even cares. Here, it's just an annoyance." He reached out to catch some spray on his hand, rubbed the droplet slowly across his fingertips. He drew a long breath as though savoring the wet smell of sodden earth for the first time. Back home, this would have been a miracle. "It must be very different from Tatooine," Leia agreed, realizing that was just about all she knew about him. The climate of Yavin IV probably wasn't the only shock Luke had encountered since leaving home. Whatever he'd been doing with his life up to that point, he didn't have the air of a soldier. That was changing, she could see, and not necessarily in a good way. "Hey," Leia said, leaning over to gently put her hand on his arm, "are you okay?" Luke seemed conflicted, partly embarrassed that his struggles were so transparent, partly relieved to have someone to talk to. "A lot's happened," he said, knowing it was a ludicrous understatement. "I'd only ever killed Tusken Raiders before, defending the farm. It was easier than I thought it would be because you couldn't see their faces." He had that blank faraway look again. "There were 5 of them. Now, ever since I left, it seems like I've been killing people every step of the way. It's been less than a month, and I've already lost count. 1 million. 2. And almost none of them had faces." He looked down at his hands, groping for the right words. "I don't regret it," he said, "but I don't like how unreal it seems. I don't like that I can't feel the way I think I should. Something like that should change a person." Leia squeezed his wrist, keenly sympathetic. Battle trauma and survivor's guilt were things they all had to deal with in their own ways. That was why Luke, Wedge, and the few others who had survived the battle were currently on leave, ordered to stand down and get their heads in order before the next wave. It seemed Luke was right in the steepest learning curve, and he also had the most to contend with. "You seem changed to me," she said. "Just be sure to remember all of us who are alive now because of what you did. Remember the billions of sentient beings on distant worlds the Death Star can't menace now. I wouldn't presume to call it a worthwhile trade, but I would absolutely consider it justified." An outrageous peal of thunder gave them both a start, reverberating through the stone walls. Perhaps it was time for a change of subject. She hadn't meant to start giving him a speech. An idle curiosity had been nibbling at Leia's mind ever since she had actually taken notice of Luke's name, putting it together with his unexplained association with Obi-Wan Kenobi and that lightsaber riding conspicuously on his hip. Maybe his phenomenal talent as a pilot and marksman wasn't so surprising after all. There was an undeniable resemblance, if the historical holos were accurate. "I'm sorry," Leia said, "but I have to ask. Are you any relation to the Jedi Anakin Skywalker?" Luke perked up a bit, looking at her for the first time in a while. "My father's name was Anakin," he said. "Ben told me he had been a Jedi, and that they had fought together in the Clone Wars." He drooped again. He didn't have a chance to tell me much else. Leia was taken aback. That was definitely the famous Anakin Skywalker, legendary pilot, Jedi Knight and war hero, protege of General Kenobi. An unexpected thrill coursed through her at the discovery that Luke was his son. There had been no mention of any children, but that had been a tumultuous time, and the records were spotty. It would undoubtedly boost the morale of the fledgling Rebel Alliance when it was commonly known. Luke had only been a part of their war effort for the historical equivalent of 5 minutes, and was already proving himself invaluable. But Leia could not imagine why he seemed to know nothing about his heritage. Everyone knew about the exploits and martyrdom of Anakin Skywalker, everyone except Luke, apparently. "You didn't even know your father was a Jedi?" she asked. Luke turned with a tolerant sidelong look, implying that there was a lengthy explanation if she wanted it. "I didn't even know what a Jedi was," he said. "I was raised by my aunt and uncle, my father's stepbrother. Uncle Owen never talked about it, didn't want me to know about it, would punish me if I asked about it. As far as we were concerned, my father had been a navigator on a spice freighter. He had died a long time ago, and the less said about it the better." "I'm sorry," Leia said again. After all, Jedi weren't supposed to have children, and the circumstances of Luke's very existence might be sensitive, especially considering the Emperor's purge. "I wasn't trying to sound superior. I just—" "No," Luke interrupted, turning to face her with the hint of an eager smile. "Please, tell me." Leia drew a deep breath, struck again by just how blue his eyes were. She gathered her thoughts, deliberately setting aside how bizarre it was to describe Luke's own father to him. "Well," she began, "I'm not familiar with all the details, but by the time of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi were two of the most famous Jedi in the galaxy. They were almost inseparable, respected and revered as heroes throughout the Republic, legends in their own time. Anakin was known to be an exceptional pilot, a very effective soldier, and something of a phenomenon even among the Jedi. Everyone knew his name, and he gave people hope in some very dark times. The HoloNet featured the exploits of Kenobi and Skywalker as often as possible." She paused, realizing that a place like Tatooine was probably remote enough to have avoided all that media exposure, and that Luke had obviously seen none of it. "When we're next able to access the old data archives, I can pull some of those files for you." Luke smiled. "I'd really like that," he said. "Thanks." Their most famous feat was rescuing Chancellor Palpatine after he'd been taken by the Separatists, Leia continued. "They said Anakin managed to land a burning fragment of the Confederacy's flagship on Coruscant with no casualties, except for the landing pad." Her smile faded. "Ultimately, Palpatine betrayed the Jedi, claiming they had attacked him and thereby justifying his seizure of power. He sent Darth Vader to begin the purge, starting at the Jedi Temple. It was said that Anakin fell there in a heroic final stand, defending the young adepts with his life." Enchanted by the romance of it all while still mindful of the tragedy, Luke nodded. "Ben told me he had been murdered by Vader," he said, his hand drifting unconsciously to the hilt of his lightsaber. "I had to ask him because my uncle would never give me a straight answer." Leia looked at the Jedi weapon with greater appreciation. "Was that his?" she asked tentatively. The Jedi had been objects of reverence in the Organa household, and this whole encounter was stirring love, grief, and memory into a single raw experience. "May I?" "Oh, of course." Luke readily obliged, lifting the hilt off his belt and laying it in her hand. The weight of it was impressive, heavy with history, symbolism, and mystique. Leia felt her hands begin to tremble as she realized she was actually holding Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber. It was a portentous piece of the past, a priceless relic that was beginning to inspire her with the same hope Anakin had inspired in those children of the previous generation who had whispered his name in the dark to quell their fears, children who had grown into the freedom fighters holding the Rebel Alliance together today. "I'm glad you're with us, Luke," she said, almost reluctantly returning the saber to him. She inched closer on the ledge as they watched the deluge together, strangely comforted by being near him. Maybe it was selfish, but Luke was a bright point in that void of grief that threatened to overwhelm her if she would let it, an anchor in the sickening nothingness where Alderaan should have been. He was something warm and safe, reminding her of home, family, and all things familiar, as inexplicable and absurd as that was. Leia felt him stiffen as she leaned into him, and she pretended not to notice as he slowly took advantage of the opportunity to slip his arm around her. It was sweet, and also exactly what she wanted at that moment. Are you still going to try becoming a Jedi yourself? She asked. That was the plan, Luke said, staring ahead. But I'm not sure how I'm supposed to manage it without Ben. Now Obi-Wan's death seemed doubly tragic. The idea of General Kenobi returning out of exile to train Anakin Skywalker's son as the first of the new Jedi was an epic possibility, now lost. Once again, Darth Vader had snuffed that hope before it could bloom. Leia was beginning to feel just as robbed as Luke did. Uncle Owen never wanted this life for me, Luke was saying, rambling to fill the emptiness. That's probably why he was always so nasty to Ben. His eyes lost their focus, as though he were still connecting some dots in his memory. Then he was back again. I think Ben had been watching me for years. I was vaguely aware of it, and he always seemed to turn up in an emergency. He wanted to teach me to be a Jedi. My uncle wouldn't allow it, and now I realized they were fighting over me my whole life. Will you go back to them? Leia asked, silently hoping he would say no. The Alliance needed him. They needed everyone they could get, but it was apparent now that they especially needed Luke. He turned to her with a pained look, then turned back to the rushing water. There's nothing to go back to, he finally said, a desolate resignation in his voice she understood all too well. They're dead, and the farm was torched. That detachment of stormtroopers cut a wide swath looking for R2 and 3PO. Oh. Leia felt that chill of remorse and despair clutch her heart, the same she had been trying to avoid ever since Alderaan had been blown out of existence. Oh, I'm so sorry. For what it was worth, Luke had lost his entire world as well, and that was also her fault. There was a trail of blood from T'Pra to Tatooine, to Alderaan, to Yavin, and it was all her fault. All the emotion she had been trying to suppress came welling up at once, threatening to spill out of her. It was too much for one person to bear. Luke must have felt her trembling, because he tightened his protective hold on her. It's not your fault, he insisted, seeming to know or guess her thoughts, his vehemence implying he was dealing with some unmerited guilt of his own. It's not my fault. It's not Ben's fault, and it's not the Alliance's fault. He sighed bitterly, deliberately holding himself together for her sake. We all know whose fault it is. Yes, they did, and it made their victory extremely bittersweet. Leia leaned deeper into Luke, grateful for his understanding, for his friendship, for everything he had done for her and the cause already, just for being there, the instrument of her vengeance. Their vengeance. It was cold comfort knowing the Death Star, Grand Moff Tarkin, and Darth Vader were orbiting the gas giant above them in particles as fine as the remains of Alderaan, but she would take what she could get. They may have lost everything, but Leia supposed there was nowhere to go but up. There was no way either of them was going to lie down and die without a fight, not now, not on the heels of the Alliance's greatest victory yet. Everything had been churned up and deranged by the Empire's violence, but there was hope even in the ruin. Like a farmer's plow, the Emperor and his lackeys might turn the landscape inside out, but their atrocities only exposed fertile ground for new things to take root. The Senate was disbanded, but that only strengthened the legitimacy of the rebellion. Leia had been captured and publicly exposed as a rebel, but that only freed her to pursue their cause openly. Alderaan was lost, but the horror had already begun to attract defectors to the Alliance. A remote moisture farm on Tatooine had been thoughtlessly destroyed, but that had stirred the lost son of Anakin Skywalker out of obscurity and catapulted him into the heart of the galactic conflict. They were still young, and there was time to fight the war and build a new life if they made the effort. Some of them were very young, she thought. Leia gently nudged Luke in the ribs. Don't take it the wrong way, but I'm glad you're staying, she said. I'm sorry to disagree with your uncle, but the Alliance needs you, and I'm sure your father would be proud if he could see it. You've launched a pretty impressive military career in what must be record time. How old are you, anyway? What? The question took Luke rather off guard. Oh, 19. Oh, Leia would have pegged him nearer 17, but of course that made sense. Anakin Skywalker had died 19 years ago when Palpatine had sprung his coup, the same year she had been born. Me too. Really? Now Luke was surprised. I thought you'd be older. I mean, you look great, he hurried to add, but you seem older. Leia wasn't bothered. I've seen a lot, she said. It was the toll stress, and battle, and death took on a person. No doubt Luke would soon be older than his years as well, despite his fresh and innocent looks. That is, if he didn't prematurely end his days as a messy blood splatter or silent fireball. She thrust the grisly thought out of mind, unwilling to consider it while he was still alive and breathing beside her. Somehow everything would be fine. Somehow they would win the war, overthrow the Emperor, restore the Republic. Somehow Luke would be a Jedi like his father and achieve all his unreachable dreams. Somehow they would have peace, and somehow they would be happy again. Just because they didn't know how to go about it yet didn't make it impossible. It's not impossible, Leia remembered Luke saying just days ago, when confronted with the stupendous odds against the success of their assault on the Death Star. He had seemed so confident, almost casual, yet it might have been impossible if not for him. Luke had made it possible, as though the force of his belief had bent reality to his will, and that alone filled Leia with more hope than anything else she had seen. She finally put her arm around him, closing her eyes for a moment to appreciate that the violence of war had managed to throw the two of them into the same orbit. The galaxy was a vast place, and once again it seemed like an impossible coincidence, yet there they were. It's not impossible. More than ever, she began to believe nothing was impossible if they could face it together. Whiteson. A quick look at Aunt Dama and Uncle Sam, Luke Skywalker's forgotten relations at Anchorhead. 3 Abbey, Anchorhead, Tatooine. Dama Whiteson Brunk looked up from dusting the furniture in the lobby as her husband Sam lumbered in through the front door. It was a constant battle, keeping the dust cleaned up, and a tired old droid continuously puttered over the floor gathering the dirt and sand tracked in by patrons and proprietors alike. Sam stepped over it now, shedding sand from his boots all the while. More of this trash outside, he grumbled, a collection of rumpled flimsoplast in his hand. He slapped the motley assortment down on the front desk in disgust. They were wanted posters, some sanctioned by the Empire, most coming from the Hutts or other local crime lords, all displaying a ripe assortment of possibilities for unemployed bounty hunters. You'd think they know not to waste their time by now, Dama agreed, leafing through them. The seedy Driss Inn was a quality establishment, the best in Anchorhead, and they didn't want it plastered with tacky advertisements, especially death marks. Tatooine had a bad enough reputation as it was. There was a more personal reason they refused to display them, however, the same reason Dama bothered to read them rather than toss them with the other refuse. Some of them, at least the Imperial ones, included the familiar face of Luke Skywalker. Dama found his image and showed it to Sam. At least we know he's still alive, she sighed. Sam grunted. Looks like he's been making trouble. His price has gone up. Good boy. Sam was right. Luke's Imperial bounty had doubled since the last posting, easily 4 times as valuable as the next target in the lineup, but only if he could be delivered alive, and that at least was strangely encouraging. Dama didn't like the idea of her adopted nephew having such a public price tag, but it was better than knowing where he was if that meant lying a charred corpse in a dusty grave beside her sister Beru and her husband at the old Lars homestead. The ruin visited upon that place 3 years ago had been swift and brutal. There had been a nervous rumor of stormtrooper patrols in the area, and almost everyone had gone to ground. They'd had no idea what had happened until Sam had finally gone to investigate the ominous plume of smoke on the horizon. At first they had assumed the worst, that Luke had been taken. Dama and Sam had been privy to some of the shadowy circumstances of his adoption, mainly of the imperative to avoid any Imperial attention. Only the 2 fresh graves had hinted that Luke was alive and at large, at least until he started appearing on the wanted posters. The war brought by the Rebel Alliance was heating up, by all accounts, and Luke hadn't returned home. The farm was a dark lighter property now, like so many of the neighboring homesteads. Storms coming, Sam grunted, belatedly trading his dirty boots for the house shoes Dama insisted he wear indoors. She grunted back, understanding what he meant. The next 10 minutes could possibly be very busy, especially with it being dusk already, and then there would be nothing until the cloud of biting sand lifted. As predicted, the people caught without other means of shelter started crowding into the lobby just as soon as the dirt began to fly. A human couple and a well-dressed trader actually booked rooms, while a Cubaz, a Deveronian, and a Rhodian, all considerably less affluent, paid half the nightly rate just to sit in the lobby. The Rhodian saw the collection of posters behind the desk and requested a few to pass the time. Dama gave him the list of local bounties that didn't include Luke. She went about her other duties quietly, the only sounds the low roar of the sandstorm outside and a muffled selection of popular local music, now and then crackling with static as the storm played havoc with the broadcast. Dama served each of her economical guests their complimentary cup of water, and then returned to her place behind the front desk. She keyed on her ancient datapad, scanning through the news items she had downloaded earlier from the holoport, hoping to find something relevant. The front door opened briefly to the dirty gloom as someone else sought temporary shelter. Dama got a cagey impression from him, cloaked and hooded against the elements as the locals often were, taking in at a glance the particulars of the lobby and those present in it. Dama did him the courtesy of not making confrontational eye contact. "Good evening," she said as he approached, her tone a commodious compromise between availability and disinterest. "I can offer you a fairly wide range of accommodation tonight. Are you looking for a large room or something simple?" "I'm actually here to see my aunt, if she can spare a few minutes." His voice stopped her cold, and she looked up into a pair of unmistakable blue eyes. Luke pressed his lips into a firm line and tilted his head toward the other patrons dozing in the lounge. Dama caught his meaning immediately. "I'm sure she can, young man," she said in her best casual business voice. "Just a moment." She locked the front door, switched on the no vacancy sign, and made a show of rummaging through her key tabs. "Follow me, please." She led him back to their private quarters and locked the door behind them. Only then could she turn with an enormous smile and throw her arms around him. "Luke, it's so good to see you." She still tried to keep her voice down, pressing her face into his shoulder. "Oh, I can't believe you're really here. It's been so long. But you're taking a bit of a risk, aren't you? You've got a bounty on you that would make a Hutt blush. Why have you come back?" Luke ignored her questions for a moment and just continued to hold her in a warm hug. Dama didn't complain. It did her heart good to know he was all right. He seemed older, maybe older than he should have after only 4 years, and he felt stronger. But he was still the same Luke who used to chatter over dust creeps about his building projects and wild exploits with his friends. He finally straightened and held her at arm's length. "It's good to see you, too, Aunt Dama, and it's a long story. Where's Uncle Sam?" "Oh, he's around here somewhere. We'll find him in a minute. Just let me look at you." She slid out of his arms and grasped his hands. Little Luke, all grown up. Grown up and significantly beat up, she observed. He wore several new scars, and his nose was different. Then she stopped, noticing that one of his hands was markedly cooler than the other one. Dama pulled them both closer for a better look. "Ah." Luke drew back reflexively, and then looked apologetic and self-conscious. "I'm sorry. It's just not fully bonded to my arm yet." The door shook in his housing as someone discovered it was not only locked but bolted from the inside. Dama panicked for a split second, wondering where she could hide Luke, but then her thinking brain caught up with her and she realized it was probably Sam. "I think it's all right," Luke agreed. Dama released the latch, and Sam barged in. "Dama, why the hell would you?" His complaint was forgotten as he saw and recognized their visitor. "Luke!" he bellowed, surging forward and extending his hand as Dama closed the door and tried to shush him. "How are you, boy? Where'd the storm blow you in from?" He seized Luke's hand in his own and pumped it so hard that Luke winced again. "Sam, stop," Dama hissed, grabbing his wrist. "You're hurting him. It's a cybernetic." Oh no. They've got you all scarred up now, Sam continued, taking a hard look at Luke's face without missing a beat. A real war hero, hella. We've been watching your price tick up over here. You've been with the rebellion this whole time. Mostly, Luke said, flexing his artificial fingers. Doing what? A bit of everything, but starfighters and combat speeders for the most part, Luke explained as Dama waved them all to seats around the table. They even let me command my own squadron for a while. Good. Sam nodded enthusiastically, thumping his folded hands onto the table. You always were pretty sharp with anything that could fly. I know you probably can't tell us all the juicy details, but you must be doing something right for the Empire to want you so bad. Hey, Dama, he called into the kitchen. Show him one of those posters. Dama made a face, but she grabbed one along with the tray of drinks and laid it on the table as she served refreshments. I'm sure Luke is well aware of this already, she protested for the record. Nah, nothing could dampen Sam's enthusiasm. Look at that. You're famous around here now. Here and everywhere else, Luke said dryly, having a look. Oh wow. It was half that the last time I looked. Seen lots of action out there? Sam asked. Any major battles we might have heard of? Luke shrugged. Yavin, he suggested, sipping his drink. A princess decorated me for that one. Hoth. Yavin, yeah. Death Star, right? Heard something about that. Don't know about Hoth. Must be too recent. How'd you lose your hand? Was it a crash, or some kind of accident? Sam, Dama quipped. Something like that, Luke answered vaguely. It's rough out there. The cooker chimed, finishing its quick cycle. Dama returned to the kitchen and whisked out the ready meal she had slipped inside a few minutes earlier. Here you go, she said, setting it in front of Luke. He had that lean and hungry look of someone who had been living on ration bars for too long. It's not much, but it's hot. Luke smiled and accepted a spoon from her. Thanks, Aunt Dama. He would be 23 now, she thought, so changed and yet ever the same. The last time she had seen him had been his 19th birthday. Owen had uncharacteristically given him a day off his chores, and Luke had stopped by for a quick visit while he and his friends were kicking around Anchorhead. He looked like he had lived another whole lifetime in the intervening years. How's Uncle Harrow? Luke asked between bites. You haven't mentioned him. Dama felt her brows knit together at the mention of her brother, and she sighed as she finally sat down with the rest of them. I was hoping you might know more about him than we do, she said. I'm afraid Harrow didn't take Beru's death very well. He left not long afterward, looking for some kind of revenge against the Empire, and he found his way into a resistance cell on Naboo. Apparently he was killed some time ago, but they only just managed to get word to us. Oh. Luke seemed surprised, impressed, and saddened all at once. I'm sorry to hear that. We never crossed paths. The rebellion can be pretty spread out sometimes. For a while, we thought you were dead too, Sam interjected, or captured. Do you know why an hella mob of Imperial thugs would want to suddenly wipe out a moisture farm? Yeah, I do, Luke said, once again between bites, and sorry about that. I should have at least told you I was breathing and wouldn't be around for a while. I wasn't really thinking clearly that day. So what happened? Luke lowered his voice, though apparently there was no secret anymore. Remember the Death Star? The Alliance had just stolen the schematics for it, and they got caught here. They stashed the plans in a couple of droids and shot them into the desert. The Jaws picked them up, and we bought them. He shrugged, old grief reduced to a grim shadow behind his eyes. By the time I realized what we were holding, it was too late. How'd they miss you? Sam asked. I've heard some stories about slipshod stormtroopers, but they seem pretty damn thorough. I wasn't there, Luke explained, scraping the last of the mash off his plate. The astromech had run off the night before looking for Ben Kenobi, and I was chasing him all over the dunes. When I got back, it was all over. His eyes glazed over for a moment, and then he shook his head as if to clear the memory. There didn't seem to be much reason to stay after that, so I went back to Ben and we left to get the droids back to the Alliance. Dama exchanged a glance with her husband. Kenobi, huh? Sam grunted. That's almost poetic. What do you mean? Well, I'm just thinking about the fact that you left with him and that it was Kenobi who brought you here in the first place. There was a second of dead silence before Luke dropped his spoon, his expression becoming razor sharp. Wait, Ben brought me here. When? As a baby? Well, yeah. Sam squirmed in his seat, realizing he had let slip a secret. No harm in telling you now, right? It was Ben, Obi-Wan then, who called up your uncle and asked if he could take you. He said Anakin had died, that he had an orphan son, and he hand-delivered you himself. You were a tiny thing, couldn't have been more than a few weeks old. Luke had gone very pale, but his eyes were bright. Where was I born then? He demanded. Who was my mother? Dama shook her head. We've no idea. Owen didn't want anyone to talk about, and I don't know that Kenobi ever told him. Of course he didn't, Luke scoffed, sitting back with obvious exasperation. His gaze narrowed into the middle distance, and the corners of his mouth turned down in a sour expression. Was Anakin from Tatooine at all? I think so, Dama said, looking to Sam for confirmation. But he left years before Owen's father married Shmi. My grandmother. Who was my grandfather? Anakin's father. Sam shrugged. Nobody ever talked about it. Anakin had gone away with the Jedi long before. Luke straightened in his seat and actually looked angry for a moment, but then he closed his eyes and seemed to deliberately center himself before he spoke. You knew my father was a Jedi? He asked. Was I never supposed to find out? Dama looked to Sam again, and he mirrored her discomfort. It was becoming a very awkward conversation. I'm sorry, Luke, she said, but it was Owen's decision. If we didn't agree to keep quiet, he wouldn't have let us see you. He was just trying to protect you. By keeping me here. Luke was bitter and incredulous. This isn't exactly one of the garden spots of the universe. Then he sighed and made another very obvious and reluctant effort to rein in his temper. He noticed that he was restlessly drumming the fingers of his replacement hand on the table, and stopped. He may not have been completely wrong, I guess, he allowed. There's no help for it now. To be fair, we didn't really know what we were promising at the time, Sam explained. Nobody around here really cares much about ancient history, but about 2 years ago when a whole troop of Hutts came through, and the money was good, I splurged for a records request to Obro's Sky. His tone became very cloak and dagger, emphasizing the extent to which that was not a done thing in their ruggedly practical society. Asked for everything they had on Anakin Skywalker. Took him 7 months to get back to me, but it was a data dump the likes of which I'd never seen. I guess he was a pretty big deal in the Old Republic days, him and Kenobi both. Luke nodded, but his attempt at a smile was completely false. Yeah, they were, he agreed. I've been trying to piece together the record myself. Could I copy what you have before I go? Shoot, kid, you can have it. Sam heaved himself to his feet and lumbered across the room, retrieving a data card from a drawer. No doubt you'll have more use for it than I will. Luke accepted it gratefully, but with a brief look of such profound sadness that Dama was cut to the heart. He looked like he was losing something rather than finding it. Thank you. Sam apparently didn't notice, and he jostled Luke's shoulder with rough affection. No problem. Glad to save you the time and trouble. I guess that puts your new military career in a different light. You even look like him. No wonder Kenobi wanted Owen and Beru to keep you under wraps for a while. You've got a legacy to live up to. Again, a smile that was more pain than pleasure. I guess I have. Can you use it? Sam asked, his tone hushed and almost reverent. He sat down opposite Luke again. The Force, or whatever the Jedi used to call it. Owen was always worried that you would. Luke nodded. I can. He almost beat it out of me, but I can. Ben started training me, then connected me with another master who escaped the purge. It's been a wild ride. I was supposed to have started this when I was a little kid, so you could say we've been working to an accelerated schedule. Well, come on, Sam said, leaning in eagerly. What can you do? Can you show us something? Sam, really? Dama objected when Luke looked diffident. He's not a street performer you can throw coins at. No, he's the nephew I haven't seen in 4 years, who just so happens to be one of the last Jedi Knights in the galaxy, Sam retorted. Just humor me. The irritable banter seemed to have broken the ice, and Luke raised a hand to quiet them before it could escalate. All right, he said. Normally I wouldn't, but for you I'll make an exception. Astral. Sam clapped his hands like an overgrown child and sat back to watch, his eyes glinting. Come on, I'm ready. Luke paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and drew a very deliberate breath. Dama had the uncanny sensation that he had gone very far away and returned again in the time it took for her to blink. Then he bent all his concentration on the spoon still on the table. It spun on its axis like a wind turbine, then stood on its end, then lifted itself into the air. Sam was mesmerized. That's you, huh? He plucked the spoon out of the air and examined it, as if he expected it to have changed somehow. That's a neat trick. Here, Luke said, more at ease. He picked up his cup. Here's one I've been practicing. Watch, this is good. Without further warning, he threw the contents at his uncle's face. Sam lurched back in his chair and Dama yelped, but the spray of milk hung suspended in midair as if time itself had stopped. Sam eyed it suspiciously, trying to understand what he was seeing. He pushed back his chair and stood up, examining it from the side. He tentatively poked a droplet with his finger, finding it still very real and still liquid, not some illusion or trick of perception. Then the spray began to condense, droplets coalescing like meteors caught in a gravity well, forming one suspended sphere of liquid which Luke neatly caught in his cup. It only took one drawn moment for Sam to recover himself. Hey, he bellowed, that is something. I'm just glad you didn't make a mess of my floors, Dama said, realizing she had been holding her breath. Nah, Luke wouldn't dare mess up your floors, Sam insisted. Hey, what about a lightsaber? Do you have one of those? I have to build one, Luke said. It's part of the process. You never did tell us why you're here now, Dama said, changing the subject. We're always glad to see you, but I imagine it's not just a social call. No, not really, Luke agreed, straightening again. A friend of mine was captured by the Imperials and given to a bounty hunter. Jabba wants him pretty bad, so we're hoping to intercept him when he comes this way. How bad? Sam asked. We can't help but know about the top shelf bounties around here. Real bad? Ever heard of Han Solo? Boy, we hear about him at least once a week. Sam got up again and rummaged through the refuse bin, dragging out another poster. Hotshot type, the kind that makes you want to lock up your daughters. Yep, that's Han, Luke confirmed, not entirely without a trace of dark humor as he looked at the poster. But he's not all that bad. Besides, he's frozen in a block of carbonite now, so the fathers of Anchorhead can breathe easy. Really? Sam grimaced. It's a different kind of world out there these days. Luke didn't answer, but the wry tilt of his brow spoke volumes. So Jabba's finally got him. Not if I can help it. Luke slid the poster back across the table. I'm going to be lying low for a while and keeping an eye out. Let me know if you two overhear anything about it. He paused, thinking a few steps ahead. Could I have a marker? Dama jumped up and rummaged through a drawer until she found one, and handed it to Luke. He took back the poster and flipped it over, scribbling out his initials and a long series of numbers. This is my personal comm code, he explained. I'll be staying at Kenobi's old place on the edge of the Dune Sea. Do you know it? Sam squinted into the distance. Maybe, he said. Never been out there, though. Here. Luke quickly sketched the vaguest map possible. Little place, out on the Hubba Heights, about 130 kilometers from our old farm. Oh, yeah. Sam nodded. Not much else out there. Right? Luke underscored the drawing, then wrote out a few more names. The bounty hunter we are looking for is Boba Fett, and his ship is called Slave Eye, Cootie-type fire spray. You can't miss it if you see it. The kind that land on their backside, Sam observed with an irreverent snort. I know him. Luke nodded, capped the marker, and handed him the poster. Anything may help, so don't hesitate to call me. If I'm still there, I'll answer. Will do. Sam glanced over the information, then handed the flimsy to Dama, and she hid it in the drawer with the marker. You don't have to leave already, do you? He asked, a bit perturbed that Luke had stood and seemed to be gathering himself. I don't want to bring any trouble down on you, Luke said, and, as you say, at least 3 out of every 10 people here are bounty hunters. I won't hear of you leaving before the storm lifts, Dama insisted. In fact, let us put you in a room of your own, Luke. Take a real shower, and maybe even a nap. You look worn out already. Luke mustered a performative expression of defeat. Is it that obvious? He asked with a grim smile, clearly tempted. That actually sounds really nice, thank you. But you wake me the minute the storm lifts, and I'll get out of your hair. Farmer's honor, Dama promised, offering a firm but very careful handshake before cupping his face in her hand. It's so good to see you, she said again. I wish circumstances were different, but we work with what we're given. That is one thing Tatooine taught me, for sure, Luke agreed. For Abby, Anchorhead, Tatooine. I really don't have the patience for this, Brunk. You knew this was coming, so just cough it up and we'll be gone. Otherwise, we'll have a job to do. Dama was frozen in place, offended by the troop of hairy unwashed leaning over the counter of her front desk, but unable to leave. Sam was rooted behind her like a spitted boar, outnumbered and outgunned, and without the means to appease them. Jabba was leaning hard on the local businesses. He had resurrected his ridiculous protection scam again, as he always did when his finances suffered some sudden reversal, and the seedy dress and had fallen lamentably behind on his payments. Apparently the grace period was over. I don't know how else I can explain to you. Sam tried again, but we haven't got it. We'll try to raise it, but I don't have anything to give you now. Nothing at all. The leader of the swoop gang was unimpressed, scowling at them from behind a knotted black beard, stinking of sour sweat, exhaust, and indifference. Nothing in the safe. Nothing in your pockets. We need what we have to get through the week, Sam insisted. It's nothing like the full amount. I'll have it anyway, the other insisted. Give it to me? Give me something. You can't just take everything. Sam protested. We need it for operating expenses. We'll have to close up if. I don't care, the enforcer interrupted, and Dama believed him. Jabba don't care. He should care. Dama hissed, fidgeting with nervous indignation. How will he ever get paid if he runs us out? The hateful man lashed out like a snake to grasp her wrist, possibly suspecting a concealed weapon. Don't reach, love, he cautioned her with an ugly grin. Holding her firmly, he looked to Sam again. What'll it be, Brunk? He asked, triggering the release on the vibroblade strapped to his forearm. Will you give me the money, or do I have to bleed your woman? Sam had gone white, both furious and terrified. Left with little choice, he opened the safe beneath the desk, pulled out their last bundle of pegged notes, and thrust it at the bikers. There would be no restocking the kitchens now, and their water was low. What good was an inn with no food or water? Dama was trembling with fear and outrage despite her attempts to steady herself. She hated being made to feel so helpless. The stinking man palmed the notes with a disgusting smile and shoved them into his hip pocket, then retracted his blade and released Dama. Pleasure doing business with you folks, he said, turning to leave with his crew. We'll be back soon for the rest, so be prepared next time. Sam rumbled in his throat, knowing better than to tempt fate with an angry remark. Dama shrank against him, hoping his solid form could calm her shaking while hot tears wetted her cheeks. An angry exchange erupted at the door as a newcomer shouldered roughly past the swoop gang, an ugly salvo of cursing and violent posturing before they continued outside. Dama hardly noticed, but she did jump when that same newcomer slapped their bundle of Pegas back onto the desk. "Not in front of me. They won't," he growled. Dama planted a hand over her own mouth, and Sam spit out a strangle cough to cover the fact that he had almost said Luke's name. He was dressed head to toe in black this time, and seemed even more formidable than he had several months ago. Glancing behind without turning, Luke made a sharp gesture with his hand. Outside, the gang leader suddenly tripped over nothing and slammed his face into his swoop bike. Satisfied, Luke plucked the keycard out of Dama's hand and stalked away toward their private rooms. Sam surreptitiously pointed in two directions at once, and Dama nodded. He left by the front door, intending to circle around to the back with his master key. Dama lingered a moment to make the meeting less suspicious, watching her assailant spit blood onto the sand, leaking more from the nose and railing against the universe. Then she slipped away to the hospitality kitchen. "Ellie," she said, finding her young innkeeper's apprentice lingering over her morning calf, "mind the front for me, will you? If any rough types give you trouble, ring for us." "Yes, ma'am," she said. "Will do." Leaving through the opposite entrance, Dama hurried back to their rooms to join the rest of her family. She fell into Sam's arms immediately, while Luke secured the door. "Did they hurt you?" Luke demanded. "Nothing that'll leave a mark," Dama said, still deeply resentful of the intrusion and humiliation. "But, as usual, there's nothing we can do. That's just life in Anchorhead." "Not anymore, it isn't." Luke hugged her in turn, still warm toward them despite his lingering indignation. "Have you been out in the desert this whole time?" Dama asked, trying to think about something else. "It's almost been a year. And Jabba's been advertising for you now." "Yeah, I found that out the hard way," Luke said, letting her go. "I was out there for a while with nothing but time to kill, even managed to build my lightsaber, but we were called off-world a few times to chase down other leads. Jabba and the Empire got into a bidding war over me that I still don't quite understand. A bunch of those swoop bikers tried to kill me, and I had to escape from a bounty hunter's conglomerate on Botho before the Empire could collect me. There was a side trip to Coruscant with lots of collateral damage, and somewhere in all that we lost track of Han. It's been a more eventful year than even we expected." "Never a dull moment," Sam agreed. "Sorry to hear you lost your friend." "I meant we missed him," Luke explained. "We know Jabba has him now, so I'm green-lighting our rescue mission." "For when?" "It's already started." Dama didn't like it. She knew every child had to grow up eventually, but she didn't like the idea of Luke thrusting his finger into the eye of Jabba's entire criminal enterprise, although he had apparently been itching to do it for years, ever since Beru had been manhandled in much the same way. Jabba the Hutt had been firmly entrenched since their parents' day, and in her mind Luke was still a starry-eyed kid made of pure ideals and impractical dreams. He'd be eaten alive. "I don't know how chaotic it might be afterward," Luke was explaining to Sam, "so just keep your heads down until somebody fills the power vacuum. I might not be able to stop by again before we go, but I promise you Jabba's days are numbered." "We appreciate what you're trying to do, Luke," Dama interjected, "but challenging Jabba is only going to invite reprisals. That biker isn't going to be happy when he realizes you lifted the money off him, and even if Jabba pins the debt on him, he's just going to come back to us." "No, Jabba's done," Luke said, his tone so ominous and so final that it gave Dama a shiver. "He's had a good run, but now he's roughed up one too many of my aunts. I think it's high time I did the neighborhood a public service." "You're going to bump off his whole organization?" Sam asked. "How?" Luke looked at him with a tolerant smile, a welcome glimpse of the nephew they knew. "I'm going to ill him, Uncle Sam," he said, inescapably plain, "and if all goes to plan, his whole rotten court with him. Behead the beast, and the body falls on his own." This was the new Luke, the grown man, the Jedi Knight. It was the Luke that Owen had never wanted to see, though it had probably been inevitable. The ideals still survived, but the dreams had shrunk into actionable goals, and his innocence had been tempered by the brutal experience of war, pain, and death. The metamorphosis was happening much more quickly than Dama would have liked, but it was time to fledge, and lives hung in the balance. No one had given him those wings. They had always been in his blood. "Here," Luke said, pulling out a black object the size of his palm, and Dama recognized a dedicated inter-system comlink. "If you need to contact me, this will encrypt a message and send it directly to my astral match. I don't know where I'll be or when I'll get it, but I'll get it. Okay?" "Okay," Sam agreed with a curt nod, accepting the device. It seemed to Dama that he too had recognized the implications of the change, and now he spoke to Luke as one man to another. "The wind still blows both ways, you know. Don't hesitate to ping us if you need anything." Luke smiled. "I'll remember that," he promised. Asterisk. It was only 3 days later that they woke to a strangely silent city. It wasn't silent because it was deserted, but because people were nervous, sharing whispered rumors, words of caution and opportunity, and watching to see who made a move in what direction. Finally, people began to move with more urgency, seeing where the new currents of motivation and incentive took them. The lobby and tap cafe of the City Dris were more crowded than usual, jammed with agents, bounty hunters, victims, and debtors alike as they met to discuss the way forward. "Jabba's dead," was the incredulous refrain. "Jabba's dead." Sail barge exploded. "Probably bad maintenance. I heard it was Skywalker, come to take back Solo. There were threats. No way one man does all that. Had to be an inside job. Well, I heard it was an Imperial agent. There's been one skulking around, undercover as a dancer. Jabba never could resist a dancer. Why would the Empire waste time with the Hutts? Jabba's dead. Who holds his debts? Nobody." Dama feigned disinterest, serving refreshments and whatever savory morsels the kitchen could turn out, but she absorbed everything. They hadn't heard from Luke, and she was desperately interested in the details. Were they all right? Did they escape? Or were he and his friends also lying dead in the dunes with the Hutt and his minions? She was trying not to shake with the nervous apprehension of it all as she returned with her empty tray to the kitchen. Ellie was just draining another batch of pally fritters, the juicer was macerating a bucket of pikas, and the whole place smelled like bantha sausage. Sam pushed his way in before she could bury herself in her work again. "Hey, Dama," he said with barely suppressed enthusiasm. "Dama, look. I just downloaded the backlog this morning, and look what came through." Dama took the cracked datapad in her hand. It was a brief text transmission, and the origin signature read Income X-Wing AA 589. "Cleared your debt. Sent Jabba love from Dama and Beru. If anyone else gives you trouble, let me know. Take care, you too. Luke." 19 Abbey, Anchorhead, Tatooine. Seasons came and seasons went at the City Dris, and life carried on much the same as the years rolled by. Some notable events punctuated the monotony. The death of the Emperor was an interesting anecdote, although the spontaneous street party resulted in little more than rampant littering and property destruction. And when the locals realized the regime change meant almost nothing besides fewer stormtroopers on the streets, business resumed as usual. The details of the battle, notably the heroic legend of Luke's involvement, were much more interesting. He visited once, very briefly, while tracking down more details about Anakin's early life in Mos Espa. A few years later, they were pleased to finally meet Luke's surprised twin sister, Leia Organa, and her new husband, the now infamous Han Solo, as they passed through on another wild adventure. The power that filled the vacuum left by Jabba's fall turned out to be a decent and cultured smuggler named Talent Card, and the less said about him the better, he liked it. While still very much an extra-legal operation, having less demand for unsavory jobs on the streets changed Anchorhead for the better. Luke sent messages as often as he could spare the time, but his schedule in service to the New Republic seemed to be extraordinarily demanding. There was a lot of trial and error involved in trying to sort through the Empire's rubble and rebuild the entire Jedi Order by himself. He sent them images of his niece and nephews, and they arranged for occasional holocalls, but he never did manage to make it out to Tatooine in person again. He had a startling propensity to call them from hospital beds and medical wards, staving off the boredom of recovering from whatever nigh-fatal wounds he had sustained in the line of duty. Dama couldn't help but worry about him, but Sam always insisted Luke could look after himself. He did always manage to survive somehow. Now Sam was dead, driven to a peaceful but early grave by the simple rigors of life in the unforgiving desert. Dama was still puttering around the inn at the prematurely old age of 65, more out of habit than necessity. Business was decent, especially with the additional traffic provided by the recent resumption of the Skywalker tour, more than enough to support her meager needs. Ellie knew even more about the business than she did by then, but Dama didn't know how to sit still for long stretches, and she enjoyed helping run the place in whatever ways her dimming vision would allow. At the moment, she was humoring Ellie, who had insisted upon removing her from the kitchen, forcing her to sit down in the lobby and watch the new state-of-the-art holoplayer. It was the newest of its kind in Anchorhead, and had attracted a new sort of local clientele who would happily pay a modest fee for a few hours of entertainment in the cool indoor air. It had been a personal gift from Luke and Leia, which might have merited a footnote on the Skywalker tour's itinerary if she drew attention to it. Dama had some qualms about taking space from customers, but she liked the company, and it wasn't a busy time of day. She put her lenses on so she could see the holos properly, seizing upon the opportunity to change the channel from drama to news as soon as the previous episode ended. There was some grumbling from the others present, but the regulars jumped to her defense. "Don't worry, Miss Dam will change it back when the advertisements are over," a hulking spacer called Riker assured the rest of them. "She needs to check up on her nephew." "You know me so well," Dama said. As had been usual lately, the news was still dominated by the Pelian, Gavrisson peace accords, as though the galaxy at large was still struggling to believe that the interminable civil war was finally at an official end. Dama still remembered the raucous street party that had prematurely celebrated the event by at least 15 years. There hadn't been much of a party this time, just a long sigh of relief. Another facet of the remarkable event that had captured the public consciousness had been Luke's sudden and very public marriage. Dama had almost despaired of him. She'd had the distinct impression that the last several years had been particularly unkind, and it did her good to see him happy. "Hey, there he is, Miss Dama." The regulars filled the lobby with lighthearted cheers and catcalls as the coverage inevitably shifted to replay the highlights of the wedding ceremony as backdrop to current commentary and speculation nobody really cared about. Mara, her name was Mara, Dama reminded herself, looked lovely. "Stang, that's one hot chica. I need to ditch this dustball for Coruscant." She was an imp. "I'd let her arrest me any time." "Stop creeping on Skywalker's lady," Riker shouted, intimidating the motley crowd into decorous silence. "Some people got no respect." "I can't always count on you to set them right," Dama said, patting his enormous hand on the arm of the neighboring chair. Apparently, despite the popular acclaim, the whole thing was still a bit of a scandal, something about Jedi tradition and practical disciplines that didn't trouble her at all. Luke was happy, and that was enough. She heard the front door open again as other patrons entered the lobby. "Oh dear," she said, looking around the lounge. "I might have to get up. We're running short of seats." "You stay right where you are, Miss Dama," Riker insisted, catching her arm before she could stand. "I'm sure we can rummage more chairs from somewhere." A lanky young man ahead of them glanced lazily toward the front desk, then almost choked on his drink, fumbling his cup as though it were a dune rat. "Son of a bleedin'," he muttered to himself, brushing droplets off his shirt. "Is that?" A few others began to take notice, stiffening in their seats. Dama sighed, assuming some local crime boss or smuggler's chief had stopped by, and she prepared to take herself elsewhere. "Just a moment," she assured them. "We'll make some room for you." "Don't worry about it, Aunt Dama," Luke said with a laugh. "We've seen it before." Dama turned, mouth open in joyous astonishment, peering up through her lenses at Luke and her new niece. "You might have told me you were coming," she protested, starting once more to climb to her feet, but Luke was already kneeling beside the chair with a smug little smile, his elbows planted on the armrest. I might have put on something decent. We came to see you and not your best clothes, Luke insisted. I wanted you to meet Mara. His wife crouched beside him, strong and graceful, and extended her hand. Pleased to meet you, Adama, she said. Luke's told me so much about you. I feel like I already know you. We missed you at the ceremony. And I'm sorry to have missed it, dear, Dama said, grasping her hand, but I'm too old to go blasting from one side of this galaxy to the other. Still, they play it so often on the net that I almost feel like I was there. Then she scowled playfully. Don't tell me this idiot nephew of mine brought you to the backside of nowhere for your honeymoon. Luke sniffed indignantly. This isn't nowhere. This was our home. It's been surprisingly charming, Mara insisted with a wry smile. Even life in the capital can get boring eventually. Before we go back, we were thinking of sneaking onto the Skywalker tour and waiting to see if anybody says anything. That sounds like a laugh, Dama agreed, basking in the vicarious satisfaction of just looking at them together. You'll have to come back and tell me how it goes. Can you stay? We were hoping to, Luke said brightly. I've snuck in and out of here so often, it's nice to finally use the front door like a normal person. I don't think there are any active bounties for us at the moment. He briefly scanned the room. Or any local entrepreneurs game enough to take us. Then I insist you have the best, Dama said, feeling a bit of her old fire again. Stay as long as you like, my treat. You just tell Ellie, and she'll see you squared away. Luke frowned. Aunt Dama, he began in his best Academy Master's voice. Nonsense. Sam was so chuffed with the way you handled Jabba that he wouldn't have it any other way. If that boy ever makes it back, he said, be sure he has the best room in the house. Besides, she said, fondly patting his cheek, you can consider it a wedding present. All right, Luke relented. If it makes you happy. Seeing you always makes me happy, Dama said, and it was true. Maybe we can go out on the flats after dinner, somewhere you can drive me around way too fast. Too late for me? This is our attempt to make the final confrontation at the end of Return of the Jedi make sense, taking into account and sifting through a bunch of those disparate nuggets of lore scattered throughout the fandom, because the novel left a lot to be desired. It was a little theoretical at some points, but I think it works. Honestly, getting inside Darth Vader's head was not the easiest thing to do. For Abby, Endor. Darth Vader stalked along the bridge of the Executor, watching the intermittent and mundane traffic in men, construction supplies, and war materiel, trying not to resent being placed there. There were many other officers in the Imperial fleet who would be equally qualified to perform the task, and it seemed the Emperor was keeping him there out of spite, cracking the whip just because he could, keeping Vader from the single preoccupation that had burned in his mind for the last few years, finding and capturing his son. The knowledge that he still had a son had changed everything. It had given him something he had thought lost to him forever. Something he didn't deserve, something that sat awkwardly in his blackened heart. Luke, rogue Jedi in the rough and traitorous rebel that he was, had given him hope. It was a sinister and self-serving kind of hope, but hope nonetheless. He hadn't killed Padme, their child had survived, and Palpatine had lied to him for 20 miserable years. That realization had finally justified Vader's festering hatred of his master, fatally weakening whatever misguided loyalty bound them together. He could still salvage this wreck that was his life, could still rise to rule the galaxy as he had been destined to do. Padme would have been a glorious queen, but Luke would be something else entirely. The boy didn't know his own power, but with Vader there to mold him, they could be a force to dwarf the memory of all Jedi, of all Sith, strong enough to stop that wasteful war and impose order on their galaxy. They would be like gods, the Father and the Son, the Celestials of Mortis remade. Vader suppressed the sudden swell of emotion before it could become too obvious. Carefully now. This was the balance point. Luke was not yet disposed to join him, and Palpatine certainly had no intention of obligingly lying down to die. The Emperor had his own designs on Luke, and he would be a fool not to suspect some conflicted feelings on Vader's part. It was a delicate dance of subterfuge despite all the players being aware of the conceit. He was certain Palpatine knew of his secret betrayal, or at least anticipated it. That was the way of the Sith. Ultimately, it was always the will of the apprentice to try his hand against the master. Palpatine had already shown his willingness to defy that danger by treating his apprentices with the same indifference one might show a disposable hygiene wipe. He had abandoned Maul, sacrificed Tyrannus, and Vader had no illusions of being afforded better treatment, not if Palpatine smelled any chance to replace him with a younger and more vibrant Skywalker. The thought of the Emperor adding Luke to his collection of broken things, using him before tossing him out with the other refuse, only inflamed Vader's hatred. Luke wasn't some pawn to be used in a rotten old man's bid for continuing power. Luke was special. It would be difficult to manage Luke in one hand and Palpatine in the other. Despite his new hatred for the man, confused and intermixed with his old habits of deference and loyalty, Vader did fear him. None had yet challenged Palpatine and prevailed. It wasn't just that he was extremely powerful, but he was cunning, cruel, and subtle. Subtlety had never been among Vader's virtues. He was more inclined to smash his way through his trials with an iron fist, but Palpatine would not be taken so easily. He needed Luke beside him before he made his move. In the meantime, he must continue to bow and scrape before the Emperor, to endure the subtle infantilization, the manipulation. The ruse served his own purposes as well. Vader knew a thing or two about surrendering to the dark. The power was immense, but so was the sacrifice. He had made his own choices, but he couldn't help but resent the one who had turned him. He had carefully reconsidered his approach, and he had decided that he didn't want to poison his relationship with Luke that way. They could be something new in the history of the Sith, above the petty struggle for dominance that always fractured the rule of two. They could be co-equal, bound by kinship and common purpose, perhaps even by some degree of affection. Let Palpatine corrupt him, disillusion him, drive him to the bitter despair that unlocked his latent power. Then Luke and Vader could be united in their hatred of him. They could take the Empire in hand together, indivisible and unconquerable. The rebels would be crippled without Luke, and with his presumably extensive knowledge of the Alliance's inner workings, they could destroy it in short order. It would be the sweetest victory he could imagine. Stop it. Vader filled his mind with the vast emptiness of space, only a few inches away through the transparent steel. He mustn't get carried away prematurely. The sticking point in all this was Luke. He hadn't responded well to Vader's first offer. How could he bring him in line, convince him to understand his importance and share the dream? In time he will seek you out, Palpatine had assured him, and when he does, you must bring him before me. Palpatine did have unusually keen foresight, but his appraisal of the situation seemed unlikely at best. Privately, Vader thought it delusional. Luke had confronted him on Bespin burning with self-righteous idealism, fatally naive though it was, secure in his understanding of who he was, and driven to heroism by the sacred memory of his father, Anakin Skywalker, champion of the Old Republic. Impressed by the boy's skill, and darkly amused by the audacity that was a half-trained whelp threatening him with his own lightsaber, Vader had perhaps taken a bit too much fiendish glee in dragging his son into the harsh glare of reality. Luke's father was not some unsullied figure of legend. Luke's father lived, and he was a monster. They could make their own legends. It had been too much too quickly. Luke had been too traumatized to process the possibilities, and had reacted with the desperate courage of a martyr, throwing himself into an abyss rather than exchange one more word with the abomination offering his hand. It hadn't helped that Vader had been obliged to literally disarm him first. He had tried to twist the saber out of Luke's hand again, but the boy was a quick study and wouldn't be taken by the same trick twice. It had left him with little choice. Looking back, Vader suspected he had botched that whole opportunity. Once again, he had charged forward without sufficient thought, and now everything was more complicated. Luke's hatred would be more potent now because it was grounded in truth, hatred of a father who had robbed him of his identity, persecuted and killed his comrades, and maimed him into the bargain. It was going to be a difficult case to make. Somehow Vader would have to redirect that hatred toward Palpatine. Maybe the Emperor could manage that himself. However it required a monumental act of self-discipline for Vader to stand there looking at the distant stars and minding the traffic over Endor when he wanted to be hunting for Luke. Perhaps the Emperor was right that the rebels would be coming to them instead. The second Death Star hung in stationary orbit, looking vulnerable and crippled, ripe for an attack. Irresistible rumors had been seeded into the spy networks, and a fleet was allegedly massing near Sullust. It was, perhaps, the calm before the storm. All they had to do was be patient. Patience had also never ranked among Vader's virtues. A pinprick of light stabbed into his mind out of nowhere, causing him to wince behind his mask. Then recognition flooded through him. It was Luke. He was here. After a year on the run, the boy was finally within his grasp. Vader scanned the reaches of near space, looking for the source of that presence. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just another nondescript Lando-class shuttle cruising along the standard approach vector, but Vader was now certain there was nothing ordinary about it. Luke's presence flinched and flickered, but was unable to conceal itself, and Vader knew that he had been recognized as well. He stalked toward the command station where Admiral Piet supervised the proceedings. "Where is that shuttle going?" he asked. Piet leaned into the comm. "Shuttle Tidarium, what is your cargo and destination?" "Parts and technical crew for the Forest Moon," came the deadpan answer. Piet looked to Vader, awaiting further orders. "Do they have a code clearance?" Vader asked. "It's an older code, sir, but it checks out," Piet informed him. "I was about to clear them." Vader reached out to that light suspended in the dark. Luke was outwardly calm but inwardly panicked, realizing too late that he had betrayed the rebels' masquerade simply by being there. Would they bolt? Or would they dare maintain the pretense and hope for the best? "Shall I hold them?" Piet prompted. "No," Vader decided. "Leave them to me. I will deal with them myself." The Admiral shrugged so slightly it could hardly be noticed. "As you wish, my lord." He nodded at the crewman on duty. "Carry on." The crewman nodded. "Shuttle Adirius Tidarium," he confirmed. "Deactivation of the shield will commence immediately. Follow your present course." As though nothing had changed, Tidarium continued on toward the moon. So be it. Vader was at war with himself all the way back to the Emperor's throne room. He was duty-bound to report the breach to his master. Would he dare consider otherwise? Might he report the rebel force but neglect to mention that his son was among them? It was too dangerous to play angles now. Palpatine saw everything. If Vader failed to make a complete report, it would only prematurely undermine his plans. There was no help for it, not yet. He exited the lift and climbed the stairs, enduring the surly disregard of his master once again. The Emperor did not even trouble to turn his throne to face him. "I told you to remain on the command ship," was the curt rebuke. Vader fought to control his feelings. Soon he would not have to tolerate being spoken to like a disobedient pet. "A small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor," he said. "Yes, I know." Palpatine finally turned his chair, smug in his omniscience. "My son is with them." Now the Emperor leaned forward with new interest. "Are you sure?" "I have felt him, my master." Palpatine settled back into his throne with an expression of dubious consideration. "Strange that I have not. I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear, Lord Vader." "Well, damn it. They might have gotten away with that, but it was too late now." The patronizing doubt was particularly infuriating. Of course he recognized his own son. "They are clear, my master." "Then you must go to the sanctuary moon and wait for him," Palpatine decided, accepting the circumstances for what they were. "Wait for him? He will come to me." Vader couldn't quite keep the incredulity out of his voice. "I have foreseen it," Palpatine decreed in that distant and lofty tone that forbade further question. "His compassion for you will be his undoing. He will come to you, and then you will bring him before me." "As you wish." Vader bowed and took his leave as quickly as decorum allowed. Palpatine had already turned to face the viewport once again. Compassion. The word echoed in Vader's mind all the way back to the Executor. He remembered the agony and revulsion on Luke's face as he had screamed at him in the same voice in which Vader had screamed at Obi-Wan on Mustafar. It was the voice of hatred, disgust, and utter rejection. Where was there room for compassion among sentiments like that? Whatever the rationalization, he had permission to go down to Endor. By the time he had completed his routine medical maintenance and boarded the shuttle, it was deep into local night. Dawn was close when they landed. So was Luke. Vader could feel him very close now, and his son was making no effort to hide. He felt an involuntary flutter as he descended from the landing pad onto the catwalk to meet the Ed Walker lumbering into position. The door hissed open, and a squad of troopers exited with their prisoner. This is a rebel who surrendered to us. Although he denies it, I believe there may be more of them, and I request permission to conduct a further search of the area. Vader wasn't listening. Luke met his gaze without flinching, without blinking, and his demeanor could not have been more different from their first meeting. He was slight and strong like his mother, dressed in imperial black, all of 23 years old but carrying himself with the gravity of a much older man. He had obviously worked through his initial shock and was now prepared to meet the truth head-on. Despite the fact that he was the one in cuffs, Vader had the strange impression that this time they were meeting on Luke's terms. There was still fear, but it was buried deep beneath more unexpected emotions, acceptance, gentle defiance, and yes, compassion. Luke was there because he wanted to be there. He was armed only with this, the commander continued, dragging Vader back into the present. He laid a lightsaber in his gloved hand. Good work, Commander, Vader said. Leave us. Conduct your search, and bring his companions to me. Luke twitched, but brushed off the reaction in the next moment. Of course he was concerned about his friends, but there was nothing he could do for them now. He had personal business to resolve. Vader turned to walk back along the platform, and Luke kept pace with him. The Emperor has been expecting you, he said. I know, Father. It still didn't sound quite natural coming out of Luke's mouth, but he was making the effort. It was strangely touching. So, Vader continued, you have accepted the truth? Luke turned a sharp sidelong look at him. I've accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker, my father. That name, Vader growled, rounding to wave Luke's own lightsaber in his face, no longer has any meaning for me. It is the name of your true self. You've only forgotten, Luke insisted, unintimidated. His eyes were pale, blue according to his dossier, and looking at him now was uncannily like looking at his younger self calling him to task, the incarnation of the conscience Vader had thought long dead. He wasn't sure how to answer him. I know there is good in you, Luke continued with unjustifiable confidence. The Emperor hasn't driven it from you fully. He looked him up and down with obvious regret for the mechanical monstrosity he had become. Then, in an act of unaccountable trust and utter disregard for his own safety, Luke turned his back and leaned on the opposite handrail, gazing out into the sleeping forest. That was why you couldn't destroy me, he said. That's why you won't bring me to your Emperor now. You're a good person, don't do this. Padme's voice rocketed back to him from across the empty ears, and Vader did feel a stab of shame at the thought of what he was intending to do to her son, what he had already done. He paused, his motivations suddenly confused. He was doing this for Luke's own good, he reminded himself, though it wasn't as convincing as he would have liked. It was the only way forward. He had come prepared to tempt Luke into a future of conquest with him, but Luke had met him with a stark counteroffer, calling him back into a world of right and wrong, goodness, discipline, self-denial, love, and compassion. What could he say to that? Vader elected not to say anything. Instead, he ignited the lightsaber in his hand, shaking Luke's serene composure for a moment. It was a sound no one liked to hear at his back. I see you have constructed a new lightsaber, he said flatly, examining the hilt. It was simple, almost crude, but it was solid and perfectly functional, powered by an impressively grown synth crystal. It also bore a striking resemblance to Kenobi's old weapon, and Vader felt a flash of jealousy at the thought of Obi-Wan being the father figure in Luke's life that he might have been. Your skills are complete. Vader dramatically deactivated the blade, deriving some petty satisfaction from seeing Luke's stiff posture wield in momentary relief, and then he also turned his back. Obi-Wan was long dead. Where was the boy getting all this? What else had he mastered during the past year? Luke was an unknown quantity at this point, and trying to quantify the unknown was always a dangerous exercise. Palpatine thought him capable of destroying both of them, and Vader had no doubt it could be true. Whatever it was that made the Skywalkers different had clearly manifested in Luke as well. He was a prodigy, advancing with only broken and intermittent instruction to the very cusp of knighthood. What might he be capable of with dedicated guidance? Indeed, you are powerful, as the Emperor has foreseen. He felt Luke turn, felt his eyes on him, felt the weight of his judgment, his concern, and again, his compassion. Luke hated what his father had become, but he was willing to set aside the past, all the hurt and the wrong done, willing to begin again. It was more grace than Vader had ever expected, more than he wanted, and it made him very uncomfortable. Come with me, Luke said. Vader grimaced, haunted again by echoes from the past. Luke could not possibly know how much like his mother he was, speaking now with her voice from beyond the grave. He also spoke for Obi-Wan, who had trained and guided him as he had trained Anakin. Luke was himself a walking victim of Vader's cruelty, and it seemed he spoke for all of them. It was all so pointless, so much pain and guilt churned up to no purpose. Vader didn't want their forgiveness. He didn't deserve it. He could not submit his darkness to the light again, because to do so would be to face the evil he had done, to return to a world of consequences, justice, punishment, and death. He deserved death, and he could not accept that. He still had ambitions. Obi-Wan once thought as you do, he said, and he rounded on him. You don't know the power of the dark side, he insisted. I must obey my master. Luke shook his head, unapologetically defiant. I will not turn, he warned him, and you'll be forced to kill me. Just like Padme. Just like Obi-Wan. Damn it, Luke. If that is your destiny, he said, his voice flat, almost petulant, like a child daring a parent to enforce an unpleasant threat. Luke was having none of it. Search your feelings, father, he demanded, advancing to within spitting distance, calling his bluff. You can't do this. I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate. No doubt he did feel it, and Vader felt a twinge of pity for him. Luke couldn't understand, not yet. There was no going back, no matter what he felt. He was too far gone already. Luke would have to come with him or not at all, and the latter possibility filled him with deep regret. It is too late for me, son, he said gently. He gestured toward the lift, triggering the door at a distance, knowing he was sending Luke to either his death or his corruption, and part of him was genuinely sorry. The gutted expression on Luke's face made it clear he understood the implications as well. The Emperor will show you the true nature of the Force. He is your master now. Disbelief gave way to resignation as Luke was flanked by a pair of stormtroopers. He nodded solemnly, and it wasn't fear that Vader read in his eyes. It wasn't dread or outrage. It was disappointment, the disgusted, withering disappointment of someone who had expected better. Then my father is truly dead, he said. Luke held that disdainful eye contact for a drawn moment before he walked away of his own will, forcing the troopers to follow him. He turned in the lift, and Vader found himself unable to look away from his smoldering stare. Luke, as good as his word, had chosen death rather than the alternative. This was your choice, he seemed to say. I'll accept it, but you'll have to live with it. Unfortunately, as the lift closed and finally separated them, Vader suddenly wasn't sure he could. He spent at least an hour debating his next move, as though there were any choice to be made. He mustn't lose sight of the goal now, whatever Luke might have said. Still, the game had changed again. Luke wasn't just an impetuous boy in over his head anymore. He had come with purposes of his own, putting all three of them in opposition from the outset. Vader wanted Luke to ally with him against Palpatine, Palpatine wanted to take Luke from Vader, and Luke wanted to take Vader from Palpatine. It was going to be a horrible mess if he couldn't manage it properly. Dawn was breaking when Vader finally boarded the shuttle. "Prisoner secured and ready for transport, sir," the captain reported with a stiff salute. Vader waved him down with barely an acknowledgement. "Carry on, Captain. Return us to the station immediately. The Emperor is waiting." "Yes, sir." Luke was strapped into his seat between two troopers, his boots firmly planted on the floor, his hands neatly folded in their restraints, staring at nothing. He didn't acknowledge Vader as he also took a seat and continued to studiously ignore him all through the pre-flight sequence and takeoff. That was logical enough, Vader decided. Luke had, after all, just declared his father to be dead to him. A tangled flume of emotion hung around Luke, as deliberate and controlled as his breathing, and Vader realized he was mentally detaching himself from everything he cared about, taking the time to grieve each one, preparing himself to make a good death. It made Vader feel as though he were escorting his son to his execution, which hadn't been his intention at all, but which may well be the result if Luke forced an impasse. That emotional discipline would make him dangerous, as one with nothing left to lose. For a moment Luke bent lower over his crash harness, his sorrow sharpened, and it struck Vader that he was mourning the family he had always wanted, the parents he had never known, the mother who had died, and the father who had betrayed them all. An acrid glance out of the corner of his eye only served to drive the point home. "All I want is your love," Padme had said, and in that look Vader read a similar sentiment. He bristled again, made to feel a spectrum of unpleasant emotions he had been avoiding for a very long time. Guilt was a chronic affliction he had been trying to ignore for years. He had it in abundance, intermixed with the silt of regret and self-loathing that had fueled his first descent into darkness. Luke was dredging it all up without a qualm, deliberately muddying the waters and making it difficult to think clearly. It was making him angry now. "Stop whining and let me raise you to glory," he thought, hardening his mind against Luke and his naive notions of good and evil. If Luke died that day, it would be his own fault, and it would be a hideous waste. At the same time, a sudden confluence of perspective made Vader painfully aware that Luke was exactly the same age Anakin had been when he had first been ensnared by Palpatine. Here he was deliberately leading his son into the same danger, perhaps, with a fatal naivete of his own, providing his master with his own replacement. "Come away with me. Help me raise our child. Leave everything else behind while we still can." What kind of father was he? Enough, he decided, burning those intrusive memories away with fresh hatred and resentment. "Love couldn't save any of you. This is the only way. Just come with me, damn it, and the rest is ours for the taking." The shuttle landed aboard the Death Star without incident. Vader climbed to his feet, released Luke's crash harness himself, and ordered the stormtroopers to stand down. They didn't need any extra witnesses to this drama. Luke came willingly and said nothing. He could not help being increasingly nervous, but Vader couldn't fault him for that, considering where they were going. Despite that, the surface of his mind was as cold and smooth as the crust of ice on a frozen lake. He was already detached, already considered himself forfeit to the fortunes of war. The resignation made him brave. All the while, Vader was consciously taking his son's measure. Their confrontation on Bespin had been too heated and chaotic to get a truly accurate read on him. While the Emperor seemed to have at least some understanding of Luke's character, he had completely failed to detect him yesterday. How extensive was Palpatine's blindness in that regard? Success or failure may depend on how precisely they could all read one another. Vader was very gratified to find that he and his son already seemed naturally attuned on some level, an advantage they might be able to exploit. He was strong now. Luke had by no means tapped his full potential, but he had acquired new discipline, more maturity, even a creeping flirtation with some darker sentiments than Vader would have expected of him. He hadn't quite crossed the line into murder, but Luke had tasted some very satisfying vengeance in the recent past, and he didn't quite regret it. Vader pressed that point as deeply as he dared without provoking Luke to resist him. It had been in service to his friends, Vader realized. Of course it had. That could be his most effective leverage. The lure of direct power wouldn't tempt Luke, might even repel him as it had his mother, but it could be a completely new game if he were to see Vader's offer as the only means by which he could help his friends. Luke's infiltration team had clearly been the vanguard of a major assault. What would change when he realized the bulk of the Imperial fleet was waiting in ambush behind the moon? Would he seize the opportunity and fight by whatever means necessary? Or would Luke surrender to his better principles and sacrifice himself as Obi-Wan had? That was an unpleasant thought. Damn you, Obi-Wan, you've turned him against me too. There's too much of you in him. Again, Vader wondered who had been training him. Jedi Knights did not spring fully formed out of the sand. Obi-Wan was dead. Had the old master defied even death in order to mold Luke into his ultimate weapon, somehow preparing him for this confrontation? For a sickening moment, the strange similarities and the abrupt change in attitude and ability seemed to align just enough to make Vader wonder whether Obi-Wan was alive in Luke, speaking through him and animating his body. Was that what he had meant when he had alluded to the unimaginable power he would find in defeat? Were those steely-eyed Anakins or Kenobis? Vader dismissed the notion immediately. Despite the eerily similar lightsaber, despite the familiar sentiments and Luke's startling maturation, Vader could not believe Obi-Wan would violate any Padawan of his that way, not even if it were possible, not even to defeat his nemesis. The Jedi were subject to many limitations. Besides, Obi-Wan had lost all hope for Anakin long before they had met on the Death Star. Obi-Wan would have come swinging, wielding Luke's power to finally finish him. That was definitely Luke's mind Vader felt pulsing beside his own. Luke's hope was bruised, but not quite conquered. Then an even colder thought suggested itself, one he could not reason away. Yoda. The elusive Grand Master had never been accounted for in the Purge, lost to the vast reaches of space for more than 2 decades. Might Obi-Wan have directed Luke to Yoda? The idea of his son being trained by the most dynamic swordsman in living memory was sobering indeed. It might also explain several things. Vader resolved to approach any possible combat with extreme caution. At last they were right in the lift into the Emperor's tower. Luke's mind was a void as they were carried toward the pinnacle, a void that was actively suppressing the more natural cocktail of restless anxiety and nausea that churned just beneath it. Vader felt a bit nauseous himself, pulled and prodded by contradictory emotions like a moon caught in an unstable orbit. There was an instinctive pride in presenting his son to the Emperor, but also an undeniable shame in showing Luke his loathsome master. He must still play his part, say the right things, until the opportune moment. He didn't dare speak his treachery aloud, but he hoped Luke remembered what he had told him at their last meeting. The lift stopped, and the door slid away. Otherwise completely still, Luke glanced quickly around the room, establishing his bearings as any halfway competent soldier would. Perhaps he intended to fight after all. Then he stepped out without waiting to be escorted, marching up the stairs with Vader only a pace or 2 behind. Luke might have been there against his will, but he wasn't defeated yet. They reached the top of the platform, and were obliged to wait a moment before the Emperor deigned to turn his throne and acknowledge them from the dais. It was typical of the petty abuse Vader had become accustomed to in his service, and he supposed Luke was getting an accurate first impression of the regime. "Welcome, young Skywalker," Palpatine crowed with a disquieting smile. "I have been expecting you. You no longer need those." He lifted a finger, and the cuffs unlatched themselves and fell from Luke's wrists. Rather than lighten the mood, the new state of play doubled the tension, the air heavy with new possibilities. The psychological battle was joined. "Guards, leave us." The ominous royal guard slowly withdrew, allowing the antagonists another moment to appraise one another. Palpatine was leering, welcoming a confrontation, but Luke seemed to recognize the game. Vader hoped he realized there were several games unfolding simultaneously. "I'm looking forward to completing your training," Palpatine continued. It was an invitation that landed like a threat. In time, you will call me master. You're gravely mistaken, Luke answered with a soft-spoken insolence that made Vader twitch. It was just another reminder of how deeply enmeshed in the Emperor's web he still was. You won't convert me as you did my father. Oh no, my young Jedi, Palpatine retorted with that patronizing scorn that could make anyone question his own resolve. He stood and approached them, little more than a corpse animated by a relentless spirit that refused to die. You will find that it is you who are mistaken about a great many things. His lightsaber, Vader interjected. He felt a prickle of possessive indignation from Luke as Palpatine closed his fingers on the hilt, his composure already eroded by the master's caustic proximity, but he remained rigidly still, only his eyes betraying the shift of his thoughts. Ah yes. Palpatine accepted it with unctuous poise. A Jedi's weapon. He turned back to Luke with cruel relish. Much like your father's. A dissonance of observation struck both Vader and Luke at the same time. Luke's saber bore no resemblance to his own whatsoever, except perhaps for the scent crystal. Were these apparent lapses of awareness evidence of infirmity, or just another ploy to tempt and expose disloyalty? Anything was possible with Palpatine. Vader tried to draw Luke's attention to it regardless, as subtly as he knew how. By now you must know your father can never be turned from the dark side, Palpatine was pontificating in the meantime. So will it be with you? Luke bucked Vader's pressure off his mind, sparing only a sidelong glance. He didn't want the distraction. You're wrong, he insisted, confident in his own incorruptibility. Soon I'll be dead, and you with me. Palpatine just smiled and laughed, a creeping, chilling derision that could leash the courage from the stoutest hearts. Perhaps you refer to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet, he suggested. It was a masterstroke that undermined Luke's confidence immediately, and the change was obvious. He stood rooted in place, but a fresh jolt of adrenaline coursed through his veins. His heart began pounding, and the force rippled wildly as he considered the implications of that revelation. Here was where it really began, Vader realized. Palpatine would systematically strip him of everything that stood between him and despair, would begin stoking the flames of hatred until Luke lost sight of everything he thought he had known. Yes, the Emperor continued, seeing Luke's reaction and obviously enjoying it very much. I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here. He turned back toward his throne with a sneer. Your overconfidence is your weakness, Luke shot back, not yet so panicked that he couldn't offer a witty retort. Your faith in your friends is yours, came the crushing reply. It is pointless to resist, my son, Vader offered. It was pointless. Palpatine would have his way, the rebellion would be brutally put down, and Luke would be left with nothing but a choice between the two of them. Vader was angling to be the least hateful candidate. The Emperor resumed his throne, serene, grotesque, master of the galaxy. Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design, he explained. Your friends up there on the sanctuary moon are walking into a trap, as is your rebel fleet. Luke's state of mind deteriorated as he realized the extent of the coming disaster. Names and faces flashed through his thoughts too quickly for Vader to read or recognize them, but Luke cared deeply about each one of them, and they were all now as good as dead. He couldn't even warn them. It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator, Palpatine gloated, feeding on Luke's despair. It is quite safe from your pitiful little band. An entire legion of my best troops await them. Then he leaned forward with a look of mock sympathy that was as brutal as it was crass and unnecessary. Oh, he moaned, I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive. That sympathetic look melted back into a cruel smile, and in Luke's heart Vader felt the first stirrings of that hatred Palpatine intended to kindle. The pieces fell into place exactly as the Emperor predicted. There was no damage done to the shield generator. The rebel fleet tumbled out of hyperspace for their grand assault, their communications jammed on the off chance that they would obligingly immolate themselves against the intact shields. But either their commander was very canny, or else the desperate warning Luke was projecting through the Force reached someone, because they all pulled up in a dramatic reversal at the last moment. It was still for naught, because the Imperial fleet had emerged from behind the moon and lay in wait behind them. The trap was sprung. People began to die, both in space and in the forest. If Vader could feel it, he knew Luke could as well. Those were his comrades, his friends, some as near to him as family, winking out of existence one by one, a symphony of sudden agony and enduring silence. And there was nothing he could do but suffer it. "Come, boy." Palpatine was not even attempting to conceal his disdain, directing Luke to the viewport beside the throne so that he might enjoy a better view of the tragedy. "From here you will witness the final destruction of the Alliance and the end of your insignificant rebellion." What was he doing? Vader dutifully took his place beside his master, wondering at his strategy. When Palpatine had initially seduced him, it had been after cultivating a relationship as a trusted confidant for years. It was only later that Vader had come to hate him. Now it seemed Palpatine was goading Luke into hating him immediately. It was very direct, but Vader wondered how that could possibly be a foundation for a lasting partnership. Luke turned, a storm of indecision veiled by a fragile calm. The temptation was obvious. "You want this?" Palpatine said in a husky whisper, laying his pallid hand on Luke's lightsaber. "Don't you? The hate is swelling in you now. Take your Jedi weapon," he taunted him. "Use it. I am unarmed. Strike me down with it. Give in to your anger." Recognizing the trap, Luke turned away again in disgust, staring obdurately out into space. "With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant." Luke turned back again, choking on his frustrated rage. "No. It is unavoidable," Palpatine insisted. "It is your destiny. You, like your father, are now mine." Vader didn't like that. That tone stirred an instinctive jealousy in him despite the fact that he had willingly brought his son here to face this trial. Luke had turned his back again, refusing to cooperate, but casting about in his own mind for something he could do. His options were extremely limited. The battle continued to rage, distant flashes of flame signifying the mounting casualties they could all feel. Each death struck Luke like a wound, only exacerbated by the Emperor's undisguised satisfaction at both the carnage and the emotional distress it caused. He was feeding on it, reveling in it, nursing that festering hatred in the back of Luke's mind. But still Luke refused to act, refused to be baited. It was agony for him to do nothing, but he would only act on his own terms. Vader wasn't enjoying the torturous process the way Palpatine was, but it was necessary to break Luke down before he could rebuild him. The battle wasn't going well for the rebels, trapped as they were between the fleet and the shields, unable to even begin their planned attack. Luke was bending all his thought toward the moon now, perhaps hoping for some progress against the shield generator, but there was none. Everywhere was chaos and death. "As you can see, my young apprentice," Palpatine ventured to comment into the brittle silence, "your friends have failed." Then his tone changed, becoming gleefully harsh. "Now witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational battle station." It was the final blow, the revelation that all the intelligence that had inspired this offensive had been false. Luke was transparently horrified, agitated and helpless to avert the imminent catastrophe, turning back and forth between the Emperor and the beleaguered rebel fleet as Palpatine keyed for an open comm channel from his throne. "Fire at will, Commander." A subtle vibration shook the whole station as the enormous laser battery drew all available power to itself. Luke was silently screaming into the Force, but there was none among the combatants to hear him. 2 seconds, 4, 6, and then the massive bolt shot into the battle, and 5,000 people cried out at once, blasted to atoms aboard their capital ship. Pain and death were commonplace to Vader, but Luke pitched forward as though he would be sick. The Emperor chuckled into the heavy stillness of the observation tower. It was so quiet, so eerily still, a universe removed from the slaughter outside. Luke was trapped, squirming like a bug pinned alive to a board, trapped in some liminal hell, unable to return to that world or be of any help to anyone. Or was he? Vader was aware of Luke reorganizing his thoughts on 2 fronts. There was hatred and anger and pain, But beneath all that was a desperate calculation, a forced calm, a tense equilibrium that he could only hold with a great effort. It was that cold resignation he had brought with him from Endor, a paradox of hopeful despair, and a determination to act. It was the determination of a dead man preparing his final move. Did Palpatine see it? The Death Star struck again, needing only a fraction of his full power to vaporize a rebel cruiser, and that wave of horror and death rolled over them again. It only confirmed Luke in his resolve. Scattering as best they could, the rebel fleet turned to attack the wall of Star Destroyers directly, choosing suicide over piecemeal destruction. It would serve them no better. Your fleet is lost, Palpatine intoned, and your friends on the Endor moon will not survive. There is no escape, my young apprentice. Luke turned to Vader, a last plea for some recognizable human feeling, but Vader simply bowed his head. There was no place for pity or mercy in their world. That disgusted disappointment flared up in his son again, and a barrage of thought from Luke's deepest self slammed into him. Where was Anakin? Luke wanted to know. Where was that legendary hero with no fear he had heard so much about? Had he really become this heartless, spineless, pathetic excuse for a man he saw now? The Alliance will die, the Emperor continued, as though pronouncing sentence, as will your friends. Luke's disgust and resentment shifted back to Palpatine, and his eyes fell again on the hilt of his lightsaber. He was going to do it. Vader could feel Luke screwing himself up, focusing that dead man's courage. But he wouldn't be striking out of anger, and not for himself. And that changed everything. Good, Palpatine hissed, savoring the bitterness of Luke's desperation as a predator might the scent of blood. I can feel your anger. I am defenseless, he goaded him. Take your weapon. Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey toward the dark side will be complete. Luke turned stiffly back toward the viewport. But it was a feint. He was coiled to move, to make his last breath count for something. Vader had only a moment to think. Palpatine didn't see it, couldn't see beyond the hatred to the sacrifice Luke intended. Luke would strike on behalf of the Alliance, on behalf of the rebels who were dying in their thousands for that one chance to destroy the Emperor. Luke was there, not 2 meters away, and he would strike for them. Palpatine may well be able to stop him, perhaps even kill him in the attempt, but if Luke somehow succeeded, he would be lost to Vader forever. He would never betray the rebellion if he managed to secure a clean victory for them. Then Vader himself would be facing an ultimatum, and that filled him with an unexpected fear. He could destroy us. You'll be forced to kill me. Luke spun, his saber igniting as it hit his palm, but the swift downswing was foiled by Vader's blade just inches from the Emperor's throat. And Palpatine laughed. Vader twisted Luke's saber to the side and engaged him in a duel of their own. Realizing what he'd done, Luke flew at him with a frustrated roar, genuinely angry now, angry at his father for proving such a disappointment, for always choosing Palpatine over him, for robbing him of his last best chance. There was no time for Vader to consider his larger strategy, as he suddenly found himself on the defensive. He was improvising at this point. The last time they had fought, Luke had shown more bald-faced confidence than skill, although he had given a better account of himself than Vader had expected. Now he was at it again, surprising Vader with a level of competence that was once again inexplicable. Luke's attack was sloppy and undisciplined, shifting through one combat form to another, and back again with no discernible pattern, combining elements from all the traditional forms in ways that would have scandalized the battle masters of the previous generation. It was masterfully unpredictable, and he was attacking in anger now, the hot and resentful anger that grew out of the pain of betrayal. Vader was also angry, angered by his son's insolence, his audacity, his maddening moral superiority, and his refusal to cooperate. He attacked with the brutality of Sith lightsaber forms Luke would have no knowledge of, battering him back with the sheer force of his rage. But Luke retreated only to counterattack, back-footed for only a few moments before he was again matching Vader blow for blow, forcing him again into defense. It was impossible. It made no conceivable sense. Where did he learn this? Vader was shouting into the Force, not expecting an answer. But it came. a cold bolt of understanding as they crossed sabers in a contest of strength, and Luke looked him dead in the eye. He had taught his son that form just now. Luke broke away and renewed his attack, intuiting and mirroring his father's technique with a mental agility that filled Vader with both pride and fear. The longer they fought, the more his form improved, the more dangerous the duel became. Luke was quick, moving, and bending in ways Vader no longer could. Unable to control the fight, Vader felt himself being maneuvered, pushed, dominated in ways he hadn't felt for more than 20 years, not in this arena. He had hunted and slaughtered Jedi all across the galaxy, his name alone enough to strike terror in the bravest hearts, but this one. This one was his own son, and he was no longer afraid of him. Luke bent sideways and kicked Vader squarely in his center of mass, sending him tumbling down the throne room stairs to land in an inglorious heap on the lower deck. It was a painful impact, jarring his hips and injuring more than his pride. Vader cursed his broken body, the limitations imposed by his cybernetics. He wasn't focused properly. This fight had unnerved him, and it was taking an ominous turn. "Good," said an insidious voice from the past. It stopped Luke immediately, cutting through the angry haze in his mind, even as it filled Vader with disgust. "Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you." It was an uncomfortably familiar scene, but unlike Anakin Skywalker, Luke had no reason to think well of Palpatine, and he slowly turned back to Vader, obviously determined to do exactly the opposite. He deactivated his lightsaber and relaxed his fighting stance, dampening all his negative emotions by enveloping them in his better nature and ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Vader climbed back to his feet, stretched his stiffening back, and tried to collect what remained of his dignity. He was reminded of Mustafar, his greatest failure, the defeat that had branded him a disappointment in the Emperor's eyes no matter what his other accomplishments. And there was Luke, holding the damned high ground. "Obi-Wan has taught you well," he said, biting back whatever else he might have been tempted to say. Luke shook his head, almost remorseful. "I will not fight you, father," he said softly. "You will do what you must," Vader thought bitterly, supplying the more appropriate response himself. There was no sound but the harsh purr of his lightsaber and the thump of his heavy tread as he slowly mounted the steps, closing the awkward distance while both Luke and the Emperor watched intently. Luke began to step backward, diplomatically yielding ground, sincere in his intention to forego the fight. But they were far beyond that now. "You are unwise," he growled, "to lower your defenses." The other blade reappeared at the last moment to block Vader's attack, but Luke was just holding steady now, defending himself and no more. None of them were making any headway, Vader observed as he and Luke held one another at a crackling stalemate. Luke still refused to be turned, refused to partner with either Vader or the Emperor, all the while trying to pull Vader away with him. Three stubborn forces at perfect opposition, pressing ever harder at the same point. Victory would belong to whomever introduced the right catalyst. Another series of blows, and stalemate again. To his consternation, Vader realized he was stalemated against his will. Luke was braced against him with greater strength than his size and weight should have allowed, and Vader realized he was striking from a deep serenity, drawing on the Force to root himself in place. Incensed, Vader strained against that insufferable calm with all the violence of his rage and frustration, but Luke would not be moved. Then, just as Vader was preparing a devastating assault, Luke swept aside the other blade with a sudden burst of power as though the stalemate itself had been child's play. Vader struck at him but was always a second too slow as Luke ducked away, sprang backward into one of the vacant duty posts, and then launched himself into a flying backflip, landing on his feet on the catwalk suspended above the throne room. The only sound once again was Vader's saber and his breathing, left behind on the deck, winded, sore, and humbled. His rage smoldered beneath the impassive face of his mask as his son once again presumed to look down upon him. He was being made to look incompetent. "Your thoughts betray you, father," Luke had the gall to say aloud, a fresh glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I feel the good in you, the conflict. There is no conflict, Vader was quick to insist, painfully aware of his master looking on. His whole career he had been accused of being conflicted, not being committed enough, not being ruthless enough, not being powerful enough, never completely free from those cloying memories of his former life, memories of people, friends, family, and the one he had loved most. Now there she was, back from the dead, speaking through their son. How long could he deny it? Luke cautiously sidestepped along the suspended platform, putting greater distance between himself and Vader's thrumming blade. You couldn't bring yourself to kill me before, and I don't believe you'll destroy me now. Was that a challenge? You underestimate the power of the dark side, Vader warned him, angrily trying to dominate his unruly sentiments. He'd had enough of this game. If you will not fight, you will meet your destiny. He flung his active lightsaber, the hilt glancing across Luke's chin as he ducked away from the blade. The support struts were severed in a shower of sparks, and the entire catwalk collapsed, dumping Luke into the shadows beneath the upper decks. Palpatine was chuckling to himself as Vader descended the stairs beneath the drunken ruin to seek out his wayward son. Good, he said, enjoying the battle. Good. Vader called his saber back to his hand and marched down into the dark. The hunt was on. Luke had slipped into some corner somewhere and refused to show himself. Vader had to shake him out of this mentality of righteous martyrdom, or Palpatine would eat them both alive. If he could harness that anger Luke had shown earlier, they might have a fighting chance. Someone would die before any of them left that room. It wasn't an especially large or complicated space, but Luke was proven hard to find. He wasn't trying to shrink his presence in the Force, but rather was magnifying it everywhere, like holding a faceted crystal in sunlight. There were echoes and reflections of him on every side, masking his real location. It was a clever trick, and Vader wondered just how long he intended to keep it up. You cannot hide forever, Luke, he complained. A strangely disembodied voice answered him. I will not fight you. Vader tried to turn toward it, but the echoes muddled its origins. Maybe if he could keep him talking. Give yourself to the dark side, he continued, peering into the shadows beneath the room's fixtures. It is the only way you can save your friends. Now Luke had betrayed himself. In magnifying his presence, he had also magnified his emotions, and that idle comment stirred a wealth of activity in his mind. His friends were his weak point. One of them was hurt, and Luke was attuned enough to feel vicarious pain, a burning wound to the shoulder. Images were leaking into the Force, growing only more distinct as Luke tried to suppress them. Yes, Vader said, allowing a grim smile to creep across his face. Your thoughts betray you. Your feelings for them are strong. Especially for. It was a woman. A lover. No. Sister. So, you have a twin sister. The revelation lit up Vader's imagination even as Luke recoiled. Your feelings have now betrayed her too. The very idea that Leia Organa, of all people, was his daughter made his smile something maniacal. Padme, Bail, Alderaan, Obi-Wan, Owen Lars, Tatooine, everything fell shatteringly into place, a cruel conspiracy to deprive him of his own children. Of course Leia was his blood. She was headstrong, defiant, impetuous, all of his own traits remade, even as Luke embodied Padme's warmth and optimism. They were all perfectly inverted images of each other, exquisitely balanced. It was more plain than ever that they were destined to be the new Celestials after all, a trio of semi-divine Skywalkers, father, son, and daughter. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me, he mused, basking in that delicious fantasy. Now his failure is complete. Perhaps Leia was the key to it all. Perhaps, considering her temperament, she would be more easily turned, and Luke, devoted as he was, would follow her. If you will not turn to the dark side, he wondered aloud, then perhaps she will. Never. Luke exploded out of the shadows with a rage Vader was not prepared for, and he fleetingly realized he had touched something that completely superseded Luke's regard for him, that once again he had badly miscalculated. Vader retreated as Luke beat him back with an artless, animal ferocity sprung from his deepest instincts and for the first time that day he genuinely feared for his life. He couldn't turn it, couldn't move fast enough to escape it. He tried to repel Luke with the raw power of the Force, but Luke brought the Force with him, as devastating and unstoppable as a collapsing star. Vader felt it physically pushing him back, the burning aura of rejection and wrath pulsing out of his son, the son who wanted no part of him anymore, who would destroy anyone or anything that dared to threaten his sister. Back toward the turbolift. Vader stumbled against the railing, ducking away from Luke's wild swings. Some cable in his leg snapped, and he fell against the other side, defending as best he could with one hand. And then that hand was gone. Again, his saber was gone, his future was gone, all his hopes were gone, and he collapsed onto the deck with a last miserable cry, the hot blade of Luke's weapon angled at his throat. Sharp, cackling laughter broke the spell. Good. Palpatine was descending to join them, clapping his hands as if the whole drama had been a performance for his benefit. His presence hit them like an ice bath, cold and cruel, freezing them on the spot. Your hate has made you powerful, he said to Luke, leering like a discerning connoisseur at a flesh market. Now fulfill your destiny, and take your father's place at my side. Everything was lost, and Vader realized he would end his pathetic life as just another of Palpatine's failed apprentices, another victim of the inevitable rhythms of corruption and betrayal, dispatched and replaced by his own son. He remembered the disbelief on Tyrannus' face as Anakin had held him at saber point, his hands reduced to smoking stumps, Palpatine gleefully goading Anakin to kill him. Anakin had made his choice, and now here he was, condemned to the same fate. Now Luke, the same age, before the same tempter, faced the same choice. The outcome was almost inevitable. Vader knew he had given his son no reason to show him mercy. Perhaps Luke would also endure this fate in his turn, and Palpatine would continue on like a parasite, draining the life out of everything he touched. But the final stroke never came. Luke wasn't even looking at him, but rather at his own trembling cybernetic hand. His lingering disgust and fear were centered on himself, on what he was becoming, on what the Emperor intended to make of him. But he could not be taken against his will. With an incongruous sigh of relief, and the giddy tranquility that came with self-conquest, Luke deactivated his lightsaber. Never, he said, turning to Palpatine and tossing the weapon away. I'll never turn to the dark side. Palpatine's sour silence was deafening. Whatever relief or pride Vader might have felt under the circumstances was drowned in a misery of another kind, because he knew that was the wrong answer in their situation. One of them still had to die, and Luke didn't realize he had just volunteered. You failed, Your Highness, Luke continued, squaring up and putting Vader in his back, almost protectively. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. Still the malevolent silence, the ominous calm. Luke had set himself against the Emperor, physically and emotionally, but Vader was surprised to feel something else directed at him, almost like a shield. It was cold and rational, but distinct and deliberate. It was Luke's concern, his compassion, and his love. It stirred something intensely painful in his warped and broken heart, the memory of what it was to be loved. He remembered his life with Padme, remembered touching their unborn child through the Force, remembered the thrill of feeling that child reach back to him in those last days. Now Luke was reaching for him again. He didn't deserve it. Luke knew he didn't deserve it, and yet he reached anyway, and in spite of everything, just because that broken thing behind him was his father, and he wanted to love him. Luke didn't know his own peril, but he had made his decision, and finally Palpatine deigned to accept it. So be it, he said, his voice dripping with disdain, Jedi. Vader knew how it would be. The Emperor had no use for a Jedi, and he would not suffer him to live. Sure enough, Palpatine lifted his hands in an offensive posture that was all too familiar. If you will not be turned, he said, you will be destroyed. A blast of lightning erupted from his fingertips and threw Luke across the deck. The Force bloomed once again with a cacophony of pain, surprise, and fear, hatred, contempt, and grisly pleasure. Luke was stunned and momentarily paralyzed, a mute question he hadn't been able to form into words reverberating in Vader's mind. Clearly no one had warned him about Sith lightning or taught him how to repel it. The damage was done now. No Jedi could focus himself properly after a blast like that. Vader hauled himself to his feet as best he could with his one hand and his one functional leg. Young fool, Palpatine mocked his victim, intent upon delaying death just long enough to derive some satisfaction from it. Only now, at the end, do you understand. Another blast, and then another. Luke almost pitched into the open reactor shaft beneath the platform, clinging to the ledge with his fingertips. Vader was certain the display was meant to punish him as well. One sustained electrical surge like that would be enough to cripple his life support systems. He was suddenly understanding many things himself, here at the end. He finally understood that he had been a slave his entire life, that the illusion of freedom offered by a life of darkness and power lust had just been slavery of another kind. Padme had tried to make him see it, Obi-Wan had tried to make him admit it, and Luke had tried to call him out of it, but all of them had died for it, fatally trapped in the black hole of dysfunction and misery he had made of his life. Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side, Palpatine continued, slowly advancing. Vader limped to his master's side as he knew he was expected to do. The Emperor owned him, and would own him until the day he died. But what kind of life remained to him? Only the wretched existence of a broken tool, an unloved plaything that had outlasted his appeal. Another bolt struck Luke to the deck. You have paid the price for your lack of vision. A long and merciless blast had Luke screaming and convulsing, his agony exploding through Vader's mind as though it were his own. Somehow, in the midst of that onslaught, he managed to turn and reach for him. "Father, please," he shouted before Palpatine redoubled the assault. But even as Luke spasmed beneath that hail of electricity, Vader could still hear his slurred cries for help. What pierced him to the heart was Luke's despair. He was calling for his father, desperately wanting him to intervene, but he didn't expect it. He expected to be abandoned. Vader was no use to anyone, no use to his family, no use to those he had once called his friends, no use even to the Emperor now. At last Palpatine relented, the storm of bolts suddenly dissipating with the echoes of Luke's ragged screams. But the reprieve wasn't to last. "Now, young Skywalker," he said, savoring the moment, "you will die." Luke couldn't speak anymore, the only protest left in him a series of broken gasps as he fought for breath, an unpleasant haze of steam rising off him. Then the killing bolt struck, and Luke screamed with the last of his strength, wild sobs of torment, disappointment, anguish, and despair. He would die, the rebel fleet would be destroyed, the war would be lost, and Palpatine would take everything. It had all been for nothing. Or had it? With a sudden flash of clarity, Vader realized he could change everything. The shriveled life he had been clinging to for more than 20 years was worthless, and he didn't want it. He didn't want the suit, he didn't want the name, he didn't want the power or the title, didn't want anything that coward monster had given him. He wanted Anakin's life back, he wanted his wife, and he wanted his children, the only bright points to survive his ruin. Darth Vader was a tragedy, but Luke was the future. Luke was hope, Luke was the light, and there was no way Anakin Skywalker was going to stand by like a beaten dog and watch Palpatine murder his son. He moved, grasping the Emperor's body and lifting it into the air, electricity burning through him. Anakin clenched his cybernetic arms in place, hoping they would freeze in that position, before they failed entirely, lurching toward the guardrail before his legs gave out. Pain and blinding light exploded behind his eyes, system seizing and faulting all over him. Only a few steps would do it. He hurled that hateful man and all his empty promises into the abyss, and then collapsed against the rail. It seemed an intolerably long time before Palpatine's angry howl was swallowed in the depths of his own battle station, and a fierce storm of dark side energy belched out of the reactor when he finally met his death. It had been so simple, and yet everything was changed. Anakin felt terrible, broken, and paralyzed, a pathetic worm of a man gasping for breath, but he also finally felt free. He felt like himself again. Then, somehow, Luke was there despite being half dead himself, gathering him by the shoulders and pulling him back from the brink. They crumpled to the floor together, and Anakin was dimly aware of the world turning sideways, the hard, flat surface pressing into his back. Luke was burnt and shaking, deliberately pulling air into his spasming lungs, but he was also looking down at him with unconflicted gratitude and affection, even pride. It had been so long since anyone had been proud of him. More than ever, Anakin regretted the hideous mask that separated them, knowing his son had done all this without ever seeing his face. The whole station shuddered as it sustained some kind of catastrophic damage, and Luke seemed to remember the danger they were in. The battle had clearly turned. Anakin tried to tell him to go, to leave him there, but he couldn't find his voice. Luke apparently never considered it for a moment. He stumbled to his feet and tried to lift Anakin's dead weight by the arm. Failing that, he tried to levitate him, but the pain and the urgency and the residual effects of the lightning attack played havoc with his concentration. Again, Anakin tried to tell him to go, but his body wouldn't cooperate. His useless limbs and other augmentations made him almost twice Luke's weight, and it was going to require a hero's effort just to drag him as far as the lift. Luke seemed to realize that, but he simply set his jaw and redirected his efforts toward suppressing as much of his own pain as he could. He pushed Anakin's shoulders up off the floor, slung the lifeless left arm around his neck, and began dragging them both toward the lift. Anakin did what he could, clinging to Luke's shoulders with whatever strength he had left in his stump of an arm. The station quaked again, throwing Luke to his knees, but he struggled back up, closed the last distance, and reached up to slap the door control. Fortunately, the system was still functioning. Alarms were sounding now. Luke grabbed Anakin beneath the arms and dragged him backward into the lift, bracing him against his legs as he squinted at the keypad. "Wait," Anakin managed to say before the door closed again, though it was little more than a harsh whisper. He bent all his concentration back into the throne room, and after a few moments Luke's discarded lightsaber came skittering across the floor and collided with his foot. "Thanks," Luke panted, appreciating the gesture. He clipped the weapon to Anakin's belt and turned again to the keypad. "Which one?" "Second from bottom." The door closed and they began to descend. The alarms were blaring a full emergency now, and it would be a madhouse in the docking bays. But for just those few moments, leaning ponderously against Luke's leg, feeling Luke's hand on his shoulder, Anakin felt strangely peaceful. His suit was shutting down, and he knew he wouldn't live to see the next day, but he didn't regret his choice. At least he was dying for something which turned out to be much more satisfying than living for nothing, and he was able to end his life reconciled with the son he had always wanted. Luke had fully accepted him already, and his aura was warm and forgiving, like an echo of his mother. Anakin could hardly believe he had ever considered smothering that light. Those few moments of quiet understanding were ultimately better than a lifetime spent subjugating the galaxy together. When the lift opened, Luke slung Anakin's arm over his shoulders again and lugged him out into the rush of panicked troopers and pilots. Even the officers were running scared. It was a long way back to their shuttle, but Luke grit his teeth and doggedly put one foot in front of the other, afraid that if he broke the rhythm, he might not make it. Anakin again considered telling him to leave him, but Luke was obviously prepared to fight him on that point, and they didn't have time for an argument. It almost defied belief, but their shuttle was still waiting when they rounded the corner. The crew was gone, the whole place was rocked with explosions, and people were running to claim every other available transport, but some instinctive dread prevented anyone from presuming to commandeer Lord Vader's shuttle, even when Lord Vader was himself being hauled across the floor like a pathetic wreck. Nearly exhausted, Luke's strength finally gave out within sight of the ship, and they collapsed in a heap. "Leave me," Anakin wheezed, but his voice was drowned in the explosions and the alarms, and Luke didn't hear him. He crawled up again, grabbed Anakin by the wrists, and dragged him the rest of the way to the ramp. There he paused to catch his breath before trying to get them both on board. Enough was enough, and Anakin felt himself fading. "Luke," He said, "Help me take this mask off." "But you'll die," Luke protested, aghast at the suggestion. "Nothing can stop that now," Anakin confessed. Just a few hours earlier, he had tried to convince Luke that it was too late for him, and now he realized it was true, just in an entirely different way. "Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes." He was tired of the armor, tired of hearing his filtered voice, tired of seeing everything through that hellish red tint. If he was dying, he wanted to see the world as it really was one last time, not the way Palpatine had condemned him to see it. Luke was hanging on his every word, a strange bittersweet happiness on his face. It took him only a moment to puzzle out how to first remove the helmet, and then peel back the faceplate. It was very bright, and everything smelled like smoke and burnt wiring, but it was real. Luke's eyes were indeed very blue, just like his own had been, perhaps still were, but it had been years since he had seen his own reflection. Luke expressed no horror or revulsion, no visceral reaction to his scarred and disfigured features, just a weary joy and acceptance. Anakin instantly felt and understood that Luke had been searching for him his whole life, picking through the lies, the secrecy, the tragedy, and the black masquerade, and that he would have done it all again just for this, the privilege of meeting him, Anakin Skywalker, face to face. That love that had been so cold before had become as warm and as natural as his smile. Anakin smiled too, though he had to blink away his tears. Luke grasped his shoulder with an affectionate hand, the artificial one Vader had cursed him with, but all was forgiven. They had both been through hell, and they had lived to see the other side, in no small part because Luke had believed so passionately that they could. Unfortunately, it was as far as Anakin could go. Now, he managed to say, his voice tremulous and weak as he choked on the air, "Go, my son. Leave me." Luke shook his head, dismissing the notion. "No, you're coming with me," he promised in a gentle tone one might use with a frightened child. "I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you." There were some fates even Luke's belief could not change, but it was a victory nonetheless. "You already have, Luke," Anakin assured him. There were so many things he wanted to say, 23 years lost, but he felt his life ebbing away, and he had no breath to spare. "You were right," he managed. "You were right about me. Tell your sister you were right." He smiled up at him again, knowing it was probably the last thing he would do. His tormented body was finally given up. His eyes closed, and it seemed an unbearable effort to open them again. "Father," he heard Luke say through the growing haze, as though from far away. "I won't leave you." "I'm sorry," Anakin thought, aware of his son's grief as he felt himself falling into that black emptiness. "I'm so sorry." And then there was nothing. The forest was peacefully buzzing with insect and animal life, the tall trees and long-leaved ferns rustling in the warm afternoon breeze. Nothing within 5 square kilometers seemed to be aware of the commotion centered around the smoldering blast site that had once been the Imperial Station, or the significance of the fading debris cloud in the sky. Being dead was nothing like he had expected it to be. It was like continuing to be alive in the world but separate from it, immaterial, and yet sometimes able to interact with physical things. It was being one with the Force, and yet distinct from it, shifting between different states of being either at will or when willed by someone with greater power or authority. They were there now, almost as near the living world as possible. The Imperial shuttle was a jarring incongruity in the forest clearing, though not an unwelcome one. Luke had landed it there almost an hour ago, but hadn't come out yet. He was still sitting alone in a dark corner, weeping over Anakin's body. It was a grief Luke would have to bear completely on his own. None of his fellow rebels would understand, probably not even Leia. Certainly no one in the Empire would shed a tear for Darth Vader. It was a sobering reflection on one's life to realize there was only one man alive who would mourn you. "I wish I could speak to him, Master," Anakin said, not sure exactly what he would say, but knowing Luke would be glad of the company. "Nothing more to say, have you?" Yoda insisted, as dispassionate and serene as he had been in life. "Find his own way he must. I'd say he's done an admirable job of that already. Obi-Wan offered, quietly allying with Anakin. He did what was required of him, though in his own way, and against all sound advice, and came away with a greater victory than we could have expected. At what risk, I ask? Yoda protested. A grave risk to himself and the galaxy it was, all for personal satisfaction. He looked sidelong at Anakin, not resenting his presence among them, but not ready to condone the means by which he had gotten there. It seems to me no bad thing if this new generation of Jedi gives a bit more consideration to empathy and personal fulfillment, Qui-Gon interjected. He had never been shy about speaking his mind to Grandmaster Yoda. What did the old ways give us but legions of psychologically stunted adults with no idea how to emote in a healthy manner? Healthy is this? Yoda asked, nodding toward the closed shuttle. Or indulgent? He'll be out soon enough, Obi-Wan guessed, waving down the budding debate. Just let him work through it? Eventually the hatch did yawn open, and Luke emerged into the sunlight, moving like he had aged 20 years in the past 6 hours. His expression had gone flat, the numb fortitude of one still trapped in what had proved to be both the best and worst day of his life. He was a dusty, burnt and battered mess, and he would need proper medical attention after being nearly electrocuted to death, but even after all that there was something he still wanted to do. He heaved a sigh, and then trudged into the undergrowth, scouring the forest for dead wood. Dusk was falling by the time Luke had finally built a suitable pyre using only his own hands and his lightsaber. He was running on fumes now, injured, starving, and sleep-deprived, but no one else was going to do the honors. Satisfied, he returned to the shuttle, and after a while came out again escorting Anakin's body on the ship's emergency repulsor sled. It was a very solemn, very lonely scene. Luke hesitated before the pyre and the failing light, reluctant to say that final goodbye. He laid his good hand on his father's cold and misshapen face, ran his fingers along the dead chest panel and defunct controls that had once been so iconically terrifying. Anakin would have given a great deal to know Luke's thoughts, and he might have shed a tear or two if such a thing were possible in the spiritual realm. Whatever their regrets or sorrows, it was time to lay all that pain and misery to rest. Luke finally replaced the mask, and then the helmet, the nightmarish suit the closest thing to a coffin Anakin's corpse would have, a coffin Anakin had lived in for half his life. More in command of himself now, Luke slowly levitated the body in the deepening twilight, moving it off the sled and settling it onto the pyre. Then he stood very straight, brought his feet together, and offered his father a final salute. Qui-Gon smiled wistfully. Impressive, he said. He is learning detachment, but by an entirely different route, and perhaps a better one. Yoda, I believe we may be looking at the next Grand Master of the Order. Yoda grunted as flames engulfed the pyre. Young Skywalker has still much to learn, he said. But the foundation is good, Obi-Wan insisted, agreeing with Qui-Gon. I think he's more than proven that today. Anakin said nothing, simply looked on while Luke stood silhouetted against the firelight, standing that visual with him. I mean, Obi-Wan clarified, leaning toward Yoda, I think Luke has earned the right to see his efforts were not in vain. Yoda frowned and quietly harumphed to himself, but seemed to recognize the overwhelming human advice in this very human affair. Very well, he relented. See you he will, but no more. Flights of starfighters began streaking across the night sky, dropping celebratory fireworks that some optimistic soul had wasted valuable cargo space to pack. It was a strangely appropriate counterpoint, Anakin realized. Ultimately, it was a happy occasion. He was free, he and his son had found one another, Luke had survived his ordeal, and Palpatine was gone. Despite being dead, Anakin had a family again, and he would enjoy watching them make their way in the galaxy. His one life seemed inadequate recompense for all the evil he had done, but he had every hope that Luke and Leia would continue to redeem the Skywalker legacy. At least a small part of his best self lived on in them. It was a long time before the pyre collapsed into ash and glowing embers, nothing left of either Anakin or Darth Vader besides a few charred bones, blackened metal components, and wads of melted plastic. That chapter was closed, and there was nothing more to be done. Rather than walk the 10 kilometers back toward the victory celebration, Luke decided to take the shuttle and set it down a bit closer. No one could blame him after a day like that. They watched as he arrived back in the crowded Ewok village. He was immediately welcomed with a warm-hearted hug from his sister, and then another from that rogue Han Solo. He was clearly well loved by all of them, and Anakin was glad. So much for the Emperor's legendary powers of foresight. The Alliance lived, their fleet hadn't been lost, Luke had escaped, and his friends had survived. All that had been necessary was the courage to defy him and to accept the cost, to aspire to a cause larger than himself. Luke had reminded him of that, and now he could be content in the knowledge that together they had reset the course of history. Lingering on the edge of the firelight, Luke slowly turned as if he were somehow aware of them. Anakin felt himself strangely present in the physical world again, Yoda and Obi-Wan beside him, and the smile that spread across Luke's face was instantly infectious. He was either too trusting or too tired to be surprised, but he was very grateful. Anakin hoped he looked both as proud and as contrite as he felt. Then Leia was there again, wrapping her arms around her brother in a gentle admonition to rejoin the celebration. Seeing them together filled Anakin with a simple joy he hadn't known for a very long time, the twins he hadn't realized he had, who had gravitated to each other in spite of everything that had conspired to keep them apart. Destiny could be a very powerful thing. Luke didn't resist as Leia pulled him back into the lively circle of light, though he spared a glance and parting nod to those figures who must remain in the past. The future belonged to the living, and it seemed much brighter than it had that morning. That was the funny thing about the light, Anakin remembered. It could hurt sometimes, like fire, but it would always help you see the way. He had been lost in the dark so long that just seeing clearly was a vast relief, and he would be forever grateful that Luke had been clear-sighted and generous enough to show him the way out. Our baby is a blessing, he had told Padme so long ago, when he had first felt circumstances closing in on them. He hadn't realized at the time just how true that would be.